FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Mixtape presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. No Sean Pendergast, Brandon Scott in. Sean gets a travel day. Seth does not. Seth is stuck with me today. And stuck with you. Yeah.
My goodness, I couldn't be more delighted.
Well, you don't get to be like Sean Pendergast and take your travel day. You got to come into work and do radio with your boy.
There's no way in hell I was taking a travel day after I had two days in a row last week where I had travel issues where I just Sean didn't realize he was going to be without a co-host until 30 seconds before the show last week. So for you and John Harris and everybody else that helped fill in that regard, I felt great about. But I said no. The people of Houston will get me on 3 hours of sleep and very little knowledge of anything that happened during my virtually cell phoneless drive home from West Virginia yesterday.
Well, fair enough. I think the people can at least respect that you're dedicated to the work, dedicated to the craft, and kind of making up for it. But update, though. You're good. I mean, you're traveling for you as well. You're no longer in West Virginia. That's where y'all have been all week. Seth Payne is good. Seth Payne seems safe and sound from what I can tell.
I'm good, but you know what happened was I did an interview with DeMeco yesterday, so immediately after and we'll play that whole interview at 7 a.m. Really, I had an enjoyable conversation. I'm not gonna sit here and be like it was an outstanding interview because I'm not that guy, Brandon. But I had a really enjoyable conversation with DeMeco, and I think people can see a side of him they don't typically see. But so on the drive, I drive a few hours. I stop at a rest area and I say, okay, I'm just gonna do a live stream real quick to recap what I saw today, including C.J. Gardner-Johnson's injury, which we'll get to in a second. And I say, hey, nobody really knows right now. I know there have been some false reports about what happened to C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and because there was a fake Adam Schefter account that a lot of people got by, and were saying that it was a torn Achilles, and it's definitely not that. And immediately after I get off, there's a report by Aaron Wilson that it was a torn ACL.
Yeah. And
I'm like, well, all right, I guess I screwed up that live stream. Then I drive for another couple hours, check my Twitter. No, it turns out it's actually not a torn ACL.
Which noted, very different from having a torn ACL.
Not having a torn ACL and having an ACL. Look, I don't want to split hairs here, people.
Yeah.
Kind of a big deal.
A little bit.
Kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
So we really don't know what's going on with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, but then I drive a few more hours, largely without cell phone service. And kids, I never text and drive or scroll and drive or whatever. Not saying I didn't in the past, but I almost died a couple times. So when I check it at a rest area again, Jimmy Ward arrested yesterday. Figure how are we going to manage the C.J. Gardner-Johnson
A lot of
injury.
safety news yesterday that we weren't expecting.
It doesn't feel so safe anymore.
No,
the safeties are not safe at all.
Yeah, no,
it's the most endangered species on our football team.
Yeah, so not a great day, but and you just mentioned it. There was some confusion, but I think it's worth clarifying for the record and for the audience now joining us that as of right now, our understanding is that C.J. Gardner-Johnson does not have a torn ACL, which, if true, would be good news, right? Mm-hmm. Like the last official update that we got from DeMeco Ryans. I know you got a chance to talk to him after practice, and, of course, he talked to the assembled media after practice, and we can hear from him in a second. But there was no official word on C.J. Gardner-Johnson, so we were relying on these reports throughout the day, which did get confusing, but it seems like, at least with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, we settled on ACL not torn, timetable not clear. So just a bunch of uncertainty, but the good news side of it, not a torn ACL, like as originally feared.
Which there's any number of things that could be just as bad as a torn ACL, but so we don't know for sure. exactly what's going on right now. We're in a fog of uncertainty. And typically you might say, even if Jimmy Ward weren't in his current legal situation, which the allegations of domestic violence, that's obviously the big deal. We don't really have a lot of clarification at all, or just recently, sometime within the past couple days, correct?
Yeah.
Unless
So here's where we are with Jimmy Ward. He's got the domestic violence, and that case is supposed to go to a grand jury very soon, soon. But in between that, he tested positive for like alcohol, because apparently as a term of his bail, you're not supposed to consume alcohol, or at least not supposed to test positive for it. He tests positive for alcohol. This is happening in Montgomery County. I do want to note Montgomery County notably strict about all of these things. And so that's apparently the reason why he was arrested the second time, this most recent time. It's not a new allegation or like a development with the domestic violence thing. So it's not like contacting the alleged victim or complaining. It's not harassing. It's not a double offense. It is testing positive for alcohol when you weren't supposed to be drinking it, which is probably better than the worst thing, but given his situation, not a good look when you see on the face of it, arrested twice in the last few months.
No, exactly. And I think it's, at the very least, you'd hope that he's just walking a straight and narrow path as he's trying to dig himself out of the situation or whatever. We don't really know a whole lot other than the initial report and complaint. You were a court reporter, which a lot of people might not know, so you know all the inner workings of this. Is it normal for in a situation like this for it to go to a grand jury? Is that the typical process?
Yeah, no. So they're gonna present it to a grand jury, and I think that's there are some quotes out there from Jimmy Steve Jackson, where like they're of the position that they're going to present something to this grand jury that's going to exonerate him.
Do all cases go to a grand jury?
Definitely felony cases.
Any felony case? Okay.
Yeah, and there are some misdemeanors that go before a grand jury as well. But so this and apparently this one is so that's the update. Now the thing that is somewhat interesting about him getting arrested again is like if you're thinking, okay, the domestic violence case is, how that resolves itself is going to determine Jimmy Ward's availability. Now you have this on top of it. I am curious on how like the Texans view the whole thing. Not just the simply drinking alcohol or testing positive for alcohol, but testing positive for alcohol while you're on bail for domestic violence when you're not supposed to. Like it's all of those things together that make me wonder about what exactly is going to be going on with Jimmy Ward at a time when, by the way, you might actually need another safety or somebody like Jimmy Ward to help you out, given the C.J. Gardner-Johnson news.
It's one of those. It feels kind of like when Richard Sherman was going through that kind of. There was a lot of turmoil towards the end of his career. Remember, he had an incident at his in-laws' house, and he drove through a construction site or sped through a construction site.
Yeah.
And just regardless of what's going on and what happens with the case or what actually happened with the incident with the alleged domestic violence, it just feels like there's a lot of turmoil. And it doesn't, like the safety position, certainly with C.J. Gardner, for anybody that saw various reports yesterday, we still really don't know what's going on with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And then Jimmy Ward, let's say there were no legal issues at all. You can't rely on him to stay healthy for an entire season. He's really been plagued with injuries the last few years. He's in his 30s, so we're really not going to. I think the most clarity we might get on C.J. Gardner-Johnson's injury is if all of a sudden the Texans were to go out and sign somebody like a Justin Simmons or something. And barring that, if they don't sign anybody of note, then maybe we can read into that as, okay, maybe C.J. Gardner-Johnson's injury isn't as bad as feared.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to ask you about. Like, what do you think, from your vantage point, especially as a former defensive player, like what do you think is the impact of losing a C.J. Gardner-Johnson for an extended period of time, and what would you say is the solution? Obviously, like you mentioned, we don't really know how bad it is, so that how bad it is could also determine what the solution is. But like, what do you think is the impact of losing a guy like that for an extended period of time?
I think, well, if you think about just Eric Murray, Eric Murray has never been, I think, as bad as a lot of people felt he was. It's
no,
just that
he was attached to the regime.
Yeah, he was signed and overpaid initially. Yeah. I mean, they paid him like he was a starting cornerback.
Which is what that regime did. That was their thing, right?
Yeah, but then, Caserio did re-sign him after Bill O'Brien was gone. Eric Murray provided a veteran presence back there. He just wasn't the ideal safety. You're put in a position there where you have MJ Stewart, who's been on the team for a while. Russ Yeast, who I like if only because he seems to scuffle it up a lot. He's got the right dog mentality. He's got the swarm part down. I don't know how great of a safety he is. And then the rookie Jalen Reed, who's definitely very swarm mentality, but also a 6th-round pick. I don't feel awesome about it. I don't feel great about this potentially top 3 defense. It was going to be better than last year in my eyes, partly because they had a playmaker alongside Kalen Bullock, and that there were almost to the point where people love to say you can't really depend on turnovers from one year to the next. The Texans do a lot of things that are not just dumb luck when it comes to forcing turnovers. They get a great pass rush, and they have guys who have great ball skills in the secondary. You go back to the Bears back in the day. It wasn't random chance that Peanut Tillman forced a lot of turnovers. He had a knack for it. And there's a lot of guys on the Texans defense that have a knack for it, but C.J. Gardner-Johnson has an extreme knack for it. And that's what you're probably not going to go out and find anybody right now in the league via trade or at the cuts or anything else. It's going to be quite like C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah, I don't pretend to have the solution on hand. What I do hope is that there is an in-house solution at safety that doesn't require them to mess with Jalen Petre's position, right? Like and
have him go back and play safety.
I don't want it to be and they figure out nickel, or maybe they're playing more with 3 linebackers, or like changing the way that they play because of this is what I hope doesn't happen. That there is, like, whether it's MJ Stewart or one of these younger guys that could come in and play safety, or if it's them going to go sign somebody, what I don't want to see happen is them kind of reconfigure what they do and put Jalen Petre outside of the role that he's been playing over the role that he played last year in his first year, kind of changing from safety to nickel corner. I like what that allows their defense to do. I would hate for them to have to change what they do like that.
Yeah, and Justin Simmons, because that's the name that comes up immediately, and we talked about him all last season because people wanted Justin Simmons. The one thing to know is that he didn't play like his typical self last year, and he's not old. He's 31 or 32 years old. The question, I think, would be, okay, when Caserio and DeMeco watched the film of him last year, how much of it was just that it was in a different scheme and it wasn't comfortable versus how much of it was that, okay, he was starting to show the signs of age?
Yeah, and honestly, him still being available kind of concerns me at this point. Like, maybe it's a gift and a curse, but I don't know. His mere availability on August 8th.
Well, you gotta, it would be for different reasons. Earl Thomas, there were reasons that he was so available at the end of his career.
Yeah,
people were adamant that the Texans needed to sign Earl Thomas. And meanwhile, like, the Baltimore Ravens players voted him off the team.
Yeah.
And then nobody else in the league wanted Earl Thomas. So I was cool with it. Justin Simmons doesn't have that same kind of drama attached to him. But, you always got to wonder, okay, what's the sign at this point? Is he just waiting until he finds the right situation, or is there something more to it?
Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast. It wasn't just the C.J. Gardner-Johnson injury yesterday. They also scrimmaged. So what else happened at the Texans scrimmage yesterday? We'll talk about that next.
Hey, what's going to happen with your retirement?
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon Scott in with Seth Payne. I'm in for Sean Pendergast today as he takes his travel day. And we just got done talking about news, injury situation yesterday, and I guess a little bit of a sigh of relief that it perhaps is not as bad as initially thought. We still have to kind of figure that out. But that's not all that happened at yesterday's practice. It was actually a scrimmage day for the Texans, their final day at the Greenbrier in West Virginia before their first preseason game against the Minnesota Vikings. And more than just that injury happened, Seth. And so I think that the audience at least deserves to hear a little bit about the takeaways from yesterday. What did the people on the ground like yourself, Sean Pendergast, and others, all the folks that you guys follow, the folks that were out there watching this practice, there were a few things that I noticed that were reported, and I'm interested to get your thoughts on. I would start with the offensive line having a pretty good day or seemingly having a pretty good day. I'm interested in your vantage point if that translated to what you saw out there.
I think if we think about the offensive line over the last 2 days in West Virginia, so they practiced in pads on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. On Monday, it was a quagmire out there, and there were just interception after interception after interception, sack after sack after sack. It was really, really ugly. Tuesday it came out, and it wasn't great, but wasn't awful. They had made some improvement. But the big thing I noticed on Tuesday was that the offensive line multiple times got really good push in the run game. So we saw Nick Chubb at times look a lot more like, okay, this is a guy that I know he's not the same as he used to be, or he's not a devastating knee injury 2 years ago. Then he had a broken foot last year as well, but he hasn't looked as explosive. But you could see when he had good blocking in front of him, the vision and the strength, the power, all of that stuff's still there. So I was encouraged by that. You go to yesterday's scrimmage/practice, and we saw more examples of the offensive line getting good push. And I'm not even worried about necessarily which individuals were in there at that time. Juice Scruggs was playing right guard a lot because Titus Howard was out at tackle. But the sum total of it was that, and I would include the tight ends in this, Cade Stover was downfield blocking guys on some good productive runs. I saw plays that, in those situations where it's not tackle, you can never tell really whether, would that have been a 4-yard gain, a 7-yard gain up on an inside run? But it was definitely a good run. You're running inside, you're double teaming the defensive tackles, you're getting up to the backers, and it was at least 5 yards on just a kind of a moving rugby scrum, rugby ruck type of scenario. And that's not something we necessarily saw in the first couple weeks. The other part of that, too, is that I think it started to pay dividends in the passing game. Because yesterday, for the most examples I think I saw of those 3 days in West Virginia, we saw the most examples yesterday of wide open receivers. Nico Collins was wide open in the end zone. Dalton Schultz was wide open in the end zone. Those things that happen when you get the play action going, when you've got a certain line. The downside of it was that it was 2 consecutive plays. CJ hit Nico Collins, and Nico Collins dropped it. I'm not worried about that because Nico's going to drop a ball or two here or there. I don't think all of a sudden he lost his ability to catch the football. The next play after that, there was a misfire, and it looked like CJ didn't have good touch on the throw, and Dalton Schultz couldn't get the ball. I don't know if there was a timing issue or whatever, but he also made some other nice throws downfield in that scrimmage. That it makes me a lot more comfortable, Brandon. At this point, I'm more comfortable saying, all right, some of CJ's inaccuracy, I can chalk it up to just this being a brand new system, them asking CJ to do a lot more before the snap, be a little bit more disciplined in going through his progressions, all of those finer aspects of the game that I think CJ's I think he's thinking his way through things right now. And sometimes that ends up being, when the whole process is off, you're not going to be as accurate as you usually are. And meanwhile, you're doing it against a really good defense. Yesterday, I think we saw more, like if I had walked out there yesterday and hadn't known anything about the previous practices and training camp, and I watched CJ, I wouldn't have been concerned. You know, I would have been like, okay, it wasn't an awesome day, but like, yeah, it looks like they're working through some things and they made some really nice throws. It had a couple of throws that were off, but there were some great. Cade Stover had a nice catch at one point that he had to dive for. There was good run blocking. I think the defense still looked more impressive than. But I had just walked out there knowing nothing at all. There's no part of me that would have said, "Oh, is there something off with CJ?" I'm not quite sure.
So I've been trying to sell myself on the offensive line, and even more so than that, I like to hear from guys like you and folks that have been out there that they're moving bodies and creating space in the run game, because I think that was an underrated issue for the offense last year, was how much that I think that just Joe Mixon's sheer ability and badassness made up for the fact that they weren't really good. A lot of attention was paid to them not being good in pass protection and C.J. Stroud running for his life or picking him up off the ground and all that kind of thing. But they weren't really that good in creating space in the run game either. And it wasn't just the offensive line. It was also, and you do a good job of talking about this, Seth, it was also just the offense overall in general, from scheme, play call to actual execution like aside from
tight ends blocking, wide receivers blocking. I know we hated the wide receiver screens. One of the reasons also that you should hate them was there would be two wide receivers out there not blocking anybody or knowing who they were supposed to block. Last year.
So based off of what I'm seeing from camp, I do feel a lot better about how they're doing so far, what the progress is with that. The thing that I have been a little bit worried about, or just not really sure what to make of, that's why it's kind of good to hear from you talking about the level of concern, if any, there is for C.J. Stroud, is like, okay, the defense is kind of kicking the offense's ass. The offense, but like every practice I hear about C.J. Stroud pick here, C.J. Stroud misfire here. Like, I'm not at every practice. I've only been to a handful, and obviously I did not go to West Virginia. But I'm just like, has C.J. been crisp? I'm not worried about him. I'd still bank on him. I'd still bet on him. I'm still excited about him as the quarterback for the Texans. But just isolated in training camp, I'm like, has he been good? Is everything cool or what?
I think right, and it's 100%. It's the right response to have. It's the natural response. And we were talking with Ron and Clint the other day, and if you're nervous about CJ at this point, there's nothing I can tell you, because it's valid. It's valid that you want to see CJ look like peak CJ, but if you can think of it in terms of maybe a golfer changing his swing. Think about Tiger Woods and the multiple times he changed his swing. Yeah. When you change something drastically, Tiger Woods, when he was changing his swing, people would wonder, what happened to the old Tiger? And it's glitchy at first. Everything's a little bit different, and eventually it takes hold. But if you really commit yourself to doing something differently, and that's what CJ's doing with this offense, his whole process is a lot different than it was the previous 2 years. It's going to be glitchy. So I'm comfortable knowing that in my brain, but the hard part is, okay, that's great if that's what's actually going on, but until you actually see the results and the outcome, you want to see. Now we're puddingless, so it's gonna be kind of tense until we get our damn pudding. Yeah. So, well, I think that at the very least, the offensive line got some recognition, some attaboys yesterday. This was DeMeco Ryans talking about the Texans' offensive line and how they performed in this scrimmage at Texans training camp yesterday.
Yeah, offensive line, overall these past couple of days, they continue to get better and better and better. They've done a great job of, picking up some of the pressures, done a great job just one-on-one protection, passing off games, working with each other. I see that progression. I see the growth in our offensive line, and I'm excited to see them actually go out and do it against someone else. But they've done a really great job while we've been here in West Virginia.
I think, DeMeco, he's mastered the coach speak part of things. He's very careful about criticizing at the podium and all of that. But when you kind of see through the coach speak there, I think it's genuine. That's a genuine assessment in terms of them actually showing improvement this past week. And I'm still nervous about individual players on the offensive line. I don't know if Jake Andrews or Juice Scruggs, if Juice Scruggs starts at right guard. We don't have a lot of great memories of Juice Scruggs starting at right guard. But in the in the aggregate, what you have to remember is, okay, first and foremost, can this offensive line be improved over last year? And the pre-snap operation, the absence of false starts, or the scarcity of false starts at least right now, is a really good thing. Yesterday, CJ getting up and having ample time to operate and make all of the checks that they're asking him to make this year, he had plenty of time. It was nice that it was a scrimmage situation yesterday because I could watch the play clock. And CJ is up there well before 10 seconds are left on the play clock. Compared to last year, when we had moments where CJ was coming up to the line, they're trying to get guys lined up while the play clock is dwindling down to 3 or 2 seconds.
Yeah, I can't have
that. Hasn't been the case so far. And people might understandably say, like, okay, well, what's the big deal with that? This is the big deal with that. Last year when they played the Vikings, the team that they're going to see on Saturday, they had a sequence where they had four pre-snap penalties in a row. They knocked themselves out of field goal position with no actual football. So have they made improvement? I believe so. And when it comes to playing good fundamental football where guys are on the same page, I think they've made improvement there, especially in the run game. I think it's just you're seeing more of, okay, that's a moving wall of 5 guys moving forward instead of 3 guys running outside zone, 1 guy pulling in the run direction, and then 1 guy pass protecting or something. We had so many plays last year where I'd look at the offensive line, and I'm like, these guys look like they're running 5 separate plays. I don't know if anybody knows exactly what's supposed to be going on here. It doesn't look like that right now.
Oh, they looked lost often last year. Like lost and discombobulated, disjointed, poor communication, however you want to characterize it. They did not feel like a unit. So credit to them for like actually give them their credit and give them their flowers for, the last couple of days with what they've shown since they got to West Virginia, and all of that's cool. I will say this, though. The thing that's concerned me is the domino effect of Blake Fisher either not being playable or working through something or whatever it exactly is. I didn't expect that, Blake Fisher would have an impact on the guard situation, because apparently the way it works is that if a tackle goes down, then Titus Howard is now your replacement tackle, and that then thrusts into the spotlight Juice Scruggs and Ed Ingram, and now you've got the pillow fight of Scruggs and Ingram for backup guard, which, ideally if your tackle goes down, you just have another tackle in Blake Fisher. Yeah. And Titus Howard can stay at guard if that's what your solution at guard is supposed to be. But I don't like this domino effect along the offensive line when, you got a tackle that you probably don't have a lot of faith in at this point.
It almost feels like it's like you've got a bum spark plug in an engine, and all of a sudden you realize you can only replace it with a cookie. Yeah. It's just okay. I don't know if everything's is that functioning all that properly, and I don't know what I'm going to do about it. I've got a cookie. Will that work as a spark plug?
No.
Oh, the concerns about the depth became glaring that day that Titus Howard moved out to right tackle.
Yeah.
I think that
I didn't know we were still doing that.
That day, well, I assumed that they were going to look at Titus Howard as, yes, this is a guy that we want on the field, and depending on or who stinks, we're gonna have him play right guard or right tackle. And the interesting thing about the day that Cam Robinson went down was they had come out with Cam Robinson running with the twos, so it wasn't just. I think they were gonna try out Titus Howard at right tackle anyway that day, and they're gonna shuffle some things around. And it might be as simple as this, Brandon. Titus Howard the first couple of weeks was playing a whole lot of right guard, and then I think maybe they feel comfortable with that, but now they got to get down to the business of figuring out who their interior offensive linemen are, and they want to get a feel for, all right, who are we going to keep as the go-to swing interior offensive lineman? We got to just kind of figure out, give as many guys as possible reps at the right guard position so you can have a genuine competition between perhaps Ed Ingram and Juice Scruggs. And so I'm trying not to read too much into all of that, but it was kind of an indicator and a reminder that, oh, yeah, this is there. As far as the individuals go, we still got a lot of question marks about these guys.
He said, Payne, I am Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast. Let's do headlines next. We got a C.J. Gardner-Johnson injury update. Nick Chubb injury update. The Astros, they're back in action tonight on Apple TV at Yankee Stadium. We'll talk about it all on Headlines next on Payne and Pendergast.
But first, I got to get you guys feeling right again. Men's Tea Clean.
Payne and Pendergast. We presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast, rolling along with Seth Payne. Let's go through these headlines. We can start with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who I'm sure you know by now. And this was happening, I think, as you guys were getting off the air yesterday, Seth. So this is, a good space for the audience, the Payne and Pendergast audience, to be updated on this. C.J. Gardner-Johnson carted off the field during training camp practice yesterday. Of course, there was a scrimmage yesterday. There was some back and forth, some confusion on exactly what the diagnosis was. At this point, it appears that he has avoided an ACL tear, which is good news. We'll see what the actual diagnosis is. But after practice, we did get to hear from DeMeco Ryans reacting to this injury at practice. Here's
of course, it's heartbreaking when you see a guy go down on the field like that and doesn't get up quickly. So I'm always, nervous as a head coach anytime I see anybody hit the ground. It's tough to watch. So we'll see, we'll evaluate CJ, see where he is, but no update at this time.
So this is the situation when Sean and I were on air. We were with Cal and Hannah, and we had just finished with them. And we just started talking to him a little bit about it after the interview, and all of a sudden we quick realized everything had gone silent over on the practice, because the practice field was on the second practice field far away from us, and everybody was just kind of standing around. So we knew somebody was injured. Got over. I talked to Vandermeer first, and I talked to a couple people, and it sounded like C.J. Gardner-Johnson had bumped into John Mechie, or they had bumped into each other. It didn't sound like it was a horrific collision or anything like that, but that he went down, and it was obviously very concerning because everybody was quiet, everybody was huddled around. They had DeMeco called everybody up, in a huddle after C.J. Gardner-Johnson had been carted off the field, like genuinely carted off the field, not riding in a golf cart like a lot of guys do, and then they resumed practice. So my first thought was when I got over there, you fear it's a spinal thing or something, but it was very clearly a leg injury of some sort. I know a lot of you have seen reports that it was an Achilles or it was a torn ACL. Two things happened there yesterday. One, there were just some completely bogus accounts reporting that it was an Achilles, and those went viral for whatever reason. And then there was another report that it was a torn ACL, and that was quickly clarified or rectified by others in the media, saying that it's not. I don't know who initially reported that it's not an ACL, but we just don't know. We don't know right now exactly how bad it is, and because of that, we don't know whether going out and getting Justin Simmons or somebody else is the appropriate move at this time.
Yeah, and to be fair to Aaron Wilson, because that's the one who reported the torn ACL, he did retract, go back. So, there were others who clarified that report. And these things are, it's really tough to get these things. That's why I joked about it earlier. Like, hey, torn ACL, not torn ACL, very different. As hard as it is, those two are very different. But he did go back, and it looks like the record is pretty clear on what it's not. We don't know what it is, but we know what it's not.
I saw some people say, hey, are the Texans operating like the Astros with their medical stuff now? No, the Texans didn't do a damn thing wrong here. There was bad reporting or mistakes in reporting.
Yeah, confusion.
Sprinkled in with some bogus X accounts as well.
Yeah. So, look, the good news, though, is, we know it's not, but there is still room for disappointment.
Right.
Yeah,
there's plenty of other injuries that aren't ACLs that can Isaac Paredes see away.
Yeah. So that part is tough, but we're wishing the best. Obviously, that complicates the second. This whole idea. We heard Kalen Bullock earlier in training camp saying that, I think this could be the best secondary in football. This kind of complicates it a little bit, I think, but
right.
they still got some guys.
If you think about it, last year they had a really good secondary, but they had some the one glitch was that they allowed too many big plays for what you expect out of an elite defense. And, that's all 11 guys got to be better at preventing some of those. But they did it with two rookies and Eric Murray and MJ Stewart. Eric Murray's gone. MJ Stewart is there. But it's not like one position player being gone for however long he might be gone for. It's not like that all of a sudden turns the Texans into a bad defense, but it does. It's exciting and good part of your defense. I'm not saying it's nothing, but it does. It's not a season ender for the season and for the defense in total.
Yeah, for sure. I thought this is an awkward way to say it, but I thought it was out of all of the significant injuries that they could suffer, out of those, it was probably one of the ones that they could most afford. Right.
The core of your defense, yeah, it's a really good point. As far as your two cornerbacks and your two defensive ends, those guys are really the engine that drive how great this defense is. So far, so good. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. Throw some salt over my shoulder.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so Nick Chubb has not practiced, or at least has not participated in practice since Tuesday. He was not seen out there during Wednesday's walkthrough, but was spotted at yesterday's practice. So naturally, people are asking about Nick Chubb. What's the status? What exactly is going on? Not a whole lot from DeMeco Ryans, but this is what he had to say.
Oh, Nick will be fine. Nick will be back with us pretty soon.
All right. Good talk.
There you go.
Thanks, DeMeco. Appreciate it.
Hey,
appreciate that.
Christian Harris and Dameon Pierce look to be on the right track. I didn't expect to see them yesterday. I think I initially did expect, then Sean and I had a conversation after the show where they've been taking it really slow with Christian Harris. So he was out there for a walkthrough, which sounds like no big deal, except that it's a step in the progression for a guy that I think they're trying to be very, very careful with. And he had a mysterious calf injury last year, had setbacks with it. The next step for him would probably be a no pads practice, and then after that you move on to pad in the joint practice with the Panthers on Thursday. I'm not banking too much on that, but so far so good with that. Agumbawale and Woody Marks got a good amount of reps with the ones yesterday, and Agumbawale, I think they just love Agumbawale because they can ask him to do anything, and he's going to give you a serviceable job of it. It's not your ideal. You don't want him necessarily out there as your starting back all season long or anything, but that's what was getting a lot of the reps yesterday in the absence of those other guys.
Yeah, no, I love the value that Dare Agumbawale provides in terms of his special teams ability, and in a pinch, like you mentioned, as a depth piece, he can run the rock for you a little bit as well. But you tell me, is it premature for me to be worried about this running back position? Like I've thought that the numbers game, Sean has talked about this too, especially once they signed Nick Chubb. I thought the numbers game that they had at running back was fascinating to me, or at least just the way Chubb just the possibility of him kind of changes the numbers game. But now, as the guys are like in and out of health, if you will, and I know that Dameon Pierce is back now and seems like he's on the right track, I don't know what to make of this running back group. Like I'm a little bit concerned about it.
And it extends even further than just the running backs, because when you get to the fullback position with British Brooks and Jakob Johnson, who's I think he's now listed as a tight end on the depth chart, it extends into the tight ends room. And the hard part of it, a huge factor, and then it's really hard to okay, let me tell you exactly who Frank Ross feels good about in the special teams group and what they provide. That's where I think Frank Ross ultimately ends up probably being the key decision maker for a lot of these position battles at the back end. Agumbawale, Jakob Johnson, British Brooks, those guys are. It's whatever they provide on special teams, and if Frank Ross has to make a decision on a couple of them.
One more from DeMeco Ryans, asked about starters or playing time in this first preseason game against the Minnesota Vikings. This was DeMeco Ryans talking about guys that are going to be on sort of different timelines and different workloads in this game.
We'll have a handful of guys who won't see action in the game. It'll be a mix. Everybody's kind of on their own plan, but we'll have a handful of guys who won't see time at all. Then we'll have a certain group of guys who are limited. So it's just a lot of different guys in different categories there, but you'll see most of our young guys playing versus the Vikings.
Yeah, Seth, I always want to see guys play, just the fan in me, and especially like when you haven't had football in a long time. Like I'm always going to lean toward wanting guys to play, but I understand this one. Like it makes sense. This makes sense.
And especially the joint practices, I think, matter to a lot more coaches these days. So this joint practice with Carolina, you're able to get CJ way more reps with the ones against different guys, different competition, and without the risk of injury. It's not nearly as great. So, and you can also, the great thing is you can put them in specific situations. You know, a quarterback might play an entire first half, and not get any. They could score 3 touchdowns, but not get any red zone snaps because they're all deep shots or something. So you get more of a look of guys in critical situations than you do in a preseason game without the risk of injury, without as much of a risk of injury.
The Astros are back in action tonight on Apple TV. They got the Yankees at Yankee Stadium. Hunter Brown on the mound. Wanted to mention that before we got out of headlines. Those are your headlines for today. But coming up next, Seth Payne talked to his old teammate DeMeco Ryans for about 20 minutes yesterday. We're going to hear that conversation next.
Will the Texans starters play in to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans did a number real accessible out there. Did some sit downs, real accessible out there in West Virginia while the Texans were at the Greenbrier. And Seth, you were among them, among the guys to get a sit down interview with your former teammate DeMeco Ryans. You want to tell us about it?
I had him on yesterday, and it ended up being a really good conversation about some of the things he does from a leadership standpoint and how he likes to interact with his players. But because of a lot of our listeners have, wanted me to do this for a long time, I've told the story before about when I was a crusty old veteran and I kind of tore into DeMeco Ryans when he was a rookie out there in training camp 19 years ago. So that's actually what we started off with. And I left the initial part of the interview in here where I wanted everybody to hear me with DeMeco and him seeing how much I struggle still with my job as an actual broadcaster, for which I am not trained. So here's me from the instant I hit the record button. Hitting record is like the biggest challenge that I didn't go to communication school. I bet they probably spent like a semester on it.
Oh, man. I know you figured it out, man.
Yeah, eventually.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I'm pissed at myself. I get nervous around head football coaches.
Come on, man.
I get
Not
nervous.
me.
I don't care how friendly. Kubiak, the friendliest guy in the world, but like it's a head coach talking to you.
Oh, come on.
It's a head coach. Yeah. I was, Sean and I were talking. I've told Sean this to remember this at all, but it's a funny story, and I kind of tell it as a way to give people my first impression of you.
Yeah.
And it was in training camp in 2006. You're a rookie. I'm a 10-year vet. It's the first day that you're in with the starters. And I was kind of crusty and old school. And I'm like, hey, rookies. So I don't know, he's starting already. And you got into the huddle. We were doing like a red zone drill or something.
Yeah.
And you were having a hard time getting the call out. Mm-hmm. And Richard Smith is yelling at us and everything.
Yeah.
And I said, get that freaking call out.
Yeah.
And you looked at me, and I swear it kind of like, you had a calming presence on me, like a Beastmaster or something. Do you remember that?
I do remember that. I tell people that, like, when I was a rookie, I do remember when you were in the huddle, frustrated and grumpy.
Yeah.
Like, hey, rookie, make sure I get the call.
Yeah.
That was the main thing, but you needed that. I needed that as a rookie, right? And I think a lot of guys, this is what the game kind of misses now, right? You don't have as many 10-year vets who – from playing with you and other vets who were on the team, it made me realize really quickly as a young player, like, hey, this is important. Like, these guys have families, have kids. Like, this is how I feed my family.
This is business.
This is business. And it just, man, this is real. And I can't mess around. So that really forced me to make sure I was really dialed in on communication, really sent me down a path to make sure I know what everybody had on the field, make sure I knew all the calls and checks so I never messed up.
Oh, I feel better. I felt bad about that for like 20 years now. Okay, good. Good. Well, the other side of that, too, is you went on, you had a great rookie year, and I was injured that year, so I was kind of watching from afar. And I got released in the offseason, and I had to come back to Houston a couple weeks later. And you were the first person I saw when I parked out. I had to park in the staff lot instead of the player lot, and it's kind of tough. You're walking in there, and you just and you came out, and you were the first person I came across. And honestly, I felt like you came out, and I felt you like you were excited to see me and talk to me, and you were listening to me. I was like, this is a full-grown man now. But like that meant a lot to me. Honestly, it was like that was like the first time in my life I'd been cut, and you're going through all this stuff, and it was just really cool to watch you that year transform the way you did. And, because Kylie Wong was on the team, and he was trying to come back from an injury, and, he had been the guy that was sideline to sideline all the time, and you kind of took his place. But Kylie was a huge fan of yours. So, like that, it's been, it's however many years ago what that was now, 19 years ago. It's been
a few.
Yeah.
But that shaped me. Like being in at that season of the NFL, when you have more veteran guys, like that really shaped me, and it's helped shape my leadership kind of style. Like that's how you do it. Like and you take it serious. That's what I felt that it was more serious.
Really,
now.
you just like that's the difference you
that's
felt
the difference,
was like it's not
now.
college kids.
Yes.
Yeah. What's so I mean so that you have that year, and you know like. Okay, we're talking about when you're a rookie in the NFL, is like, oh, guys are getting cut.
Yes.
And they're getting cut during the season. And I was wondering about that with you because it's one of the things that happens when you're a head coach all of a sudden. And you've been involved in decisions where maybe guys got cut before, but you're not the one delivering the news.
Correct.
So, like, what's your approach when you have to do that and you got to cut a lot of guys?
Yeah, really, when I was a young player, it really shocked me because I see all these vets who are practicing hard in training camp. Like I said, it means a lot to them. And to see vets who I'm thinking they're going to make the team and they get cut, it was just like, I can't believe they cut.
Yeah.
And so, and it happened again, like my second year. And it's like, man, is this to be expected year after year after year? So, and it was hard for me to take as a young player, but I kind of grew. I guess you don't want it's hard to, but you just grow accustomed to like, man, this is just the business of the game where guys are going to be let go. That doesn't mean that you're still not close with guys or you can't be friends with guys, but you get to see guys on other teams. You get to have more friends around the NFL. And now sitting in the seat as a coach and having to deliver that message is so hard on me.
Yeah.
Like it's so hard because you're telling this player no. But the more and more I've done it, the more I've grown comfortable with it, not because of me, but because of the players and how they receive the news. Like every player that myself and Nick have talked to, they've been, one, very gracious of being here in Houston, thankful to everything that we do for the players. So it's like I relief because I'm thinking guys are going to take it extremely hard and they're going to be disappointed. But most guys take it fairly well. And the one thing that a lot of guys say, hey, what can I do better? Yeah. And that's your time to give them now some constructive
give them that plan to try to build them up a little bit. Yeah.
And so it's been great meeting with the guy. It's still heartbreaking. Nick's like, oh, we got to go downstairs.
Yeah.
You just go yourself.
I felt when Kubiak cut me, I felt like I needed to give him a pep talk because that was his first year, you know, and he'd already been through. That's his first offseason, going through some of the veteran offseason cuts and everything, and he was just he was so ready to be a head coach in a lot of ways because he'd been in the league forever, and I was really impressed with him and how he handled everything. But I remember there was one day where he came in the team meeting where it was like I thought it was the perfect illustration of how no matter how ready you think you are for it, you're not ready for it because he went off on something about like, and I'm tired of the agents calling and getting the calls and whatever this. And have you had that moment where you realize like, oh, okay, I was prepared, but I wasn't quite prepared for this? Like one particular thing?
I'm trying to think here. It's so many different things that you think you're prepared to just coach ball. Yeah. Right? Because you spend time as a coordinator, position coach, just focusing on football. I think it's just when things get thrown in your lap, like having to handle the cuts, having to just handle scheduling and different things, adjusting.
It's just like all of it, like the enormity of it.
Yeah, it's a heavyweight thing, and it's never the same. Every day is different, so there is some beauty in that because it's not monotonous, but it also wears on you from a standpoint you never know what to expect when you go in. Yeah. But I haven't had a moment hit me too hard.
You're pretty good at taking stuff kind of. You understand that when there's a challenge, you just got to work through it.
I try my best to. Just work through it, and I think the one thing I try to treat everybody with respect, treat people how I want to be treated, and that's helped me a lot.
Do you have anybody? We were talking to Mike D'Antoni today. He claims he's retired, but he was talking about just being, a lot of times coaches don't have. Players got sports psychologists and sports staff and everything. Yeah. Head coaches don't necessarily have like that mentor or that person that they can talk to about stuff. Do you have any older coaches that you still kind of draw from?
I do, man. Actually, my former linebacker coach, Johnny Holland, he's here in Houston with us when we played. Like Johnny is just
I love him, and I didn't spend that much time around him. I loved him. Yeah.
So he's the guy for me who I can talk to. It doesn't matter. We're on different teams. He's still coaching, but feels like that big brother to me. No matter what's going on, our families are close. He's just such a great friend who's always going to shoot it straight to me.
You seem, you've talked about it, about finding different approaches for different players. You can't have the same necessarily leadership style for everybody. So, and you've worked up until this point, these last couple of years, mostly with defensive players. Yeah. Has there been a challenge in, working with a young quarterback, or have you learned challenges that I got to help this guy talk through that maybe I haven't done before?
No, it's whenever you're working with players, for me, man, the same with CJ, it's just about building relationships. Yeah. Like when I was in San Francisco, I felt like the linebackers that I was coaching, like I had a great relationship with those guys. Mm-hmm. So I was able to coach them hard. I was able to, give them bad news and good. And they received it because they knew it came from my heart, right? And I wasn't too hard on them, unless Aziz said something different.
Aziz.
But with CJ, it's been the same. Like, no matter where guys are offense, it's just, man, I just wanted to let them know that I truly care about them and develop a relationship. Mm-hmm. And then whatever coaching point I may have, it's easier to receive it because they know where it's coming from.
That's what I love, honestly. I love when Aziz talks about button heads with you, because I think there's times where I think people have their vision in their head of the movie version of a football coach or whatever their high school football coach was, and that they think that to be a tough football coach, you got to be somebody that's screaming at them and insulting them all the time. And it really, Aziz, when he talks about him button heads with you, it's a perfect illustration of, no, the toughest football coach is the one that holds you to a high standard.
That's it.
And the attention to detail, because it's 3 inches to the left, and 3 inches to the right, and you're like, why will DeMeco not shut up about like that's the stuff I think that people might not realize that players want and need, but that's the toughest coaching you get. It's just the standard you're held to.
It is. I have a very high standard for these guys. I'm going to put one there for them them to reach, and even if it's a good play, I'm not always celebrating the outcome of the play. Mm-hmm. Hey, and I do it the right way, but hey, man, what if you were 2 steps to the left, right? What if your eyes were exactly where they're supposed to be on this play? Like, just making sure they go back to their process, being deliberate, the small little minute details, because in big games, as you know, it's not the wild plays. Yeah. It's who can be consistent, who can not screw it up the most, and those are the teams we're going to win.
Well, I talked to you about this last year. I love your pro grow tapes. Yeah. Because I think, honestly, and you talk to a lot of guys that played in the league, and there's times where you just feel like, I feel like I got to improve at everything, and I don't know exactly what they even think about me or what I need to improve on, and it feels like these guys have a pretty good plan set out for them about, okay, just this digestible amount of things. I got to fix these work on these 1 or 2 things.
Yeah, it's one thing. And what we do during training camp, like that's the pro grow tapes we do in the off season and OTA. So when guys come in, it's one-on-one meetings with your coaches. You go through that pro grow tape, give you a couple things. But when we come back in training camp, what I've done is I asked our offense, defensive coaches, every day of camp, I want one guy from your position, and I want you to write down one thing that he's working on that day. Yeah. And we're going to list it. We're going to put it up in front of the team so everybody knows, hey, CJ Stroud, progression. Yeah. Or Aziz Al-Shaair, hey, wrapping up. Yeah. Like, it's one thing. You pick one player from your position. Different players on there, different one thing for them to improve upon. Yeah. And we also do it.
And your teammates know about it.
Your teammates know, so your teammates can check you. Yeah. Like, hey, Seth, you were supposed to work on your first step.
Right, yeah.
Like, are you on it today?
And that's where, that's the players themselves are such valuable resources for that, right? Because a defensive tackle working next to another defensive tackle, and you know that guy's working, he's supposed to be working on his get-off. Right. I'm going to remind him, like, hey, man, let's get your get-off.
It's more powerful, always, when it comes from your teammates. Yeah. It's like we talked about you saying something about the communication. That meant more to me than it's like, oh, a coach is getting on me about the communication. Well, no, my teammate needs it. I'm going to make sure I got it down, right? Yeah. I read The Energy Bus because I had read in an article that was on your shelf. Yeah. And I think the big one I took away from that, you read, it's like it's a good book for kids, I think, because it's or young men, because a lot of guys aren't readers, but it's a kind of like parables almost. Right. But the concept of energy vampires and not being an energy vampire, like is that still something you talk about? I heard it from players
early last year, but I don't think I've heard it again. Yeah. Is it because you don't have any energy vampires?
I got rid of all the energy.
You got rid of the
They can't get on my bus. So no, it's definitely plays a part into like who we want on the team.
Yeah.
Like it's guys with good character, good energy, good vibe, and you do that throughout the draft process. For me, is like talking to their teammates or their coaches to see how our guy. We watch the tape. We get the tape.
Yeah.
Well, how are these guys around the locker room, around the building with the academic staff? And this is a real dude or not.
Yeah.
So if it's a guy, I got mixed reports on him, and he's next.
Really? Yeah. You don't have time
for it because I know I'm going to be pushing guys. I know I'm going to set a high standard for them, and they have to be able to have their resilience and have a great attitude to be able to handle it. Mm-hmm. So we're going to make sure we get the right guys in there. Nick has done a great job of just both of us teaming up and making sure we find the right guys.
The right guys, yeah. And I think for you and Nick, it seems like you guys have formed a real good understanding of, hey, whatever, because there's no one way to do it, but there's your way to do it and what's going to work for you. And you seem to have been able to identify some of these guys in the draft because honestly, DeMeco, I'd love to be a grumpy old man about kids these days and everything. I come out here and watch, and I talked to Kamari Lassiter the other day. I'm like, these guys are more mature and professional than I think most guys were, like when I was a young guy.
They are.
Like they just approach it differently.
Yeah, they are approaching it, and I think the college space has helped them when it comes to, like, now these guys are getting NIL, they're getting money, like they've seen a big paycheck before.
Yeah.
So it's not surprising to them. So they had to figure out how to manage money, how to manage a team of people who are helping them. They had to figure that out fairly early. Mm-hmm. So coming here, it's just that next step of it. So they're prepared, they're ready for the moment, and the league isn't too big for them. It's not overwhelming when they get their first paycheck because these guys have seen numbers like that before.
CJ Gardner has something about how the first couple of years he was in the league, it was almost like he was living what he thought the movie version of a football player is, and you got to break all those preconceptions and everything about what it's like. Yeah. And it's cool to see like just some of these young guys like Kamari. I talked to him a little bit about something I had heard Fred Warner say that you taught him about how everybody's running the same thing. It's just they're getting to it different ways. Yeah. And is that part of the challenge in just kind of coaching something is just simplifying it and saying like, look, no, this is what you need to worry about. Don't worry, we won't hear the helicopter.
You won't hear it? Okay.
Yeah. That's high quality equipment right there.
Big time. I truly believe in making football as simple as possible for them. Like, I've been on defenses where you try to run 50 different calls and you're not good at any of them. Yeah. So people are like, oh, you run this scheme and this coverage. Yeah, we run this coverage, but it's going to be very detailed. And every little detail that we can even think about, like, it's going to be dialed in. And our guys are going to know that detail. And then once we get that defense down, then we go to the next one. And we're going to dissect that thing and make sure everybody knows all the ins and outs. And so now when you line up, we've gotten so many reps at what we do. Now we can mix and match. We can do different things. It looks more complex than it is, but it's
the illusion of complexity.
That's what it's all about, right? But I still want our guys to go out and be able to play fast. I don't want Kamari. I don't want Will thinking. I want them to be able to play as fast as possible. And we do that by myself keeping it as simple as possible.
There was one article I was reading about kind of where things have moved with sports psychology. And it was one of these things, I fought it at first because I got the movie version of football in my head. But the concept of when you're trying to improve a skill or get a guy better at something, it's a lot more effective to just show them an example of somebody else doing it right or they themselves doing it right than it is to show them the mistake. Because then you're just strengthening the mistake. And I know when you first got here, you're showing these guys a whole bunch of 49ers tape, right? Yeah. Are you able to now show them a lot of Texans tape when you're doing that?
We got rid of the 49ers tape.
Did you guys bury it?
We got it. We didn't bury it. It's still in the archives, just in case. We have to pull them an example. But for the most part, it's just showing guys how it's done. But for me, I always believe in positive reinforcement. It's not, hey, don't back up, don't do this, don't. Hey, just one step this way. Hey, just make sure you put your eyes on the back this time. hey, make sure you see that, and it's just all about the positive reinforcement. What do I need to do? Don't tell me what I do. Tell me what don't to do.
Because immediately in the player's mind, he's thinking about he's getting mental reps on doing it the wrong way.
Exactly.
Gary Moeller, we had a defensive coordinator, Gary Moeller. He'd been the head coach at Michigan for a long time. He was big on that. He would say, you can't visualize a negative. So if you say don't fumble the football, immediately you're thinking about So it's hold on to the football.
Yes.
Did you read any books this last month?
I'm working on it, and you're gonna ask me the title.
It's a Morgan Hensel one, probably.
What's the name of it?
Is it like Psychology of Money or something like that?
No.
I've read like 4 books by that Nick. Nick
just gave me one. Oh man. Something about everything is the same. I got to figure out the title.
It is. I think of the name. What's the name of the author, Omar? It's,
everything is the same. It's not.
The same as ever?
Same as ever.
It is good.
It's good.
I read it when Nick sent it to me last year.
Same as ever. So that's the one I'm working on now.
It's circumstances change and everything, but some things are true, and some people always operate the same way in certain circumstances. I read Belichick's book this summer.
How was that?
It was good. It started off slow, and then he got into it. He got into his groove. I was listening to the audiobook.
Gotcha.
In the first couple chapters, I'm like, this is Belichick, like press conference Belichick. This is going to be a long one. And then he got rolling. I thought the one, and I told Nick this, I like to read biographies or autobiographies of people and pick out the advice that people definitely aren't going to follow because it's hard. And he said the 4 most important words for a leader to know are, I effed that up. And that taking accountability and just showing everybody that, hey, when you make a mistake, I'm taking accountability for it, and it doesn't mean it's acceptable. I'm going to fix it, but the leader's got to really admit, which I feel like for young coaches, that's tough. That's tough when you're not established. Like I'm guessing Belichick said that more as he got older than maybe when he was younger.
I just believe that, like, just as a father, right? I believe in admitting, owning up to the mistakes, and letting people know you're just human.
Yeah.
Like, I may have the title of dad, but hey, dad messes up too. Hey, I could have said that different to you. Like, I'm sorry. Hey guys, I screwed that up in this. I shouldn't have did it that way if I had to do it. Now I'm going back and I'm trying to work on it and fixing it. But I think I believe in doing that. And guys see that I'm human. I'm not the, informative head coach who never makes a mistake and will always say things perfectly in the meetings. And it's like, no, I'm just like you. We're all the same. We're going to make mistakes. I'm going to let you know, and I'm going to try my best to correct it for the next time.
Yeah, it makes it a lot harder for the guy that wants to claim he didn't mess up on that play, right?
Exactly.
I'm not going to keep you got actual football stuff to handle. I feel so good that you took something from me dressing you down.
Yeah, I did. Appreciate you, man.
Yo, I gotta say, that's Seth Payne with his former teammate DeMeco Ryans. I gotta say, I for one appreciated the fact that we got these 2 football guys, former players, former teammates with the Texans, that didn't get all in the weeds about football. Y'all had a genuine conversation about life, professionalism, and kind of y'all's experience together, where y'all are at now, or how things are now. Like that was a really good conversation, man. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I had fun talking to him, and I think that's a side of DeMeco that the more and more we see him as a head football coach, you don't necessarily get to see. It's weird because he's, as a human being, I think he's one of my favorite football coaches of all time or anything else. But as a football coach and standing up at the podium, he's got to give you a certain amount of coach speak. And I think that he did a sit down with Jonathan Alexander as well that I haven't watched yet, but I'm guessing is really good. That there's a sense about this team, and I know that when I say this, I realize they haven't actually accomplished anything of note yet. But there's a vibe about the team, the defense especially. But there's a way that they operate that isn't normal, and I'm saying that in a good way. That it's hard to find in professional football this many guys that seem to be about the team and to really care about doing things the right way. There's some teams in the league where the best players are also the biggest jerks on the team, and I think that DeMeco and Nick have done a really good job of the best players on this team being guys that really care about their teammates and also go about their business the right way and aren't just sliding by on natural talent. And it's cool in West Virginia, it was cool to watch and see because you get more of it's a more intimate environment. You're up close, you can hear everybody talking, you can see the way they operate. And it gets me really excited about it. Yes, they have to actually go out and get to a conference championship game. They've got to win a Super Bowl at some point. But there's so many places that are in so much worse a spot in terms of coach and general manager right now. And the kind of undefinable traits about a lot of the guys on this team and on the staff, I can just tell you, it's the NFL. I've watched the NFL for a long time, and I don't know if I was ever there's very few cultures that operate the way the Texans right now operate.
So what really stood out to me, and I'm curious to get your thoughts on it as somebody that has been in the NFL, like I don't know how common it is to not only have specific things that you're working on in practice. I imagine that part is very common, working on specific things, but to know individually what everybody else is working on, or to know what your teammates are working on, and so you're holding yourself accountable, you're holding your teammates accountable for what they're working on. And like this whole iron sharpens iron thing is not like just a slogan, just a t-shirt. I know it's biblical, so it's not just a biblical concept, a t-shirt concept, a catchphrase, but they're actually sharpening each other in this kind of way. Like I thought that stood out. I don't know how common that is, or if that's something that everybody does, but it does seem very intentional on the part of DeMeco.
It is. I think, and as alluded to when I was talking to DeMeco, there are a lot of guys in the NFL that just feel like, honestly, they want more feedback about exactly what do I need to improve. Because you get judged on a play-by-play basis, and sometimes there's not really a curriculum to follow for your development as a player, and you just end up feeling like I've got 900 things I want to get better at, and I got to get better at them all the time. And the coach is I'm trying to work on this, but then the coach is screaming at me about that. And I think DeMeco, because he played and understands the challenge that players have, but then also as a player, like he talked about, you learn things from the veterans that you didn't learn from the coaches. So he sees that side of it. And there's lots of former players who aren't good coaches, but DeMeco is taking all that experience that he learned as a player in a way that some coaches don't, and kind of transformed into the way he coaches, where he almost makes it systematic. That, okay, look, I got a lot of really good advice from veterans when I was a younger player. How do I make sure that that's the normal thing and that that's the standard? And that when Will Anderson is working on something, Daniil Hunter knows exactly what Will Anderson is working on that day and can have conversations with him about it and can be a coach on the field. You've got 2 defensive line coaches to work with at this point in camp, 18, 19 guys. There's only so much the coaches can do. So you empower the players themselves to be coaches on the field, and it's not just some people talk about leadership very vaguely and say, we need better veteran leadership, and then they don't define it. I think DeMeco, he's got a framework where he defines what the player leadership and the veteran leadership looks like.
Well, so I've obviously heard the anecdote that y'all led the interview with, the story that you told from when you were a veteran and DeMeco was a rookie and was already starting, and you barking at him at a practice. And look, I was not expecting him. I think this is a perfect antidote to what you're talking about. I was not expecting him to remember that moment as fondly as it seemed like he did. Like, the fact that the idea of teammates and other players holding each other accountable just as much, if not more so, and it being even more effective than it is when the coaches do it. Just kind of feeling more so accountable to the teammate, and for him to talk about how that season shaped him, how he did not forget that moment, and instead of like being sensitive about it or cratering in the moment, like, oh, this veteran who's older than me is being mean to me, and like instead of taking it that way, it's like, oh damn, this is really important. My role in this is really important, and he even said like, that to me showed how seriously my teammates took it, and all the more so meant that I needed to be dialed in. Like that is the perfect attitude to take towards a moment like that. Like, who knows? Like, we weren't there. You might have been being a jerk. Maybe you were out of line. Who knows? But it didn't really matter. For DeMeco, it was, hey, this matters to my teammate.
Yeah.
And I'm still here trying to prove myself. I need to be dialed in because I'm playing for the guy next to me.
Well, this is the whole thing. I tore into many rookies in my day. I
bet you did.
So when I said I felt bad about it for 19 years, it has nothing to do with the fact that I tore into a rookie that needed to be torn into. Like on that moment, like in the rest of the conversation, we're talking about coaching in a positive manner and everything.
Yeah.
The stuff that happens on the football field and in the moment or on the sideline, that's a different scenario. There's a level of urgency there. The reason I felt bad about it was because in that moment when I tore into DeMeco, I didn't know what a great kid he actually was at that point.
You didn't know you didn't know he was special.
Yeah. And so I didn't know he was wired the way he was, to where like this is the guy that of all the rookies to tear into, he needed it the least. But so it was almost something that over time I was like, man, that kid, boy, I wish I'd been a little gentler with him, because I could have talked to him on the sideline and he was going to get the message. I could have and that would have been the ideal way to handle it. But in the moment when things need to be done now, that's the way it goes. So that's me feeling bad about it was more the fact that he's like a Will Anderson type of guy where if you give him some advice, he's going to take it and you don't have to worry about it. But you're exactly right that DeMeco is just, because he is that person, he's not going to sit there and act like, disgruntled that somebody criticized him in the moment. He actually took the criticism and changed very quickly, or at least heightened his level of urgency.
I noticed, too, that, and it feels like this, so you tell me if you, and honestly, you're the one who mentioned him, so you tell me if you disagree with this, but it feels like every time we have a conversation about the Texans' culture, locker room, the standard that they're setting, the professionalism, setting the tone. Obviously, Will Anderson's name comes up a lot, but so does Kamari Lassiter's. And like you brought it up because I know you got to spend some time around Kamari Lassiter, but DeMeco's brought it up even before you can. Just talked about, kind of threw his name in there along with a Will Anderson as somebody like who to follow if you're trying to figure out how to be and how to ingratiate yourself into this Texans culture. These are the guys that embody that. I just think that that's really impressive for a guy that's only played a season and seemingly arrived that way. Not to discredit the culture that has been set, but to credit them for identifying a guy that seems to fit perfectly with what it is they're trying to do, both on the field and the message and the ethos that they're trying to have around the organization. Kamari Lassiter seems to be one of those guys.
Well, yeah, and Kamari, when I spoke with him, the thing that I was really impressed with is just that sometimes when you ask players, okay, what are you working on, or what do you think what are other teams focused on, do you think, after their season, off season of watching you? They don't want to go into the details of it, or maybe they don't necessarily even actually have a good answer about it. But I asked Kamari just, okay, so hey, you know that offenses have been watching you all offseason. What do you think that they're going to try to attack, or where they think your weakness is? And he just flat out said, "Oh, off the ball." I was, in college, I was on the ball playing press a lot, and I'm comfortable in that. But the off ball stuff, that's just something that he needs to continue to work at. And he gets you always worry about the guys who have promising rookie years. Okay, the offenses are going to watch them, the defenses are going to watch the offensive players, and they're going to try to exploit your weaknesses. That's where I feel even better about Kamari after hearing that answer, that he knows what guys are going to try to attack this year, and that's what he's been working on in the offseason.
So you didn't hold his feet to the fire on this, and I wouldn't have either. But I got to say I was kind of curious when y'all started talking about the energy vampires.
Oh, yeah.
And he said that got rid of all the energy vampires, that the energy vampires are gone now.
I should have said, yeah, which ones? Name the energy vampires you got rid of.
Names. Give me the names. Who are they? I want to know who they are, who they were. From
the comments on YouTube, a lot of people went straight to Laramie Tunsil on that.
Yeah.
For whatever it's worth, he was talking about the draft process in that moment.
Right.
So I don't think it's fair to link it to Laramie Tunsil or anybody others. I'm sure there are some veteran players that, they got rid of all those guys, but they also got rid of other guys for just whatever, normal football reasons or salary reasons or whatever else it might be.
Yeah. It could be a different reason why your energy. Maybe you just cost too damn much, and you're bringing down the energy of the room just because because of the sticker shock.
I don't like the energy of our cap space right now. Laramie's an energy vampire on the cap space.
Another thing that I really liked that both of you guys talk, and you kind of just hit on this a little bit too, is the coaching with positive reinforcement. One of the coaches that you cited, I forget the name, but you were talking about somebody. Gary Moeller, who said that you can't visualize a negative. Mm-hmm. That I think is like something that you can apply to not just football, but just in life in general, in leadership. Just period across the board on how maybe a better way and trying to have that, build that rapport with somebody when like you're always on their ass, but, kind of in a positive way. You're showing them what to do and not telling them what not to do. Right, there's some value in that.
Look, you could be the most cynical, grumpiest person in the world, but the fact of the matter is, if you just focus on the behavior you want, it eliminates a step in the process. It makes it a more efficient progress. If I say don't fumble the football, then in your mind you're getting a mental rep because immediately you visualize dropping a football, and then you got to tell yourself, okay, wait, no, so what do I have to do? Oh, I have to hold on to the football. Well, that's inefficient. So just let's cut to the chase. Hold on to the football. This is what we need you to do. Hold on to the football. Hold on to the football. Great, and then you start visualizing that, and that's what you're practicing. So even if you're just hardwired to be negative, you're being inefficient. So, and there's nothing negative people hate more than being inefficient. I can speak from experience. So just get rid of that step in the process and focus on the behavior that you want. And that's DeMeco's very much wired that way. And it also, and I'm glad I talked to him about it with Aziz Al-Shaair, like that dynamic. Aziz will talk about how him and DeMeco have butted heads. And it's not because DeMeco was screaming or insulting Aziz or anything. It's because DeMeco holds his players to a really, really high standard. And it doesn't matter if the coach is yelling or if he's doing it in a soft tone of voice. It's really frustrating sometimes when you got a coach that's just making you do. That's a tough football coach is. There's a lot of guys that fake toughness as football coaches because they think if they yell and swear and cuss a lot that now I'm being a tough coach. When in fact a lot of those guys are the laziest football coaches because they actually don't know how to coach the technique to get the behavior they want. So they just revert to just yelling and screaming and hoping that it works, which is lazy. So you always have to ask yourself, it's not like you're never going to lose your temper or anything, but you always have to ask yourself as a coach, if I'm flipping out over something right now, is it because I actually genuinely don't know how to teach and coach this properly? It's some kids are lazy and they need to be taught a hard lesson. Other kids are trying really, really hard, and instead of you giving them the tools to improve at the task, you're just making them feel worse than they already do because they really want to do it the right way. And all you're doing is berating them instead of actually telling them and teaching them how to do it the right way.
Couldn't agree more, man. It's good stuff. It's really good stuff. So you mentioned Aziz Al-Shaair. We're going to hear from him. He talked with Sean Pendergast exclusively. So we're going to hear from him in the 8 o'clock hour. We're also going to revisit that interview that we just heard with you and DeMeco Ryans in the 9 o'clock hour. So if you missed any of it, or if you want to tell somebody who might have missed it about it, let them know that they can find it in the 9 o'clock hour. We will revisit it. But for now, let's switch over to the Astros for a second. Does a healthy Yordan Alvarez put the Astros in this conversation? What conversation? We'll talk about that next.
Ready? Texans football. Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast. It's a travel day for Sean. Seth didn't take no travel day, man. We here in the building, holding it down, having a good time, and it's been real football heavy. Obviously, Friday, we had preseason game. We haven't even talked about those yet, Seth, because, like, whatever, right?
Well,
we had preseason action yesterday.
Anthony Richardson got hurt, and I saw reports it was a dislocated finger apparently, or some kind of finger injury. Which I saw a couple medical people accurately say, "Hey, this happens. It's not usually that big a deal." Right, but you know what also happens pretty regularly?
Anthony
Richardson leaving games because of an injury.
Dude, and you know what? He actually, I'll say this, he's lucky if it's just a finger issue, because it looked like he got ear hole. He was clearly hot, right? Like he was hot, and did not have a hot route or did not know it, or I don't know what broke down there, but he was hot and didn't know that he was about to get hit, man. So if it's just a finger and it ain't his actual ear hole, he got out pretty good on that.
That is a good point. Yeah, sometimes the concussion symptoms are delayed. Maybe it'll be that. But it's that combination of just he's injury prone to begin with. He doesn't really just understand how to run a football play, and there's not a chance in hell the Colts. Going into the season, even before he got injured yesterday, I think we're thinking like, oh yeah, we can rely on Anthony Richardson to throw more than 50% of his, complete more than 50% of his passes, and B, stay healthy the entire year.
Yeah, it's that I'd say that they easily have right now the worst quarterback situation in the division, like easily. Like I don't say what you want about Trevor Lawrence, you'd rather that than Cam Ward at least. Is new, like until he goes out there and sucks, and I think he's actually going to be pretty good, but until he gives you a reason to think that he's Anthony Richardson or whatever, name your bust quarterback, like that's something to be excited about. So
I'm nervous about Cam Ward the same way I was nervous about Anthony Richardson, which is in their rookie year especially, you never know, and even if a guy isn't a good quarterback long term, if they have the tools – and you don't know exactly how to attack them, as they're in a new scheme and they don't have tendencies yet, then yeah, they can on any given Sunday they can ruin your day, as Anthony Richardson did as a rookie. Cam Ward's a much better passer than Anthony Richardson was, but you still, even if you know with any rookie quarterback, you just flat out don't know how they're going to be. But Cam Ward has some tools with his improvisational ability, with his arm and his ability to make some crazy throws that on any given Sunday, Cam Ward makes me really nervous. Now, we'll worry about him in the long term after this season, but there are a lot of X factors there with him.
Yeah, there's basically a rookie on every team in the division that's going to intrigue me. From Cam Ward, obviously, with the Titans. I'm looking up at NFL Network right now, and they're showing some Travis Hunter B-roll or video in layman's terms. And Tyler Warren, the tight end. Am I getting his name right?
Tyler Warren.
Yeah, Tyler Warren, the tight end that's with the Colts and had a couple of moments yesterday, from what I understand. So like there is an intriguing rookie to watch for every team. A couple of years ago, I know Anthony Richardson was kind of the intriguing guy. That shine has worn off, man. It looks like that's a dude that, like you said, can't get a playoff, but also like just can't seem to stay on the field. Like to save his life, can't seem to stay on the field.
Well, and even last year when he came back after he'd been benched, partly for taking himself out of the game
and admitting to it to the world.
Yeah, on a 3rd and goal when they were trailing, that wasn't emphasized enough when people talked about that in the national media. That it was 3rd and goal as they were trailing in still what was still a close game.
And he said, "quote I had done a lot of running." That was a lot of running.
Right? Yeah. The previous play he had run for 0 yards, so you can see how he'd be tired after a play like that. I saw somebody last night say, "Wow, Tyler Warren could add 10% to add 10% to Anthony Richardson's completion rate." And my first thought in my mind was, ooh, is the league ready for a 59% completion rate quarterback? Oh,
stay woke. Stay woke.
He's still one of the worst quarterbacks in the league at a 59% completion rate.
Yeah. It's hell of a situation that they got going on over there. We'll see. Like I know Daniel Jones came in there and didn't exactly light the world on fire, but he did play faster. Did look like he could run a play, right? Like he did look like an actual functioning quarterback. I don't know how good he's going to be, but we shall see.
I'm nervous about Daniel Jones, just paid from Daniel Jones before. He's been the most extreme version of what the narrative becomes, because on draft day the narrative was, I can't believe the Giants drafted Daniel Jones that high, and then somewhere along the way he showed some promise and people were dunking on people for the fact that Daniel Jones actually is a good quarterback. he is going to be playing for Shane Steichen. You saw Shane Steichen give Gardner Minshew the best year he's had in his career, and I think Shane Steichen knows what he's doing. I am impressed by some of the things he's done with his quarterback. So after seeing Sam Darnold transform into a viable NFL quarterback, after watching Geno Smith become the best version of himself deep into his career, I'm never gonna completely count out anybody again. Sam Darnold, I was way off on Sam Darnold. I'm still not completely sold on Sam Darnold, but I didn't know that version of him existed, the one that he showed last year.
Dude, we've come a long way, man, because I can remember. I remember when Sam Darnold was in Carolina because they played the Texans that year, and you were not buying it, dude. Because, I think they were like 3-0, or like they were doing well up until that point.
Yeah.
And you were like, hell no. Nah. You're not gonna fool me with that. And then sure enough, you were right.
Yeah,
you were right.
Well, I was right that year.
At that point, you were right.
One of our listeners, I've conceded victory to him or defeat to him, whichever you concede. He was hammering this all summer long last year that I was being too blasé about Sam Darnold, and he was right. I was wrong. I was too blasé about Sam Darnold with the Vikings.
ESPN.com's Alden Gonzalez has a story up on the injured stars who could boost contenders down the stretch. Now, I think we know kind of the obvious one, right? Aside from, if we just put the pitchers aside, because we know they got like a roster of pitchers that are on the shelf, if there is an injured star, okay, I know Jeremy Pena had been out, but if there's an injured star who's been missing for the Astros that would sort of change their trajectory, we all know it to be Yordan Alvarez, right? Mm-hmm. So it's no surprise that Yordan Alvarez is the first name mentioned in this article, okay, as somebody that could boost a contender down the stretch. But there was he's got a sentence back that I didn't actually think as much about until I read him write this. So I read this actual sentence. He said that Alvarez back in the middle of the Astros lineup could put the Astros in the conversation for best team in the American League, if not all of baseball. Now, I sat back because I'm kind of with the Drive yesterday. I was listening to them yesterday, and Ron the show Hughley's like, man, I've kind of given up on the idea that Yordan might come back. Clint's not ready to give up. Tyler seems like he's ready to give up. I think I'm leaning toward where Tyler and Ron are. Of like, man, he's missed. I've lost count again. Hasn't played since early May. So I've lost track of how many games he's missed at this point. I'm not counting on him to come back. But when you frame it this way, Ryder did, that putting him back in the middle of the lineup, especially in what seems like a wide open Major League Baseball, even more so than most years, could put the Astros in the conversation for best team in the American League, if not all of baseball. That got my juices flowing a little bit. That got my juices, even if I'm not sure he comes back.
There's somebody on the outside, even if you don't agree with the take, perhaps it's almost it feels too easy and simple. That okay, wait a second, one guy, yes, his production would be great. I do think that the big thing that Yordan Alvarez provides, obviously, aside from all the conventional stuff of, hey, guys are getting on base, but we're leaving a lot of guys on base. His ability to knock those guys in, yes, 100%, that makes a big difference. But just the composition of the lineup in total, where you have so few lefties, even though you bring one in at the trade deadline, that makes it really easy for teams in a playoff series to just you don't have to worry. You can put your absolute best righties out there and not worry about if there's a lefty that you're not quite sure about, you just leave them out of the whole series. That changes dramatically, and I think the part of a pitcher having to address Framber, whether he's a righty or a lefty, but then especially because he's a lefty, it keeps pitchers that much more unsettled. And I think it does give you really a cumulative effect above and beyond just his individual production or his RBIs, that it could be a much bigger shot than maybe it feels like it should be on paper. As far as his actual hand, I've almost put him in a little mini Lance McCullers category, where Lance McCullers for years now, you know, he's coming back from an injury. All right, great. But like, oh, okay. And then we got another injury. We got a setback. So you almost just put him on a shelf and try not to think about him. I think that's what I've done with Yordan now.
It's like a luxury item.
Yeah, I kind of operate and look at this team in terms of the guys that they have available or who are definitely coming off the IL in the next couple of weeks. And I just hope that, hey, if Yordan shows up, then it's a bonus, but I can't depend on it.
Yeah. And even aside from the injury, Seth, honestly, like I think part of it for me in wanting to not invest too much into the idea that this could like save their season or be the thing that puts them over the top is that not only have we not seen Yordan in a long time, but we hadn't seen a good Yordan all of this year, right? Like leading up to the point of him being injured and being out, his slash line was not, it left a lot to be desired. It wasn't like quintessential or classic Yordan. Now, obviously, having him is better than not having him, and I still like believe him to be on par with the Aaron Judges and Shohei Ohtanis of the world when he's healthy, but clearly he wasn't healthy earlier this year, right? Like clearly his hand was broken when he was out there, and then he hasn't been out there since early May. So it's just hard to envision.
The two big ifs are there's no way that the production was his worst stretch of play.
Right.
That was the worst slump he's ever been in. So I guess the biggest, if he comes back, he's a guy that generally has come back pretty well when he's had injuries. It's not like it's going to take him a month and a half to get his timing back or anything. It's just, it feels so much like Kyle Tucker last year or Christian Harris last year. It's reached that stage of mystery injury, and there's just no possible way to put an actual timeline on it.
Brandon Scott here with Seth Payne. I'm rolling in for Sean Pendergast, who, speaking of which, talked to Texans starting linebacker Aziz Al-Shaair yesterday at Texans training camp. We heard from Aziz on the station earlier in training camp. Got to hear from him again at the Greenbrier through Sean Pendergast. We're going to hear some of that and react to it, talk a little bit about the linebackers, the Texans linebackers, that is. That's on the other side of Payne and Pendergast.
In the loop.
I don't want to.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast here with Seth Payne. And even though Sean is not here, we're going to give you a little taste of Sean Pendergast. He's on the ground doing some work, doing some pretty good work. All of you guys, I do want to do that real quick, like just to shout out everybody that was in West Virginia this past week. Yourself, Seth, obviously Sean, some of the folks that we follow. I don't want to start calling out everybody because I'm going to forget some.
Miss somebody.
I'm going to miss somebody in there, and since I know them all and they all have my phone number, I'm going to forget somebody, and then I'll get a text message, man, you didn't mention me. So I'm not going. I'm just going to mention the guys that's on this show, and then all the rest of y'all that was there, y'all know who y'all are, and we're following y'all. But a really good job, I thought, a really good week in West Virginia of content creation, content generation, journalism, all of that. I thought it was really good.
And I will actually, I'm glad you said that, because I'll kind of maybe make a list of everybody who was out there covering the team, because if you play from the scrimmages and everything, a lot of those guys do a really good job of that. So I'll just have that. I'll tweet that out or post that on X a little bit later. Yeah. But yeah, Sean especially. Sean had some really good interviews, and they did a good job of putting Sean. Sean's so naturally good with guys like Jalen Petrie when he remembers to turn the microphone on. Yeah.
And shout out to Figgy for helping Sean get right with his equipment, because that is part of the reason why this interview that you're about to hear from him and Aziz Al-Shaair, the reason why it sounds as good and as crisp as it does. So
yeah, Sean and I, that's the one thing we struggled with, and thank you to Yingling Flight for sending us there. And Sean basically organized the whole thing. But we are a couple of 50-year-old guys struggling to make it in the modern media environment where it's very much do-it-yourself with everything. Yeah. Sean and I had some nice little glitches this week with simple things like hitting record and being sure the video is still running.
Hey, look, sometimes you gotta. It's trial and error, right?
Yeah.
It's trial and error, and I think it's it's fine. I think the big thing is that you're trying. A lot of. The thing that I'll criticize is when the old guy gets old and just doesn't want to learn no new tricks and doesn't want to it's like he just wants to die. It's like, you still here, buddy. Yeah, so get with the times.
So I haven't listened to this yet. I'm excited to listen to this.
Yeah, so I am as well. So this is Sean Pendergast, and you could actually find this, I think, on our social media platforms. And by the way, make sure you're following this on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook, the old school social media platforms, if you will, as well. So you can find this in those places as well. But let's listen to this. This is Sean Pendergast in West Virginia at the Greenbrier. And I'd forgotten that Aziz is actually more familiar with the Greenbrier than maybe I realized. But here they are talking for about 8-9 minutes or so in West Virginia. Sean Pendergast and your starting linebacker for the Texans, Aziz Al-Shaair.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast. I'm out here with Texans linebacker Aziz Al-Shaair. Just got done with the last practice here at the Greenbrier. You're going to be sorry to see this Greenbrier go with this weather out here, I'm sure, Aziz, right?
Yeah, no question. I mean, this is my 4th time actually at the Greenbrier.
That's right. Niners made the trip here a few times.
3 times with San Francisco. So it brought back a couple good memories when I was young, 2019 and 2021 and 22. So, it was good, man. It's always good to come out here. It's in the middle of nowhere, but it's just like, it's all about football, all about bonding with the guys, and that's what we got to do.
I was going to say middle of nowhere kind of helps. That bonding with the guys thing, I think, feels like that's big. Your head coach is right over here. It feels like that's big with him, is making sure you guys got that camaraderie, right?
Yeah, 100%. I always say it's like when you're in a marriage. It's better to be communicating and constantly in good relationship with each other. Yeah. So when issues and stuff come up, because they're going to happen, that you can work through it together. But when nobody's communicating with each other, nobody's talking, and then something happens, and next thing you know, your wife is mad at you, or, you locked out the house. So we don't want no issues, man. So before we get into the heat of battle, get into the season, I just was that camaraderie so that when it's the heat of the moment, somebody say, I might start yelling at somebody, hey, I said line up left, not right.
Yeah.
It's not personal. You know, there's a actual connection there, so you don't take it personally.
Yeah. My wife's going to see this video, and she's wife number 2, so I know that very, very well. Yeah, I got that down. Aziz Al-Shaair joining me out here live at the Greenbrier. So the defense, you guys, not just here at the Greenbrier, but obviously back in Houston, it looks like you guys. It feels like you guys are in mid-season form out here. You guys are really, really playing well. How do you feel? I guess assess the performance of the defense so far, 13 practices in.
Yeah, man, it's been good. I think just steadily getting better, and that's what you want to see. Like, obviously, we know we're going to be physical. We know what our, what the whole mentality is. But still, at the same time, dialing in, and Meek talked about that, really all this week, all the coaches, just dialing in on the details. It's like, okay, now we're not. It's not the first couple of days. We took the training wheels off. All right, let's really dive into executing the details of our assignment and understanding the situations, just in the games. So we went through different situations throughout this week as well, just to have that football IQ up, because it's not going to just be line up, they're running inside zone, or hey, we're just going to run, back to the flat. Like, it's going to. As the season goes, concepts are going to change, and you just want guys to not only be physical but also football savvy, and that's what we're working on. What
are you? So that's what you're working on as a defense. For you personally, what are you looking to improve upon or work on the most in this camp?
Yeah, I think honestly just that same thing. Talking with Coach Billy, my linebacker coach, the biggest thing he told me is like, man, you've seen all the plays, 7 steps and all stuff. Now it's just trusting the technique and not getting so outside of myself, because there's times where you have that football savviness, that IQ, but also it's like, dang, man, you almost overthought what it was. So it's like, if you just focus on that one play and just play your technique, you would have made the play. But because you were guessing or whatever, thinking, oh, I saw this and I thought this, so just eliminating some of that, and just really just trusting myself and going to play ball.
We're about to have a helicopter land here in our interview, it feels like. So you were putting in some work out here after practice, which I'm sure is a regular thing for you, and including, it looked like you were working on some hand stuff here. Talk about that a little bit. Like, I know you guys are swarm and you want to get those turnovers. Is that something you look at that? Like, is that something you want to work on, make sure that those interceptions are coming this week?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think for me personally, one of the things I was definitely working on this offseason is just catching the ball, man. I think when I'm sitting there on a jug machine, it's easy to catch a ball when you see it running and coming straight to you.
Yeah.
I think the ones that was harder, especially for defensive players, is you're in coverage.
Yep.
The receiver knows he's getting the ball, but you have no clue.
Yeah.
So you have to turn around and react to the ball quick.
And that's what you were doing over here.
Exactly.
You were back to the passer, and you were doing the turnaround.
So just working on different ways of tracking the ball. Even I talked about going to Puerto Rico in the offseason with Sting and some of the other guys, and just learning from DBs, guys who have great ball skills, and we were just doing all different types of drills and stuff like that. So it really definitely something that I want to make sure, I dropped 3 interceptions last year. I want to make sure every time I get an opportunity, I catch them.
That was a great story. We shared that story at our show, by the way, when you're talking about going to Sting. Before, talk about that a little bit. You and Henry happened to wind up on the same island with them over in Hawaii. You're like, I'm going to this thing next year.
Literally, we were both, me and Henry both happened to be in Hawaii. Henry was there seeing his family. I was spending some time out there as well. And Sting was having, the Cover One camp out there.
Yep.
But they were just on the other side of the island. And me and Henry got together. We ended up being literally 5 minutes away from each other randomly. So we worked out the whole time together. And then we see the guys are there. We're like, bro, we got to make sure, we go next year. So that was a big thing that I wanted to make sure I did. And so I made sure I talked to Big Sting, and we made sure we got it.
Is that the mentality? I mean, you came into the league undrafted, right? Coming into the league. I mean, now here you are, you're attacking pass coverage, that kind of thing. Is that the mentality you've had since coming into the league undrafted, that you always have something to improve upon?
100%. It's so crazy because being in San Francisco, the guys that I played with, my vet was Quan Alexander and Malcolm Smith, and then my peers, Fred was a year older than me and Dre Greenlaw, but me and Dre coming in together and kind of that was my brother. Fred was the big older brother that was right there in the same age group with us. So the 3 of us specifically just always challenged each other every day to get better. And you would just see when you watch across the league and you get to meet up with other linebackers and you hear their habits or you hear things that they are or maybe aren't doing, you're just that's a little different from how we're used to doing things, because we always pushed each other to the highest standard. So me coming here, that's just all I knew. So, even with bringing that same mentality that DeMeco taught us and coming here and trying to give that same energy to the guys and constantly trying to pursue greatness and keep getting better because, like you said, every year you're going to have to improve on something. Eventually, the league's going to pass all of us by.
Yep.
But if you want to be a guy who consistently is in the league and not just in it, but actually doing it and at a high level, you have to be pushing the envelope to get better.
So 2019 was your first year, right?
Yes, sir.
2019 was your first year. So DeMeco was the linebackers coach at that time.
Coach, yes,
so you're an undrafted free agent. So you get to choose where you go.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, that's a benefit to that. How much did you know about DeMeco Ryans before you chose to go to San Francisco?
Yeah, I knew about DeMeco because my family was Philadelphia Eagles fans.
Okay.
So I watched him when he was in Philly.
Yeah.
But as far as really the determining factor that made me go out there was Chris Kiffin, who was the D-line assistant coach out there, and he was my defensive coordinator at FAU.
Okay.
So he was.
So was Lane Kiffin your head coach at FAU? Okay, there you go.
I was just funny because him and John Lynch, and made a bet, and they said, "Listen, Chris bet him $1,000 that I'd make the team if I signed there," and John bet him that I wouldn't make it. So I never forget. All the time, John, whenever we see each other, he always brings that up. He's like, "Man, I'm so proud of you, man. I still owe Chris $1,000 for that bet." It's the funniest thing.
I thought you were going to say John owe John $1,000.
No, John owes Chris $1,000, man. Hey, Chris, make sure you still collect. I don't think he ever paid that money. But no, I mean, it was one of those things where it was like, Chris was banging on the table for me, and everybody will tell you, he believed in me to go there. And when I get there, I 5 months post ACL, didn't do none of OTAs. Quan Alexander, who I just talked about, was a vet, my vet, and still a big brother to me, same time as well. And so I remember the first day of training camp, Quan, we're both getting back at the same time. So I'm like, we're just easing in. Quan is obviously a starter. He just signed a $50 million contract. We had 10 linebackers. I remember I was literally the 10th linebacker on the depth chart. So you got Mike Samwell, and then you. At the bottom.
Yeah.
I'm just sitting there like, I don't know how. I don't know how it's going to happen. I don't know what I got to do.
Yeah.
I'm just going to work every day, and that's what I did.
And you made the team.
Yes, sir.
Did you feel like when it was coming down to cut down time back then that you were going to make the team, or were you surprised? Do you remember what your emotions were that day?
Honestly, I always believed in myself.
Yeah.
But you just never know. It's the NFL, and I'm a rookie, so I wasn't going to act like I knew everything or anything like that. And I remember DeMeco, when we had the team party, him and Coach Salo were like, "Man, we knew you made the team after the second preseason game." But, you just never know, so we didn't want to tell you. I'm like, well, damn, I wish you would have said something. I was freaking out, so I was grateful for sure. The thing is, what you realize is they don't tell you made the team. They just tell you if you didn't. So when you don't hear nothing, you just look around like
you're just hoping to not get a phone call that day, right? Yeah, that's great. All right, hey, before we wrap up, how excited are you to I don't know who's going to play on Saturday, against Minnesota, if the ones are going to play or whatever, but how excited are you at some point to just go smack somebody in another uniform?
Man, it's just exciting. I mean, we had a great couple practices out here, and you see it gets chippy back and forth, and guys are competing at a high level, but you definitely look forward to playing against somebody else that's not your teammate, so that you don't have to be so let me make sure I don't hit him and he falls on the ground.
No more thud. We get to drag guys
So I think it's funny because even me today, there was a play where I was running and I hit the running back. Hit him, could have wrapped him up, but my mama, if I wrap him up, he might have fell. Yeah. And Meek's like, "Hey, man, work your wrap. And I'm just like, "Yes, sir, yes, sir." Because in my mind, I'm like, if I wrap him, he's going to drop. I'm going to drop him. So it's just like that constant back and forth where you got to find the fine line of pushing it and not. So when you get to go out there and just tackle, it's like
very
tackle,
liberating.
So just go do it. Exactly.
Yes, good stuff. Aziz Al-Shaair, Texans linebacker. Let's flash those H's up for the video right there. That's good stuff, man.
So that's Aziz Al-Shaair, Texans linebacker, with Sean Pendergast out there at the Greenbrier in West Virginia. And as he mentioned, his fourth time. I didn't realize that the 49ers had gone as many times as they had, especially while he was there. But, that's his fourth time there.
Yeah, that part about working on tackling, that's one of the hardest things where, our listeners know I've hammered that one of the things that really could put this defense over the top into becoming I feel like an historically elite defense is the tackling. It's simply the tackling. And I'd asked DeMeco about that in one of the press conferences. There is a matter of emphasizing tackling technique in a situation where you can't actually tackle. So much of it is about the approach and just fitting exactly right, but then doing it just enough that you don't take the guy down. It's a matter of emphasis because nobody tackles regularly in practice in the NFL, and they really haven't since the 1970s or so. So it's the teams that really focus on that, and it takes a lot of vigilance by the coaches and the players themselves.
Seth, literally hold this interested in how you guys practice tackling, given exactly what, and you're always one to say, yes, you can practice it. And like, I just don't get it, so I want to talk with you a little bit more about that, and we can react on the other side to that Aziz Al-Shaair interview with Sean Pendergast. Brandon Scott in for Sean, here with Seth Payne, coming right back on the Aziz Al-Shaair interview. We'll react to that next.
I'll tell you where Dr. Ben Salento is.
cannot be combined.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast, rolling along here with Seth Payne. I enjoyed, now we've heard both of y'all's interviews. And look, I don't have any harsh critiques of either one of you. You guys are professionals. Y'all are. Yeah. It's almost like you do this media thing for a living. Both of you got to hear you.
Sports radio. You need to power rank them.
Yeah. No.
I'm joking.
No, I think. And you know what? We're going to talk a little bit about how we're power ranked amongst our peers in sports radio and what our place in sports radio society is right now. But that's a tease for later on in the show. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. But I did enjoy listening to Sean talk with Aziz Al-Shaair at training camp. I thought it was a really good interview. And honestly, I thought it was also an opportunity to kind of talk about the linebacker position at large. Of course, Christian Harris returned to practice this week. You got Aziz over there talking about, very transparent and open about the things that he's working on and the parts of his game that he wants to improve even as he goes into year 7. So I wanted to hit on that. You were talking, though, before we went into the break about tackling and that being the thing, maybe the one element of this Texans defense that's keeping them from being a really, really, really good defense to being like a truly and genuinely great defense. And I'm curious from you, like, what do you see or how it is that they could be better tacklers in this season?
A lot of it is that, and DeMeco talked about that this week. I was able to ask him a question in the press conference. It really is everything leading up to the actual tackle itself that is usually what makes or breaks a tackle. And it's what DeMeco had said is, hey, there were too many instances last year where guys are they're kind of positioned behind the ball carrier instead of in front of the ball carrier. As simple as, you want to be, even if all your other tackling technique breaks down, can you at least be a log in the road in the path of this dude? Just the physical obstacle and barrier, and that makes the rest of the technique a lot easier. And that tracks, I think, with what we saw last year. There are too many times where guys just, those last 2 steps before the tackle, you got to really fit right. And that's what you can work on in practice, where it's not just that you're not tackling. You're trying to, by and large, you don't want to hit a guy running in the open field when it's an easy shot and you could knock him over. You got to figure out how to get your fit, but then just pull off at the last moment. And what happens during the season especially, it's one thing during training camp, everybody emphasizes it, and that's what you're looking at, and you're getting coached on it. During the season, people start getting so wrapped up in game plans and everything else that you'll see in practice, guys will kind of just start to tag off. They'll run past the ball carrier. A defensive back will just kind of just play one-hand tag with him and show that he could have done it. So it's on the coaches, really, and then the players in self-policing it. That no, you got last step before you would have hit him. You got to be in the exact right position. So it's nothing magical. It's really just the emphasis on it. And some teams do a better job of it than others, because immediately what people will say is, well, if you're not allowed to tackle, how do you practice tackling? You do everything leading up to the point that you would tackle the guy. And if you've practiced and focus on that, there are some teams that consistently are good tacklers, and there's other teams that they're all operating under the same rules. Nobody's tackling in practice, but some teams do it better than others. So it's not a matter of saying like, well, yeah, ideally we'd be doing full tackle football, et cetera, et cetera. You can't do that. Can we do it better than the other teams are doing it and be one of those teams that have the fewest missed tackles in the league, as opposed to the Texans? The Texans were one of the league leaders last year in missed tackles.
Yeah, it makes sense when you explain it that way. I look at it from just like a layman's point of view. DeMeco Ryans, your head coach, a linebacker, a very good linebacker himself in his day, then a linebacker coach, then a defensive coordinator, now a defensive minded. I know he kind of scoffs at the idea that he's a defensive minded head coach, but but still a head coach that calls defensive plays. We obviously know his background. I don't feel like you can be a team that leans in. And look, I love DeMeco Ryans as much as the next guy, but you can't be a team that leans into swarm mentality. Oh, we're going to be this rumble tumble. We got a hard nosed defensive head coach identity. We want to be a tough football team, but then as you just mentioned, have some of the worst tackling numbers out there. Like, those things cannot coexist. It is not a consistent, logical train there.
Yeah, and it might be one of those things, too, where DeMeco, sometimes whatever your strength was as a player, you don't realize that it's a coachable thing, and that you might feel like, okay, this is just something that happens naturally, or we can coach it this way or whatever. And then you realize, okay, wait, no, we got to actually break this down a little bit more. And my personal experience of it was that I had one coach my 5th year in the NFL who kind of changed me completely and turned me from kind of just an average tackler into a really sound and secure tackler by working with him the entire offseason on non-contact drills and bag drills and everything else like that. And he was all about the approach and exactly your target when you're tackling somebody. I think that it's one of those things that kind of gets lost in the shuffle sometimes because there's so many other challenges you have on a football team. But DeMeco started talking about it about midway through last season, I think, where he realized, okay, the swarm mentality and on the football field, getting a bunch of guys to the ball, yeah, that makes up for some poor tackling because it allows guys to go for the collision, and that you should have 2 or 3 guys behind you coming up and picking up the slack. The problem is those moments where there don't happen to be 2 or 3 guys behind you picking up the slack, and you miss the tackle, and it ends up being a huge gain. Yeah, so I don't feel like we've done a lot. So when I say we, I'm talking about just the collective we here at the station. I don't feel like we've done a lot of breakdown or analysis on the linebackers. It's happened, but it's just not a lot of attention paid to that. But since we've got the Aziz Al-Shaair interview that we just played, and he's talking about the things that he's working on, I got to say this. I'm encouraged by that position group, especially after watching Christian Harris return to at least some level of action. I know it was just a walkthrough, and we understand that they're probably going to slow play it. We don't know when he's going to be 100% again, but it looks like he's going to play football this year, knock on wood. Between that, what you got from Henry To'oTo'o as a much improved football player last season, and so just to kind of know that that's almost like money in the bank if you need him to play. He's a middle linebacker by trade, like by nature, but also was able to play, kind of in the Christian Harris role last year in his absence. And then Aziz, as we mentioned, as somebody who has the presence of mind and the self-awareness to see what it was that he needed to get better at and is actually working on that. To me, it feels like it should be an improved position, if for no other reason that you're going to probably get Christian Harris back, but also Henry To'oTo'o is a better player than you realized, or probably the thing you thought he was going into last year. And then Aziz, if the work that he's done in the offseason comes to fruition, he should also be a better player. So I'm curious what you think about this linebacker group and kind of what they have. What I really am looking forward to is, I think, if guys can stay healthy. EJ Speed has done some really impressive things out there. Nick Niemann is mostly a special teams guy. He's barely played defensively, but there's to use EJ Speed as an example. EJ Speed was a special teams guy early in his career and then worked his way into being a full-time starter with Indianapolis. That I think if they can stay healthy, they're going to have more ability to put, for one, 3 linebackers out on the field, because I think there were times last year where it really would have helped if they'd been able to play their base 4-3 versus some of the teams like the Ravens that are playing with multiple tight ends and fullbacks a lot, very, very regularly. You just want that body mass out there. But then also they've got different skill sets and different levels of athleticism. At times there might be some games where, hey, your starting linebackers, the 2 guys who are out there are Aziz Al-Shaair and Christian Harris. There's other times where it's Aziz Al-Shaair and Henry To'oTo'o. That's what I'm looking forward to. One thing that Aziz was talking about during that interview about kind of, just playing the called play, but also using your football IQ to know when you got to improvise a little bit. One of the hard things last year for the Texans linebackers was play action, and just the recognition of play action and either not biting on it or having tells before the snap. That could make a big difference with the defense, because there were times where the linebackers just got duped by play action too much. So they don't are awesome in pass coverage and that are going to be able to, consistently cover a tight end down the seam or something like that. But they can just be more on it with their keys and just be a little bit more sound fundamentally when it comes to the play action, where you don't have to be awesome in coverage. You just got to be in the passing lane. You got to be in the right position. And there were just too many times last year where they were out of position.
Am I crazy for also, like, I know we're talking about linebackers, but I think about Jalen Petrie in his hybrid role as like a slot linebacker. I don't know. I am also excited about the prospect of, because obviously ideally he would have been fully healthy last year when he got hurt, but he's healthy now. So, who knows what happens, but hopefully a fully healthy year for Jalen Petrie in his not so new role now, right?
Yeah.
Like he's done it for a season now, and maybe not for a full season, but it's been a full season since he started in that role. I'm intrigued on how much, like you mentioned, how it would have been ideal for them to been able to play more of their base defense, but I also think that they love that flexibility that Jalen Petrie gave them in nickel packages as a defensive back who kind of functions as a linebacker too. It'll be intriguing.
And there's a lot of strengths that come with playing Jalen Petrie in that role, but there's also some weaknesses. When Jalen Petrie is manned up on Devontae Adams or other guys like that in the slot, there's some drawbacks there. So I think they're gonna evolve, and they can keep doing it and still make it effective, because there's a lot of ways you can disguise Jalen Petrie's weaknesses too. The strengths that he has are so strong that there's some things you can do to disguise it, but then there are times where a guy like Jalen Smith, the rookie, or Miles Bryant and other those guys, you want to be able to put those guys on Devontae Adams in certain circumstances and shift the personnel around. And a lot of it does just boil down to health.
We heard from DeMeco Ryans yesterday about how a handful of guys won't play in this first preseason game against the Vikings, and then there'll be another handful of guys that are limited. So with all of that in mind, what do you, the Texans fan, want to see from this preseason game against the Vikings? Brandon Scott, Seth Payne, we'll discuss that next on the other side.
Ready? Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's set some expectations on this thing, man. The Texans, it is, and I hope the vibes are there for y'all. This is like a damn football Friday to me, man. The next time that we talk after this, the Texans will have finally played a football game. All of the excitement, and I was in for you, said training camp. And so the first day of training camp, Sean and I thought did a really good job of like getting people hyped for football being back. And so we've been hyped for a couple of weeks now about that. But today, well, I guess technically tomorrow, but, you know, over these last couple of days, we're actually getting football. We're going to get our first taste of Texans football. I think it's reasonable to try to set some kind of expectations, or at least to kind of talk this through of what is it, knowing that the guys that we really want to see play probably aren't going to play. Are we just kind of in this for the thrill of watching football, or can we actually set a standard for what we want to see this team accomplish in this game?
Yes.
Okay.
I am genuinely 100% excited to watch Davis Mills throw to Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel and Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie and all that. Davis has looked good. Yeah. And it's versus the backups, yes, but also that's who he's going to be facing tomorrow. Tomorrow? Gosh, yeah, it's tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah.
He looks like a reborn Johnny Utah out there. It's Davis Mills has formed a really nice connection with Jaden Higgins, and they've been doing some good things. And I know, for whatever weird reason, people get, there's a certain segment of people that get angry when I point out that Davis Mills has been playing well. I'm not telling you that he's challenging C.J. Stroud for his job or anything, but A, it's nice to have a backup quarterback, and B, it's also nice to sometimes trade a backup quarterback when the teams get a guy who's played in multiple different systems with multiple different coordinators. So if he can keep sticking around, and if he can put some good performances in the preseason, and maybe in this system, or at least at this stage of his development, he's kind of taken another step forward, that he can be a valuable asset to either this team or as a trade piece somewhere down the road. But the big thing with Davis has always been, all right, we've seen it, you see flashes of it, or you see it in practice, but it's actually putting it together in the game. And sometimes it's the simple things that do him in. It's he'll make some impressive throws, but then some of the simple throws, he makes it more difficult than he should. But for whatever it's worth, I'm actually excited to watch Davis Mills in the preseason, because also I think you might see the best version of Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins. They've been working with him, with Davis Mills, and they've formed a relationship with him. So we might see some flashes out of those guys that you can get excited about as well. I'll be curious to see if Jaden Higgins plays a whole bunch in this preseason. I think Jalen Noel will, but Jaden Higgins has already taken a lot of reps with the ones. Yeah. And I wonder if maybe they start to feel like, okay, hey, let's treat him like a starter.
Well, but before we get to the young guys, like, who's got any problem with Davis Mills at this point? Like, who's got Mills beef at this point? I understood it when it seemed like the Texans were spinning their wheels at quarterback, and Davis Mills that one year was kind of just anointed the job. I think it was his second season. Yeah. And like, I understood the Yanks at that point. But Davis Mills in his current role as is, I think is perfectly cast. He is totally a guy. I think a decent backup quarterback. I don't know. I don't get any kind of Mills resentment at this point.
It's people at this time of year. Everybody's some people they're tense, right? You're just waiting to see. And I see this all the time. I'll say something simple like, C.J. Stroud wasn't that accurate at practice today. The response is,
you don't believe in C.J. Stroud?
Why are you Why are you so worried? What? It doesn't mean anything. It's just practice. I was like, all I said was he wasn't that accurate at practice.
Make sure you keep that same energy, Seth.
Yeah.
You're giving up on C.J. Stroud.
Right. I didn't say that all of a sudden he's a bum of a quarterback or something.
You did.
I'm just saying, he wasn't that accurate the last few days or whatever. And then
same thing.
Just, as yesterday, I said, I thought that it wasn't an awesome practice by the offense, but if you dropped me in on yesterday's practice, and I didn't know anything about a new offense or anything like that, I would have just thought, like, yeah, there were some good plays, there were some bad plays, but it didn't look like anything that I would be alarmed or nervous about. And the offensive line gave him some clean pockets. At other times they didn't. I thought the offense looked a lot more functional yesterday. So with Davis, I think it's the opposite, where you say something nice about Davis Mills and people start to feel like, hey, well, wait a second. He also said that C.J. Stroud didn't look that good. What are you trying to say, Seth? I'm not trying to say a damn thing. I'm saying that there's reasons why C.J. Stroud hasn't been as good, and like very understandable and justifiable explanations for why this looks like an offense that's still learning how to run the offense versus a really good defense. I'm not trying to set any kind of high bar of expectations or anything. I think that Davis and the way that he's connected with some of these younger guys in the first couple weeks of camp, it gets me excited to potentially see some good stuff out of the rookies or Xavier Hutchinson or John Mechie and all these other guys.
I do wonder, this is kind of a side note here, but since we're talking about Davis Mills, I do wonder how much, if at all, people might have soured, Texans fans that is, might have soured on Davis Mills after a couple of years ago when the Texans, DeMeco Ryans specifically, when they had an opportunity to go to him as their backup quarterback as their starter when C.J. Stroud got hurt. I want to say it was the Jets game when he was concussed, and they went with Case Keenum. And so, I don't know if that just, ruined the Davis Mills experience for him. Like, man, they don't even believe in this guy. I remember at the time thinking, damn, they don't even believe in this guy as the backup. Yeah. They're going to Case. Case is older than I am. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, and then remember they brought in the Mills cat the next week.
They did. I forgot that. Yeah. So, but yeah,
I can't remember what the order of events was. They tried to go with two quarterbacks, and I think
and two quarterbacks meant none. Yeah.
Yeah. There's just been it's been such a mess. Well, those 2 years especially were just. There's been a lot of issues offensively, obviously.
Yeah.
And I think that for Case, at this point, my thought for Case is that if he can be a function, it's still developing the last few years and hasn't had any kind of stability with his offensive coordinators.
Or Davis, you mean?
Oh, yeah, sorry. What did I say, Case?
You said, sorry. Case is a finished product.
Yeah, I do, but I do wish the best for him this year if he does get some opportunities to play.
Shout out to Case.
I think that no, I think really right now, for the immediate purposes, it's that going versus vanilla defenses in the preseason and going versus backups. I would much rather have Davis Mills throwing the ball to your young receivers that are trying to develop as well and trying to learn the NFL. I like having a veteran guy that's whatever he is in terms of ceiling or starting ability, you're going to get a better look for the young guys than you would if you put a rookie out there. If Graham Mertz were out there trying to figure it out, or Keaton Slovis, it's just not going to be as good for all the other guys on the offense.
This was DeMeco Ryans yesterday talking about workload for guys and playing the younger guys in this first preseason game.
We'll have a handful of guys who won't see action in the game. It'll be a mix. Everybody's kind of on their own plan, but we'll have a handful of guys who won't see time at all. Then we'll have a certain group of guys who are limited. So it's just a lot of different guys in different categories there, but you'll see most of our young guys playing versus the Vikings.
Yeah, so Seth, it's exciting for me at least, is just as a spectator, as an observer, to be following a team with a lot of good young players, right? Like I think that is the fun part. Is like even if they're going to hold out some of the key guys, and a lot of the key guys are young players. Like I know they got their veteran leadership as well, but they've done a really good job over the last couple of years of at least getting some interesting rookies in here. So I mean they've got really fun like fringe position battles that'll be fun to watch. So, like, I think that even without some of the main guys, the fact that they're going to play young guys and you're going to kind of figure out what this depth chart, how this depth chart is going to play itself out, is going to be fun to watch, and also to see how they're organized as well as an offense, no matter who's out there playing it.
And there are a lot of backups on defense who could be starters elsewhere, and there are also guys who have played in the Texans defense already. So you get to watch those guys going up against J.J. McCarthy. And I think that J.J. McCarthy is going to play, but I think not necessarily behind a full complement of starting offensive players. So we might really get a nice little glimpse of, okay, what I hope to see is the Texans defense, probably with a whole lot of backups playing, just destroying the hopes and confidence of a young quarterback who's basically a rookie.
Yeah. No, man. Dude, the Texans defense, some of you guys have been to the practices, the practices that have been made available to the public, but getting to see the Texans defense in live action, I think that's a great point by you, Seth. They've got some depth, particularly along the defensive line. I don't know if that's given enough credit. Obviously, people talk a lot about Will Anderson Jr., and they talk a lot about Daniil Hunt, Darrell Taylor, and, I know Derek Barnett hasn't been healthy, but, the fact that those are two guys that they got, the DeMeco Autry has not been healthy, but these are guys that they have as depth pieces. Dylan Horton, somebody that's a depth piece. It's a really deep position group, and like you mentioned, a bunch of guys that could also probably start for you elsewhere. I will say on the other side of the ball, I understand Jaden Higgins has already run a lot with the ones and is probably penciled in already as a starter. It'd be nice to get a look at the shiny new toy. It'd be nice to get a look at him, not to put him in harm's way, but to just showcase a little bit. I'd like to get plenty of all of the Iowa. Give me all the Iowa State wide receivers. Give me Jaden Higgins.
Iowa State package.
Give me the Iowa State package. Give me Noel. Give me Higgins. Give me Hutchinson. Give me all of them.
Yeah, that would be fun. That would just get the old gang back together again. I think that for Higgins, there is a value to just actually going through the entire process and going by the game day schedule of an NFL team. I think for a lot of rookies, it's good to do all of that. And maybe he doesn't play a whole bunch, but you start to get comfortable with that process. They did that at the scrimmage yesterday. They made it very game-like. They did TV timeouts, all of the little things that happen in the course of a series that you kind of just try to simulate the regular season game experience. And I feel really good about him. I know it hasn't been great for the passing offense this preseason so far, but it's his professionalism already. I think he's already there. He doesn't act like and operate like a rookie, but he's got length and he's got really good hands. And as long as CJ is, once he gets comfortable and he's playing like the ball placement specialist, CJ's gonna find Jaden Higgins. Jalen Noel. I think the Texans are going to find ways to use Jalen Noel, even if he isn't a starter, because they really like Christian Kirk. He's been the guy at slot all through training camp so far, and I think he's going to be the starter. But you can't watch the speed that Jalen Noel has and not think, okay, we got to figure out a way to get him on the field a few times at least. Yeah, no, I've been saying it. He adds an element to the offense that I just don't feel like they've had. Obviously, Tank Dell is a different type of athlete. He's more of it's more of the suddenness and how he gets in and out of his breaks, where this guy is just, a burner, and I don't know if they've had that in a really long time. Seth Payne's interview with his former teammate DeMeco Ryans, Texans head coach, was so damn good, we gonna play it again. That's next right here on Sports Radio 610.
In the loop.
I don't want
MHD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sean is traveling today, so I'm in with Brandon Scott and sat down with DeMeco Ryans yesterday for a nice long interview. Here it is. Hitting record is like the biggest challenge that I didn't go to communication school. I bet they probably spent like a semester on it.
Oh, man. I know you figured it out, man.
Yeah, eventually.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I'm pissed at myself. I get nervous around head football coaches.
Come on, man.
I get
Not
nervous.
me.
I don't care how friendly. Kubiak, the friendliest guy in the world, but like it's a head coach talking to you.
Oh, come on.
It's a head coach. Yeah. Sean and I were talking. I've told Sean this story before, and I don't know if you remember this at all, but it's a funny story, and I kind of tell it as a way to give people my first impression of you.
Yeah.
And it was in training camp in 2006. You're a rookie. I'm a 10-year vet. It's the first day that you're in with the starters. And I was kind of crusty and old school. And I'm like, hey, rookies. So I don't know, he's starting already. And you got into the huddle. We were doing like a red zone drill or something.
Yeah.
And you were having a hard time getting the call out. Mm-hmm. And Richard Smith is yelling at us and everything.
Yeah.
And I said, get the freaking hell call out.
Yeah.
And you looked at me, and I swear, it kind of like, you had a calming presence on me, like a beast man. or something.
I tell people that, like, when I was a rookie, I do remember when you were in the huddle, frustrated and grumpy.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, rookie, make sure I get the call.
Yeah,
and that was the main thing, but you needed that. I needed that as a rookie, right? And I think a lot of guys, this is what the game kind of misses now, right? You don't have as many 10-year vets who, playing with you and other vets who are on the team, it made me realize really quickly as a young player, like, hey, this is important. Like, these guys have families, have kids. Like, this is how I feel.
Like, this
my
is
family.
business.
This is business. And it just, man, this is real. And I can't mess around. So that really forced me to make sure I was really dialed in on communication, really sent me down a path to make sure I know what everybody had on the field, make sure I knew all the calls and checks so I never messed up.
Oh, so, I feel better. I felt bad about that for like 20 years now. Okay, good. Good. Because, the other side of that, too, is you went on, you had a great rookie year, and I was injured that year, so I was kind of watching from afar. And I got released in the offseason, and I had to come back to Houston a couple weeks later. And you were the first person I saw when I parked out. I had to park in the staff lot instead of the player lot, and it's kind of tough. You're walking in there, and you just and you came out, and you were the first person I came across. And honestly, I felt like you came out, and I felt you like you were excited to see me and talk to me, and you were listening to me. I was like, this is a full-grown man now. But like that. I've met a lot. It was like the first time in my life I'd been cut, and you're going through all this stuff, and it was just really cool to watch you that year transform the way you did. And, because Kylie Wong was on the team, and he was trying to come back from an injury, and, he had been the guy that was sideline to sideline all the time, and you kind of took his place. But Kylie was a huge fan of yours. So, like that, it's been, it's however many years ago what that was now, 19 years ago. It's been
a few.
Yeah.
But that shaped me. Like being in at that season of the NFL when you had more veteran guys, like that really shaped me. And it's helped shape my leadership kind of style. Like, that's how you do it. Like, and you take it serious. That's what I felt that it was more serious.
Really?
Now.
You just that's the difference you felt.
The difference,
was it's not college kids.
Yes.
Yeah. What's so that you have that year. And, okay, we're talking about that. That's the other thing you see is when you're a rookie in the NFL is like, oh, guys are getting cut.
Yes.
And they're getting cut during the season. And I was wondering about that with you because it's one of the things that happens when you're a head coach all of a sudden. And you've been involved in decisions where maybe guys got cut before, but you're not the one delivering the news.
Correct.
So, what's your approach when you have to do that and you got to cut a lot of guys?
Yeah, really, when I was a young player, it really shocked me because I see all these vets who are practicing hard in training camp. Like I said, it means a lot to them. And to see vets who I'm thinking they're going to make the team and they get cut, it was just like, I can't believe they cut.
Yeah.
And it happened again, like my second year. And it's like, man, is this to be expected year after year? So, and it was hard for me to take as a young player, but I kind of grew. I guess it's hard to, but you just grow accustomed to like, man, this is just the business of the game where guys are going to be let go. That doesn't mean that you're still not close with guys or you can't be friends with guys, but you get to see guys on other teams. You get to have more friends around the NFL. And now sitting in the seat as a coach and having to deliver that message is so hard on me.
Yeah.
Like, it's so hard because you're telling this player no. But the more and more I've done it, the more I've grown comfortable with it, not because of me, but because of the players and how they receive the news. Like, every player that myself and Nick have talked to, they've been, one, very gracious of being here in Houston, thankful to everything that we do for the players. So it's like, okay, it's a sigh of relief because I'm thinking guys are going to take it extremely hard. They're going to be disappointed. But most guys take it fairly well. And the one thing that a lot of guys say, hey, what can I do better?
Yeah.
And that's your time to give them now some constructive
give them that plan to try to build them up a little bit. Yeah.
And so it's been great meeting with the guy. It's still heartbreaking. Nick's like, oh, we got to go downstairs.
Yeah.
You just go yourself.
I felt when Kubiak cut me, I felt like I needed to give him a pep talk because that was his first year, and he'd already been through, that's his first offseason going through some of the veteran offseason cuts and everything. And he was just such a ready to be a head coach in a lot of ways because he'd been in the league forever, and I was really impressed with him and how he handled everything. But I remember there was one day where he came in the team meeting where it was like, I thought it was the perfect illustration of how no matter how ready you think you are for it, you're not ready for it, because he went off on something about like, and I'm tired of the agents calling and getting the calls and whatever this. And have you had that moment where you realize like, oh, okay, I was prepared, but I wasn't quite prepared for this? Like one particular thing?
I'm trying to think here. It's so many different things that you think you're prepared to just coach ball.
Yeah.
Right? Because you spend time as a coordinator, position coach, just focusing on football. I think it's just when things get thrown in your lap, like having to handle the cuts, having to just handle scheduling and different things, adjust.
It's just like all of it, like the enormity of it.
Yeah, it's a heavy weight to carry because there's so many things, and it's never the same. Every day is different, so there is some beauty in that because it's not monotonous, but it also wears on you from a standpoint you never know what to expect when you go in.
Yeah.
But I haven't had a moment hit me too hard.
You're pretty good at taking stuff kind of. You understand that when there's a challenge, you just got to work through it.
I try my best to just work through it, and I think the one thing I try to treat everybody with respect, treat people how I want to be treated, and that's helped me a lot.
Do you have anybody? We were talking to Mike D'Antoni today. He claims he's retired, but he was talking about just being. A lot of times players got sports psychologists and sports staff and everything. Yeah. Head coaches don't necessarily have like that mentor or that person that they can talk to about stuff. Do you have any older coaches that you still kind of draw from?
I do, man. Actually, my former linebacker coach, Johnny Holland, was here in Houston with us when we played. Like, Johnny is just
I love him, and I didn't spend that much time around him. I loved him. Yeah.
So he's the guy for me who I can talk to. It doesn't matter. We're on different teams. He's still coaching, but he just feels like that big brother to me. No matter what's going on, our families are close. He's just such a great friend who's always going to shoot it straight to me.
You seem, you've talked about it, about finding different approaches for different players. You can't have the same necessarily leadership style for everybody. So, and you've worked up until this point, these last couple of years, mostly with defensive players. Yeah. Has there been a challenge in, working with a young quarterback, or have you learned, like, okay, this is a different set of challenges that I got to help this guy talk through that maybe I haven't done before?
No, it's whenever you're working with players, for me, man, the same with CJ, it's just about building relationships. Yeah. Like when I was in San Francisco, I felt like the linebackers that I was coaching, like I had a great relationship with those guys. So I was able to coach them hard. I was able to, give them bad news and good, and they received it because they knew it came from my heart, right? And I wasn't too hard on them, unless Aziz said something different.
Aziz.
But with CJ, it's been the same. Like, no matter where guys are offense, them know I truly care about them and develop a relationship. And then whatever coaching point I may have, it's easier to receive it because they know where it's coming from.
That's what I love. Honestly, I love when Aziz talks about button heads with you, because I think there's times where I think people have their vision in their head of the movie version of a football coach or whatever their high school football coach was, and that they think that to be a tough football coach, you got to be somebody that's screaming at them and insulting them all the time. And it really, Aziz, when he talks about him butting heads with you, it's a perfect illustration of, no, the toughest football coach is the one that holds you to a high standard.
That's it.
And the attention to detail, because it's 3 inches to the left and 3 inches to the right, and you're like, why will DeMeco not shut up about like that's the stuff I think that people might not realize that players want and need, but that's the toughest coaching you get. It's just the standard you're held to.
It is. I have a very high standard for these guys, and if they don't have one, I'm going to put one there for them them to reach, and even if it's a good play, I'm not always celebrating the outcome of the play. Hey, and I do it the right way, but hey, man, what if you were 2 steps to the left, right? What if your eyes were exactly where they're supposed to be on this play? Like, just making sure they go back to their process, being deliberate, the small little minute details, because in big games, as you know, it's not the wild plays. It's who can be consistent, who can not screw it up the most, and those are the teams we're going to win.
Well, I talked to you about this last year. I love your pro grow tapes.
Yeah.
because I a lot of guys that played in the league, and there's times where you just feel like I feel like I got to improve at everything. And I don't know exactly what they even think about me or what I need to improve on. And it feels like these guys have a pretty good plan set out for them about, okay, just this digestible amount of things. I got to fix these work on these one or two things.
Yeah, it's one thing. And what we do during training camp, like that's the pro-grow tapes we do in the off season and OTA. So when guys come in, it's one-on-one meetings with your coaches. You go through that pro-grow tape, give you a couple things. But when we come back in training camp, what I've done is I asked our offensive, defensive coaches, every day of camp, I want one guy from your position, and I want you to write down one thing that he's working on that day.
Yeah. And
we're going to list it. We're going to put it up in front of the team so everybody knows, hey, C.J. Stroud, progression.
Yeah.
Or Aziz Al-Shaair, hey, wrapping up.
Yeah.
Like it's one thing. You pick one player from your position, so every day of camp, got different players on there, different one thing for them to improve upon.
Yeah.
And we also do it
and
for
your teammates know about
your
it.
teammates know, so your teammates can check you.
Yeah.
Like, hey, Sev, you were supposed to work on your first step.
Right, yeah.
Like, are you on it today?
And that's where, I mean, the players themselves are such valuable resources for that, right? Because a defensive tackle working next to another defensive tackle, and you know that guy's working, he's supposed to be working on his get-off.
Right.
I'm going to remind him, like, hey, yeah, man, let's get your get-off.
It's more powerful always when it comes from your teammates.
Yeah.
It's like we talked about, you saying something about the communication. That meant more to me than it's like, oh, a coach is getting on me about the communication. I'm going to make sure I got it down, right?
Yeah. I read The Energy Bus because I had read in an article that was on your shelf.
Yeah.
And I think the big one I took away from that, you read, it's like it's a good book for kids,
it is.
I think, because it's or young men, because a lot of guys aren't readers, but it's a kind of like parables almost.
Right.
But the concept of energy vampires and not being an energy vampire, like is that still something you talk about? I heard it from players early last year, but I don't think I've heard it again.
Yeah.
Is it because you don't have any energy vampires?
I got rid of all that.
You got rid of the
They can't get on my bus. So no, it's definitely plays a part into like who we want on the team.
Yeah.
Like it's guys with good character, good energy, good vibe, and you do that throughout the draft process. For me, is like talking to their teammates or their coaches to see how our guy. We watch the tape. We get the tape.
Yeah.
Well, how are these guys around the locker room, around the building with the academic staff, and you get to know, oh, this is a real dude or not. So if it's a guy, and I got mixed reports on him, and he's next.
Really? Yeah. Like you don't have time for it.
Because I know I'm going to be pushing guys. I know I'm going to set a high standard for them, and they have to be able to have their resilience and have a great attitude to be able to handle it. So we're going to make sure we get the right guys in there. Nick has done a great job of just both of us teaming up and making sure we find the right guys.
The right guys, yeah. And I think for you and Nick, it seems like you guys have formed a real good understanding of, hey, whatever, because there's no one way to do it and what's going to work for you. And you seem to have been able to identify some of these guys in the draft because honestly, DeMeco, I'd love to be a grumpy old man about kids these days and everything. I come out here and watch, and I talked to Kamari Lassiter the other day. I'm like, these guys are more mature and professional than I think most guys were, like when I was a young guy.
They are.
Like they just approach it differently.
Yeah, they are approaching it, and I think the college space has helped them when it comes to, like, now these guys are getting NIL, they're getting money, like they've seen a big paycheck before.
Yeah.
So it's not surprising to them. So they had to figure out how to manage money, how to manage a team of people who are helping them. They had to figure that out fairly early. So coming here, it's just that next step of it. So they're prepared, they're ready for the moment, and the league isn't too big for them. It's not overwhelming when they get their first paycheck because these guys have seen numbers like that before.
As C.J. Gardner-Johnson said that on the Pivot podcast, something about how the first couple of years he was in the league, it was almost like he was living what he thought the movie version of a football player is. And you got to break all those preconceptions and everything about what it's like. Yeah. And it's cool to see like just some of these young guys. Like Kamari, I talked to him a little bit about something I had heard Fred Warner say, that you taught him about how, look, everybody's running the same thing. It's just they're getting to it different ways.
Yeah.
And is that part of the challenge, and just kind of coaching something is just simplifying it and saying, like, look, no, this is what you need to work
Okay.
Yeah. That's high quality equipment right there.
Big time. I truly believe in making football as simple as possible for them. Like, I've been on defenses where you try to run 50 different calls and you're not good at any of them.
Yeah.
So people are like, oh, you run this scheme and this coverage. Yeah, we run this coverage, but it's going to be very detailed. And every little detail that we can even think about, like, it's going to be dialed in. And our guys are going to know that detail. And then once we get that defense down, then we go to the next one. And we're going to dissect that thing and make sure everybody knows all the ins and outs. And so now when you line up, we've gotten so many reps at what we do. Now we can mix and match. We can do different things. It looks more complex than it is. But it's
the
just
illusion of complexity.
That's what it's all about, right? But I still want our guys to go out and be able to play fast. I don't want Kamari thinking. I don't want Aziz thinking. I don't want Will thinking. I want them to be able to play as fast as possible. And we do that by myself keeping it as simple as possible.
There was one article I was reading about kind of where things have moved with sports psychology. And it was one of these things, I fought it at first because I got the movie version of football in my head. But the concept of when you're trying to improve a skill or get a guy better at something, it's a lot more effective to just show them an example of somebody else doing it right or they themselves doing it right than it is to show them the mistake. Because then you're just strengthening the mistake. And I know when you first got here, you're showing these guys a whole bunch of Texans tape when you're doing that.
We got rid of the 49ers tape.
Did you guys bury it?
We got it. We didn't bury it. It's still in the archives, just in case. We had to pull them an example. But for the most part, it's just showing guys how it's done. But for me, I always believe in positive reinforcement. It's not, hey, don't back up, don't do this, don't. Hey, just one step this way. Hey, just make sure you put your eyes on the back this time. Hey, make sure you see that. And it's just all about the positive reinforcement. What do I need to do? Don't tell me what tell me what don't to do.
Because immediately in the player's mind, he's thinking about, he's getting mental reps on doing it the wrong way.
Exactly.
Gary Moeller, we had a defensive coordinator, Gary Moeller. He'd been the head coach at Michigan for a long time. He was big on that. He would say, you can't visualize a negative. So if you say, don't fumble the football, immediately you're thinking about, so it's hold on to the football. Yes. Did you read any books this last month?
I'm working on one. Nick just gave me, and you're gonna ask me.
It's a Morgan Hensel one, probably.
What's the name of it?
Is it like Psychology of Money or something like that?
No.
I've read like 4 books by that Nick.
Nick just gave me one. Oh man, something about everything is the same. I got to figure out the title.
It is. I think of the name. What's the name of the author, Omar? It's,
everything is the same. It's not
the same as ever.
Same as ever.
It is good.
It's good.
I read it when Nick sent it to me last year.
Same as ever. So that's the one I'm working on now.
It's circumstances change and everything, but some things are true, and some people always operate the same way in certain circumstances. I read Belichick's book this summer.
How was that?
It was good. It started off slow, and then he got into it. Audiobook.
Gotcha.
In the first couple chapters, I'm like, this is Belichick, like press conference Belichick. This is going to be a long one. And then he got rolling. I thought the one, and I told Nick this, I like to read biographies or autobiographies of people and pick out the advice that people definitely aren't going to follow because it's hard. And he said the 4 most important words for a leader to know are, I effed that up. And that taking accountability and just showing everybody that, hey, when you make a mistake, I'm taking accountability for it, and it doesn't mean it's acceptable. I'm going to fix it, but the leader's got to really admit, which I feel like for young coaches, that's tough. That's tough when you're not established. Like I'm guessing Belichick said that more as he got older than maybe when he was younger.
I just believe that, like, just as a father, right? I believe in admitting, owning up to the mistakes and letting people know you're just human.
Yeah.
Like, I may have the title of head coach or title of dad, but hey, dad messes up too. Hey, I could have said that different to you. Like, I'm sorry. Hey, guys, I screwed that up in this mean. I shouldn't have did it that way if I had to do it. Now I'm going back and I'm trying to work on it and fixing it. But I think I believe in doing that. And guys see that you're truly, I'm human. I'm not the, informable head coach who never makes a mistake and will always say things perfectly in the meetings. And it's like, no, I'm just like you. We're all the same. We're going to make mistakes. I'm going to let you know, and I'm going to try my best to correct it for the next time.
The guy that wants to claim he didn't mess up on that play, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm not going to keep. You got actual football stuff to handle. I feel so good that you took something from me dressing you down.
Yeah, I did. Appreciate it, man.
That's Seth Payne with DeMeco Ryans, your head coach of the Houston Texans. Very, very good interview from Seth and DeMeco there. So keeping along with that same train of thought, the Payne and Pendergast interview and prowess, if you will. We're going to come back and hear from Sean Pendergast and Texans linebacker Aziz Al-Shaair. Don't go anywhere. Sports Radio 610.
Will the Texans
SportsRadio.com.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I think this guy is the best interview on the team. The guy that you're about to hear from, I think, is the best interview on the team. I don't think he's the one that you most want to hear from. I don't think he's necessarily like the most important or least important players on the team, depending on how you look at it. But in terms of quality of interview, quality of conversation, I'll take Aziz Al-Shaair up there at the top with any Texans player or figure. So it's really cool that Sean Pendergast got a chance to talk with Aziz one-on-one at the Greenbrier in West Virginia. And so we'll play that conversation for you right here.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast. I'm out here with Texans linebacker Aziz Al-Shaair. Just got done with the last practice here at the Greenbrier. You're going to be sorry to see this Greenbrier go with this weather out here, I'm sure, Aziz, right?
Yeah, no question. I mean, this is my fourth time actually at the Greenbrier.
That's right. Niners made the trip here a few times.
3 times with San Francisco. So it brought back a couple good memories when I was young, 2019 and 2021 and 22. So, yeah, it was good, man. It's always good to come out here. It's in the middle of nowhere, but it's just like, it's all about football, all about bonding with the guys, and that's what we got to do.
I was going to say middle of nowhere kind of helps. That bonding with the guys thing, I think, feels like that's big. Your head coach is right over here. It feels like that's big with him, is making sure you guys got that camaraderie, right?
Yeah, 100%. I always say it's like when you're in a marriage. It's better to be communicating and constantly in good relationship with each other. Yeah. So when issues and stuff come up, because they're going to happen, that you can work through it together. But when nobody's communicating with each other, nobody's talking, and then something happens, and next thing you know, your wife is mad at you, or, you locked out the house. So we don't want no issues, man. So before we get into the heat of battle, get into the season, coming out here and being with the guys, just builds that camaraderie, so that you might start yelling at somebody, hey, I said line up left, not right. Yeah. It's not personal. We know there's an actual connection there, so you don't take it personally.
Yeah. My wife's going to see this video, and she's wife number 2, so I know that very, very well. Yeah, I got that down. Aziz Al-Shaair joining me out here live at the Greenbrier. So the defense, you guys, not just here at the Greenbrier, but obviously back in Houston, it looks like you guys. It feels like you guys are in mid-season form out here. You guys are really, really playing well. How do you feel? I guess assess the performance of the defense so far, 13 practices in.
Yeah, man, it's been good. I think just steadily getting better, and that's what you want to see. Like, obviously, we know we're going to be physical. We know what our, what the whole mentality is. But still, at the same time, dialing in, and Meek talked about that, really all this week, all the coaches, just dialing in on the details. It's like, okay, now we're not. It's not the first couple of days. Took the training wheels off. All right, let's really dive into executing the details of our assignment and understanding the situations, just in the games. So we went through different situations throughout this week as well, just to have that football IQ up, because it's not going to just be line up, they're running inside zone, or hey, we're just going to run, back to the flat. Like, it's going to, as the season goes, concepts are going to change, and you just want guys to not only be physical but also football savvy, and that's what we were working on. What
are you, so that's what you're working on as a defense. For you personally, what are you looking to improve upon or work on the most in this camp? Yeah,
I think honestly just that same thing. Talking with Coach Billy, my linebacker coach, the biggest thing he told me is like, man, you've seen all the plays, 7th year now in the NFL, I've seen all these concepts and all this stuff. Now is the technique and not getting so outside of myself, because there's times where you have that football savviness, that IQ, but also it's like, dang, man, you almost overthought what it was. So it's like if you just focus on that one play and just play your technique, you would have made the play. But because you were guessing or whatever, thinking, oh, I saw this and I thought this, so just eliminating some of that, and just really just trusting myself and going to play ball.
We're about to have a helicopter land here in our interview, it feels like. So you were putting in some work out here after practice, which I'm sure is a regular thing for you, and including, it looked like you were working on some hand stuff here. Talk about that a little bit. Like, I know you guys are swarm and you want to get those turnovers. Is that something you look at that? Like, is that something you want to work on, make sure that those interceptions are coming this week?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think For me personally, one of the things I was definitely working on this offseason is just catching the ball, man. I think when I'm sitting there on a jug machine, it's easy to catch a ball when you see it running and coming straight to you.
Yeah.
I think the ones that was harder, especially for defensive players, is you're in coverage.
Yep.
The receiver knows he's getting the ball, but you have no clue.
Yeah.
So you have to turn around and react to the ball quick.
And that's what you were doing over here.
Exactly.
You back to the passer, and you were doing the turnaround.
So just working on different ways of tracking the ball. Even I talked about going to Puerto Rico in the offseason with Sting and some of the other guys, and just learning from DBs who, guys who have great ball skills, and we were just doing all different types of drills and stuff like that. So it really definitely something that I want to make sure, I dropped 3 interceptions last year. I want to make sure every time I get an opportunity, I catch them.
That was a great story. We shared that story at our show, by the way, when you're talking about going to Stingley's thing. That was the year before. Talk about that a little bit. You them over Hawaii. You're like, I'm going to this thing next year.
Literally, we were both, me and Henry both happened to be in Hawaii. Henry was there seeing his family. I was spending some time out there as well. And Sting was having, the Cover One camp out there.
Yep.
But they were just on the other side of the island. And me and Henry got together. We ended up being literally 5 minutes away from each other randomly. So we worked out the whole time together. And then we see the guys are there. We're like, bro, we got to make sure, we go next year. So that was a big thing I wanted to make sure I did. And so I made sure I talked to Big Sting, and we made sure we got it.
Is that the mentality? I mean, you came into the league undrafted, right? Coming into the league. I mean, now here you are, you're attacking pass coverage, that kind of thing. Is that the mentality you've had since coming into the league undrafted, that you always have something to improve upon?
100%. It's so crazy because being in San Francisco, the guys that I played with, my vet was Quan Alexander and Malcolm Smith, and then my peers, Fred was a year older than me and Dre Greenlaw, but me and Dre coming in together and kind of that was my brother. Fred was the big older brother that was right there in the same age group with us. So the three of us specifically just always challenged each other every day to get better. And you would just see when you watch across the league and you get to meet up with other linebackers and you hear their habits or you hear things that they are and maybe aren't doing, you're just that's a little different from how we're used to doing things, because we always pushed each other to the highest standard. So me coming here, that's just all I knew. So, even with bringing that same mentality that DeMeco taught us and coming here and trying to give that same energy to the guys in my room now, just constantly trying to pursue great. Every year you're going to have to improve on something. Eventually the league's going to pass all of us by.
Yep.
But if you want to be a guy who consistently is in the league and not just in it, but actually doing it and at a high level, you have to be pushing the envelope to get better.
So 2019 was your first year, right?
Yes, sir.
2019 was your first year. So DeMeco was the linebackers coach at that time.
Coach, yes,
so you're an undrafted free agent. So you get to choose where you go.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, that's a benefit to that. How much did you know about DeMeco Ryans before you chose to go to San Francisco?
I knew about DeMeco because my family was Philadelphia Eagles fans.
Okay.
So I watched him when he was in Philly.
Yeah.
But as far as really the determining factor that made me go out there was Chris Kiffin, who was the D-line assistant coach out there, and he was my defensive coordinator at FAU.
Okay.
So
was Lane Kiffin your head coach at FAU? Okay, there you go.
I was just funny because him and John Lynch, made a bet, and they said, listen, Chris bet him $1,000 that I'd make the team if I signed there, and John bet him that I wouldn't make it. So I never forget, all the time, John, whenever we see each other, he always brings that up. He's like, man, I'm so proud of you, man. I still owe Chris $1,000 for that bet. It's the funniest thing.
I thought you were going to say, John, you owe John $1,000.
No, John owes Chris $1,000, man. Hey, Chris, make sure you still collect. I don't think he ever paid that money. But no, I mean, it was one of those things where it was like, Chris is banging on the table for me, and everybody will tell you, he believed in me to go there. And when I get there, I 5 months post ACL, didn't do none of OTAs.
Yeah.
Quan Alexander, who I just talked about, was a vet, my vet, and still a big brother to me. Yeah. He was rehabbing his ACL at the same time as well. And so I remember we're both getting back at the same time. So I'm like, we're just easing in. Quan is obviously a starter. He just signed a $50 million contract. We had 10 linebackers. I remember I was literally the 10th linebacker on the depth chart. So you got Mike Samwell, and then you at the bottom. Yeah. I'm just sitting there like, I don't know how. I don't know how it's going to happen. I don't know what I got to do. Yeah. I'm just going to work every day, and that's what I did.
And you made the team.
Yes,
did you feel like when it was coming down to cut down time back then that you were going to make the team, or were you surprised? Do you remember what your emotions were that day?
Honestly, I always believed in myself.
Yeah.
But you just never know. It's the NFL, and I'm a rookie, so I wasn't going to act like I knew everything or anything like that. And I remember DeMeco, when we had the team party, him and Coach Salo were like, man, we knew you made the team after the second preseason game. But, you just never know, so we didn't want to tell you. I'm like, well, damn, I wish you would have said something. I was freaking out, so I was grateful for sure. The thing is, what you realize is they don't tell you made the team. They just tell you if you didn't. So when you don't hear nothing, you just look around like
you're just hoping to not get a phone call that day, right? Yeah, that's great. All right, hey, before we wrap up, how excited are you to I don't know who's going to play on Saturday, against Minnesota, if the ones are going to play or whatever, but how excited are you at some point to just go smack somebody in another uniform?
Man, it's just exciting. I mean, we had a great couple practices out here, and you see it gets chippy back and forth, and guys are competing at a high level, but you definitely look forward to playing against somebody else that's not your teammate, so that you don't have to be so let me make sure I don't hit him and he falls on the ground.
No more thud. We get to drag guys
so I think it's funny because even me today, there was a play where I was running and I hit the running back, but I hit him. I could have wrapped him up, and my mom, if I work your wrap. And I'm just like, yes, sir. Because in my mind, I'm like, if I wrap him, he's going to drop. I'm going to drop him. So it's just like that constant back and forth where you got to find the fine line of pushing it and not. So when you get to go out there and just tackle, it's like tackle, so just go do it. Exactly.
Yeah. Good stuff. Aziz Al-Shaair, Texans linebacker. Let's flash those H's up for the video right there. That's good stuff, man.
Real good interview from Sean Pendergast and Texans linebacker Aziz Al-Shaair. Of course, early in the hour, you heard from Seth Payne and DeMeco Ryans. So coming up next, what we're going to do is set some expectations, some things that we want to see coming up in the first preseason game for the Texans. We'll also talk to the guys within the loop on Crosstalk. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
Ready? Texans football. Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast today, rolling along with Seth Payne. Look, man, I just want to see clean operation. I'm intrigued by what this new offense actually looks like in game action. I know we've gotten a decent look at it in practice form now. We have a sense for what the offense could look like just based off of history and background and where Nick Caley comes from, the personnel that they've added, and all of that. So, like, we've got a feel for it, but we haven't actually seen it in practice or seen it play out, right? And so I want to see that, and something that you talk a lot about, Seth, and that is how operation, or at the very least, is the operation significantly cleaner than it was last year when things felt clunky. They couldn't get to the line with a decent amount of time left on the play clock. It didn't seem like they were always clear on what their assignments were, whether that was blocking, whether that was the routes they were running. So just overall, is it less sloppy? Is it cleaner? Does it look more official, if you will, when we watch them go out there on Saturday? That's what I'm looking forward to most from this game, aside from or regardless of who actually plays for the Texans on Saturday.
And especially versus the Vikings. And it's going to be backups, this, that, the other, but it's the Vikings, which was the opponent against which the Texans had 4 straight pre-snap penalties and knocked themselves out of field goal position last year. It was that was the emblem of just what a Bush, what's the word I'm looking for? Bush League operation.
Definitely, it was a Bush League operation. That game. There's no way around it. I almost went
to like 3 different inappropriate uses of that of Bush something or other there. So it was a Bush League operation in that regard. So that's almost like you're hoping not to see certain things. I am very intrigued by whichever offensive line is out there. There are going to be some of the guys that are also still in the competition for being a starter. I don't know. I don't think CJ is going to play, but I think Jarrett Patterson or Jake Andrews or all those guys, I hope that all those guys play. I don't know if they will or if they won't without all the starters playing, but I want to see that offensive line get some push in the run game. And they're also going to be doing it, remember, against a Brian Flores defense that gave the Texans fits last year. So it's not going to be as exotic or as complex as a regular season, but I think Flores isn't afraid to blitz, isn't afraid to do some of the more exotic stuff in the preseason. So even though it's not going to be C.J. Stroud, how does the offense in total operate in that environment compared to what they did last year?
Dude, you mentioned last year against the Vikings. Obviously, that's who they're playing on Saturday. I just cannot get over, like you mentioned, the 4 consecutive pre-snap penalties that set them back. I think about just the entire game plan that just seemed wonky and off to me that day. Like that was probably maybe not the lowest. I thought the lowest moment was probably Christmas Day, but a very much a low moment for Texans coaching overall, because I thought, like, those pre-snap penalties just can't happen. You don't blame that all on the coaches, but certainly that's got to be in part on the coaches, because, like, what are we doing in preparation and practice? Like, everybody has to take some accountability for that. But I also think about, like, the single blocking of, like, reputable defensive ends with tight ends, right? Like, trying to block Jonathan Grenard one-on-one with either Cade Stover or Dalton Schultz, neither of which was equipped. And it was like a thing. It felt like they did it 2 or 3 times before they decided that it wasn't working. And it was like, this is a really odd thing that they would do. And they did it early in the game, obviously. And, like, that set them back. The penalties themselves set them back. The Brian Flores defense was an issue. The crowd was an issue. Like, just overall, that game left a real sour taste in the mouth. Not whatever they do on Saturday is not going to remedy that or fix that or anything like that. But you would like to see overall they feel better prepared and like they know exactly what they're doing.
Right, and I think the big part of this defense or this offense is that Nick Caley wants to have a physical offensive line, want to run the football, and all of that helps to set up the play action. So does the actual play action take effect? Do we start to see some of that? And Davis Mills has formed a really nice connection with Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel this training camp. Davis Mills has had some beautiful passes. I am intrigued by Davis Mills and whether you can feel really good about him as a backup quarterback. But most of all, I'm just glad that hopefully you see Davis Mills out there on the field with a young Jalen Noel, Jaden Higgins if he plays, so that you get the best out of those guys. Not to mention Woody Marks. So Woody Marks, that you want to be an element of the passing game this year. You draft him, move up to draft him specifically because of that. The fact that they've had a lot of time on the field getting reps with Davis Mills, I'm anticipating a pretty impressive performance out of those guys. So I'm excited about watching that.
As I try to talk myself into the Texans' offensive line, it's a good thing or a bad thing that all of their offensive linemen seem to be replacement level. Like, not that they're not any good, but like the next guy, there's not a single guy on that line where you're like, well, I can't believe he's not starting, or I can't believe that he is starting, right? So I don't know if that's good or bad.
I guess the two bona fide guys who have been starters for a long time that are still in the relative prime of their career, it would be Cam Robinson and Titus Howard. And then you have Laken Tomlinson, who's been a starter forever and has been very, very healthy. He's not, I don't think, the guy he used to be, but I feel okay with him being a starter on an offensive line in the NFL. It's the center and guard position. That's where it's very competitive. And now, okay, I know I already made this mistake. I'm talking about Titus Howard as if he's going to be playing right tackle. We don't know exactly where it's all going to shake out, but there's a chance he's going to end up playing right tackle.
Could be.
I'd say 50-50 right now. But those guys at right guard, Ed Ingram, Juice Scruggs, and then at center, those guys, I hope they all get a chance to play. I don't think there's anybody that deserves to not play in the first preseason game right now on that interior offensive line other than Laken Tomlinson.
All right, Seth, Sports Radio 610 audience. We got a party here in Crosstalk, which, by the way, is presented to you by D&M Auto Leasing. But it ain't just any old Crosstalk today, man. We got announcements. We got vibes. We got the boss man in the studio, Parker Hillis. You want to tell us that we have to share about this here station?
I'd love to. I don't do this very often, jump in, but usually when I do, it's either with a big announcement or some sort of cool news. And this is probably the coolest news that we could possibly have.
It's up there.
And I'm glad I get to share this with you guys, and I'm glad we get to share this with our listeners, because ultimately that's what this is all for, and that's what it's all about. So yesterday, the National Association of Broadcasters announced the finalists for their Marconi Awards, which for any of our listeners who don't know,
you said Macaroni Awards?
No, not the Macaroni Awards.
Oh, my bad.
I'll take
those
that
are
too.
different.
I'll take that.
Yeah, it does sound
Baked
good.
Mac, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Gotta be baked
for
Mac.
sure.
And the cheese has to be right. None of Tyler's macaroni. That he brought a couple of
I keep hearing about this Tyler Mac. I need to try.
Oh, you got to try it.
Shouldn't have gone there. But nonetheless, the Marconis are basically, think our Oscars, our Emmys, our ESPYs. These are the most prestigious awards that are given out throughout the country. All radio stations in the country are eligible. And they announced all their finalists yesterday. And for the first time in our station's history, we were announced as a finalist for the Marconi Award for Sports Station of the Year.
Yeah, baby.
So it's an incredible honor. We're up there with 4 other powerhouses, WIP in Philly, the Sports Hub in Boston, the Zone in Nashville, and the Ticket in Detroit. But, man, I could not be more honored to be announcing it on air and celebrating it with you guys. Ultimately, it's a credit to all the work that you guys do. It's a credit to our listeners and the impact that they allow us to make here in the city. So congratulations. Thank you. And let's celebrate this.
Yeah, man.
And I want to congratulate all of y'all, all of us together. You in Sports Radio 610 history, just for the reasons that Parker just mentioned.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah, and because I have been here for 16 years, going on 17 years. It's never happened since I've been here. We celebrated our 30th as a station last year and 30 years of being Houston's sports leader. But to be able to get this, it is your peers. It is the NA National Association of Broadcasters, and I was like legit when you gave us the heads up yesterday during the show. I was like a legit wow. And we want to win, but this is not like the Oscars where all those fake, phony people, say, oh, it's just an honor to be nominated, but they really want to win. It is just an honor in this case to be nominated. It really is.
Truly.
Think of the hundreds of other radio stations across the country that year after year we strive for this and we try to be a part of it. And we've never been able to be a part of it and say that we were one of the top 5 stations in the entire country until now. So, I don't know that I even gave it or did it justice when I made the announcement yesterday. I was trying to kind of keep things muted and keep things as cool as possible yesterday. But look, in reality, this is something we should be all flexing and pumping our chests about.
Well, you were.
It really is cool.
truly an elite conversation to be a part of. It is. As John and I have been at this station for a long, long time, over a decade, and seen a lot of things, the highs, the lows, the ups, the downs, and all of that, and it's been a fun. We've done things a certain way that I think is it's made for a more. It's not just a more enjoyable way of doing it, but also I think a better product as well. So
I'd like to think that.
Congratulations to you, Parker.
Sorry about that, Seth. I'd like to think that the NAB finally took notice of Seth wishing people to die, and they were like, you know what? That's the type of radio.
That's radio,
that I'm trying to hear.
And that's exactly why one of these finalists is a station from Tennessee, so I can finally shine a light on the inbreeding in that state.
This is your moment, Seth.
Yes. This is exactly why we're in the running for Marconi, because I've got the courage to stand up to first cousin marriage. Yes.
I love that. And this is why we are where we are.
Yeah.
So along these lines, I'm assuming that the question of the day
assume correctly.
Is consistent with the,
look at him.
news that we just brought out.
Unbelievable.
In all honesty, Parker deserves everything in terms of just making this place hum. But go ahead.
So what is the question of the day? What are we asking the In the Loop audience today to share with us? What y'all got?
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, so just like Parker, as forced by Lopez, strutted out the room like and it's kind of sad that Sean's not here for this because he's a big wrestling fan. Vince McMahon, have you ever seen the meme of him just walking around damn near crotch first?
Of course.
You know what I mean?
Of course I have.
What makes you walk into a room in that same way? What gives you that kind of confidence?
This is going to be good.
Yeah. The first thought that comes to mind for me is when I go into the lock shop, and not everybody can identify with this, but when I go to get my locks retwisted, it doesn't happen very often. Probably should happen more often than it does. But when I go in there, I'm the longest haired son gun in there, and I'm the people. So the whole idea, a lot of people are trying to grow their hair, right? Growing hair is a big deal in this particular place. And as y'all can tell, I've grown some hair.
You have.
So I am like the envy of the lock shop and have been that way for
That's a good one.
For like the better part of a decade.
Seth, what makes you walk like Vince McMahon?
I'll tell you what, nothing currently, and this is something more aspirational, and it comes after I interviewed Danielle Hunter on Wednesday and then DeMeco Ryans yesterday. I got to get back in the gym because there's something, listen, we'd all love to not be all wrapped up in our physical appearance and everything, but there's just something about having a physical presence that is a man that it makes a difference. And it does. People treat you a little bit differently because I treat. When Danielle Hunter sits down in front of you with a sleeveless shirt on, you're very that. It's impressive, man. And I miss kind of being a guy that looks like I used to be a football player. So I think I'm probably going to start doing a cycle of steroids this week or something. I gotta catch back. And DeMeco the same way. He's just put together so well. And so I'm not trying to get to their level, but I got to get back to a little bit more of just being a broad-shouldered dude that when you walk in a room, people notice you because that's an imposing looking figure.
And what's hilarious about that is you don't have to be that. You just got to be a little bit better than before. And as someone who's diligent with my workouts, when I actually am for a good month and you start seeing them lines show up, you're like, oh, wait, hold on. Y'all better not talk crazy to me because I'll slap everybody in here.
Do you ever, as soon as you're done with a set, walk over as if you're a little swoller? Like
100%.
Like kind of like a little puffed out. Like like I'm stronger now in this moment than I was.
I did 8
minutes
curls
ago.
right quick, and I'll slap everybody in.
Exactly.
That's why they have mirrors in gyms.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's
why
exactly
they have mirrors
it.
in gyms.
Nah, I've been there for sure. I love that though. Very consistent. And on brand that mine was about hair, and that Seth's was about actual muscle. and if you look at us, that makes sense.
Well, you got to lean into your strengths.
100%.
Exactly. No, I'm all for it. Okay, so
real quick, can I ask this, Seth? Obviously, you guys are basically married, yourself and Sean. If Sean was here, do you know, or do you have a feeling as to what his answer might be?
Gosh, that's a great question.
When he has lunch after he has lunch with people like John Gruden.
That's true. Yes. Yeah. It's him like having a screensaver of him and a notable person. Yes.
No one loves rubbing elbows more than Sean T. Pendergast.
I was gonna say the smack offs.
Oh yeah,
the smack offs he used to do anytime that there's a gym, because he's a Jim Rome legend, obviously. Yeah. So.
That is true.
Anything tied to that, I would say.
Whenever anybody in conversation brings up that they like Jim Rome or they listen to Jim Rome or anything, it is fun to watch Sean. When they're talking to Sean, that's Sean Cablinasian, the 5-time smack-off winner. So it is like, it's a cool thing to watch people's faces when Sean tells them that kind of casually. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I won the smack-off 5 times. Yeah. And they're like, Wait, you're Sean Cablinasian? That is fun to be around.
Hey, by the way, refresh my memory, Seth. Did Sean ever cross paths with Lou Holtz? I can't remember.
That's right. Oh yeah,
but that's a good story though. Sean's a good storyteller, so it doesn't seem like he's trying to puff himself up.
I can't remember.
Was his brother a kicker at Notre Dame?
Yeah, I can't remember.
I don't know. I'm confused. I'm confused on the history there. Yeah, no, that's a good one. That's
very good.
All right, so I mentioned that Crosstalk was brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Right. I don't mind mentioning that again. But for now, I'm going to mention that you're listening to KILT-AM, KILT-FM HD2, the Houston Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, In the Loop is in front of you.
Man. Yeah, that's right. You're in the loop right here.
Like a Marconi winner.
Yes, he did. He is walking. He is walking crotch first on this Friday.
I did my best. I'll catch you later, Seth. Man, this was fun.
There you go. He's already into his weekend.
Good job today, Brandon.
Okay, very good. There you go, fellas of Payne and Pendergast. Of course, B. Scott sitting in for Sean. Appreciation to them. Appreciation to you for rocking with us. It's a Friday in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You forgot that it was a Friday? I was about to say. I know damn well you was counting down to this Friday. Because not only are you counting down to a weekend on this week, you're counting down to Texans football.
Yes, you are.
Like, that is the beauty of this week in particular. I know that some people will look at preseason football and say Texas football coming back at you tomorrow, and we are getting you ready for that here all day long on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. But we're taking our turn in the loop. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig hanging out with you as well, and you obviously getting involved with the program through the various means that are available to you. The text line 713-572-4610. That's how you get involved. Also, appreciation to the Mulcairn Injury Lawyers live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on Twitch, 610 Houston. How you living, man?
Man, I am living fantastic.
What was that word?
Man.
Oh, okay.
Man. What did it
you
come
made
out
it in like 3 syllables somehow.
Man, I'm living fantastic. Not just the Marconi nomination, which we'll get to the question of the day and other things about that. There's something about it that bothers me.
Huh?
I'll mention that during
what?
confessions. Yeah. Something about it that bothers me. Be here at 12:20. You gonna be here at 12:20?
I guess I can stay around.
All right.
I was planning on dipping out early.
Not only that, not only Friday, but you mentioned it, man. Football tomorrow. I don't care. Do you care?
What? That's football tomorrow?
No, that it's preseason and some starters aren't going to play. Who cares?
I care more than I thought I would. Like coming into this preseason for the Texans and this training camp for the Texans. This is probably fully constructed of a top line for the Texans as I think one could expect or one has seen of recent. Like, I think that you look at the top line of what this Texas team is doing, and obviously the offensive line is a place where you would hope that it is a stronger talent. Yeah. However, you do know that, hey, the top line of this is somewhere in there. They just got to figure out what the mix and match.
Lopez, and he's not letting the fact that it's the preseason keep him from caring about the exact things that it sounds like you're talking about.
Exactly. Like, I thought that would be in a place where I was looking at that, and I'm like, all right, well, there's not that much that you're watching that you're trying to get a feel of what's happening. But I think there's still a lot of things that are worth, digging into in a preseason game. Obviously, with the youth that you have, the number of rookies that are there, some of the position battles that are happening kind of in a depth as opposed to when it comes to starting type of position battles. And so, I actually had a lot more interest than I would have assumed that I would have had probably weeks ago.
Absolutely, and it got even more interesting. By the way, why does Brandon Case got? Oh, you took your shoes off. I thought you brought 2 pair of shoes. Okay.
So when you get here at 5 in the morning, it seems perfectly fine to walk in with slides on.
Yeah.
Right. But when you leave right after 10 and everybody has entered the building, you look a little silly with slides on.
Who said?
So I brought.
That's the beauty of working in radio.
Figgy wears slides all the time.
Yeah, well, it's cool when I'm with y'all, but then when I get into the elevator with the lawyers and the people that got actual jobs, it's like, who is this freaking guy?
But now you can tell them that it's a Marconi nominated station that you work for, and they can buzz off.
Dare I say I'm gonna do the thing where I walk in the elevator. With them hanging.
There you go.
You know what I mean?
I feel like you need to do that from now on.
I will.
Yeah.
Very good.
Have a good one, man. So, it got more interesting yesterday.
Yeah.
It got a lot more interesting yesterday.
There's that. But then also, thankfully, I also feel good because, hey, man, CJ Gardner-Johnson is not lost for the season. Because, look, Scott's parting shot as he walks out of the room is maybe. Thanks for nothing.
Finish your point, because I'm more on B. Scott's side.
Really? Okay, because we got news after MRIs and everything. Although we went a roundabout way with, it is an ACL tear, and everything felt like the world was falling down to some degree. Obviously, we know that there's still a lot of talent on this defense. But then they come back around and actually, no, it is not a tear. Obviously, he's still getting more tested because it's still a significant injury, right? It's not like, okay, it's not an ACL tear, so he plays football tomorrow. That's not how this goes. However, you did not have the absolute worst-case scenario, at least I think. Now I'm thinking about him, is there other worst-case scenarios that are bigger out there? But you did not have what I imagine right now is the worst-case scenario, which is inherently a good thing.
You say you see things where it's not an ACL, or the ACL is intact, is what they said. Which means, it's not worst case scenario, as you said. But here's why I kind of side with B. Scott. We all know what we saw yesterday. We all know he basically had to be helped off significantly, damn near carried from the cart to the performance center. We all know there is an injury there. So as much as everybody's like, oh, cool, he's coming back this season. Well, I would guess probably, but when? I mean, it looked like a significant injury. And just because it wasn't an ACL, and you touched on this, doesn't mean it wasn't some sort of, major injury. It looked like a major, I'm hitting the wrong leg, it was right leg. It looked like a major injury.
Yeah, because people are watching the YouTube.
They are
wrong knee, right? Nobody cares.
It was a major injury. And so my point on this is, okay, cool, it's not the ACL. I guess that's good news, but I don't know that that's good news because I know what I saw.
Sure, I think that's fair. And look, however long it takes to rehab him or get himself back to football playing shape is however long it takes. 2 questions that come to mind for me. Does this prognosis, even though we don't have a fullness of a prognosis, I understand, does this complicate things more? Because it feels like if he had a full tear, again, not that I was hoping that was the outcome by any means, but it would have made it very clear as to what you had to do. Got to go get a new guy.
Yeah.
Now you're having to parse how long is he going to be out, and is that then long enough to where you need to go and find another starting caliber player, or is that something where you can operate with the likes of MJ Stewart and Miles, who are in there and holding down the fort,
right?
Or are you going to have to even do something crazy like roll Jalen Petrie back to a depth safety position in a way that I know it was a position that wasn't his forte in the same way that playing that nickel position. Like, where are you now is one of the questions that immediately comes to mind.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because the reason I'm sort of very reluctant to say, oh, yippee, he's going to be back this season, is not necessarily because I don't think that's a good thing. It is a good thing if he can make it back this season. What I'm saying is, what have we been saying about this offense? And work with me here. I think you're going to see where I'm going. What have we been saying about this offense and its progression? We've been saying it's going to take a while. 4, 5, 6 games before it really gets its feet collectively under itself. Well, let's talk about the first 5 games before the bye. All right? That's the Rams, Bucks, Jaguars, Titans, and Ravens.
That's right.
You got in there, obviously, a very good Rams team, a good Bucks team, 2 division opponents, and an AFC contender, if not a Super Bowl contender by most accounts. Those first 5 games count, man. Not only do they count, you have 2 division games.
Yeah.
And the Ravens.
Correct.
And so if you
the Bucks and Rams aren't nothing to scoff
but
at.
I'm talking about even just in the AFC.
Sure.
You have 2 divisions and your division. Yeah, you have 2 division games and the Ravens. So if you're going to be kind of shorthanded on defense at the safety position, to answer your question, you still go get a guy. You still go get a guy because that's 5 games, where if they go the wrong way, if things go south, and we still know this defense is going to be good and can carry this team with a mediocre offense. But the offense is learning. The defense needs help at safety. Those first 5 games, like I said, they count. And so you don't have a bad start, and you don't want to, necessarily give anything away there.
No, and I mean, that's very fair. On top of the idea, the secondary question that I was going to ask is, what can we expect if and when he does return in the course of the season, coming off of an injury that, again, we still don't know the full magnitude. The 713 on the text line, again, 713-572-4610 is the number to text. But from the 713, intact is semantics. Could be a sprain, which is a partial tear, which I know that you're very much, you make sure that we highlight. If it's not a meniscus, you'll likely get PRP and be out till midseason. Now, I don't know, obviously, the timeline on specifically that, but just generally, you think about, all right, let's say he misses 8 games. That's a lot of games, but then also coming off of whatever, I imagine you're trying to get him back as soon as possible. What level of CJ Gardner-Johnson are you getting with whatever injury that you're talking about in a knee, which I imagine is, not even imagine, we know is going to be, cornerstone to any type of movement that he needs, and that's a very movement-heavy position when you're talking about safety, whether he's playing back or coming forward and kind of getting into the box.
So do you expect him to miss, if you had to guess, again, we don't know what the injury is.
I ain't nobody's doctor, brother.
No, but, well, then I will.
You got it, bro.
I think we won't see him for a month minimum.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah,
I think that's
minimum.
easily.
Yeah,
that feels very fair. And I mean, maybe we can all pray and hope that it's as the text line from the 281 said. Hopefully, it's a Grugier Hill type of injury. Like type of card off where.
So he'd be back next week.
That would be 17 incredible.
Tackles.
I don't think that's a reasonable expectation to have with what happened, right? So, I think you might. But a month would take you into the first couple of weeks of the season. Like that type of if that's the comeback, I'd be incredibly pleased with that in and of itself.
I'd be thrilled. But that's to me almost best case scenario. Again, knowing that we're not doctors and we haven't gotten the report. But when I heard ACL, I was like, okay, good. And then I started thinking, well, then what is it? Because it's absolutely something. I mean, it could be, we're not saying what it is, but it could be any number of, it could be a broken kneecap.
Or a torn meniscus.
Or a meniscus. Or what's this one? Not the femur, the shin bone, basically. It could be something like that. So I am.
Well, I feel like if it was a bone, we would have been able to tell that pretty quickly as well.
Maybe, but the MRI might show something else, and that's what apparently, reportedly, they're going to do. But I was excited. Well, I was relieved, but not exactly comforted with the prospects.
I hate so much what the Astros have done to me because I go, if it was a bone, we would have known pretty quickly, and then in my brain, in the back, as if, because I know you got, I see you, Rob Torres, right? Well, the Astros might not have known it was a bone until a week or two later, so maybe not.
Just soreness.
That's what he said.
It's just soreness.
Knee soreness. Really?
So, we don't know what it is. If you had, again, if it's a significant amount of time, you have to go get someone. Are you still in a mental space where you're thinking, add a player, right? Add someone like a Justin Simmons who is out there. Add someone like and of course I forget the name as soon as I go there. I believe it was Whitehead, the other safety Jordan Whitehead, who had played for the Bucks, hadn't played all that
well. Call up the Honey Badger.
Get him out of retirement.
Yeah, get him out of retirement.
You know what? I'm not even I paused.
I don't even know how good he was last
but you
season.
made me think for a little bit. Here's another twist to the whole thing.
Before we go there, I do think, as much as Justin Simmons has been like a name that Texans fans have had on their lips, I do think I like the prospect of Jordan Whitehead better. I think that Jordan Whitehead was better more recently won all that. He's more of a strong safety than a free safety like Justin Simmons is, which I think corresponds a little bit better to the role that C.J. Gardner-Johnson was going to have. I know that obviously C.J. can play back and have that, but he also was going to, I imagine, play forward. In fact, he seemed pretty excited about the opportunity to play forward a little bit more.
Yeah.
I think Whitehead fits that a little bit better. And while Whitehead he wasn't all that good last year. If you look at some of the metrics, you could also look at that Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense and look all the way around it and go, oh, there wasn't a lot that was very good in general. So maybe that also did not help him be the best version of himself. I do think that that might, if I'm looking for a top line of a player, because that's what we're talking about, like a starting caliber player that is still out there in free agency, Jordan Whitehead is where my brain is right currently.
All right, that's fair, but here's the other twist, the other sort of fly in the ointment in terms of you got to go get someone, and who knows, how you're going to be at the safety position. There was some Jimmy Ward news yesterday.
Yeah, I almost thought that, because the first place that I saw was that Dove Kleiman account. I'm going to be honest. As an aggregator in and of himself, I'm like, I need to see someone who I trust say this before. So I was like, oh, yeah, Jimmy Ward got hemmed up again. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, my brand manager hit me up like, he got arrested again? I'm like, oh, that got to be old.
Yeah.
And then my lawyer friend, shout out to Attorney Sam.
Yeah.
He hit me up. I'm like, oh, it must be real then, because he did his little research. He told me what lawyer he got and all this other stuff. I'm like, damn, what happened?
But here's where it involves, what we're talking about. That doesn't make it even be back.
Well,
it was quote unquote only a violation of bond.
Right, and that's what I was going to ask you, because when we were in that moment where we just knew that, he's been arrested again. The thought was, well, is this something new? And if this is a secondary thing on it, you just go, oh, well, Jimmy Ward, well, thanks for stopping by the booth. Like, this is over here.
Yeah.
Does it make you feel better in any way that it was a violation of his bond? And if you want to know, he was consuming alcohol, which is a violation of the bond. I think that there might have been a confusion.
There was no contact with the alleged
alleged victim.
Yes and no, and I don't mean to waffle. In terms of it makes me, how'd you put it, more concerned or whatever?
Yeah, like does this make you feel a little bit better that this is what it was as opposed to something else?
It makes me more concerned because judges don't play with this. Judges don't play when you
heard he got a rough judge too that don't play.
You did? I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, I heard he have a rough
I didn't
judge.
know. I hadn't heard that.
Yeah,
but so
correspondent Figgy tapping out.
I know, man. Shout out to my guy, man.
Yeah,
he gave me the rundown.
That's good information, and that ties right into why I said yes. It does make me more concerned about
Montgomery County. Period. Don't play.
Yeah.
First of all,
because Reggie, judges don't play, and you and I may be saying, well, it was only alcohol and that made him, violate this bond. Judges don't care about that. You violate a bond.
For sure.
And
I will say,
yeah,
I was just frustrated, point blank, period of, come on, dog. You know the block is hot. You know that you're on bond.
Yeah.
Walk on.
Exactly.
You need to walk the straight and narrow to get yourself through this, to even have an opportunity to get back and playing football. And that's before we talk about the moral judgments that clearly have to be discussed when it comes to if you did do what they're accusing you of having some level of strangulation or choking on a significant other. That is already something that we have to talk about. Now you are adding on different things that makes this more difficult. And I mean, what are the chances that these things happen on the same day? That's the thing that really was how is this the way that the luck goes for the Texans? And hopefully,
that's why. Yes, go get a guy.
Yeah, go get a guy.
Yeah.
We'll continue to watch the space. Obviously, further developments on what is happening with C.J. Gardner-Johnson and that injury will tell us a lot. But anything that takes him out for a significant amount of time, I think where do you set the boundary? 5 weeks, 6 weeks, and you're like, hey, go get a guy?
No.
If he misses 6 weeks of regular season, that's when you're like, hey, go get a guy, or is it significantly shorter?
No. If he misses 4 weeks, 3 weeks, go get a guy. Like I said, they count, man. Those games count.
They do count, but also,
what do you mean get a guy getting
a frontline player?
Okay,
we
so
know we
Miles Bryant or MJ Stewart can't hold it down.
Those are depth pieces.
They can't hold it down for 4 weeks.
That's why I was like 4 weeks is probably about 4 or 5 weeks.
That's probably stretching.
The bye week
is
probably mine.
4 weeks is probably stretching.
Yeah.
Because you still have a good defense where you can cover for those guys. You can have some level of coverage there. But I don't want them out there for half a season. I think that's
if they can't cover for 4 weeks, man. We might need some more depth players.
Right, and that's that.
I don't know.
So, the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the Astros getting started on a series versus the Yankees in New York. How telling will this series be? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that next.
In the Loop.
I don't want to see.
John Harris have you covered all the way through the preseason on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Clogging the toilet like at somebody else's house and you can't find them.
That's not awkward at all.
When you Dumb and Dumber it?
Not awkward at all.
Yes, it is too.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Friday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Astros back in action today. Hope you got your Apple TV Plus ready, or whatever less than legal means that you might need to go watch the game. They'll be facing off against the Yankees, a 3-game set, and it's a Hunter Brown day, so I should salute you on that as well, because he goes versus the hated New York Yankees. How telling is this series going to be for your Astros, who maintain only a 1.5-game lead now as the Mariners got, I believe, an extra innings win
walk-off
yesterday against the White Sox, which thanks for nothing, Chicago. I thought the Southsiders were going to help us out some way or shape or form. But Astros going today. It's the Yankees. How telling will this series be? 713-572-4610.
Okay, so the Astros, let's establish the baseline here. The Astros are the Yankees' daddies.
That's right.
Do you disagree, Figgy?
Nah.
They're the Yankees' daddies. Over the last decade.
Specifically Jose Altuve.
But regardless, every time the Astros turning point moment, they beat the Yankees and they own them, especially in big moments. So that's why this question comes up. Yeah, this is not necessarily a turning point, but it's pretty pivotal. You know, you mentioned it. The Mariners are 1.5 games back, and you know here we go with Yankees, and I know you don't think it's necessarily a tough opponent. I think it's pretty tough, especially at Yankee Stadium. Then you have Red Sox, then you have Orioles. Who cares? But then you have Tigers. Like we talk about this 12-game stretch. It's a pretty pivotal stretch, no matter what you think of the Yankees. But the Yankees hate the Astros. The Astros are the Yankees' daddies. If they can't win this series, and especially if they can't win this series, just 2 out of 3. I'm not greedy.
I am.
With Hunter Brown and Fromber being your first 2 pitchers in the series, maybe it's a little telling.
Yeah, I think there's definitely that. And you talked about Hunter Brown today, Fromber Valdez tomorrow. Mm-hmm. The opposing pitchers, Cam Schlittler is a name that I'm learning. Yeah, he has a 4-1.
Don't say that name again.
Yeah, man, I was real careful.
Don't say it again.
He's won 1 game.
Yeah, I think that's right. And then Saturday, someone who's only pitched 1 outing and had a bad one, Luis Gil, who has a 13.50 ERA. Like, these are guys who have not been all that good, on top of the fact that the Yankees in general have just played like a little league team a lot. I feel like all of those things should lean you into, yes, the pitching dynamic being well in your favor. But more importantly, I think the thing that feels more telling, even above the, hey, you need to get these wins, is how much the new and improved offense was the new improved offense and lineup that you have, or was that just you facing off against the Marlins in Lone Depot Park?
Yeah.
That is something that I'm very intrigued in. If you have an offense that's going to produce in the way that this offense seemingly did in Miami, okay, we're cooking with grease. I feel a little bit better about the pressure or the lack thereof that you're putting on your pen, and more importantly, your starters as you're getting, guys back from injured reserve or from the injured list, and like having them have to give you something, like giving them some run support will be huge, and helping those guys get back with less pressure. And so this is your first opportunity. Now, again, I did highlight how the pitching is poor, but hey, you should be able to do that again. Like that, even more reason why the Astros should continue to put up crooked numbers this weekend. And I want to see 5s and 6s when it comes to the end of the game, when it comes to run score for the Astros.
I'm with you. I think that's a great point. And then on top of that, you're not going to get Jeremy Pena just pinch hitting. You're going to get Jeremy Pena in every game. You're not going to get Cam Smith resting and taking games.
You might get him resting.
Well, you might like maybe one.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, this is a stretch. The Astros know it. It's going to be not just the new and improved offense. Let's see what it does. But you're going to have everybody's going to want to play. They're going to go into Joe Espada's office and say, "Put me in." you know, and I don't want to miss this game. I don't want to sit. I'll sit maybe against the Orioles or something, you know. So I think you're going to have, you know, all your bullets in the gun, in the holster, so to speak. So that is going to be very telling as well. So you agree? Like the Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez against a couple of dudes that don't have very many pelts on the wall. You got to take at least 2 or 3.
Fair text comes in. Last year did start with the Yankees sweeping the Astros at home, and as I'm looking at it, man, the last few years the record against is not actually as good as it. Like, I guess in theory and obviously high leverage situations, the Astros have absolutely owned the Yankees when they needed to. But last year, 2024, you were 1-6 versus the Yankees. The year prior, you were 2-5 versus the Yankees. Now, you were 9-2 in 2022, which obviously all-encompassing, especially when you also talk about the ways in which you needed that to get to where you wanted to go, which was hoisting a trophy.
Yeah.
I think that matters. But, yeah, you need to get back to those winning ways. That's what you have had significant wins against the Yankees in the seasons that you have won the World Series. But on top of that, and I think this might be the most important reason why it's telling, those other things notwithstanding, the Mariners have clawed this back to a game and a half. Yeah. And when you talk about the Astros having a relatively easy path for the remainder of the season, the Mariners also have that relatively easy path, including a 4-game set at home against the Tampa Bay Rays this weekend.
Tampa can surprise you a little bit.
They can.
Yeah.
It's possible, but they're not great. They have the Orioles as well. Now they'll have some guys, some
they
teams
have the Rockies, they have the A's.
They'll face against the Athletics, who, here or there. They got a 4-game set against the Angels still in there, right? Like they have some easier paths than, I guess, more difficult ones of sorts. So you're going to be going back and forth with them. And they have baseball. So
that they do, and they bolster their lineup.
They did bolster. So look, any place that you can, make sure that you keep a lead. But also, if you can stretch the lead at any point, it's going to be necessary because it looks like you might have a crazy race of a division race here at the end of the year.
And that's why I think it can be telling, this series. And the other reason that I haven't mentioned yet is if you can just get through the Yankees series, and here we go. I'm kind of smiling as I'm saying it. If you can just get through the Yankees series, you're going to be just a whisper away from maybe a Luis Garcia joining you. Maybe a JP France joining you. I'm not going to count McCullers because he's got a blister. And any of that.
Luis looked pretty good in his start.
We were great.
Go ahead.
In his start for Sugarland versus the River Cats, Sacramento River Cats. 4 innings pitched, only 3 hits, no earned runs, and 7 strikeouts. And maybe the most important thing for me, 59 pitches and 37 of them strikes, 13 whiffs.
Yeah. Struck out the side in an inning?
Struck out the side. The cutter was supposedly looking really good, which, again, I think that is really encouraging for me, that he has a pitch that looks like it's going to be dastardly for opponents. So, you come to the major league level and at least you have one thing that you can lean upon. The only thing, and shout out to Patrick Creighton who made note of this on Twitter last night, there is that good news of all of that he did in this game. The bad news is that the fastball is a little bit lower, probably about 2 miles per hour than his average.
It's an asinine conversation.
That's right. Shout out to PC. And so not having the same velo means that he's probably not going to be able to when he is able to make it back to the majors. However, being able to pitch with whatever you got, that was encouraging on a game against the River Cats.
I'm cautiously optimistic, but optimistic on him because he said last week after his last start, not this one last night, but the previous start, that he's still sort of not feeling 100% comfortable.
Yeah.
You remember that? But go figure. The Astros, in a clutch moment, need to prove that they're the Yankees' daddies. And for all these reasons, I think it could be a very telling series.
I think they're set up for success.
Yeah.
Like, I sincerely believe they're set up for success, but that's even more so why you absolutely need to go and get it done with at least 2 wins.
Yeah.
Yes, maybe I'm jinxing them. I don't know. I still don't believe I have that kind of power, but I have some expectations for a team that, you've set yourself up nicely, at least for this one, and really it feels like for the remainder of the season. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, if you didn't hear, Sports Radio 610 nominated for a Marconi. That's really cool, and that has certain people around the building walking around crotch first, so that got us thinking for our question of the day. What gets you to walking around crotch first with that level of confidence? 713-572-4610. We'll discuss it next.
All right. Right now, we need to discuss.
burgers in town, and so much more at Beck's Prime. 10 Houston area locations, BecksPrime.com.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get our question of the day going here on a Friday. What makes you walk around crotch first, almost like Vince McMahon, who struts around, or when he would strut around the WWE? I know that they don't let him around them places no more because he is a.
Why's that?
He's a very problematic man.
Yeah.
Very. I mean, you know that if you've watched any wrestling and seen some of the storylines that he had out there, that man's a wild boy.
Mm-hmm.
But he would walk around confidently, and that was ultimately the point. What makes you strut around crotch first in that way? 713-572-4610, because our boss seems like he's been doing a little bit of that. Although look,
he really hasn't.
In defense of our boss, it is Lopez who is like, hey, do the thing.
Because he deserves to, man.
Shout out to you, because you listeners, not you, Lopez, man. You the listeners, you guys have put us in a place to be a finalist for the Sports Station of the Year award for the Marconis, and of course that happens because you guys are the best fans and listeners in all of radio. So we appreciate you guys rocking with us in that way. But yeah, there's a level of confidence that pops up when you're a finalist.
So you are
for an
walking
award.
into a room.
Yeah. So what gives you that kind of confidence? 713-572-46.
And again, Parker does deserve it. He's been great for us. First ever, if you didn't hear, Marconi finalist nomination, etc. One immediately came to mind for me, and let me give you some backdrop here. You know, I've won my share of fishing tournaments. I have lost more than my share, or not lost, but not placed, in more than my share of fishing tournaments. But they call it when you know you've got the toad.
Oh, when you basically have like pocket rockets.
Do you know what that term means? When you know you've got the toad.
Like in Mario Kart? I don't understand.
They call big trout toads.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So there's a weigh-in at a fishing tournament, and I remember one specifically that they were so mad because I came in, right before the deadline to weigh my fish, and everybody's like all nervous, and the leaderboard has like a 5.5, 6 pound trout. There's another couple of 5 pound trouts up there, and those guys are just nervously walking around looking at the leaderboard and everything. And I come in with walking Vince McMahon. And they knew it. Some of my friends knew it. They're like, oh, crap. Because I had like an 8.5 pound trout. I had an enormous trout. And so everybody's like trying to win this tournament. The leaders are like nervously watching this tournament. And I put my bag on there. The weighmaster takes the trout out and holds it up and then weighs it. And everybody's like, ah, crap.
And you knew from jump.
I knew from jump. Ain't nobody going to beat this trout.
You were like, I flopped a royal flush. Like, good luck, dog. Y'all can come in with your 3 of a kind, your 2 pair. I got you, bro.
Because there's like sometimes hundreds of people at these weddings.
Sure.
Yeah. So they're like, ah, crap. That was one. And the other one, for me, I'm interested in y'all's, and this might just be me being corny, when I wear a tuxedo.
Nah, man. When you look good, when you got that stuff on, it absolutely puts you in that place where you're like, oh man, I'm somebody right now.
No, that's how I was feeling. I think when I went to your son's wedding, the one that was your least favorite one. Salute to Jacob.
Yeah.
When I was at his wedding, I felt like Frank Lucas in the fur jacket.
I do remember that. You did look good.
Yeah, I was feeling myself then at the red bottoms and all that stuff. Yeah, I was feeling good.
Not for sure. From the 408 on the text line, that first time, you know what I'm talking about. Is that first time the right one, or is it the first time that you get like?
No, when no pun intended, when you nailed it.
That's right.
Yeah, when you know.
That's right.
All right, everybody was happy.
Right. Rave reviews come through, and you're like, all right, here we go.
Yeah.
Now, I do, because especially if you go back to your homeboys, you like, yeah.
This is a great one, and I imagine that you, Lopez, and Fig, you probably now as a homeowner have opportunity for this to happen. Anytime I fix anything around the house, even if it's just replacing battery, says Kicks Rocks on the YouTube page.
Dude, I was walking around like Vince McMahon putting up the TV.
Yeah, that's
because I never put up a TV on my own. I always be nervous, and I call a TV guy, but I'm like, man, let me try it. It's my house.
Yeah. Well, remember the other day? It's been 2 weeks. Look, I still have scars. I still have scabs from it. I fixed my deck in the backyard.
Yeah.
It almost killed me. But when we took pictures and finished it, I was like, yeah, we did that. I did that. I did that right there.
Yeah. Sending pictures to your friends that don't care about it. Look at this TV that I hung up. And they're like, okay, this is a picture of a TV on the wall. We've seen this many a time. From the 361, when I win Employee of the Month to get that parking spot up front. It really is when you got some level of trophy to lord over others. Yeah. I think very much can put you in that place. And Employee of the Month, everybody in there know what time it is.
Yeah. Hell, even the email. If you get one of them company emails, hey, shout out to John Lopez for doing this, or Reggie and Ron for the radiothon. And it's just like, okay, this is a whole company thing. This is not just our little 610 family. Yeah. This is the whole Odyssey Houston family.
Although that can go one of two ways. You can either like walk around with your chest out. You can be like, all right, guys, this is this is a lot. Y'all doing a lot right now. One for me, and you won't be surprised. Like when I'm right. I've realized this about myself, and I've tried to really work on it.
I know I was right.
Like, yeah, but I think especially, and we have the good fortune of having a little proximity to like some really smart folks, and like some, obviously in sports in particular, but obviously in other places as well. But when you, especially in a place that maybe it's not your area expertise, you kind of you have a thought, or maybe you even express a thought, and then somebody else confirms it either immediately or even in a different ways when you hear it from someone else entirely out of that context, and they have the same idea, and you're like, yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
I was on that.
What was your last one where it was like a sports take that you absolutely nailed?
I was the only person in town, not to brag. Okay. I did walk in like that the next day. I said, they're drafting C.J. Stroud. They're going to draft C.J. Stroud. For a number of reasons, I had good information on that. And then lo and behold, they do it, and I walk in the next day like, told you.
The one I felt really good about. Remember that time I mentioned how I could see them drafting Titus Howard?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Nobody was talking
Alabama State?
Yeah, because everybody was throwing out these fancy names and all that stuff. And I'm like, man, I could see them drafting a project, somebody like a Titus Howard or something. And what do you know? They drafted Titus Howard. My phone was blowing up.
I'm like, Figgy, what did you know?
And then the recent one was the Will Howard one. Remember I mentioned Will Howard? Did. I could see him being the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yep.
Got drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers.
How about you?
I'm probably not a good person because I'm starting about the dudes that I knew were not good.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that can be true, too. Remember a whole lot of suck?
Yeah, Kevin Johnson.
During training camp, I said that on the air. Yeah. And of course, he didn't last.
And I shouldn't, because I shouldn't be happy about people's downfalls, but it does make me feel almost better because when people, and this isn't the most recent, but it's the one that comes to mind, and I've talked about this a number of times with you, Figgy. What was that year where the Steelers started 11-0? And they were MALO bad. They were terrible as a football team. And people were like, oh, man, I think the Steelers are good. And I'm like, are you watching? What is wrong with you? They are bad. And then eventually they just, I think they
lost a lot the rest of their games. I think.
Something like that. I think they went 1-5 the rest of the way, and it was just like, see, they're not actually good. They weren't, and then they lost. They lost. Was it the Browns?
I think so. Was that the 2020? Was that the COVID year?
Yeah, they lost to the Browns.
They got whooped in that game
see?
Too.
That's them right there. This is who we've been seeing. They just happen to be winning games. Somebody said cracking a beer open for that first tailgate of the season. Ooh.
Oh, boy.
We're about a week away from that, too.
You do walk around the tailgate like it's happening,
that
baby.
first one, Preseason or not, man.
Yeah, we're 7 days away from that, or 8 days away from that, because that's next Saturday. Obviously, tomorrow is going to be fun. Just maybe that's also a part of it, is just getting – well, I feel like winning fantasy is also one of those.
Oh, that's a great one.
Fantasy is a good one.
That's a great one, yeah.
And actually, that's another one that I was right about. Sorry, I'm not turning this into brag time.
That's all right. That's what the topic is.
I was on the Kareem Hunt the season that he broke out for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Someone was like, I can't make it. Can you draft for me? I was like, yeah. And then I get Kareem Hunt. People are like, why are you drafting him? All of a sudden, he the starter. He popping up, and people are like, what did Reggie know?
That's even better. That's even better. Not just winning a fantasy draft, but winning it based on a pick that you're like, I think
a low key type of pick.
This guy, I think this guy's gonna be pretty good. That's an even better one.
There's a number of bedroom performances showing up,
and getting a lot
that
of
is fair. That does make you feel like that. Somebody said when they killed a show on stage, put together a project, and everybody is reaching out how they love it. Yeah, when you get some praise for your work, I imagine is a big part of that, especially artistic works that are not like quantitative, right? It's not like, hey, the success is proven by the numbers, although I imagine for those of you who are spreadsheet workers where you could put up that big, it says 165%. What you want to talk about now? However, when it's something that's a little bit, qualitative and someone like you're throwing this out there and you don't know if it works until it's out there, and then people are like, yo, that was really good. I imagine you like, hey, yeah, that's me. Yeah. I'm that.
One more for me that just popped into my head, and I think a lot of our listeners can relate to this. When you cook a brisket and it's just freaking
that should be your first one, man.
And not just for your friend, like when you have people over, there's pressure, like you have people over and the brisket turns out perfect. You're like, yeah, I did that.
He was doing that all around Super Bowl weekend.
Damn right I was.
Super Bowl weekend.
He was peacocking all weekend.
Damn right I was. How was it? How was the brisket?
It was amazing.
It was real good.
It was amazing.
I kind of walk around with that level of confidence as well.
Yeah.
Keep those coming in on the text line 713-572-4610.
Shout out to Parker.
Yeah, shout out to Parker.
There
Shout
he
out
goes. He's peacocking right now.
Shout out to y'all, man. Like, again, I think that it's worth placing respect where it is due. It really is the listeners that make this go. You guys make this what it is, and I always want to show appreciation to y'all for that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where, hey, man, football, it's happening for real. Not just Hall of Fame game. It is preseason football, but we got a number of 3 games. Let's give our reaction to that, plus some other things. We'll do that next.
Ready? Texans. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610, but I feel bad because I forgot the biggest peacock moment. When your team wins one of those island games just on prime time, take you back to Monday Night Football last year, Texans, Cowboys, and you just running them boys in the fourth quarter. Pretty chest first.
I was thinking about that big, what's a recent really good high level? Oh, the first one that popped into mind, like when TCU beat Michigan in the playoff.
Oh yeah.
When you get an upset, when TCU's going to get run off the floor, off the field. Boy, you peacock, yeah, we did that. We did. When you get that big upset.
Yeah, I felt like we was kind of peacocking when the Texans beat the Browns in that playoff game because nobody was expecting that, especially after the last time they played.
Yeah, they got lit up.
Yeah.
Hell, even when they got the Chargers this past year, the way that people were talking about, the Chargers. Remember,
Rex Ryan?
Yeah.
People were picking the Chargers a lot. This.
Rex Ryan said they had a bye week.
Yeah.
Sick
That's
behavior.
That was sick, man.
That's right.
That was so bad. What was he thinking?
What was he thinking?
Because the Texans wasn't that damn bad.
No.
Do you think they learned their lesson?
No. Not Rex Ryan. Not Rex Ryan.
All right, let's go around the NFL now. We had three preseason football games yesterday to watch, and the first of which we said was a point of interest because it's a division opponent. It's the Colts versus the Ravens. I see you putting out your pinky because the big thing that happened there.
It was going that way.
Anthony Richardson, who started in this game, left this game with a dislocated pinky on a play that could only be described as him being mollywopped by an unblocked rusher.
Yeah.
And I didn't grab audio of it because there was a number of people that had it, but it was very clear. That was not the offensive line fault. That was not Shane Steichen's fault. That was a day-to-day injury. I think that was yet another indicator that Anthony Richardson is not it because that is very simple, probably college level, if not high school level.
You learn that in high school.
Adjustment to pass rushes, and he just did not have didn't have his eyes in the right place. He didn't acknowledge the hot route. He did not understand the basics of what was happening in front of him. And this is how many years are we into this? How many times has he had? How much time rather has he had working with quarterback coaches, working with coaches in general? And he just still don't get it.
Yeah, look, I thought there were some things that people can
You gotta get the CDLs now, man.
Yeah, I think there were some things that happened yesterday that people are going to overreact to, and I get it. It's not an overreaction to say what you just said. Anthony Richardson is not it. I don't think so. That was high school level stuff, man. And the internet went nuts with, and I'm talking like the Orlovskis of the world and the Brants of the world and the guys that are respected and coaches. Like, what were you? It was high school.
Get your CDLs, buddy.
Yeah, the three people I saw talking about it: Kurt Warner, Chase Daniel, and then I think Jeff Schwartz.
I saw Orlovsky. And
they all broke it down the same way, very basic. They made it very clear what was happening there, and the way that they slid the line is what you do. Now you're hot off of this one defender who is the least, or I guess the least dangerous of the two that are remaining.
Yeah.
You got to know that that's your key guy if he's coming. You have a hot guy.
Your back is going to be in the flat.
Back is in the flat, giving you eyes. That's where you go with the football. It's easy to bread and butter type stuff, and he was looking the entire opposite way from where he should have been looking. He got hurt, and I guess if you want to make jokes about that, you can. That here he is doing the thing again where he gets hurt. I think more importantly is that he can't diagnose the most simple of situations to get himself.
I completely agree. I 100% agree on that.
Was there anything else in that game that caught your attention between the Colts and the Ravens? The Ravens got to win for whoever cares. I was a little sad to see my guy DJ Giddens, K-Stater, running back. He was fine. He wasn't all that incredible in this
The Ravens
game.
seem to have a punt returner that looks like Deion Sanders.
LeJohntay Wester?
LeJohntay Wester. I was like, there were a couple of moments in these games where I went, oh, great. Oh, great. The Ravens have another weapon. Because he looked legit, and then they've been saying some good things about him. He went, was it 78 yards? Or he went the distance on a punt return. It might not have been that far, but he went the distance on a punt return. Had
87.
87?
Yeah.
Good gracious. I had the numbers right. I just had them inverse.
Right.
No, I think he's going to be, another weapon for the Ravens, and that's an AFC power.
You talk about weapons. That Keaton Mitchell cat, running back, he does look really good. And I've heard kind of people talking about him out of camp, but getting a chance to see him a little bit, I was like, okay, I see what you're talking about. He looks like he'll be a nice addition to that.
Yeah.
Speaking of running backs, one that I think are people overreacting, Ashton Jeanty, who is, very, very highly regarded, drafted high up in the first round. Was trying to track down Barry Sanders' college record last year. How did nature? He steps in with the Raiders, and he gets all of 3 carries and was it -1 yards, and he is done for the day. What's your feeling on what Ashton Jeanty provided?
Well, that's why I said there's going to be some overreactions, but the Anthony Richardson one was not. This one is. Look, man, 3 carries. 3 carries. Backups on the offensive line, not completely. I think there was 1 or 2 started, but either way, I wouldn't worry too much about Ashton Jeanty, and at minimum, I certainly wouldn't draw any comparisons. And some of the criticisms that he was getting last night.
So that offensive line was putrid last night.
Yeah.
He had a play where he's handing the ball off and he's looking eyeball to eyeball
3 yards
with the defender.
deep. Yeah.
Exactly, 3 yards deep. So that's tough. But on top of that, it did make me think though. Ashton Jeanty, while I loved him, like we gave updates on him all time last year, and he is a very good running back. He did kind of work his way into games at times. And I do wonder.
No, that's true.
I do wonder if that is more of a part and parcel of who he is. And I don't know how much you need that in the league. Obviously, there's a place for that, especially if a team is willing to lean into that for you. But if they're not a team that's like, hey, we're gonna get you the carries to get you up to speed so that you can be that type of guy.
No,
I do wonder if that limits his ceiling ultimately in the NFL.
I don't know if it'll limit his ceiling. They know this. It was obvious just as a casual college football fan. If you watched him, he's one of those better in the second half than the first half guys. I think way too hasty on Ashton Jeanty.
But we're looking at a game right now on NFL Network that was fun in some regards, especially when you looked at Joe Burrow and some of his starters were out there. Joe looked good. I think he had all 10 passes. They left him in there a decent amount.
I think he was like 9 or 10.
He was
8 or 9 or 10.
Yeah,
2 touchdowns. Yeah, he looked. They might be in the way.
That game was more of a okay. it might
be there
because what did I say? I said this is the first time the offense has been completely healthy. I think in 3 years. Going into his
probably since ever, to be honest.
Yeah, and so I wanted to see it. We saw it, and the Bengals are going to be good. The Bengals are going to be good.
Yeah. Are they?
I think they're going to be good. We'll see about the defense.
I think they're going to be in the way.
Yeah.
That's the thing is I think the offense is going to be good. The defense looked really bad. You had second and third, I think third team Eagles offense against first team Bengals defense, and they're not, they're getting moved.
Tanner McKee, baby.
Tanner McKee was good for
he was
Eagles.
Really good.
Howie Roseman does it again because Tanner McKee was good last year as well when they had to go to him for a short period of time. But yeah, the Bengals. That remains the question for me. Can that defense do anything? And again, very, very, very preliminary, early one preseason game, but that defense did not look good. And you should be good in a situation where you are 2 lines above. Like when you got your first line, they got their third line, and you're getting beat.
Yeah. How about on the other side of the ball, Kenyon Green?
That's right. So in what is the weirdest day, Houston sports wise? Obviously, we mentioned Jimmy again. It was a violation of his bond, consuming alcohol. So thankfully, not an additional thing, but still not necessarily going to go well. Especially as Figgy mentioned, Montgomery County is not they don't take kindly to those types of violations.
They had no nonsense type of crowd.
So you have
Figgy's got insight on the judge too.
Yeah. I was like, we might need to examine that. CJ Gardner-Johnson obviously was the big news. He gets injured. The man who he was traded for, Kenyon Green, leaves the game with an injury as well. Like, what kind of what kind of bad juju was out there yesterday?
He just can't win. He just can't win. It doesn't bother us. But
I was going to say, the question is, who won the trade?
He was called for holding as well in that game.
Yeah. Really? Okay, so we won it.
Just off of that.
Just off of that.
Yeah. Right. Well, as of right now, no ACL tear for CJ Gardner-Johnson. That is something we hold on to. Another big time loss for, I guess, a team. I do wonder where you thought the Chargers, what their ultimate, kind of ceiling might have been on this year, because the AFC is, chock full of teams and teams that are trying to push up into that level. I imagine the Chargers are one of them, or maybe were one of them, with the news that their newly highest paid offensive lineman in the league, Rashawn Slater, will now miss the entirety of the season with a patellar tendon rupture. So they're missing a big time offensive tackle that's supposed to keep Justin Herbert upright.
Yeah, absolutely one of the potentially worst things that they could have had. And as far as the Chargers, I don't know on the Chargers. I don't think anybody does. They're the Chargers. They'll. And yet, I think they've done some really good things. Obviously, Harbaugh and company have done some really good things. I don't know about that. That's one, it's going to be a true, let's wait 4 or 5 weeks into the regular season before we think of anything. And even then, let's wait for the playoffs to see if they can do anything. You know?
But, that's a huge loss for a team. Again, and, in a way, if you choose to view it this way, which I can understand why you wouldn't, that's a game for the Texans. That's another team that, even if they are going to be some level of good, Rashawn Slater makes a huge difference in the way that you play this game, and that's going to hurt their ultimate, how far or how high in the AFC they can be. So that AFC West is a monster.
That's the other thing.
I'm not saying that this is absolutely what will happen, but this could easily be the thing that takes them from, they could possibly try and steal that division from the Chiefs to, maybe you might be sitting amongst the basement of that division, which that is a really rough field this early in the season.
Of all the things that they didn't need, it was that because of Herbert.
Yeah, what shows up on their depth chart is Trey Pipkins III as a backup. And
Trey.
Have you seen? Do you recall seeing Trey Pipkins?
No, I don't.
I do.
You do?
Not what you want is what I will say.
Yeah.
Not what you want, with all due respect to Trey Pipkins. Some other things around the NFL tonight. More football continues as we got 4 straight days. Yesterday was just a precursor of preseason football, and it continues tonight. We have, I believe, let me make sure I'm right on this. Yeah, we got the Browns tonight. We got 3 more, in fact, tonight. And all of them start at the same time, which kind of, 2 of them. And then you got Browns-Panthers, and the Browns game is really interesting. Obviously, we know Shedeur Sanders is going for the Browns, and I imagine he gets probably 3/4 of the burn here because they signed
think that much?
They signed Snoop Huntley. I think that those are the only 2 guys.
Those are the only 2. That's everybody else is they holding back.
And you're not trying to figure out nothing about no Snoop Huntley.
No.
So I think that this is a great opportunity to actually give Shedeur Sanders burn. I think that might be the more interesting of the 2 games, just because there's been so much talk about Shedeur. He was a dude who still needed some development coming out of Colorado anyways, and he hasn't gotten a ton of burn in camp. I think that this is going to be where a lot of people's attentions are.
Yeah, for sure. But he's going to be drawing up plays. He's going to be drawing up plays in the huddle, street football. Okay, you go here, you block him, because he hadn't even really had a chance at 3/4.
Are you one of those people that agrees with a Louis Riddick, or the number of people that have said he's being fed to the wolves in the way that they're handling this?
I kind of do. Maybe it's unfair, but you can't deny that other quarterbacks have gotten the reps, and you know how I feel about reps in training camp. I've made it very, very clear. This isn't the old days, man. They're very restricted. They're very precious, and he hadn't gotten them.
I'm kind of curious because a lot of their QBs are hurt or not playing. So I wonder if everybody was healthy, how much time will he get?
That's a great question.
Because if Kenny Pickett was healthy, he'll probably be playing. Dylan Gabriel will probably be playing. So I'm wondering, because I understand getting fed to the wolves, but who else
to do that here? That's kind of how this works. I think the fed to the wolves was more about if you understand you got these injuries, give him more burn leading up to this game, preseason game, so that he has more opportunity with some ones or whatever. But I think the question that you asked when it comes to the Browns and their depth chart, Joe Flacco doesn't play. The other 2 get probably first and second, and then here comes Shedeur Sanders with a majority of the third, or maybe half of the third, and finish it out with the last
what's going to happen
of the guys.
You know what's going to happen, don't you? This would be the most Browns thing ever.
He's going to ball out?
Everybody's talking about, they're setting him up. Oh, he hasn't had any reps. He's going to play 3/4, feeding him to the wolves. Dude's going to go 21 for 23 for 208 yards and 3 touchdowns and a touchdown running. and everybody's going to go, oh, wow. Now what?
That would probably be the worst thing for that to happen, because now it's like, do you play him?
Now
what do you do?
Yeah.
Well,
and then that's more pressure to play him and potentially start him.
The only thing I'm confident is, unless they're forced to, the Browns will make the wrong decision, because that's how they operate.
Yep.
Let's be completely honest. From the 281, as a CDL holder, Figgy offended me. That's fair. That is fair. But it's the reason why he said that is that's a good way to earn money, man.
Yeah,
it's a good way to
I
earn
probably
work.
should say you should rap. Maybe go on and start this rap career.
Please don't do that. Don't subject us to that. We don't need that. All right, and real quick before we go, remember the Jaguars are playing on Saturday. Obviously, your Texans are at 3. Kind of a great spot. Like as much as you can view it through this lens on in preseason. And I Vikings. Obviously, we know how that one's going to go, and we'll talk more about that one. More about that. Noon is when you get pregame started here with Sean and Seth. But before that, you have the Giants-Bills game at noon. But then the Jaguars-Steelers is amongst a lot of games at 6 p.m. And we will see Travis Hunter go both ways in this. So we get our first taste of what that experiment looks like and how well he handles it. I do wonder, though, do you think that they do the thing where they try and soft pedal him into the two ways, where he'll play offense more with like the first team and then he comes in later with the second team and plays just defense? Or do you think they're going to try and figure out the logistics of him going on both sides?
No, I absolutely think he's going to play like maybe a quarter, and he's going to go offense, and then he's going to go – because this is practice. Yeah. I mean, this is you're getting ready for the regular season. So, like, to play him in the first quarter offense and then maybe the second quarter defense, that doesn't make any sense. They're really – by the way, if you didn't think it was – they're really going to do this. He's really going to do this.
So he going to jump off the field at the third down and then get ready to go back out on defense the very next –
Well, the way I think it's going to play out, just my opinion, is maybe 90 to 100% of the snaps on offense, and then pick your spots on defense, like second and long, third and long, things like that. But I think that's how they're going to do it in the regular season too. Yeah.
Well, if you ask the quarterback of that team, Trevor Lawrence, apparently he wants Travis Hunter on offense more.
Yeah, I'm sure he does.
I mean,
come on, man, you already got Brian Thomas.
But I imagine that's why. Like, if you end up in a place where I got two dudes, especially if Travis Hunter continues to refine in his game to possibly be like a Pro Bowl caliber wide receiver, then look at the pairing that you have. There's not a lot of teams that have pairings like that. You end up in a significant better place for a quarterback who has been longing for that type of pass catching room.
It's one football, Lawrence. Damn.
Yeah. All right, and of course, before we go, I got to give you what I know you're always looking for, the latest of your top 100 on the NFL Top 100 as voted by the players. We mentioned the last Texan to show up was 46, Will Anderson Jr. Deion Dawkins shows up at number 42, the tackle for the Bills. And then at 41, wide receiver for the Rams, who actually is down 8 spots from last year, Puka Nacua. Thoughts?
Well, Nico's up there.
Oh,
right?
Yeah. Nico's a order of magnitude better than Puka Nacua.
Yeah. It might not be so much because Puka Nacua to me is still, very, very top notch, obviously. I think it's more like there are more people that just jumped him. It's not like, this is an insult or anything for Nacua. It's like there are more people that have jumped into the top 39 or 40 or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, like, he only played 11 games last year, which I imagine factored into some of it. But no, I think he's probably still in a pretty good place.
Yeah.
And we'll continue to see how it unfurls. No love for Deion Dawkins, nothing?
Not really.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
All right, excellent. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us as we're getting ready for another tomorrow, as I mentioned, 3 p.m. right here on Sports Radio 610. Shout out to Seth Payne, who was obviously along with Sean out of West Virginia. And the final interview that Seth got was a fantastic 20-minute conversation with DeMeco Ryans. Within that, DeMeco kind of highlighted how they try and grow their players, how they kind of focus in on one growth point. And so I kind of wanted us to do a little bit of an experiment. What would be the one growth point for these various Texans going into the 2025 season? 713-572-4610. Let's work through that next.
In the loop.
I don't want CJ to play at all in this game.
Radio 610. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
That's right, big voice man. Texans training camp continues to roll on. Of course, this week they were out at the Greenbrier in West Virginia. They got some good work done. Unfortunately, there was one negative point that continues to cast a shadow over the team. We'll continue to monitor that. But a lot of good that happened, including seeing Sean and Seth out there and on what's happening on the field and talking to a number of people. Shout out to them. The interviews were all very, very good. But
it was on their social media influencer.
They were on it, baby.
Man.
They were on it.
Yeah, the ring light out there, the microphones, they was set up pretty good.
Sounded very good, except for when a helicopter came by and was being a hater on both of them.
Right. Yeah,
and you'll hear that here because I thought that of all the interviews that they did, with due respect to Sean, I thought Seth won, even though I don't think it's a competition. But, you know, anything can be a competition if you try hard enough. Because his sit-down interview with DeMeco Ryans was exquisite. You might have heard it this morning on Payne and Pendergast. I would tell you when you have time, you can go check the podcast page for Payne and Pendergast. I believe it should also be on Seth's YouTube page. It might be just some listening for you over the weekend at some point. But I'd encourage you, listen to the entirety of it. It was really good. It comes off very conversational because of Seth playing with DeMeco, but also because Seth is fantastic at what he does. And in the course of that, Seth was talking with DeMeco, the coach of this team, about like how they help grow their players. What is the development process? And he talked about this thing that they use, which is grow tapes. And basically they use kind of like a singular growth point. I'll let DeMeco kind of explain to you how they kind of help develop some of their guys.
What we do during training camp, like that's the pro grow tapes we do in the off season and OTA. So when guys come in, it's one-on-one meetings with your coaches. You go through that pro grow tape, give you a couple things. But when we come back in training camp, what I've done is I asked our offense, defensive coaches, every day of camp, I want one guy from your position, and I want you to write down one thing that we're going to list it, we're going to put it up in front of the team so everybody knows, hey, CJ Stroud, progression, or Aziz Al-Shaair, hey, wrapping up. Like it's one thing, you pick one player from your position, so every day of camp, you got different players on there, different one thing for them to improve.
How do you not love that? How do you not love that? Just the meticulous. First of all, the insight, and this is where Seth, being former teammate of DeMeco's, a former player, being a guy that has been inside.
He yelled at DeMeco as a rookie.
It's a great story, and again, I encourage you listen to the entirety of the interview.
This is where Seth is just.
Hey, rookie, get it together.
The value is off the charts. He's telling him get the plays in quicker, which, by the way, is also on brand. With Seth?
Yeah, I can see that.
Am I the only one who Seth hasn't yelled at just yet?
No, but
it'll happen in time.
He yells with love.
That's true.
Yeah, he yells with love.
Hey, Ben, get the audio together.
So, first of all, how do you not love that? Secondly, what a great thing. Just one of those little small things that can make a coach a great coach.
Yeah, and you're not burdening someone with. I mean, if you've played golf, you know this, right? You can't be like, hey, I need to make sure I get my wrists over and balance my weight and make sure I look at my club head and make sure I'm getting the right speed and you focus in. What is the one thing I'm focusing on right now? And that's the approach that they took. And I kind of wanted to bring that back to the Texans team at large. We're not going to be able to do it on a practice by practice basis, but what would you say is the one growth point in your mind for a few various Texans? Let's start with, I think one of the guys stopped down, of camp thus far. You correct me if I'm wrong, in Blake Fisher. What would you say would be like the one growth point that you would look at for Blake for the remainder of camp?
I mentioned this to you before the show, and you put it a better way, but I'm going to stick with my first instinct here. Toughness / nastiness. And I've kind of been, pigeonholed, or maybe not pigeonholed, maybe fairly characterized as a guy that's been down on what Blake Fisher is as a player. And I've been saying, you've heard the promos and everything else, best case, worst case. I think best case is Ursary, wins that job and wraps his arm around it. Worst case is Blake Fisher, because I just didn't see it last year. You called it physicality, which was maybe a little bit more accurate. But I think, there's a nastiness or physicality that if he could just fix that one thing, Blake Fisher has the elements, has the body type, has the footwork, all that stuff. So I would focus that one thing on that.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what's tough for him, especially coming into a camp where we've had people mention that he feels lighter than he had previously been. Is that the dude that you're going up against might be a literal giant, right? Like Ariante Ursary is a very, very big dude in a way that I know that the Texans have not admitted that they are actively trying to get the size on that offensive line. However, you like saying, tell me not what you say, but what you do. Like looking at, and what they've done is assembled a bunch of big old dudes on that offensive line as presumable starters, and Ariante Ursary fits that a little bit better. So yeah, if you all are the guys that are looking at that competition, you got to come with the level of physicality. And right now, I think that probably would stand to help Blake Fisher a good amount there. Speaking of Ariante Ursary, is there a growth point that you think of for Tay thus far, even as we've seen him have?
I'm going to let you take this one because I think you got it right.
For me, I mean, and this is something that they've mentioned as a team. DeMeco talked about it in a positive way in minicamp, that he had worked on it and gotten better at it. And obviously, I can't talk about this relative to like early on then. However, he's still pretty upright. And he's a big dude. It's hard to get down in that stance. But as a tackle, he's already kind of a guy whose foot speed can be a little bit slower in getting out there and setting. If you're a little slower and you get there with a little bit more straight up, the stronger and faster, or the stronger dudes will hit you square in your chest and push you backward. And that's the last thing that you need for CJ Stroud. I believe him absolutely capable with the strength. But if we can utilize that, I mean, sometimes it's not just about pure strength. It's about the ways that the leverages that you use and the way that you're able to leverage it. And so I think that if we could find a way to get him even better in that stance, that's probably going to help a good amount. But that's one of the things that's really easy to see because of how obvious it is that he is upright with his size and his stature.
I'm with you.
How about Cade Stover?
Cade Stover is an interesting one, and I do have one thing that I would love for him to sort of hone in on it and improve every day. They've been extremely high on him since before camp started. I mean, DeMeco himself was just raving about him. Others have as well. But we haven't seen the pass catching yet. Maybe we'll see it tomorrow. Maybe we'll see it tomorrow. He's been a big guy that can do some things. But I'm talking about become a whole tight end and work on that pass catching, route running, all of it.
How much? So I know that would be very helpful, and I know that some of that is in service of trying to, with all due respect to Dalton Schultz, like have Cade Stover step into the role where he is kind of an all-encompassing tight end, one that takes a more of that focal point. How much stock do you put in Dalton Schultz, and when he was available to the media talking about how this tight end room kind of has three guys that all bring something different, that kind of all have, it's kind of a choose your poison from a Nick Haley perspective of how do I deploy these three guys that all give me something different. How much do you put in that with Cade Stover not necessarily being as much of, I guess, what you would consider a pass catcher compared to Dalton?
I think it's accurate for now, but you don't want that on a daily basis because defensive coordinators know this. Defensive coordinators know, when Dalton Schultz is out there, he's not going to be, the big blocking tight end. He's going to be in a route more than likely. Now he'll help. It's not like he's completely inept, but you don't want him to go one-on-one. As a blocker. Cade Stover is a more physical guy. You want him to be more well-rounded there. And then, of course, Brevin Jordan, sort of the hybrid, more of a probably pass catcher as well. So, I think it's accurate. It's absolutely accurate.
Yeah, and the one thing about Dalton, I've talked about it a ton, maybe too much at this point, I need him to be able to box out, so to say. I need you to be able to, if you're going to be a pass catcher, especially if you're not the explosive pass catcher that I think Brevin Jordan is more so, you need to be the guy that can get into contested spaces and can't bring that in. And it feels like more often than not, you'll see a defender being able to break up a pass. I need him to be significantly better at that. In fact, I started rewatching the Chiefs game, Week 16 last year, and the first touchdown that the Texans score is a situation where, now, of course, it's against Trent McDuffie, who is a corner, but it is Dalton Schultz lined out wide so that you get that mismatch, and he is able to shrug Trent McDuffie off, create that space, and use his physicality to get a catch. I want to see more of that type of Dalton Schultz because that makes him more effective.
He is good at that. He's very good at that.
But it didn't show up nearly enough last year.
Well, it kind of did. In terms of breaking free against a nickel or something, he's always been able to do that. He did that when he was with the Cowboys. What I'm saying is the physicality on the line of scrimmage. I think he knows how to run routes. I mean, that is not an issue.
No,
how to break free.
Well, that's what I've seen. I've seen way too many instances where defenders able to play through him, and I want to see him be better at that.
Yeah.
But you're probably right. The physicality, obviously, I think a lot of people will climb for, and I imagine a lot more people would ask for, hey, be more substantial on the line than they would be what I'm saying. All right, how about this? Just to kind of throw a little curveball. DeMeco Ryans himself. Is there a growth point that you see for the head coach of this team?
Yeah, I think there is. You and I have mentioned it. It's not like so bad that you slap your forehead, but he probably, late half, late game management of whether it's the clock, down and distance, field goal, no field goal, go for it, no go for it. He's not bad at it, but we've seen hints, right, where we're like, ooh, maybe he should have done.
I wonder if you're going to have some of those instances be able to pop up in a preseason game for you here where he can maybe
I hope so.
Flesh some of that out. That would be really cool to see him do that, even if, especially in a game where you're probably going to have more of the younger guys, maybe not as many of the starters. The kind of situational management type things are probably going to be a place that is worth watching in this game from DeMeco. All right, real quick, how do you feel about, is there one that even pops up for you with Dameon Pierce?
This is an interesting one. He runs hard. I mean, he runs real hard. He gives effort. He gives great effort. He didn't fit the system, with Slowick. So what is it with Dameon? If I had to pick one thing, and this is sort of, or not organic, but abstract, is recognition. Like recognition of one cut and go on this play. Don't cut on this play. Wait for the blocks to open. Wait for the path to open. I think a lot of times he just gets the ball and goes, I'm going.
Yeah.
Whether there's a hole or not. And hell or high water, I'm going.
Sometimes it works.
And it does. And it did his rookie year a lot. I mean, he was carrying fools into the end zone, man. So it's not effort or strength or running hard. It's just like the recognition of what's in front of you.
I think that's 100% fair. Yeah. One of the reasons why the gaps, or not gap, but the outside zone scheme seemingly did not benefit him as much because it's more of a read, react, then explode.
And he just wants to go.
And he wants to, hey, this is where the lane and the gap is supposed to be. I'm going to hit it hard, which when the gap is there, as you mentioned, Figgy, he hits it hard and he's there.
Got to play a little smarter.
Yeah.
That's it.
That is fair. Yeah. That is fair. There's some more names that we could probably get to. Maybe we circle back around to that at some point. But I thought that was just a very interesting concept and one that, again, highlights just how well the DeMeco does in being a teacher as a coach and how well he connects with his guys. Again, fantastic interview by Seth Payne. I think we might circle back around to it at some point as well, but the whole 20-minute interview is indeed worth your time. And appreciation to that guy, Seth, and honestly Sean for being out there in West Virginia and doing great coverage of this Texans team. All right, coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including let's get ourselves ready for the Astros weekend series. And are you going to go eat your burger today? We'll do all that next.
Oh, yeah. All right. You going to go get your car today? Get your DNA.
biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on a Friday, headed into what is already slated to be a very, very fun Houston sports week. And it begins with me having to wish you a happy Hunter Brown Day.
Happy Hunter Brown Day. Come on, Hunter.
Hunter Brown taking the mound in the first of 3 versus the New York Yankees, a set that we've kind of set up as being one that will be very informative of what the stretch run for the Astros will be, I think. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I said it could be a telling series. The Astros are the Yankees' daddies. This is a big series, whether you like it or not. I'm not going to say the season is going to hinge on it. But you get through the Yankees.
Now set some stakes, damn it. Win this or the season's over.
Yeah. No, you got Hunter Brown, then you have Fromber. You got the Yankees in Yankee Stadium. Kind of a crucial series, especially because the Mariners are just a game and a half back now. Go put them in their place, and it could be, sort of not telling. I mean, it's telling, but not like crucial to the season. But it could set you up for sure.
No, I mean, I will take you back to what I said earlier. I really do. The place that I'm looking, even though pitching should be a place where you have an opportunity to win, you have your 2 best starters, the ones that you're most confident in, and Colton Gordon, who hasn't been poor for you as well, versus some Yankee stars also being experienced, or Max Fried, who's supposed to be one of their better pitchers. However, in his last so many starts, has had some real problems. Max Fried hasn't been very good for them. He's had a lot of issues. So, I mean, when it comes to starting pitchers, you're in a good space. The Yankees, their actual defense has been problematic of late. There's a lot of things that are available to you, but the thing I will come back to that I'm most interested in is this offense. I was very, very much thoroughly impressed by the way that they were able to score runs versus the Miami Marlins. 8 runs, 7 runs, and 4 runs respectively over that particular series, and you were threatening to score more runs. You were building innings. You were doing that. Does that continue, or was that just one particular series that you had against the Marlins team that was probably coming off of the high of a good stretch?
That is absolutely part of it. That is a big part of it, because it's one thing to do that against the Marlins and all these guys starting to really find their way, and then of course we've talked about manufacturing runs and such. Do it against their defense. May not be good, the Yankees of late especially, but do it against the Yankees, and then you have the Red Sox, and down the road in a week or so you've got the Tigers. I think it's crucial.
19 run series. Keep that same energy.
Yeah.
I'd absolutely love that. It lessens the pressure on Hunter Brown, Fromber Valdez. But then also, if that's the case, I think that also gives you more confidence for when Luis Garcia makes it back, because it does feel like he's hitting close. He had another rehab start at AAA Sugarland versus the Sacramento River Cats. 4 innings, 3 hits allowed, no outs, and a lot of his pitches were strikes. Had a lot of swing and misses. The cutter seemed to be going pretty well for him, although Patrick Creighton did mention the average velocity is down from where his previous average had been.
Yeah.
And so if you want to view that as a potential problem, sure, but he was throwing the baseball very, very well in those 4 innings, which makes it feel like within the next week, I was going to say or 2, but it feels like within the next week, you should see some Luis Garcia coming in as a reinforcement as well.
Next week-ish, right? Because 59 pitches, you'd like to see it tick up a little more than that, so maybe there's another rehab start in his future. I don't know. But I think this ties in directly with sort of the importance of getting off to a good start in this next 12-game stretch, because you've got your 2 best pitchers going now. Arrighetti, we know he didn't have the best outing, so we'll see how it goes. But if you can get through the Yankees series, you're getting really, really close to getting Luis Garcia back and maybe others back. So, yeah, I'd love to see him up. Do you think he's going to have another rehab start? I do. I hope not, but I do.
I mean, I could see that to some degree, especially after, depending on how they felt about Spencer Arrighetti's rehab start and the way that it went, maybe feeling, okay, maybe we need to give some of these other guys one more than we would have otherwise to make sure that they're ready to step up and hopefully perform, especially considering you're dropping them not into territory where they have room to not necessarily be as good. You want them to jump in immediately, be impact guys starting wise. So, yeah, maybe they one more is in the works for him, especially as opposed to maybe getting to him somewhere 80.
70, 80.
70, 80, where it's a little bit closer to what you'd want to see from him. And yes, Toby and everybody listening, this is an Apple TV Plus game as well. So if you've got that squared away, cool. If not, you might need to find somewhere to watch it. Or, and I would never suggest this, maybe a less than legal way. I don't know. Just putting things out there.
What are you saying?
People watch games in all sorts of different manners and ways. But yeah, baseball going. Speaking of baseball,
I would never do something like that.
All right, you don't have to lie to the people.
Well,
actually, let's go this way. I do want to talk a little bit about some college football. We're still a few weeks away from week 0 getting going in college football.
What a week 0 too.
Great week 0, even better week 1.
Week 1 is ridiculous.
And we'll talk more about that as we get there. But one thing in college football, and honestly it's kind of an NFL thing as well, as people are like, oh, are you tanking for Arch? I think a lot of people have felt this way when it comes to the Archie Manning and the entire Manning family get down. But he confirmed it. Archie Manning, the legendary quarterback. Is that too much? Legendary quarterback?
Oh, he's
Archie?
a legend, especially in New Orleans.
In New Orleans, yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure. But the legendary quarterback, Archie Manning, talked to Texas Monthly. And when he talked to the magazine, he made it clear. Arch Manning will not be leaving early.
Arch.
Yeah. Did I say Archie?
Yeah.
It's tough when you got the grandson named after the granddaddy and we talking about both of them at the same time. Arch. There we go. Arch will not be leaving Texas early.
I could see it going both ways, though. We'll see. And sorry, I'm going to have to waffle on this one a little bit. I could absolutely see him coming back. Archie seems to have some at the same time, it's still the NFL. I know he can get a lot of money, so I could see him going back to Texas. And he seems to really love going to Texas and love the college life and all that. But dude, you win 12, 13 games, Heisman Trophy, and you are absolutely positively the number 1 overall pick. Still a temptation.
Do you think we will see something like the Eli Manning situation with Arch? If
they need to?
No, I'm saying, I'm asking, do you think
it will happen?
Yeah, because that was the last time that happened.
Yeah. I think
this is a Manning.
I think the odds are much more likely that we do see it again than ever before because he is making $12 million.
Yeah, because it's most likely it could be the Cleveland Browns, the ones that might have a number 1 overall pick or could trade up to get one.
Yeah. No, the odds are heavily in that favor, and I think that's part of the equation here. I can go back and make. I don't even know what he makes. I'm just saying $12 million out of pulling it out of the air, but he's making a lot of money. But I could also see his goal is to play in the NFL.
Sure, no, certainly.
Yeah. But he also comes from football family, where they make their own moves.
Yeah, and it's not even just I think you're talking about the idea of like the Eli Manning, Drew Brees.
I don't think it's a thing where he trying to set his family up for good.
No,
his family is good,
and I think that's where I don't think that the holding him or remaining at Texas for the full term there has anything to do with where he lands in the NFL. I think that is a philosophical Manning that he has wants his boys to develop. He wants them to get that full range of experience.
Sure.
And I think that you're right that he's making money at Texas. I'd probably lean more into the idea of they're just rich. Like they are just a wealthy New Orleans family on top of the idea of being able to make the money.
Yeah.
So if you're not going to the NFL with the idea of, hey, I need to make this money, if you're not going to the NFL with the idea of just I really need to get to this space, if you're focused on development, staying in that space, I think that all things point to him staying, and it always has, but making it explicit by Archie was kind of cool to see. But it makes sense. It makes sense. He'll be there. He'll try and be his best because also they're not just we need to make it to the NFL. They're how do we get this kid to be in the NFL and be a consistent good player in the NFL? Damn near great.
And be a Hall of Famer.
In a good situation.
The best situation so he can be a Hall of Famer.
Plus, I imagine that family just love them college sports.
They're built. I mean, Archie's a bigger college legend than NFL, and he played 12, 13 years.
Right.
Yeah.
Some other things. ESPN announced that they're putting on a special for Lee Corso ahead of that final college game day. Remember, we were talking about week 1 where you'll catch that number 1 Texas versus number 2 Ohio State game. That ahead of that college game day, Lee Corso will have his swan song on that. But the day before that, Friday night of the 29th, I believe, actually, they will have a specific Lee Corso celebration primetime special on Friday night for Lee Corso. Enough? Too much?
No, it's a few people deserve that are just beloved even by college football fans. Your friend is watching it, your husband, your wife is watching it, and you just see this goofball up there doing these crazy things for decades. You are a fan. I think it's absolutely enough. And by the way, was it yesterday? Happy 90th birthday to Lee Corso?
Oh, it was his birthday yesterday.
I think he turned 90. It was yesterday or today? He turned 90. How about that?
Actually, I got the date wrong. So it's not the day before. It's actually the week before.
Okay.
So it'll be Friday the 22nd, August 22nd is when they'll do the Lee Corso special.
He turned 90 yesterday.
At 8 p.m. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. Shout out to Lee Corso.
Yeah, that's cool. I think it's not like it's a whole season, a whole farewell tour type deal. Mm-hmm. I think this is perfect.
That is cool. Some other things that are worth noting. We did get a crypto group that said that it was that they organized the sex toy tosses at the WNBA games, saying that this was some level of guerrilla marketing in essence towards a crypto coin. And my thought was, huh?
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, I could be more.
How?
No, not even.
How is that marketing?
Right. Yeah. Right. Like
did it have the logo on the toy?
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. I think the idea, and look, if you are to believe them, the idea would be generate all this interest. People are kind of like, what's happening here? And then you pop out like they have now and take credit for it. Or you could just be a company that's like, hey, this is an opportunity to take credit and get some attention. Yeah. Because I don't know that they were coordinating with these like 18-year-olds where even the last time it happened with
the
toys that they had not thrown yet of various different colors. So, and maybe that does give an answer as to why they were all the same color, that neon green.
By the way, if you had purple, cash your ticket. There was a purple one thrown yesterday.
Yeah, people got it. People got to cut this out. Even with the no bag policy.
On it. Yes.
Where they keep it? Never mind. Yeah. So if that, I don't know if that gives you any satisfactory, resolution to what's happening here.
I don't know. This to me, it's kind of a dumb thing to say you orchestrated it, because now you're liable for a lot of things, and who knows? But I guess.
Are you? Is that actionable?
I guess.
Okay. And then finally, today is that day. Just in case, because we mentioned it earlier, I wanted to make sure. Today is apparently National Whataburger Day.
And you're going.
I think I will. I'm actually headed
you think
out of town.
now?
Well, I'm headed out of town.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm headed out of town.
You got time to sit 3 hours in line?
No, I'm trying to figure out, do I go before or do I wait till where I'm headed to? I'm going to visit the little brother. He's got like a band thing. And I'm like, I feel like I can wait till I get out there, but then I want to make sure that I have the right timing because, again,
I've got the answer for you.
You said no.
It just occurred to me when you said you're leaving town. Go to some small town on the way.
That's a great point because you in and out.
Like you're in freaking Centerville. Are you going to Dallas?
No, I'm headed over to Killeen.
All right, so
yeah, but there's definitely going to be a space.
Jump off an exit.
Yeah,
in no man's land.
Somewhere between here and Killeen, there's going to be some town of 30,000 people that has a Whataburger.
And that Whataburger move quick, baby.
Yeah.
Somebody said it ends at 8. Apparently, appreciate you, Champ Slice.
Yeah.
So if you are going to get your 75 cents hamburger in honor of the 75th year of serving customers for Whataburger. You want to make sure to make that move. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said, do it online. I just got mine. Pull in and grab it. That's also a game plan. So go ahead and get you your 75-cent burger. I know that you guys will as well, right?
No, I might.
Hey, we might have convinced them.
I love Whataburger. The line, I said might because if it's a long line, I'm out.
Order on the app. You got the app?
Yeah, I got the app.
Yeah, just work
Actually,
on
no,
that.
I don't. Yeah.
Look at that. Shame. All right, coming up next, let's get to this Texans game. Got Texans football tomorrow. What are your top 4 storylines for the Texans tomorrow? 713-572-4610. Let's get into it next.
Ready? Texans football. Odyssey Sports Station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, Texans football back in action tomorrow, 3 p.m.
Let's go.
Right here on Houston Sports Leader.
I love
your
3 p.m.
home.
too.
Why is that?
Just a good time. Yeah, you can get some stuff done in the morning. You know, whatever errands, have a nice lunch, settle in, 3 p.m., then you can watch other games later.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't hate that.
Yeah.
I mean, it is going to be the only one on at that time, I believe.
Man.
Do you?
I don't really.
You ain't got nothing to do.
I don't really. If I'm not fishing, I'm pretty much just hanging out.
Okay. Sounds like you're doing all right for yourself. But yeah, 3 p.m. You can get started at 12. Get all up in the groove right here with Sean and Seth. They get you ready for the game.
He was just up here too.
He was.
Yeah. We made amends.
That's not what I heard. But again, always great to get your day started and get a game day started with those fine fellas.
Ah!
I don't know what to do after that. Like, how am I supposed to follow Actually, I don't want to describe that noise. That's the noise. I don't know how I'm supposed to follow that. I'll do my best to trudge on. But football's coming, and with that being the case, like, what are the storylines that we're looking forward to? We know that there's probably not going to be a ton of the starters.
Yeah.
DeMeco said that there's going to be a lot of the young guys for however you take that. So Mr. Newspaper book writer man, what are the storylines? What are the top 4 storylines we're looking at here? And you play along. So
you know why it's 4 instead of 3? Usually people go, what are the top 3? What are the top 5? What are the top 10? You know why I said 4?
No.
Because we know the one everybody's thinking, offensive line.
Yeah.
Like you're not going to watch this game and not think that one of the big storylines is the offensive line.
Starters on the offensive line play here, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Maybe sans Cam Robinson, because he didn't get back into work, did he?
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, maybe. Oh, but on the other hand, you kind of want to see if Ursa is going to be the right tackle. You kind of want to see him at right tackle, in a real game.
I would hope, but he didn't. That's my thing is, well, and here's the thing. Also, you had a full scrimmage on Thursday.
Yeah.
And the physicality of the scrimmage is going to hit even the most, I imagine, in the trenches. Like, do they then lean to some of the other guys to get more burn? But they really need to figure out what's happening on the offensive line. So I think they might throw those guys.
I think at least a series, maybe more. You're going to see the quote unquote starting offensive line, maybe minus Cam Robinson, probably minus Cam Robinson. But I think, I think that the offensive line is number one. So let's go to the next 3.
Is there one dude on the offensive line that you're most intrigued for this particular game?
2 dudes, Jared Patterson and Jake Andrews.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Like, that's fair. That's the one active start. I mean, of all the team, that's the one starting role that seems like it's up for grabs. Right?
Well, outside of C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah, but that's the injury that's there.
But in
right?
terms of like a competition,
actual competition, that's the only one.
Yeah. So we're all in agreement. Offensive line, we're all going to be watching that. We're all going to be passing judgment, jumping to conclusions.
Yeah, for the past 10 years.
All right, so top 3. I've got 3. I don't know if you have similar or different ones or whatever.
I probably have different ones. You know me. I like being weird.
My number one and you're right. My number one.
Like that you stopped. You're like, no, I need to make sure. I also see that you're weird.
My number one right now is who steps out at safety. Because you said there's going to be some veterans that are not going to play, and DeMeco said it too. But you got to place who you think is going to be a safety in a pinch if you don't add a player.
Well, I mean, you got 3
safeties.
You got 3 safeties outside of the Kalen Bullock, right? That you already knew were going to play. I don't think that you would consider them as kind of the vet guys. That's a weird phrase to use. But like the vet guys that we don't need no burn. It is MJ Stewart, who is next on the depth chart after C.J. Gardner-Johnson. It is Miles Bryant. It is Russ Yeast. Those guys, I imagine, will get a lot of burn.
Right. And I want to see who steps out.
What sucks though is that you have Jalen Reed still dealing with that kind of was it leg injury or whatever that was nondescript from what I could tell. But yeah. That would he would gain the most, like especially in the same way we're talking about Shedeur Sanders having a large. I would imagine that Jalen Reed would get a lot of burn if he was available and up for this game, and I just don't imagine that he will be, which really makes me sad.
What I was going to say is I believe this is the opportunity of a lifetime for Russ Yeast, because you know what MJ Stewart is. You just know. I mean, he might step out first, but this is truly like this is the opportunity of a lifetime. You've got C.J. Gardner-Johnson hurt. Yeast has been, showing a little bit more than on more than one occasion when he's been out there. He's played some with the 2s, and so maybe this might be. He's got a chance here.
Do you think if let's say they do kind of show out in this preseason game or in preseason general, do that make you a little more comfortable if the Texans decide not to bring in like a pure replacement for CJ?
You said a little more, and I'll go with that.
I was about to say, the answer is very clear, and it's going to be a no for that.
A little more. All right. The second third technically, because we're all talking about the offensive line.
All right.
Big storyline for me is you mentioned this as well. The young guys are going to play. All right, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel.
Thank you.
All right, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel.
Higgins is an interesting one. You think Higgins gets a lot of burn, especially since he's been one of the ones, or they're just going to lean into?
He's a rookie.
Okay.
He's a rookie. Yeah, he's going to play a lot.
I sure hope so, because Higgins is a dude who I want to see even more what he can do in these contexts.
Yeah.
I think also what will be even bigger for me is the joint practice that you get with the Panthers next week. Is it Panthers? That's right. But more like this is obviously first opportunity to see him against not the most ridiculous secondary that we've got.
Yeah.
So I want to see how he's utilized, how much he flashes. Noel also will be interested for a different reason, which is, does that flash that he's had, the ability to just the knack that he has to get open, does that translate here as well? And I imagine it does, but just to what degree? Like, are we talking about, there's star power in here?
Yeah, I want to see them both because, and the main thing with Jaden Higgins, and this is not a slight, is Jalen Noel's been getting, there's more buzz around him right now than Higgins. So let's see what they both can do. Young guys, lights are on, as DeMeco Ryans said. The lights are on. Let's see what happens. Make some plays, young fellas. I mean, make some plays.
I strong agree. That's absolutely one that I want to see. And yes, which Jaden will have the best performance is also very much a story. Actually, that would be a great way to put it, because then you incorporate not just your two Iowa State wide receivers. Then you incorporate J-Rock, Jalen Smith,
right?
Who? How does he show up? Because he's next man up on cornerback, at least in my mind. Of course, it feels like you look at the depth chart above Tremont Smith, above Damon Darnett, who were guys that we looked at as like the veterans to possibly be depth guys.
Yeah.
Does he continue to show up in that way as well?
Yeah. And then the third one for me in terms of storylines tonight, tight ends. I'm going into training camp, into the offseason, into this first game. We like it. We like what we're kind of seeing. Let's see it. Let's see. I want to see how. I don't know if Dalton Schultz is going to play. I think he might be one of the guys that doesn't play.
I can see that.
But if he does, let's see how he looks in this offense as a pass catcher. I think Cade Stover's going to play a lot. I think they want to get him some reps in various situations. I also want to see, and we've seen hints of this at training camp, the tight end is flexing outside a little bit. It's not like they're going to spill the playbook in training camp. They'll probably do some of that. Let's see some of these games and some of these matchups that they try to set up.
So the top four for you does not include any running back situations here.
But it's a good arguable point. Is that yours?
It's one of them.
One of them? Yeah.
One of them, sure. Cam on the YouTube page, great point. Ready to see what Woody can do. Woody Marks is one of those guys. He's one of my pet cats for this training camp. And it feels like we've gotten taste, but we haven't had an opportunity for him to shine. This feels like a great opportunity for him and Jawar Jordan to shine, right? Like, I feel like this is a great spot. And Jawar has been great in practice as well. It feels like this preseason, and especially where, do you feel like Nick Chubb might be one of those guys that doesn't play?
No, there's no way Nick Chubb's going to play.
Right? So
because they want to see all these guys.
It feels like there's going to be a lot of room for Woody and Jawar to have some shine, see what they can do. So that's going to be a really fun thing to see and see exactly
Taylor,
how good.
Dare. Dare always plays.
Do we need to see Dare?
We don't, but he always plays. He just does. Do you have any?
No, mine was going to be the running back position, to be honest. I know Nick Chubb probably ain't going to play, but I do want to see the rookie
Woody Marks.
Woody Marks, I do want to see how he looks, and if he's actually looking pretty all right, that could be a good sign, man.
How excited are you for just Davis Mills at the helm of this? Because like Davis has had a good camp throwing the football. No, I heard Seth making this mention when they were talking about it earlier with B. Scott, and it's a great point. Like, I think Davis also gives you a great chance for those shots. He's been throwing the ball really well, but also, hey, billboards exist, right? Like, this could be one of those continued billboard games. I know when Davis Mills comes up, a lot of people immediately get to well, can you trade him from somewhere? Like, will the Saints trade for him? I don't think the Saints are in a place where they would want to, and nor should they. However, this could be a great billboard for Davis Mills, who may be, looking like the best version of himself to possibly set up for, hey, if you need a quarterback at some point, come talk to Nick Caserio.
Yeah, I get it, and it's always on the table, but when you fancy yourself a contender, and this team does, you got to have that reliable backup, that big, and he's had a really good camp, man. I think he's had more power in his throws. I think he's been throwing a better ball. That not just the accuracy. People talk about it, CJ's been a little bit off with accuracy. I think he's got more velocity on his ball. Maybe I'm wrong. But you watched him, so we'll see. Do you have any others?
It's kind of just thinking about David Smith. It's kind of wild that we didn't even question the backup quarterback situation at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's been his job the whole time,
and you have to have that if you're a contender.
Yeah, you usually don't have that. Usually you have backups in and out and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He's been solid.
No, that's been the beauty, and I guess I
didn't even have to worry about the backup.
No,
I wanted to just be like, yeah, I agree with you, but then I almost went to a place where I started talking bad about folks, which I'm trying to do better about. I'm trying to be a better version.
You talking
of
bad about folks? What?
Well, yeah, you started talking. You know where I was about to go. You talked about quarterbacks. We've mentioned two of them. Two of them we have not. I'll leave it there. Anyways, from the 832, I am 100% in agreement here, and I was like, is it too nerdy to say this? So thank you, Texter. This week threw me for a little bit of a loop. I've probably talked way too much about Jakob Johnson and how they're going to utilize him, how they've kind of had him running at tight end, where he ultimately fell on the tight end depth chart.
Yeah.
And then they bring in Dalton Keene, who is a fullback tight end type guy that has been here before.
He got a bunch of fullbacks.
But
I haven't seen him.
But yeah, I was working off of the idea that, hey, Jakob Johnson is here. British Brooks, I guess, could kind of be sort of fullback-like as well. I thought, okay, well, Jakob Johnson, clearly leader in the clubhouse, has a familiarity with some of the offense. And so for you to get, a few weeks into training camp and go, hey, Dalton Keene, you want to come through? I was like, hey, what does that actually say about how they feel about Jakob Johnson and how he's coming along? Because he's looked fine as a pass catcher, and they have not done a lot of running with a fullback. But when he has, I'm like, all right, he looked like a fullback. So I thought that, okay, this is going to be fine. You go when you work, that's it.
Yeah.
But then bringing in another fullback type player in addition to like the ones that you kind of have.
Yeah.
Kind of it makes me scratch my head and think, what are they looking at? What does that say about Jakob? Does that mean that they are not satisfied with what they're getting out of that general position? And I mean, I don't know exactly what I'll be able to take of that from this Vikings game, but I'm hoping to maybe get some insight into that, though.
Or as the texter put, just are they going to use it? At some point you got to work on these things.
Well, they need to.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing about the what is it? The Earnhardt. I forget what the name of the offense is. But the way that they go things actually, and that's more about calling it. But New England Patriots type things, they like using that fullback.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you're going to need him as a pass catcher in like the modern iteration of things. But that we have is that none of your tight ends are going to be able to do that consistently for you. So you're probably going to need to lean into that spot in a way with somebody that is, suited for it.
I don't know if you have any others, but I just thought of another one. I should have thought of this earlier. It still wouldn't be in my top three, but I'm definitely going to see the storyline, not just on the interior defensive line because obviously Fadakasi's not going to be there. Kurt Hinish is not going to be there. But Tommy Togiai's had a very good camp. He's DeMeco Ryans' favorite player apparently. At least if you listen to DeMeco, and he played
consistent,
the most consistent. Make sure you get it right from DeMeco, the most consistent player on the team. But this guy might really be a factor. And he's going to play because they're kind of shorthanded on the interior anyway.
Yeah, what does his development look like? Or is there more development to be wrung out from him, or is it just kind of that's what he is as very solid replacement defensive tackle that you're comfortable getting in there, you're comfortable starting if you need to, but maybe isn't as much as type of guy as you're getting out of Rankins and even maybe Fatukasi. Fair thing to bring up is the kicker. I have not seen another kicker in camp. I don't think that they're even trying to make that a contention. But remember, one of the things that it feels like in camp that we need to get a feel for is Kaimi going to be the same Kaimi that he was prior to last year, or is it going to look kind of a little bit like that? Because I hate to do this, but these things trend to like even the best kickers. We've seen them get to a place where they start looking lesser. I can name a number of kickers that I loved, especially fantasy-wise. You go, that guy's good. This is not that good. I hate to say that you're getting to a place where you have to be concerned about that, but you did see a downturn in what Kaimi was last year.
Almost more alarming if he has a bad preseason, Fairbairn, because there's no pressure.
Yeah.
It's like zero pressure. They're just working on their special teams. So, yeah, if he starts missing some, that's a good point.
About the long snapper, or is that a little too nerdy?
Oh, we have a new long snapper. That's right.
That gets interesting because Tucker Addington, who was the guy who you brought in immediately when you let John Weeks go, you let him go.
Mm-hmm.
He has also been cut from where he was prior. So now, like, he is on the street
rolling
again.
it back there?
I don't. That's a great question. So yeah, those are kind of some smaller things.
Yeah.
Is your long snapper that you currently have on the roster? Is he doing his things well?
Will y'all hit the panic alarm if some type of mishap happened with the long snapper?
If Brinkman is rolling it back there,
this preseason.
I think anyone would. Yeah, that's so crucial, and we don't think about it until it happens.
I don't know that the Texans would, though, because it seems like when DeMeco was asked about Brinkman, and DeMeco is he's inclined to just kind of, oh no, it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
He talked about how he's got the other specialists are experienced in helping him through things, and just in a general sense, not necessarily that he was dealing with something.
Yeah.
But I imagine that they could pretty easily get to a place where they're like, yeah, he's young. The experience that he has around him will help him steady the ship. So I don't know if they would get to that place, but maybe, who knows? Maybe it's just the degree of how bad it looks if it was to go bad for Brinkman. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions as we typically do. We will do it next.
In the loop.
At all.
Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
How about us? How about Sports Radio 610 getting that Marconi finalist nomination yesterday? It's making the rounds today, and it's awesome. My confession is this. I kind of got a problem with the whole thing, if this is the case.
Look at you nitpicking.
Here we go.
Is it nitpicking?
Yes.
You don't even know what I'm going to say.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. So, I believe in October, they're going to announce the winner. And if we do not win, which obviously we're all hoping that we do, the Marconi.
Do you know that?
We all want to.
Have you asked everybody?
Do we all want to win? Figgy, do you want to win?
Yeah.
Really?
No, I'm just playing. Of course I want to win.
Of course. I looked it up briefly. I don't think they announce first through fifth, just the winner.
Sure.
Kind of like the Academy Awards, which I figured, but I did look it up. I want to make sure if we don't win, we at least beat Nashville. We got to beat Tennessee. I want to see the final numbers. I want to see the final vote. Even if we don't win, we better be damn sure be ahead of Tennessee. We ain't gonna fall behind Tennessee.
So we're trying to get at least fourth, and Tennessee
at
last.
Least fourth, and
you'll
Tennessee
be fine
last.
with fourth.
That makes a difference to me. Can't lose.
There's no way that.
So is this a?
There's no way whatsoever.
So I looked it up.
Is this a Amy Adams connection?
It's just a Tennessee. Screw them. Yeah, but probably the gist of it is Amy Adams strong.
Oilers.
Yeah. Oilers. All that stuff.
Yeah, that's the one thing that just can't happen. Like, I highly doubt that there will be a ranking.
Mm-hmm.
It just can't be we don't win and they do.
Yes,
that's all it is.
That would be the worst case scenario.
Like, and that's just high level hating. But you know what? It's just gonna have to be hating. That's fine.
Of course it is.
It just can't be that. So all them others, I'm rooting for obviously Sports Radio 610, but I'm also rooting for the ticket in Detroit. I'm rooting for the Sports Hub.
Yeah.
I just not y'all now.
They won the Super Bowl.
That's
all
fair.
need to win this for.
And it was loud as hell over there.
They was peacock. They was throwing our old station off.
So the lowest we should finish in is third.
Singing
Philly and Tennessee.
They was sitting there singing Creed and all that stuff. Shout out to Hugh Douglas, but
who was that?
Everybody else.
No, Hugh Douglas was cool.
That's my man.
They back in. Hugh was dope.
That's my man's. But singing Creed and
they
all
was getting
that
on
stuff.
Ron's last nerve.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So third at worst is what we want to be.
Okay. Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I know we were just talking about the top 4 storylines per John Lopez for the Texans game. I got to admit, I don't know that it's fair. I am going to be watching the hell, almost maybe to the point of possibly actually documenting Nick Haley as play caller. That has been deeply interesting to me going into this season just generally. And I don't even know exactly what all I'm looking for, but just like maybe tendencies. And again, I don't know how fair that is because it's not like he's calling from the fullness of his playbook by any means in preseason game 1. But what are the things that he is willing to show us? Like, how does he go about things? Are they getting the plays in quickly? Like, just what are the things that we can take from a Nick Haley-led offense, not just the offense itself, but how he's actually handling it on game day?
Yeah.
Is this the first time he's going to handle it in this capacity?
I think that's a great point and a great confession because we should have gotten to that in the last segment.
Yeah, I'm just like, and this is the thing is, again, it's preseason during training camp. We're going to take all of this and try and talk about it while understanding that to some degree you have to take it with a grain of salt, more override the kind of assumptions and thoughts that we've developed during this time. However, with all that we have ahead of us, or all that we have in front of us being this game, I can already feel myself going way too far on. See, like he clearly is throwing too many pitches, and like I can see myself getting to that place. I already know what's about to
Why did he do a reverse there?
We've had that conversation.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, man, I'm a bit of a hypocrite. So remember around this time, I forgot, it might have been months ago, I was talking about how silly it was to pre-order a video game that's a digital video game. And I'm like, what? Like, I didn't really understand the perks of it. And a lot of people were saying, oh, yeah, sometimes you could get it 3 days early and you get this special edition and all that stuff. Well, I actually pre-ordered a video game. I want to say it was like 3 weeks ago. I went on and pre-ordered it. It was supposed to come out today. And last night I was thinking about it. I'm like, oh, yeah, I wonder, did it come out early? Did I get some new perks in? So I went to it. And it started downloading. I'm like, ooh, I can play it right now. It's like 8 o'clock. I'm like, ooh, it's about to be fun. So I sat there, waited the whole time while the game downloaded.
You were watching it download?
I was sitting there watching it download.
You set yourself up.
I was sitting there like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
For it to say, it will be ready in 1.5 hours.
Oh, Lord.
I'm like, what was the purpose of pre-ordering this? Like, they game, by the way, it's called Mafia Old Town.
It's called Bait and Switch.
I'm like, what? So, man, I'm a hypocrite because I was complaining about people pre-ordering stuff. I'm back to it, man. What was the purpose of pre-ordering the game?
So you ready when it's time. You feel me? Like you prepared yourself.
But I also could have woke up this morning, purchased the game, and all would have been the same. Yeah. Unless they just going to jack up the price or something like that. Well, I'm like, what was the purpose of that? They was pressuring me to pre-order it.
Yeah, they were.
They kept sending emails and notifications. Pre-order for what?
To get that money in.
Yeah, what, it's going to sell out?
It's not. I was going to say, it's not like it's going to sell out.
Yeah. So I just
they got you, Figgy. That should be your confession. They got me.
Yeah, they got me. I'm so irritated.
These are my confessions.
All right, so yet another thing that I'm not real proud of, but I did. So yet another. Okay, let me say this first. I would never. We talked about the things being thrown on WNBA courts yesterday.
Yeah, I was like,
I think it's stupid. It's obviously dangerous. I don't know what these people are trying to prove. There's misogyny involved. There's all kinds of hate involved. It's awful. It's dumb. It's stupid. Stop it.
But
that said, when I saw.
Unbelievable.
I said I wasn't proud of it. When I saw that yet another, of these objects was thrown on the court last night, and I saw that it was purple, went to check the odds. What was purple? What'd you get if you won? What'd you get if you bet on purple?
People were really betting on that?
Yeah.
How do you bet on this?
I don't know, and
I never understood that.
And I wouldn't do that either, because I'm obviously against it, like all of us, but. I was like, I wonder what some fool won on that. And I couldn't find the odds for that reason. But apparently, a lot of people have been betting on like the color of this thing that's going to be thrown. And purple, they've all been lime green. That was the odds-on favorite, obviously.
Allow me to quote the great Michael Jeffrey Jordan from a public service announcement that he did back in the 90s. Stop it. Get some help. Yeah. Like, you betting on what objects will be thrown onto the playing surface. Yeah, that's right. Not the object. What the color of the object that you're not supposed to throw on the field that will get thrown onto the field of play. You are a sick human being.
Yeah, you are.
I need you to stop. Yeah. And honestly, I'm going to be an equal opportunity, hater in this moment. Who are these sports books taking the odds on that? Because in a way, you're kind of encouraging it because I'm sure that there's someone out there that thought, I could buy a ticket and go throw something on my court, which I feel like is complete opposite of what you want in this instance.
Yeah.
Somebody said, what were the odds? All right, no.
I couldn't find them, but I know that people, it's been out there that people have been betting a lot on that, but.
Unbelievable.
Purple, huh?
These are my confessions.
You talk about getting got. I also was got yesterday.
Oh.
So a friend of mine was in town. I was like, hey, I hadn't been to Killings. Let me actually make that move. So myself and my friend, we went, had dinner. Fantastic dinner, however. Looked at the menu. I was like, all right, we spending money today. Ain't no problem. Let's do it. So many good things on the menu. What am I going to get?
Yeah.
And what do you typically do when you can't make a decision on what's happening?
I get them all.
You get them all?
Get them all. Well, you know how they have like 1 meat, 2 meat, 3 meat?
Yeah.
I go ahead and get the 3 meat and then take home whatever you're not going to eat.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
You know what I did? I asked the server.
Oh.
I was like, what do you usually get, or what's your recommendation? You wonder what was recommended to me?
I can tell you. Let me guess. I think I have a good idea because they always have. They're always trying to push
some chicken or something.
Nope. They're always trying to push turkey.
Turkey. No,
it wasn't a turkey.
They're always trying to push because they have excess. Yeah.
It just happened to be the most expensive thing on the menu.
Brisket?
It was a
Like a beef rib or something?
28-pound short rib.
Yeah.
That joint was delicious,
Oh, you got
though.
the dino rib, the big one?
I got the big old rib.
Yeah.
And then my dumb self, who had not eaten in too many hours, also was like, hey, let me get a side of them Brussels sprouts and let me get that.
Yeah,
I had
that's where
so
you
much
messed up.
food.
Yeah.
I got so bad because I already knew like a 28-pound or 28-ounce, dino rib or whatever, short rib. I was like, all right,
You got to go caveman.
exactly.
At that point.
But in my head, I was like, what? I'm just gonna eat beef today with no sides. I'm like, let me get this side, and it was way too much. And I was not happy about what I paid. Not necessarily that I was mad at them. I was mad at myself.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I ordered a lot of food. It was more food than I was going to eat. And I didn't have to do any of that. I just went way too far.
Yeah.
Way too far on the day. And so I got, and I have no one to blame but myself.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 from 346. You see the new way of betting is calling the Gamblers Hotline and gambling. That if you end in that place, you are beyond help.
You are a sick. Have you seen the ones on the Angel Reese missed shots? If she misses her first shot, they're betting on that.
Unbelievable. All right, appreciate you rocking with us right here on a Friday. Hope your Friday is going well. Coming up next, again, we talked about the Astros getting back into it versus the Yankees today. Apple TV Plus game at 6:05 first pitch. But I was watching MLB Network. And they had their ranking of the managers in baseball right now and the performances they've had this year. As you might imagine, Joe Espada, highly ranked. How do you feel about the Astros skipper now? Because I know that he has been, much embattled at various points. 713-572-4610. Let's talk about Espada next.
Will the Texans starters play in...
Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios and in the loop.
Yeah, been a good Friday thus far. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Excited for spring training game spring training for I'm thinking baseball for
it's a split squad.
Preseason.
That'd be great if the NFL had split squad games.
Would it?
Yes. Everybody would have to play. You can
Why does that
everybody for more time on the field?
I don't think that's how that works. Do you remember what a split squad game is?
Yeah.
How does that mean everybody's on the field?
Because you'd have to play them.
So explain to the people that don't know.
I don't understand what he's doing right now.
Explain to the people that don't know what it is.
You can have a split squad. One playing in Kissimmee, or not Kissimmee, in Clearwater, one playing in that. So you send teams to both.
Yeah, and usually the teams are made up of like some of your kind of typical starters and some young players,
etc. So if the NFL did it, you only have so many players.
Yeah, I guess you'd have to play the whole
squads. You'd have to play everybody.
Yeah. Which just means double the knocks that you take in a way, and I don't think that everybody's in for that. But training camp game number one, preseason, that's the word. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of words this time of year. Preseason game number 1 tomorrow, 3 p.m. versus the Vikings. You'll hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. But this weekend, also excited for the Astros. And headed into the weekend, not that I did not know this about Joe Espada, but it's good to see everyone else outside of the Houston area, outside of the Astros fan base, show a little love to the Astros, and also specifically Joe Espada. This was Greg Amsinger, who works for MLB Network. He put together the top managerial performances of this 2025 baseball season, and you won't be surprised to find who he had at number 1.
The Brewers are the best team in baseball, in my opinion. Number 2?
So
number 2.
They're in for a tailspin.
Well, let me tell you, he's got a lot of pitching depth that he's enjoyed, and the lineup has been consistent, and every team deals with injuries. But no manager has dealt with injuries more than Joe Espada, who's number 1 on Greg's list. The Astros are 64-50. They're in first place in the AL West. This guy, 14 players currently on the injured list, including Yordan Alvarez. We don't know what we're going to get from him. And I'm not going to stumble. 7 starting pitchers on the IL for Joe Espada.
How could you not? By the way, it's not 14 anymore. It was 8. Well, it's going down again.
Yeah, I think that's where he was. Yeah. It had gotten up to 19 at its highest. Yeah. I do love that he was just like, hey, man, won a lot of games, and Yordan, we still don't know. It's like, you got to feel. But Joe Espada, like, getting a lot of love, and obviously the injuries make it very evident, but it did make me wonder, like, is this enough to kind of overcome what has been – there's been a lot of noise around a manager who has, won the division and everything around Espada for people having criticisms of them. And I wanted to get a feel for, how do you feel about the skipper at this point for your Astros?
I think it's a no-brainer, and it would be an insult if he's not manager of the year. It has been that good of a job. We've touched on this even months ago, a couple of months ago, a month and a half. I felt tail end of the first half of the season before the All-Star break. Like what they were doing, they were just, they were devastated with injuries. The pitching was obviously hit the most. It was incredible, and they won. What was it at one point? 17 of 20 games or something like that. And they've continued to kind of hold off the Mariners. It's getting interesting, but holding them off. It's a no-brainer. Joe Espada is the best manager in the MLB this year.
And if you'll allow me to kind of get into the nerdery of some sorts, I think it's one of the ways that I look at things. I know that we talk about the Texans, especially at the top, with Caserio looking at things, not from a results standpoint, but from a process standpoint, because I think that at times you could talk about results for Espada, but then process was criticized a good amount. I kind of want to, where are you looking at the process? Because obviously they've been able to win the games. You mentioned that they're, obviously managing to win baseball games, even in the midst of injuries. I think process-wise, it's been interesting the way that he's been able to bring along players. I think one of the big things that I know pops up for you and me as well is the ways in which they've shifted the type of baseball they're playing. They've gotten a little bit more small ball at times to make sure to manufacture runs in the understanding that, hey, your guys who are supposed to be swinging the bat big are either injured or maybe not delivering in that same way. That has been good to see. What for you have you looked at with the process, especially as the criticisms of Espada have existed process-wise, especially at times?
Look, the interesting thing, and I think it's just a real credit to Joe Espada, is he's doing all this, not just with the injuries and everything we just talked about, but to the way baseball is played right now. I mean, I'm sure there are analytics guys telling him, no, do this. This is what works. These are the numbers say, etc. Launch angle, blah blah blah. And no, he's kind of going against it. And I think the best part of this story is no fault, like zero fault of his own. He took the job. He was criticized from the start. Like, he was doubted at best, criticized at worst, and by and large, just because he was the next guy in the room. He was the guy that they brought in. He was considered to be more of a puppet, for Jim Crane and others, Dana Brown, etc. Like, oh, he's not going to make any decisions on himself, but he is. He's doing this. The product on the field, the way they're playing the game, is a Joe Espada, production. And the other thing that he's done, let's go back to spring training, the actual spring training, not the NFL spring training. When you don't make the decision, you don't make the decision to bring Cam Smith up to the big leagues. The general manager has a lot of influence, but you don't make that decision unless the manager, number one, signs off on it, and number two, can make it work.
And boy, has he made it work. Yeah. Like Cam, and of course, I think that in this day and age, managers can't operate as unilaterally as they once did. Like, they clearly have to have the support of their front office and their general managers who exert a lot over decisions day to day. But them getting on the same page and having Cam Smith not just get out there, but making that decision to move him out the right field and ultimately being proven right very quickly, I think that they deserve credit for that. I think even as things have gone along through the injuries, they've had to utilize Cam Smith. I think I've liked the ways that they've tried to roll him back a little bit, give him a little bit of rest at times. How do you feel about the ways that he's handled like Jose Altuve and some of those decisions on the way that they've operated defensively?
I think Altuve is a little bit of a different story. I think Dana Brown and Altuve himself and Joe Espada were all involved in how they're going to utilize it, because obviously Jose Altuve has a lot of stroke in this organization, and nothing happens, in his game without him, really wanting to do it. So I think that's a little bit separate. But all these other things, I mean, Joe Espada was criticized just as a manager too early on in his tenure, just like the typical X's and O's in management and all that. But remember this, last year, I just looked at the story. Quote, unquote, 2 prominent Houston Astros have expressed concerns over new skipper. They were talking about communication issues. Remember that, Figgy?
Yeah.
And we talked about it. It was a big story. Like, oh, boy, do they not have confidence in Joe Espada? The communication issues. Is he not doing the job, et cetera, and doing what, the managers in baseball, as we all know, they're not necessarily X's and O's coaches as much as they're leaders of men. They manage the clubhouse because it's so long and personalities, and so that has gone by the wayside. We damn near forgot about it.
Yeah, what would be his biggest kind of, I guess, blow up of sorts? Would that be the Framber Valdez getting out after that game?
But that wasn't him.
Well, you could say that the shift in the outfield was him, which again, I think
they pointed to that defensive coach, and I apologize, that is not bench coach, that aligns now he has to sign off on it, obviously. But the coach, help me out, texters, that aligns the outfielders on every at bat. I forget his name. That's who Framber was specifically criticizing. But by extension, Espada has to sign off on those shifts and such.
Right, and I think he said, Espada came out after and said, hey, it feels like, or I wish he would have come to me with that. I think that if you wanted to talk about, communication, I do think that is something that popped up where your starting pitcher got to a level of frustration where he said that, and I think you very much at that time said, that's probably not the first time that frustration has been there. So that's one thing that I would point to. Another thing I will ask you, do you feel like when it comes to this criticism of Espada that there's been some progress made? Because I think one of the big criticisms that's come from him was what he had to say about Jose Abreu at the time, when Jose Abreu was very clearly not holding up his end of the bargain. But, of course, your manager is going to support him. But he supported him very full-throatedly. Do Do you feel like that, feeling like, maybe he is sugarcoating things to the max, do you feel like that has shifted at all? Or maybe that's just been easier to stomach because of the ways that you've had some good performances?
No, I think you have to give him some of the burden on that. You do these things on the field with people like Cam Smith. Well, same thing. Even though that was more Jim Crane, Jeff Bagwell, all that were really so much behind that decision, it's still on him. So that was, to me, that was fair. The fair criticism to stick that long.
At that point, but I'm saying, do you feel like that shifted at all? I mean, he still ends up being pretty positive, and I think how much, I guess this is the question that I need to ask, because I feel like this year all the criticisms will be either Christian Walker or the injuries and the ways that they've divulged information. How much of that do you place at his feet, or how much of that do you kind of put towards the entirety of the organization? Because he has willingly been still kind of part of the mouthpiece of the Astros organization that has given us, well, he's feeling better, and then we end up with a guy who's on the IL.
Look, the Christian Walker thing, as I mentioned with the Braves, still on him. He does have a say in that. The injury thing, I would put barely any on him. That is an organization. This is an organization that doesn't let people talk to trainers, athletic trainers. That's not necessarily his decision. That's way up the ladder, probably on the very top rung of the ladder.
Yeah. So I mean, I see you on the text line. Many people talking. One of the people on the text line mentioning that Espada has had a fair amount of good luck as well, talking about the minor leaguers that have come in and overachieved. It does feel like they've done a good job as a team to put those guys in place of success, but of course those guys have to ultimately deliver, so you have to give them credit there. But all things considered, he absolutely deserves a level of credit here. I just wanted to kind of take an opportunity to, feeling about Joe Espada now after he's had his fair share of criticism. It has popped up to some degree, but it seems like there's a lot of good feeling towards him, especially as the team continues to produce at a much better rate than it had previously, and through some really, really tough adversity, to the point of it feels like he's absolutely manager of the year right now.
Yeah, I think it's a no-brainer. By the way, Jason Bell, is the Major League field coordinator, outfield coach, is the one that lines them up every at-bat.
I do appreciate from the 713. Sometimes you got to stand on business. I've wanted Joe fired for 3 years, and it seems like that has not changed at all for them. So you know what? I can't knock the hustle there, right? Like, if you're just like, nope, I know what I see, I know what I think. That's what it is.
It was a time, I want to say, last season when it was kind of started off a little rough, and it was a skid, and Joe Espada, he's not Dusty Baker, where he ain't gonna throw anything or get loud and all that stuff.
You're
so,
right.
So I felt like we was kind of criticizing them on that too. Like, hey, we got to do something. Come on, man. Light a fire.
Make no mistake. I criticized him early on.
I said that was one, and he stood the course, and they eventually made a run, man, a crazy run.
Yeah, he's stayed steadfast on his kind of approach, and it seems like it has paid off to this point with the way that he operates for your Houston Astros. Big weekend series. I don't think it's one that they should have issues with, but a big one nonetheless versus the Yankees. Get started tonight at 6:00. Watch that one. All right, coming up next, let's kind of have a little bit of a review of the week, and when it comes to training camp, what are some of them, or actually not even the week, training camp thus far, what are some of the most telling training camp quotes that we've gotten of late as we head into preseason game number 1? We'll do that next.
Ready? Texans. HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Gearing up for preseason game 1. Texans, Vikings, 3 p.m. tomorrow. Right here on Sports Radio 610. Also, I mean, if you're watching it, ABC 13, I believe, is the TV place to get it. I'm sure that if you're just trying to find a stream, I know that if you have NFL Plus, you can pretty much watch all the games there. I don't know how else you would stream it otherwise, but I feel like I've given you a number of ways.
Or if you get the Fire Stick.
Okay.
You got it, man.
How would you do that on the Fire Stick, Figgy? Would you like to care to share with the class?
Yeah, man. You just just hook it up. That's all.
Yeah.
My people know what I'm talking about.
They do.
I bet they do.
Yeah. Real recognize real.
Is that right? All right. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, I bet, yeah. All right. Both of y'all are real disingenuous with what y'all are doing right now. I just want y'all to know that.
Look, real recognize real. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Y'all, yeah. Use your third eye, brother.
should be ashamed of y'all selves. Earlier, Jimmy Ward, who we mentioned was, arrested again yesterday. It was in line with him violating the terms of his bond. So I think it was consuming alcohol is what it was. He was at the facility today, receiving treatment. It seems like per his own Instagram account, he posted on his story. So he is out and about still, and he did go back to the facility to get training. So he wasn't hemmed up to the point where he is locked up or anything. But that did again pose another question, and we talked about it.
Yeah.
I imagine that's not going to make his legal troubles any easier.
Exactly.
That run in. However,
that's the big takeaway from it.
Yeah, that is the big takeaway there. However, we're gearing up for a game, and I think that also with that, I kind of want to go back and look at what some kind of telling quotes over the course of training camp to this point might kind of give us about where the team is at this point. How does that sound?
That sounds like a winner.
All right. So let's go back to I believe Monday. DeMeco Ryans, head coach of this football team, was talking about this offense. I mean, we were talking about some of the things we're interested in seeing in this game, and a number of them were on the offense. So DeMeco Ryans was just talking about how this offense is going to this point. And which cut is this again? This is, of course, I lost it.
I got it.
Thank you. This is DeMeco Ryans talking about the offense to this point.
In the same vein as I said for the defense, our offense is getting better. That's training camp. I talk about it all the time. I'm not just throwing out a term, but when I talk about iron sharpening iron, if everybody will all get better. We're still one team. We're going to go out and compete against another team. We are making each other better here. Our offense is making our defense better. Defense is making our offense better. And that's what training camp is all about. So I'm very, excited to see where our guys are. And really, I'm excited to see them go play against someone else. It's becoming that time of camp where it starts to get a little chippy. Guys are tired of going against each other. So I'll be excited, when the end of the week comes and we're able to go against Minnesota.
End of the week is here.
How
do you think that, kind of gauging after this week came through and you saw this team, I think, actually get better? Like, how do we feel on his statement there, and where do you think they are headed into this game?
Yeah, I would tell DeMeco, you and me both are looking forward to seeing how they look against another team, because the defense is so good, and yet, as you just mentioned, we saw a couple of hints, and it wasn't like, oh my gosh, the offense took over, but they were better in protection and better in the run game and just better in general the last couple of times out. So, we're talking about these things that were said this week and kind of spinning it forward to tomorrow and beyond. This is going to be big. We talked about it. The number one storyline that we all agree on is how are they going to look against someone else.
Yeah, and that this is where our first opportunity to get a taste of that. In line with that, C.J. Stroud also was talking about this offense and, the installation of the Nick Caley offense and how it was going to that point.
Yeah, every day we're growing. We're, everything is starting to come a lot easier. We're starting to make more plays, know what guys are good at in the scheme, and trying to fit. It's not overnight. So, our defense, they've been together for 3 years almost, like a lot of the same guys. So, they're making calls and checks quicker sometimes than we can, and then it's vice versa. So, I think it's good. We're one of the best, I think the best defense in the league, and it's been hard, but it's also, very great for us to get a good challenge every day. Yeah.
And this is one where I definitely, who wouldn't, want to see some progress with the offense and not just the offensive line, specifically C.J. Stroud, making, not looking like his head is swimming as we've been talking about this week, and making some good decisions and moving the ball down the field and, hitting receivers in stride, not making some very uncharacteristic misses with his accuracy. This is one where I don't know if what he just said I really believe. Like it's coming a lot easier, he said. It hasn't looked it.
Well, for him, unfortunately, how much do you anticipate him playing, if at all, in this?
No, you're right.
We're not going to get much of that. I think that we'll have to wait to see the joint practice on how much that, at least the results.
But even the
offense. Yeah, in general. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right, so we mentioned DeMeco. Why not get ready for this Vikings game? Hey, DeMeco, what are you hoping to see from your Texans team versus the Vikings?
On Saturday, we play the Vikings. What I want to see is our guys just go out and see who can go play when the lights are on. Like, guys do it sometimes in practice and the lights come on. Sometimes you see guys show up even better in the game, and some guys don't show up as well. So I just want to see who shows up when it's game time. I've seen them practice now for several weeks, and I'm pretty sure I know what guys are capable of doing to surprise you in preseason game, and that's the exciting part about preseason, seeing those young guys shine bright when they get their moment. So I'm looking for guys to go out and have fun, execute, but most importantly, just play for each other and finish the game the right way.
Who are the guys on this Texans team, imagine, especially the ones who I think are actually going to play in this game, that you think are the gamers that come to mind when DeMeco says, who are the guys that show up under the lights? Because I know one of them immediately jumped out when he immediately said this. When I heard it again there, Jalen Smith. He feels like now, of course, it could go the other way where he has shown so well in practice that if it doesn't show up, you go, oh man, he might be a practice warrior of sorts and not a dude who shows up in the games. But he was one of those dudes that immediately I thought of, okay, let's see how much the game aspect of this shows for you.
Yeah, no, I like your choice there. That now that you said it, I think I would agree. But I don't know who I think is going to be a, quote, gamer, but he's talking to young players, and I think he's talking specifically to players, like that, and Jalen Reed and Jaden Higgins, because, the importance of that position and what they're doing. Those are the two I'm looking at. And by the way, Woody Marks. Well, wouldn't it be something if, we're kind of we've kind of seen a little bit here and there, but not really a whole lot, and all of a sudden, boom, you see it, because it happens every year. It happens there's some player, some young player.
Somebody you can't keep off the field.
Yeah, and you're like, whoa, didn't see that in camp. Didn't see that in practice.
I would love that. I would love if that becomes the problem where it's like, damn, Woody Marks might be too much of a gamer for us, but we got to find a way to get him involved in what we're doing here. Think about that. Joe Mixon, who is kind of just does everything pretty damn well. Nick Chubb, who might be in his big boy bowling ball era of sorts, while still having a little bit of explosion, as was evidenced by that big play that we saw him make out there in West Virginia. And then if you get a Woody Marks, who's like, all right, well, here comes a little bit of speed that you have in here, toting the rock, but also some really good pass catching ability that you can feel comfortable playing.
That might be the one I'm hoping for the most.
Of all the rookies shows out?
Even though I mentioned Higgins and Noel earlier, because there is such a focus on that, boy, if you can get up, if you can see something out of Woody Marks, you'd be like, whoa, that changes things a little bit.
No, that changes things a lot of bit because, yes, we can think, and we're thinking very myopic with this year, which is fair. I think the thing that gets really interesting is your succession plan for the future at running back is still very much not set up, right? You have Joe Mixon, who, again, what is he? He's pushing 30, if not already 30. I can't remember exactly how much he is or how old he is. Nick Chubb is also in that same boat. Those guys aren't long-term answers, even though that they are very much right now guys. And then you talk about, I don't know, Jawar, who still hasn't been able to lock in. Dare clearly isn't an answer in any ways. If Woody Marks starts showing up like he is going to be some level of answer as who's going to be a prominent back, if not your primary back or whatever, into the future, that'd be really, really cool, especially as so much of your team is geared up, not just for winning right now, but in the next 2, 3, maybe even 4 seasons. That'd be cool if you have one of your answers in that running back room.
Yes, it would.
In that way. All right, some other ones, some other things kind of audio-wise that we've heard. How about this? This becomes very front of mind for us. Actually, let's go to the Petrie one. I was about to go to the C.J. Gardner-Johnson one. I'll save that one for a second. But Matt Burke, who we had an opportunity to hear from both talking to him, but then also on the podium. This is him excited, his excitement about Jalen Petrie returning to the team.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's a good player for us, and infectious personality, energy. So I think we missed that as much as anything. But I think he's picked up right where he left off in terms of his grasp of the defense and what he's doing, and just trying to deploy him as a weapon for us and the things that he does really well. So he's one of the most pleasant players to be around, just for how he works, how he approaches the game, and his attitude every day. So I really enjoy that for sure.
And Jalen Petrie's importance has been multiplied as of yesterday.
You think so?
Oh, yeah, because let's think about this. When you had C.J. Gardner-Johnson, you had two guys that could come from deep or shallow or rotate right before the snap and blitz. That's what Gardner-Johnson was playing closer to the line of scrimmage. That gave DeMeco Ryans and Matt Burke so many more options in terms of sets and looks and playmaking ability. Now they got one guy. That's the biggest, and you could almost argue that's the biggest loss when it comes to C.J. Gardner on the field, is like the option it would give you as a play caller, because all of a sudden the quarterback's looking at, oh, there's C.J. Gardner-Johnson. He's probably going to blitz. Oh, wait a minute. Petrie's over here. I don't know who's going to blitz. Now you know. Obviously there's other guys that can do it, but those are the two best guys. So I think Petrie, having him play at that level, the level he did last year, and now with Gardner-Johnson's injury, it's even that much more important.
I can see that, like the optionality and flexibility that it felt like you were adding on to the Texans defense with the C.J. Gardner-Johnson as opposed to Eric Murray, who, you saw him utilize blitz every once in a while, but no, it doesn't seem like you have the same effectiveness as I imagine C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I could see you on that space, but yeah. So yeah, Jalen Petrie does become, especially with the ways that he kind of slides in almost as a third linebacker in those instances where you're running in a nickel and gives you a physicality and ability to trigger and all those things. Yeah, no, I think that's fair, especially because if it's MJ Stewart or Miles Bryant or Russ Yeast for a small period of time or even a longer period of time, they probably are more like coverage. I don't know how much you want them involved coming up and hitting, at least in the same way. Like, obviously, they're going to need to come up and hit, but I don't know how much you gear yourself towards doing that. That's fair. That's fair. Speaking of C.J. Gardner-Johnson, let's just hear it. This was DeMeco and his reaction to C.J. Gardner-Johnson being injured yesterday.
Yeah, of course, it's heartbreaking when you see a guy go down on the field like that and doesn't get up quickly. So I'm always, nervous as a head coach anytime I see anybody hit the ground. It's tough to watch. So we'll see, we'll evaluate CJ, see where he is, but no update at this time.
The update we now have is not an ACL tear, at least like in the major sense. I imagine that sprain is probably still within play here.
A sprain or something else.
Yeah,
we don't know. Yeah.
That's kind of crazy because there was a period of relief of, thank God. That feels like it's worst case scenario and we're not there. But then that kind of opened up a whole nother box of, okay, if it's not that, then what is it? And what are we dealing with? And we still haven't gotten those answers just yet.
Yeah, just an enormous loss, and it is going to be a loss. I said earlier, and I do believe at best case scenario, and I hope I'm wrong, is maybe a month, 4 weeks. But it's going to be a loss, and we should find out here pretty soon more detail on what it could be.
Absolutely. I would hope and imagine that by the time you get into the drive, and hopefully before the drive ends, we'll have a better idea of what you're dealing with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and that will, I think, dictate to Nick Caserio and the Texans how you need to proceed with that spot. Because unfortunately, especially with what we talked about with Jimmy Ward, your depth is such that you got guys that I feel comfortable putting in there for a game or two. I don't know that you have guys that feel comfortable handling a larger stretch of a season should you need to get there. So we're still waiting on that. Interestingly enough, this became a little bit of a thing to some degree. And I think maybe less his body language in particular, but the way that he sounded is something that popped up to me and you as we were listening to him. But this was CJ talking about his body language.
I don't know. It's hard. I'm very competitive. I don't like losing. I don't like making mistakes. But I would say I just, in those moments, try to just breathe, relax, try to just calm my mind, and, just trying to just find something positive. Like, I always try to remind myself, like, this is cool. Like, I'm in the NFL, God didn't have to bless me with this, but he chose to, and I got to steward it through. Like, complaining about, I can complain every day if I really wanted to, but, like, there's no positive in that. So I try to just try that and just be grateful for the little things. And even though they're not little, they're huge, they're big. Like I woke up this morning, and I'm able-minded, able-bodied, and I'm just blessed to have that. So I would say that helps me be more positive and have better body language.
Which is interesting because you just said, you and I both talked about this. Sean and Seth talked about it. Clint and Ron talked about it. Clint flat out said, something ain't right, at one point early in camp. So, this is something we're going to just monitor until it's not there anymore, right?
That's all we can do because, it would almost be something else if this was CJ's first year and we were just kind of getting a feel for him. We know that he operates as kind of a cheery kind of dude. Now, of course, what is getting him to a place where he's, has that kind of, he's down on himself? Obviously, you can easily look at there's a lot on his plate work-wise, just figuring out this offense. And that's gonna be there for a little bit.
Yeah.
Whatever else might be happening, obviously you hope that also resolves to help him be himself. But as I've talked about before, I subscribe to that Deion Sanders look good, feel good, play good. And right now, I don't know if some of that feeling is also affecting, as we've seen him be a little bit less of the accurate self that he is. And I wonder if once he gets a better command of the offense, and maybe he just has that
that's it
walking crotch first, right? Like that same thing, those things that give you that confidence. If that then doesn't help him rebound to being the CJ that we know he's capable of being, there'll be a lot more swag, a lot
more confident if he starts clicking with the calls and the plays and the throws that he's making.
Yeah, that's something that you really hope comes together. So just a quick accounting of training camp thus far through some quotes that we got from the Texans. And then, of course, one of them that we didn't play there was just about the bonding that they've had. And I imagine that that's something that shows up in various different ways as the season goes along. But it seems like they really do. They play for each other. And the defense has always had that. I'm interested to see just how much that happens with the offense, how much that feeling comes, especially with them spending the last 4 days or the previous 4 days in West Virginia. Actually 5 because they had the travel day and everything out there. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's Mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so have you ever thought about what your pet was thinking? Well, if you want to know, you can pay $275 an hour to find out.
That's expensive strain.
And I will explain that next. Plus, imagine getting an HR complaint because you didn't invite somebody to your wedding.
Oh, wow.
Oh, God. It's going to be some nonsense. Let's hear it next.
In the Loop.
I don't want CJ to play at all in this game. At all. 0.
way through the preseason on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
That's not what they're doing, John.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it's the Mixtape in the Loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down. On a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Happy Friday, fellas. We finally made it to Friday.
Thanks, man.
Yeah,
Football tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. Football tonight, too.
True.
So, yeah. You know what? Let's get a little funky on this Friday.
Okay. See, that's what I needed.
I want to play
now
some.
we're talking.
Yeah, I want to play some little James Brown or something, man. So, I don't know if you guys seen this story, but have you ever thought about what your pet is really sitting there thinking about?
All the time.
What strain?
Huh?
What strain is it, gentlemen?
What do you mean?
For you to be sitting here thinking about what that animal is thinking.
Come on.
What strain is it?
No, it's not even
Come on. They look at you and they make these facial expressions.
Sometimes my dog just be staring at me, and I be like, "What
exactly?
What are you thinking about?" Like,
you are a bump on the log when it comes to that.
What strain? Just let me know.
I'm sitting there like, "What do you want?" It get to the point I start going around the house like, "What do you need? You need to go outside. You need some water?" He just be staring at me and following me.
I feel like Jackson, though, in particular. Jackson don't want nothing.
He does that more than most.
He don't want nothing. He's just looking at you.
Yeah, I'm just like, what do you want? Sometimes he get very needy.
Yeah.
I'm like, what do you want, man? But apparently, it's you can find out what your pet is thinking. So it's a pet psychiatrist or
psychologist
or a pet psychic.
Oh, psychic.
Oh, see, we changed it. You changed the meaning very much.
I want to make sure I got this right. So it's a pet psychic by the name of Shira, who is based out of New York somewhere. She can telepathically communicate with your pets, both living and dead.
All right. I mean, come on.
So for $275 an hour, she offers virtual sessions where pets allegedly share thoughts about their mood, comfort, health, professions, and just thoughts on clothes and all that crap.
I'm gonna say what.
Are you buying this or is it a scam?
I'm gonna say what my mom used to tell me when I would do something silly with my money. Why don't you just burn it?
Actually, I have a better suggestion. Give it to me if you're trying to waste your money.
Why don't you just
I got
burn
you, dog.
your money?
If you're trying to waste your money, I got you.
I feel like I'm in the wrong field.
You lost me at psychic.
Shout out. That's what I was like. I heard psychiatrist and I was like, this sounds like some hokum. And then I heard psychic and I was like, this is definitely some hokum. From the 832, your dog's thinking about food 100%. Just saved you a whole bunch of money there.
Yeah. So it's involved in Central Park. I guess it was some type of cab horse who told her that he had a toothache.
Mm-hmm.
And veterinarians confirmed that the issue believed the horse, I guess, really did have a toothache. And then he ended up eating afterwards.
That's a great
guess.
He was
all
good.
Almighty.
A broken clock is right twice a day.
That's
ain't
exactly right.
She got Mr. Ed right quick. I like that. That's dope.
He just told me he's got a toothache. All right.
What do you know? Oh, he did have some teeth issues.
Maybe the fact that his teeth were green was a giveaway. I don't know.
You know what's funny is here, if you're willing to pay $275, I feel like you're invested in her being right. So whatever she says,
exactly. Just like any psychic.
That's what we need.
Yeah, just like any psychic. I will say this though, Figgy, I would pay when Gibson was with us or even not apparently, but when he was with us, to know what he was thinking. Like it'd be fascinating.
All right, there you go. Hey, you don't need to do
psychic.
You don't need to do more than an hour. Just pony up that $275.
You got a sucker over here. You got a sucker right there.
There's one right there.
Pony up that $275. Let's find out what Gibson was about.
I'm in the wrong profession.
What I'm saying is, if it could really be done, I'd pay to do it.
If I was a real jerk, what I'd do is I go get like somebody to record it, pretend like I paid $275, and have somebody just roast you in the voice of Gibson. Like Gibson thought that your hair was thinning, and that
I'll be sitting there like, man, your dog is tired of you complaining all the time.
Yeah.
Man. Shut the hell. He wants you to shut the hell up. He even think about running away sometimes.
Let's assume that the psychic actually can do this.
Mm-hmm.
If you the psychic and you're getting a dog that's like, nah, bump this dude. I don't even like living here. Do you tell that person? Like, there's no way that you deliver that message, right? There's no way that you're like,
why not?
Sorry to be the messenger, but they actually hate your stinking guts.
You probably, I mean,
$275 that you can make that check out to.
Yeah. So I kind of did a little research on YouTube and ran across something similar that happened, I want to say over 12 years ago. It was a little story about something similar to this where a lady felt like she could communicate with pets, and this is how it sounded.
When your cat starts acting up, and your dog won't play nice, you want to know what's up. Cat owner Thea Carroll can't figure out why her cats don't get along, drink in the sink, and even worse,
peeing in the house.
Carroll says nothing seems to work, so a friend told her to hire someone to look into her pets' minds.
I'm called last. I mean, they'll call the dog psychiatrist, the vet, the blah, 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 and then they call me.
Laura Lassiter claims to change pet behavior by talking to them, and she believes they talk back. She can even ask animals when they're going to die.
Are you thinking about leaving your physical body? No.
What?
Anytime soon? No.
Lassiter acts as a mediator between you and your pet, but we can't hear what she hears.
Just like I'm talking with you, it's no different. It's judgments in another body form.
Lassiter says she listens to hearts and minds, and that gives her all she needs to know. Lassiter's been using her gift since she was a child, but not everyone's been accepting.
Honey, I was raised in Tulsa. They wanted to burn me at the stake. Are you kidding me?
But does it work? Dog owner Gigi Pelosi says yes. Lassiter got her pet to stop hiding from the family.
And it's been very positive, and everything that I wanted to come out of it came out of it.
All right, I think I need to leave Sports Radio 16 and get into this profession.
Yeah, it's probably more lucrative.
They are cleaning up.
Yeah.
You know what my thought was during that entirety of that clip that you just played? The economy can't be this good. It can't be. Like, the economy can't be this good that somebody's like, I got money for this.
Yeah.
It can't be. I refuse to
I need to find them people who had that money for that.
Well, they're suckers.
I would be sitting there like, yeah, your cat Harry. He said your husband is cheating on you.
Yeah.
I mean,
wow.
That's what he said.
Wow, that got dark.
I do like that you've taken it to a messy place.
I'm just a messenger. That's what he said.
He was here. He was
messing around with the mail lady. I don't know. She came in the house. She was in the house for about 50 minutes. That's what Harry the cat told me.
Yeah.
Did y'all's brain go the same place that I did when y'all learned that lady's last name was Lassiter?
I thought it was Dr. Doolittle.
I thought about Kamari.
Yeah. I was like, I don't know how this would tie into Kamari. Like, would this be, hey, Kamari, have you heard about this lady that got the same name as you? Like, I just feel like there's got to be something there that I want to get Kamari.
Yeah, I taught him too. It's our family.
Oh, that's my auntie.
Yeah. I know how to do that.
You know where I go to? I'd be like, you know what? Cornerbacks are different. You just got to be different to play that position. You know what? It's fine. You good, Kamari. Keep going. You good.
Yeah. Keep on cleaning up. $275K, $275 an hour, man. Yeah. All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. So just imagine not inviting a coworker to a wedding, and you get a call to the HR office because you didn't invite them.
I'm sorry. Someone texted in about the last segment and said, what if the dog speaks Spanish? Now, for some reason, that's hilarious to me.
I'll be wondering that, though,
he's
man.
He's talking. I hear him. I just don't speak Spanish, so I ain't got you.
I always thought about this. It was an episode that Everybody Hates Chris, where some dog...
Blackie?
Yeah, some dog was running, and I guess the dog spoke Spanish, and he didn't know it. So the dog kept chasing after him or something like that, and it took somebody to know Spanish to say a Spanish word.
No, I've seen dogs like that.
Yeah.
In fact, there was it was when Gibson was getting trained at Man's Best Friend. There was a dog there that was getting trained for commands in 3 different languages.
Damn, that got to make you feel bad about your dog.
The dog was amazing. I think
dog know more languages than you.
I think the dad was German, and then it was English, and then the mom was Spanish or something. The dog could take commands, like any command, in 3 different languages.
That's impressive. Like that.
Yeah.
Sorry, you were going somewhere.
Yeah. So, So it was a bride to be who recently reported that her company's somebody from her job reported her to HR because she wasn't invited to the wedding. So the coworker who I guess she knew the bride casually at work complained that being excluded created a hostile environment.
You want to know why people don't like you at work?
Yeah.
That is why people don't like you at work.
Yeah.
That is it's kind of an opportunity for a PSA that I love making, which is just because y'all work together don't mean y'all friends. Like, do not make the mistake that just because they're your coworker, they're inherently your friends, especially if y'all don't hang out outside work. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It was a situation that happened here that related to me one time when it came to that.
All right.
So this was a minute ago, probably like 2019, somewhere around there. I forgot, but Clint Stoerner, he was getting married.
Yeah.
And
call him out.
We know about this, but it was early on. Clint was getting married and all that stuff. And I remember In the Loop was talking to our program director at the time.
Yeah.
And y'all was talking about the wedding. And right, yeah, you going. And then the program director looked over to me like, Fig, you going? I'm like, nah, I'm not. I wasn't invited. I ain't going.
I remember this.
And then he tried to make it, well, everybody don't get invited to everything. I'm like, bro, this is not a big deal, man. Like, and I was cool with Clint. I'm cooler with Clint now.
Yeah.
I'm sure if he was to get married, but at the time,
let's ask him.
We will. We have an opportunity.
Maybe not, but I ain't really make that a big deal. We all coworkers. We, I know Clint, but I didn't know him to that level where I was expecting an invitation.
Yeah.
What would
he made it so program made it so doggone awkward. I'm like, bro, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
What would it have taken you to go to HR about it?
Nothing. I don't care. I'm actually fine. If somebody don't invite me to a wedding, I'm not mad at all.
It's silly to get mad, at anything, especially at the workplace.
Yeah. All right, but what about you don't get invited to a friend? Like, how good of a friend would it hurt?
I think that's different. Yeah. Like, if you think you're good friends and you don't get the invite, that's totally. But the workplace?
Yeah.
She sounds like the worst.
No, she's the problem.
She's created a hostile environment because you didn't go to that wedding.
Didn't get the invite. Yeah.
You sound like the absolute worst.
Wonder why she didn't get the invite.
Because of that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I want to play this for y'all. So, y'all are familiar with the rapper Lotto, female rapper from Atlanta, or I think she been living in Atlanta or whatever. I ain't gonna go down that road, but she was in the jewelry store, and the owner decided to play a little question game with her. So he asked her a question, and if she get it right, he would take $2,000 off of anything in the store for her.
I love this. Price is Right.
Yeah, so this is how type of way about her after this.
Can I ask you a question? Yeah. Okay. So $2,000 off if you can give me right answer. Cool? Okay. The 45th president of USA and the 47th president of USA, they both have the same parents. How is that possible?
They both got the same parents. The 45th president of the USA and the 47th president got the same parents?
Yes.
How do the 45th president and the 47th president got the same parents?
It's a mystery.
They got the same parents because God made us all. And we all got the same parents. Because we not on the 47th president yet. That's why.
It is. You want to know the answer? So the 45th president was Donald Trump. And the 47th president is also Donald Trump.
She was so lost, man.
Yeah.
Where she went wrong is I would have just been like, get out my face. I'm here to buy stuff. Why are you asking me questions?
I'll pay you $2,000 more to not ask that question.
Yeah, what is wrong with you?
And then she tried to say, we're not on a 47 president. What are you talking about? Made it even worse. So how do you feel about her after that?
I mean,
should she be the girl that just posts pictures and don't say anything?
I won't say that. However, I will
But
say
you are thinking that.
I am in the same place that I was. But here's the thing.
Just post pictures and look pretty.
I don't think everybody got to be smart to exist. I don't think that, hey, man, there's all sorts of different levels of intelligence. a value.
Yeah.
And she got enough value where she can walk into that jewelry store and talk about $2,000 off and that not worry about her. $2,000 at a jewelry store is not a thing I can do right now. So go more power to you, lady. More power to you.
I just feel like this is kind of reflective of just so many people that don't know basic stuff.
They not tapped in.
Yeah. This is like a Titans schedule release video. You know, it's just like it's just kind of weird.
People around don't have a clue who these teams are.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
There you go, Figgy's mixtape right here, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Always a blast. And I did not know people were scamming to the degrees that they were. Talking about I could speak to not only your living but also your dead pets. Like, come on, man, that sounds.
Give me $275. I'll tell you what he's saying.
That's just getting robbed. That's all that is. All right, we keep it rolling on a Friday, headed into a weekend where you get Texans preseason game number 1 versus the Vikings at 3 p.m. on Sports Radio 610. Before we get there, let's chop it up with the fellows of the drive, Clint and Ron. But also, I want to, we mentioned Seth had a great interview with DeMeco. DeMeco said something that was very interesting, and I have a question that spurs off of it that I want to get your insight on. We'll talk about both of those next.
Will the Texans starters play in Saturday?
more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's Texans Training Camp, live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio. Sports in the Loop.
Been a good Friday here in the Loop as we are gearing up for Texans Vikings preseason game number 1. That is 3 p.m. on Saturday, which is tomorrow, right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. It'll be Sean and Seth getting you going at noon. And you want to hang out with those guys. They have great conversations.
You are allowed to smoke on your balcony, man.
I have a feeling that you won't get that before the game. Or maybe you will. That's the beauty about Sean. He contains multitudes. Seth also contains multitudes, including being a fantastic interviewer. He talked to DeMeco Ryans yesterday before he headed out from West Virginia, and it was fantastic.
It's fun to be the penetrator sometimes.
Figgy's ready for the week.
Wow. There's drops in here that I didn't even realize about. I ain't never heard that penetrator drop before, which he's not wrong, and I imagine that to be the case as a defensive lineman. But that defensive camaraderie that him and DeMeco had playing together, it was a fun anecdote that we were laughing about that he had in DeMeco's first year. But so it's great 20-minute interview. I encourage you to go back and listen to it when you have time, maybe some weekend listening. One of the things that Seth and DeMeco were talking about, DeMeco was kind of talking about is one of his philosophies on how much information and how he kind of allows his players to play fast. I thought it was very interesting, but I thought he also sounded a little bit like a defensive coordinator. Listen to this, and I have a question to ask you, Lobo.
I truly believe in making football as simple as possible for guys. Like, I've been on defenses where you try to run 50 different calls, and you're not good at any of them.
Yeah.
So people are like, oh, you run this scheme and this cover. Yeah, we run this coverage plan. And every little detail that we can even think about, like, it's going to be dialed in. And our guys are going to know that detail. And then once we get that defense down, then we go to the next one. And we're going to dissect that thing and make sure everybody knows all the ins and outs. And so now when you line up, we've gotten so many reps at what we do. Now we can mix and match. We can do different things. It looks more complex than it is. But it's
the illusion of complexity.
That's what it's all about, right? But I still want our guys to go out and be able to play fast. I don't want Kamari thinking. I don't want Aziz thinking. I don't want Will thinking. I want them to be able to play as fast as possible. And we do that by myself keeping it as simple as possible.
Now, this is clearly a core philosophy for DeMeco as a coach.
He came in saying it.
And I love it. It makes sense. It's perfect when you talk about actually executing. And we've seen it. The defense proves that this is a philosophy that works. And it's worked with the Niners, the teach tape that he used for the Texans, and now it works with the Texans to a high degree that these guys will get out here and play with a level of quickness because they know exactly what they're doing because it's simple, and then you dress it up to make it look. But he sounds like a defensive coordinator because that is all entirely about the defense. The question I had is, especially with him, the head coach, he's over all of this, how does that philosophy then translate to the offense? Or does it? Is that something that comes to mind for you? Because I imagine that, especially with DeMeco this year, taking a little bit more ownership of the offensive side of the football, and I think rightfully so, I'm interested to see if that finds its way at all into what Nick Haley does and the way that this Texans offense operates.
I think I'm not going to say a reach fast on offense to me means playing smooth with no mistakes.
Right.
If you're Aaron Rodgers and you look to your right and you raise your right eyebrow, then you snap the ball. Everybody knows what you're doing. I mean, you and the receiver, as opposed to like fast-paced Chip Kelly, get to the ball, that type.
No, for sure.
No, that's not what I interpret as a fast pass. Like a clean, smooth, no hitches. Everybody is and it's funny you say that because the Texans offense right now looks slow because it's we've talked about CJ, et cetera. We talked about it today. It kind of looks slow because it feels like everyone is thinking a little bit. So when we get to the point of, looking confident, players getting to the line of scrimmage, the call getting from CJ to the center to the receivers without the entire play clock running out, then, we're in business. And that was a big problem last year was the play clock running out. They weren't playing fast, and so to me, it's just like smooth more than actual don't think, go get the quarterback, And
then outside of the speed of it, I think when I hear him talking about playing fast, I think the biggest thing to talk about there is the simplification.
Yeah.
Everything is simplified so that you're not, he said, I don't want a Kamar to be thinking. I don't want Aziz to be thinking. Not that they're not utilizing their brain, but that it's more reactionary and you're operating off of the muscle memory of, I've done this so many times. And what's funny is I don't think that they're wrong. The Texans, especially with Nick Caley at the helm, are wrong for going about the offense the way that they are. However, it does feel like that's kind of not getting simplified in a way. This is kind of being made more complex in that we're going to have a game plan offense that changes week to week depending on who we're going. Like, that is not, hey, you've done this a million times and boom, we're just going to be able to get out here and do it.
I'm thinking about that.
In theory, right? Like,
yeah, because I think you're right in the sense of you're changing, basically, you're tweaking the game plan every week.
And the types of things that you do. Like, I don't know that it's going to be, hey, this is our bread and butter and we do this against anybody. It's going to be, hey, well, this is close to our bread and butter, but this is how we operate and rerun it to go against this team, to go against the Rams, to go against the Bucks, to go against the Ravens. This is going to be a different, which doesn't feel like, hey, we're doing the same thing. It's simplified. Maybe there's some dress up, but we're doing this so that we can execute it to the best of our abilities.
Yeah, but I think more so on the offense when you talk about the game plan, and maybe the complication is this, but I don't think you're changing a lot of plays. You're using different plays. You're attacking different areas.
Yeah.
I think that's what they mean by game plan. Like, if there's let's say they were facing a defense like the Texans, they were a really good pass rushing team, maybe a little weak at safety. Who knows about the ability to cover the slot, or the middle linebacker in coverage, which is, you're describing the Texans defense. I think they would game plan to exploit those things. It's not you're changing plays or adding this or that. I think that's what they mean by it.
Well, and the thing that I was thinking about, because again, since I heard this yesterday, I've been pondering on, all right, how does this filter into the entirety of the offense for, like, under DeMeco, right? Again, sounds like it's very easy for him to implement in defense. I do wonder if this is going to take time. It's going to take the used to doing this a number of times over a long period of time to then get to a place where, hey, we have such a familiarity that then we just immediately get to our spots that guys know, hey, this is the intent of everything. And so I don't have to think about what is happening with this and what is happening over there and how does my route then gel with it. I kind of have it feel more natural. And I think it's good in theory on the long term, but it does scare me a little bit on the short term. It's kind of some of the things we've talked about in the first few weeks that might cause some cause for concern, but might give us a little bit of pause. Is that it might not look all the way together because it's going to take some getting used to, and not just getting used to on just how to execute it, but getting used to get to where it's second nature of sorts.
Well, the reality is, we talk about the offense taking time. We're talking about C.J. Stroud because everybody else has a much more limited number of things they have to remember on a given play. When we say this offense is going to take time to get to its peak, we're talking about C.J. Stroud. Because the receivers have like two or three things. Okay, if he tells me this, I got these options. I mean, Clint knows this. I mean, I've been guilty of it, Clint. I'm like, boy, it could be 4 games, 5 games before this offense really kind of understands what it is. It's C.J. Stroud we're talking about.
Yeah, no question about it. It's Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud. And C.J. Stroud, I mean, hell, he said it himself in the audio when he met with, 2 days ago? He said, just because I have more control doesn't mean it's going to be easy, doesn't mean it's going to be better right away. It's going to take time, and he's learning. Absolutely, man. I mean, I got a 2-week grace period, which we're outside of at this point in time, to where at this point I just can't keep overlooking like bad days, multiple interceptions, and the pocket collapsing consistently, and just having bad practices back to back, right? And when we can sugarcoat it all we want, guys. I mean, I've never experienced anything in our world. I mean, these guys will go out there and we watch CJ throw a couple picks and Davis Mills throw a couple of picks, and then we just walk around and talk about it like it's no big deal. Yeah. Oh, it was a rough day by the offense. No, it was terrible day. It was absolutely. I mean, you've been around it. How many head coaches or offensive coordinators you ever been around that said, today wasn't bad. Protection wasn't very good. Pocket collapsed a few times, and then we get a minute into the conversation and we want to talk about the turnovers, the interceptions, right? No, it's like it's going to take a while, and it is. You're right. It is about C.J. Stroud handling all that comes with, the new offense, the new control at the line of scrimmage, command at the line of scrimmage. It's the right thing to do. It's the best thing to do. It's winning football. It's eventually gonna be the best version of C.J. Stroud, but it's going to take time to get there.
That's why we had the conversation yesterday, Clint, where I said, man, I think we're going to learn a lot about C.J. this year because there were some frustrations last year, but I think he's being challenged on what kind of player he is. This is the year where, all right, maybe the gloves come off, and he did. And as we're looking at it here in the studio, we're on NFL Network, and we're watching the Eagles and the Bengals. Those two teams, and we saw it with the Bengals when they played in the first quarter. Those two teams, it's gonna come a lot easier offensively to start, just because of everything they've done together. How much it's going to. They get out there. It's gonna come easy. As Clint's saying, it's gonna take a little time. It's not going to just be easy right off the bat, and that's going to be a challenge for somebody. I heard you guys play it earlier. C.J. Stroud, I don't like to lose. I don't like to. I don't. That's going to be. It's going to happen. It's going to be a challenge. And the crazy thing is, maybe not the Eagles, but the Texans have similar expectations than those two teams. Very much so. And it is going to be. Like right now, if we did something, if I said, man, I think the Bengals, and I've done it, I think the Bengals may be, on the same level or maybe slightly ahead of the Texans, people would lose their minds. And text it in half. But just offensively, it's just gonna they're pretty much like, all right, we kind of know where we are. Yeah. So this one's going to be a little rocky.
Again, thanks to D&M Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity to crosstalk with you. But Clint, so we were just playing DeMeco, sitting down with Seth, fantastic interview, and one of the things DeMeco was harping on or talking about is how he likes making things simple so that guys can play fast. And the question I had was, how does that translate to the offense? Because he sounded like a defensive coordinator there rather than talking about the entirety of the team. Is there a way to kind of simplify things, especially with the way that they're bringing in offense to, theory, quote-unquote, play faster, play more confident to help them along here?
I think that just comes down to terminology. That comes down to, I think back, and a lot of people made light of this or made fun of it, but when Cam Newton was coming out and he sat down with John Gruden, you remember that John Gruden was always like, all right, give me a play out of your offense. Yeah. And Cam said 46. And John said, what the hell are you talking about? Right. Well, Gus Malzahn's goal, I mean, he played with tempo. Everything he did was, how can terminology. Now that's an extreme example, obviously. Yeah. But to me,
46.
To me, that's on the coach, right? That's on the coach of how can you communicate things and how can you use terminology to where guys can communicate things rather quickly and not have to think so much and not have to. It's crazy. Like I remember coaches vividly in my life where they came along and I'd run the same plays for 10 years. In year 6, I get with a coach over in Europe that's an offensive-minded coach, and he's like, no, when you run this high-low concept right here, all you got to take all 10 guys out of the mix, and you look at that wheel linebacker. If he travels with the vertical route, then there's no other option. Idiot, quit overthinking it. Throw it right there. Yeah. Right? If he passes him off, now you go to that second level, that tight end's going to sit in the box. There's no other option. It's that one guy right there. That's it. Yeah. If that ain't there, check it down. Don't hold it. And you can't run, so don't try to run it, you fool. I mean, so it was like, but I had tried to make that play
more complicated. Okay, does he carry him? Does he carry him enough? Is he giving enough ground? Oh, does he carry him inside? Oh,
all in a split second.
And a coach came along and made it very, very simple and allowed me to think and process so much quicker on that one play. Yeah. Right? So it's about Nick Caley's, his communication. Gerard Johnson will be critical in that. And two, I think the theme, guys, of Texans practice this year, for me, is exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. Is C.J. Stroud handling the new offense, the new control, playing against a badass defense every day. Yeah. Early on, maybe not getting as many reps as he wanted, and that is ultimately going to tell you what kind of season I think the Texans have.
Gentlemen, I'm looking forward to some Marconi award level broadcasting today. Except the way that Ron's been looking at me today is really uncomfortable.
I'm just wondering right now as I'm looking at this, and I know this was a 9 o'clock start. And I know you can be very, 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 very sports nerdy.
That's right.
And I'm trying to figure out in my mind, was Reggie up at 11 o'clock in the fourth quarter watching Seahawks Raiders? With that Martinez fella found himself at running back in the game. Were you this committed on preseason football, were you up at 11:30 in the fourth quarter watching Seahawks Raiders?
I was up at 11:30. I wasn't that much of a sicko. It was on one of the TVs.
All right.
The other TV
You had that in you, Reggie.
The other TV had Spike Lee's Mo Better Blues going.
Okay, there you go. There we go. All right. So you had that in you, Reggie.
I mean, I did have on the was it Ravens Colts? Was that the game?
No, that's all right.
That game.
Good.
You know, I was doing some sick behavior still.
I don't know who that was, but Clint, when that was when I saw number 22 by the last name of Martinez lined up in the backfield, I knew it was time for me to move on.
Move on to the next.
From the Seahawks and Raiders.
So you weren't tapped in with Holani getting all these yards out here?
I said, who is this? I mean, we got a straight tailback. 22. Last name Martinez. You don't get that.
What
a lot.
are you trying to do right now?
I'm just saying.
What are you doing right now?
You don't get that a lot. You don't get a lot of Martinez. You don't get that a lot.
What about Lopez?
All right, well, hell, again.
Distant.
A lot.
Distant cousin.
And by the way, he was nice, powerful.
You don't get too many S's. You don't get too many S's in the backfield, huh? Hey, we had one at Lee, boy.
We're good for number 60 and number 70.
We had one at Lee High School, and he ruined my safety days on the kickoff team.
Oh, yeah.
Kickoff safety. He was returning punts, returning the kickoff. The whole thing parted like a red sea. It was me and him, and I was bigger than him. I thought, I'm going to eat it. I'm going to eat his lunch. That sucker chattered my teeth. I said, yep, I'm a quarterback. I'm done.
All right, fellas, y'all have a good show. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Happy Friday to you because the drive is live.
That's right, man. We don't even have to go to the monitor to see that. You got that one in. 2 seconds to spare. There we go, Reg, in the building. He said it, yes. Tyler Milner, who is now officially the face of Sports Radio 610, is somehow, I mean, I'm in there with the boss man when this thing happened. Somehow, Sports Radio 6 found itself nominated for the greatest honor that can be bestowed in radio.
Yes, sir. Let's get a trophy, man.
I have joked for years about, this is a Marconi Award type of a segment
Marconi
right here,
moment.
that somehow we have been nominated as one of the top 5 sports radio stations in the country this year.
That sounds good.
Somehow, and the way they do it, they really do this like they do the Oscar nominations, right? When they come out and they go on.
Here are your nominees.
Here are the nominations. Here are the nominees. And they do the 5, and they go and they do a little video package for each station. And they did the one in Detroit, and they had Mike Valenti, who is like their top guy. They did the one in Boston. They had their top afternoon host. They did the one in Nashville. I'll be honest, I don't know who that fella is. They did the one at WIP, our sister station. They had the morning show host there. And then when they got to Sports Radio 610, did they have Seth Payne? Nope.
Sorry, Seth.
Did they have Sean Pendergast? Nope.
Sorry, Cabla Nation.
Did they have Clint Stoerner? Nope.
Sorry, Dirty Red.
Maybe they had the OG, John Lopez, who's been here longer than anybody.
Let's look.
Nope. Maybe they had Sean Bijani, who is somehow on the Sports Radio 610 Wikipedia page. Maybe they had Patrick.
Was it Bada Bing or was it PC on that video for our nomination?
Patrick Creighton on there. Nope.
Nope.
Figgy? Nope.
Sorry, Fig.
No, they did not have Ben on there. Hell, I'm not even on the Wikipedia page, so you know it wasn't going to be me. They had Tyler Milner, Clint, representing Sports Radio 610.
As well they should.
When the Marconi Awards and the nominees come in, they think Sports Radio 610, the face they will see in a Victory Monday t-shirt.
Yeah.
It's Tyler Milner.
Let's go, baby.
I got to say it now, Clint. He's officially the #1 producer in all of Afternoon Drive in New York. Not in New York, not in L.A. Because, look, no other producers up there.
They were all hosts.
And I think, Clint, if we win it, he's got to walk up there and grab the trophy. I think if we win it, Tyler's got to walk up there and grab the trophy.
Hell yeah, I'll gladly do it, and I will gladly be the face of Sports Radio 6.
I think
the face
should.
right there
in a tank top, tat showing.
Ooh. Oh yeah.
And I think it should happen. We got to get you a Sports Radio 610 tank.
Sunglasses on.
Got to be red, white, and blue.
Next line coming through. It's all about the nips. Go Tyler. You're right.
Oh, there they are.
There they are. I'm telling you.
Dime
There it is.
Dime-sized babies right there.
Nobody else is
right
bringing. That's what did it.
I'll tell you, man.
What a year.
I bring these nipples. I bring this voice and these badass producer skills to the Drive family every day for this very thing.
Tell you what, Barrett, I know our ass better not be 20 next year.
Yeah, pay attention, Barrett, out there.
Marconia.
You looking?
Fine. Shout out to our boss, Parker Hillis.
Let's go win it, man.
Sarah Frazier, everybody. That is an amazing accomplishment for the station. 30 years that Sports Radio 610 has been around. And, again, it is no higher honor in radio than
This is the first time we've ever been nominated?
I don't know that for sure.
I'm not sure.
I don't know that for sure, but no, it's pretty cool.
I think I heard OG say the first time ever, and then OG's been around from jump, I think. That's
been running things, number one station, Houston sports leader for too long. We got bored, got to go get number one in the country, baby. Let's go.
That's it's cool to be a part of, man. That's cool. When do they make the decision? Do we know?
October.
I think it's October.
Yeah, October. Well, they're going to get a lot of juice out of that damn squeeze, ain't they?
Mm-hmm.
Tyler, you're going to retweet that damn video 400 times by the time October hits.
Yes, sir.
Is this like
it's going to rival your twerking video.
Is this like the Heisman Trophy thing now? Do we get to try to do things to enhance our chances to win it?
I don't see why not.
Do we do videos? Do we do a Marconi
I would like to think that we do things to enhance our chances just normally, but yeah, we're going to campaign for
really
this
take
joint.
it up a notch.
Campaign for this joint?
I'm going to send the fine folks over there with the Marconi Awards like a fruit basket or something.
That's probably going to do it. Pears. All pears. Like the first episode of Everybody Loves Raymond.
I think you should send it. Where are they at? Where are they located? Do you know where the Marconi
I feel like it's Indiana.
Tyler, I feel like you should figure out.
Or maybe like an edible arrangement with like some Kit Kats.
No. Let's go real H-Town heavy here. Let's follow suit of the Texans, who hell, they're so H-Town heavy they overdo it a time or two. But the how can we get an H-Town package sent to them? That would be.
That's a good thought.
I love kissing a little ass. Once you're in the mix, man. I'm not much of a stroker along the way.
Get them some rodeo tickets. Let's do something here. Let's add here, man. We've got some things.
Well, hell, we can't even get a rodeo care basket, much less them.
Good God, great point.
That changes now that we are Marconi Award finalists.
Man, we ain't even on their radar.
We're going to get that belt buckle down.
1 of 5, man. Top in the damn country.
And honestly, yeah, those other stations are 4 of the top stations in the country, and that must mean that we are too.
Yeah,
To answer your question, Dirty Red, the National Association of Broadcasters, which is who puts on these Marconi Awards, they are headquartered in the nation's capital, D.C.
D.C.? All right. There you go. Can we stick with some more good news?
Please.
More good news. More good news. We talked about yesterday the story of the day was C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And I'll be honest, Clint, by everything that was reported and everything that was said, this felt like out for the year something. ACL, whatever it is, out for the year. Well, reports out, this one from Diana Rossini of The Athletic. Texans C.J. Gardner-Johnson did not tear his ACL during this source. He's expected to miss some time, but the injury is not expected to be season-ending. This is huge news for the Texans, Clint. That he is not out for. Well, I'll be honest with you. I thought we were preparing that he would be out for the season, and honestly, that's kind of where our conversation was going when you were hearing the reports about it. But this is much better than I think I expected, Clint.
Yeah, bullet dodged, right? I think, look, he's still not out of the woods. We're still talking about missing a significant amount of time this season. So everything that we mentioned yesterday is very valid and still on the table from a standpoint of how do you replace that caliber player both tangibly and intangibly. That's still all out there, and the number of players that they'll have to juggle around to make that work. I think it is very real. But for the player C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who you can tell is just one of those guys that's ate up with being out there, ate up with being part of a team, the competition, the striving for the Super Bowl. A very passionate, vocal player. For him, very good news, given that he'll hopefully be back, sooner rather than later, and it's not season ending. That's huge, man.
Yeah, that is huge. So that is the latest there with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and obviously he will not play in tomorrow's preseason game against the Vikings. But DeMeco Ryans, your head coach, as he spoke yesterday, about his starters and the guys that will play. How much will they play? We've talked about this the other day, Clint, about what should happen here. Here is DeMeco talking about who will play, how much we'll see from his starters tomorrow.
We'll have a handful of guys who won't see action in the game. It'll be a mix. Everybody's kind of on their own plan, but we'll have a handful of guys who won't see time at all. Then we'll have a certain group of guys who are limited. So it's just a lot of different guys in different categories there, but you'll see most of our young guys playing versus the Vikings.
Is it fair to say that you hear there's going to be probably a good amount of starters, both offensively and defensively, when you hear that won't play tomorrow in the game against the Vikings?
Yeah, look, I think if you just look at Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans' history, I think it's liable to repeat itself here.
Yeah.
The injury here with that we just got through talking about didn't help. But yeah, I think what I hear him saying is, there's certain guys that you are going to depend on, and some of them you're going to depend on heavily this year. They've got to play, right? You can't avoid. You got 4 quarters, and you got 80-something guys. I mean, and that's just counting the guys that ain't going to be in uniform. So, you got to get through 4 quarters. You got to play 4 quarters. There's plenty of competition out there. I think for all Texans fans to watch this game, I think there's some very fascinating storylines and reasons to watch. But yeah, I don't see the starters playing much, if any at all.
A lot, especially the ones like I don't think CJ's going to play. He all but said that probably doesn't. I wouldn't be surprised if Kirk doesn't. We know the running backs probably won't. And I just say this to you and the people, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch can jump in on this. Just when you say it out loud, Clint, that they will have a select, if not all, but a select amount of offensive starters that potentially will probably only play one preseason game because by their history and by most of the league, you generally just sit your guys the final preseason game. They'll have 2 joint practices that I know coaches really like to use, even better than preseason games, against the Panthers and the Lions, and it's 1 day apiece in those. And then Nick Caley will be the play caller with C.J. Stroud for probably a half in next week's preseason game, and all of that before they start the season against the Rams. When you hear that, which is the probability of what we will see from this offense, because I don't think we really give a damn about, how much those guys on the defense play, especially the veterans we're talking about. Does that sound like enough heading into week 1 against the Rams to you for that offense?
No.
Especially what we've seen.
And in their defense, they're never going to accomplish what I would think would be enough. But I already think that the as I mentioned the first week of camp, the splitting of reps I think was weird given what C.J. Stroud is up against. Really, I think using the preseason games the way that they've used preseason games in the past with their offensive starters in particular. A missed opportunity in a sense of just a missed opportunity of reps that could have been had. I don't think that there is any way possible that they get enough reps with Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud on the field together for us to feel even remotely comfortable that week 1 is going to be they're going to be primed and ready.
Yeah, man, I hope so. Especially the way that we've discussed how they've looked throughout camp up to this point.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, you hope the scrimmage they had the other day, and you hope these joint practices are enough to get these guys ready to go for week 1, because it feels like to me, like you said, they're probably not going to ever get as much as you want, but it feels like they need to get all the reps, all of the together in sync play that they can before they have to go out there and play live bullets. And the joint practices and the preseason games are the best ones to give live bullets. And you look at what Cincinnati did last night, Clint, to think that's a team that's played together, an offense that knows each other, and they went out there and played a quarter and played 16 snaps before shutting it down. I'm talking Joe Burrow. I'm talking Chase. I'm talking their offensive line. When you kind of compare that, which is interesting. So that seems to be the plan. We'll see who goes out there. I would expect the top guys offensively and defensively and not play the first game. All right, coming up, we'll look at the Astros as they were off yesterday. All of a sudden, with what the Mariners did yesterday and what they have done since the deadline, this thing is a real race. 1.5 game lead is now what the Astros have over the Mariners. They take on the Yankees. Understanding what must-win is this regular season-wise a must-win series for the Astros versus the Yankees? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Your favorite Houston sports station is a
qualifying boarding. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge, pay out via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Have you covered all the way through the preseason on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
I got a message for those Yankee turds.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 with Stoerner and Hughley.
Again, if you just missed it, now we gave you the good news. Coming up next segment, we'll give you some other news in the safety room. But
we're being so negative.
We're being hell no down, damn it. Nope. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who I swore before God I thought, well, they've lost him for the season. But then I was like, damn, man, they already got this Rashawn Slater news out. Rashawn Slater, we told you about that. 30 minutes later, it was a torn patella tendon. Like, they had that one already.
I mean, they've already got a plan of what tackle. They're going to move Alt to left tackle, and they got Pipkin or something that's going to be their right tackle.
Is that Pipkins? Oh,
hey, I'm going to tell you what. Hell, Harbaugh, not Jim, but what's the one in Baltimore?
Oh, John.
I mean, hell, he's up there in presser talking about, that corner. We had high hopes for him, but he's going. He tore his knee's done. He's done for the season. I mean, look, it's getting to a point where these coaches they don't have a problem. The whole we're gonna get a second, we're gonna get it evaluated and looked at. We'll let y'all know. We'll give you an update. Hell with that. These boys are just coming straight out with it.
Someone texted in earlier and just said, "All right, was this the Astros looking at this knee?"
I think it may have been the Astros reporting on that knee.
We say the Astros took a look at this knee and said, "Nah, everything seems to be intact."
Oh yeah, it's good.
Let me check that elbow though. I can pull out a UCL though. I got Tommy John now. Now, if you missed it though, it looks like as Clint said in the first segment, they dodged a bullet. He did not tear his ACL, according to many reports. This Diana Rossini, he's expected to miss some time, but the injury does not appear to be season-ending. So that is great news. If you've missed that, that is the latest. But the Astros continue their road trip as they were in Boston and then in Miami, and now they are in the Bronx, in New York, Clint, facing – right, this is the number one rival, right now, Astros?
Oh, yeah.
This, Dodgers, Rangers, Yankees number one?
Daddy's pulling into town, Yanks.
Clint is thinking he looks like Clint maybe got that silver boot in his mind. I don't know. He's still thinking
Daddy's Stros are here, baby.
Yankees. Yeah, I feel like the Yankees are over the Dodgers because I think the Yankees stuff is more on the field than the Dodgers stuff is on the field, but it's
sure.
I think it's more the other stuff. Some of that is with the Yankees, but the Astros have just run into the Yankees a lot with games that matter. So I would
beat them a lot.
Beat them, yes, very true. So I would say Yankees, but they're heading in there. And Clint, the Mariners are they're serious. They have been one of the best second half teams. They are now 6-1 since the trade moves. The Astros, by the way, are 2-4 in that period. They're 6-1. They are now 63-53, 10 games over 500. And now, after their extra innings win yesterday over the White Sox at home, they have pulled to within 1.5 games back of the Houston Astros in the West. And I think this is a big series for the Astros. And I posed the question on the other side, and you can get in here with it. Does this feel like a regular season type must-win series versus the Yankees? The pitching matchup for the Astros, they're running Hunter Brown on Friday. Today, they're running Framber tomorrow against Luis Gil, who is or Luis Hill. I know that G is silent, or said as an H. He is making his second start. His ERA is up over 13. They have a massive advantage in the first two pitching matchups with Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez, and then Tyler's guy, Colton Gordon, Big C, is going Sunday. Does this feel like a must-win type series to you with the Mariners getting this tight and them facing the Yankees?
Ooh, I mean, must-win series. I don't know if we're at a must-win series, but we are damn sure in a spot where it's getting tight. I mean, there is no doubt about it right now. When you look at the Astros have the Yankees and the Red Sox, the Mariners have, and the Orioles.
The Orioles, one of the worst teams in baseball.
The two teams, and Tampa Bay Rays ain't too far behind them right there.
They've been struggling of late.
Yeah, they're in that American League East. They're bottom two teams in that division. So, yeah, Ron. I mean, as I think through it and I look at the schedules, I mean, Seattle's hot. They got two teams that, hell, they may go 6-0 in this joker, for being completely honest, against Tampa and Baltimore.
They'll sweep them up.
And so, yeah, I mean, look, I think your question, is this a must-win series to get 2 of 3? Yeah, I can ride with that.
Yeah, Splitty said, not a must-win. It's a your ass better show up and stack up some dub series. That feels like must-win.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
This is why, fellas, I say we're in that range. Hunter Brown and Framber are going in this series.
Need both those, man.
Like they're going back to back in this series with really massive advantages when it comes to starting pitching in those particular 2 games, right? And then then Sunday the Yankees have their best pitcher Max Fried going against Colton Gordon, and they've got a big advantage. But right now, you haven't been playing good baseball for a while now. We're rolling into a month since that series that they swept the Dodgers, and it has been a rough go of it for the Astros.
Mm-hmm.
And then in reverse, the Mariners are rolling, and the Rangers have started to play better baseball. 1.5 back now, and in particular, they have got to win the Hunter Framber games. Right? This is a playoff kind of a playoff premature look right now of Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez going back-to-back in series. You got to win this. And to me, with the way they've been playing lately, if they lose this series with Framber and Hunter going in it, like that is to me going to be a gut punch.
Oh yeah,
that's a gut punch. Because, well, damn, we just lost those, and
Yeah, if you lose both with Hunter and Framber, it's a nut punch.
Now you lose both those games, you may be looking at being in second place out of the. By the way, that's possible. You could be in second place after the weekend. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But that's plausible. But that's why I think this is closer to the must-win thing, because the last time those two pitched in the series, they lost both of them.
Yeah. No, look, I mean, I think big picture, to hell with just the series. I mean, it's a big series. It's I mean, you got to stop the bleeding at some point, and it doesn't look like the opponents for the Mariners are going to do so over the next 6 games. The bigger point here is the one you just made, right? Is moving forward. 47, is that what it was?
47 games left.
47 games left. Every start for Framber Valdez and Hunter monster games. I mean, because you just don't know. You don't have a clue what you're going to get the rest of the way.
Yep, because after that, what is Colton Gordon? Then I know Spencer Getty is there's somebody else. Who the hell are we missing? Is that Alexander, guys? There's somebody else. Is he still in it?
That's the 5 starters.
Is that the 5?
Spencer Getty, Alexander, Colton Gordon, and then 2 big horses up top. That's the 5 starters right now until McCullers gets back and Javier gets back.
You're right.
That's what you're dealing with.
Bury me in the H.
So you have no idea what you're going to get beyond Framber and Hunter. So those guys got to be nails down the stretch here.
I thought when he came back, yeah, you're right. He came back to replace Gusto. I thought maybe when he came back, maybe that jumped Jason Alexander. No, it didn't. Yeah, that's why to me this series, those two are going in is huge for this. But the good thing is, Clint, is they got the Red Sox next. That means in these 6 games, you should get them multiple times if they're starting the first 2 games of this series. So you should get them, at least one of them against the Red Sox too. So that's big. All right, coming up. Oh man, is it time for the Houston Texans to have to make serious decisions about a player that all of a sudden has become much more important in the last 24 hours? We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, y'all. Power outages, they're going to happen around these parts, man. It's whether it's extreme cold, extreme heat, or hurricanes. By the way, we're in the middle of our hurricanes too.
413-9313 or online at drbensalento.com.
It's live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming up at 3:40, Tyler is going to give us what his reception speech would be if we won our first Marconi Award here at Sports Radio 610. We are pushing that Tyler is there to accept the trophy and would give his acceptance.
I got you, bro. My acceptance speech.
Just couldn't say.
I mean, you
just couldn't accept it, man.
He was getting ready.
Well, I mean, if I'm going to accept, I need to be practicing.
I just couldn't pull it out. Just right there.
That's
the
what
spit
she
was
said.
in my mouth.
Also what she said.
Acceptance speech. I just
Keep
couldn't-
it going.
Just couldn't get it
There
out.
you go.
Just couldn't pull it
There
out.
you
Right there. Just stuck right there. It was just stuck right there. But no, I want to hear this sucker from.
I was not aware we were doing this, but I like the idea, and I'm going to be ready.
Yeah. I gave you an hour. I just
No, yeah, you're good.
I just landed it on you because I know he's gonna.
Got to be adaptable in this industry, baby.
He's gonna pick up
That's
that-
how you get a nomination.
Because all I could think about is he picks up that damn turdless trophy every week and really talks like
Really talks that camera.
That's funny.
He's been a Sports Radio 610 listener since his dad driving around what I believe was some sort of a pickup truck in my mind, was driving around.
F-350, yeah.
There we go, listening to F-350. Wow.
Company truck, landscaping and such.
The way you described that, I would think it'd been one of them vans.
It was. I would have thought. I just would have thought smaller. I didn't think he was coming.
It may
he
have been a
was coming with
250.
I didn't think he was coming with it.
I
F-350.
thought it'd been more of a toker in one of them Astro vans, kind of catting this thing around.
No,
So you think it's a real strange cat?
Shout out to Papa Milner, though.
I thought it'd be closer to a hippie than a construction worker.
I feel like all three of our dads feel like growing up pickup truck drivers with brown paper bags.
Milwaukee's best.
that had in my dad's case malt liquor in it. Maybe not your dad's, but
he had his Bud Ice days now.
Hey, I had them days at A&M.
my
That stuff was cheap.
dad had a green Ford Ranger forever. is what Dirty Red. Is what Dirty Red.
He'd show up at the house in.
Always
Every
forget
time
your
when
pops had that name like Clint. Dirty Red.
When he was able to make it, he would show up. Yeah, he had left me on the porch a couple of times, but when he was able to make it,
When he did show up. It was a green Ford.
it was a green Ford
Ranger?
Yeah, Ford Ranger. I mean, he had that bad boy for years.
I mean, the Green Ranger was the best of them.
Years he had that bad boy. Haul stuff. You need to move. That's got you. Anything. Brown paper bag and Newports. That was Dirty Red right there.
Milwaukee's best and Marlboro.
Yeah, mine was a Marlboro man too.
Yeah.
Your dad didn't have a truck?
He was in that Ranchero for a while. That's what my first memories were that Ranchero, which kind of happened, which is earned, by the way. He wasn't out there trying to be something he wasn't. He damn sure wasn't driving around in no big heavy duty pickup truck because his ass wasn't moving nothing. He wasn't doing. I mean, he was going to a plant.
Don't even call an axe me.
A Ranchero, a Ranger, and an F-250.
Move, haul, sweat, energy. Nah, I don't. Nah, Big Earn wasn't doing that.
My dad did think he was something else when he went and purchased that old school Grand Marquis. He wouldn't pop one of them bad boys for a second. I had that a little bit.
Yeah, Big Earn went from that Ranchero to I think a Ford Bronco. I think is what Big Earn went to. I think that's what I meant.
I had one of them.
When OJ on.
The OJ Bronco, but ours was red and tan, two-tone, baby. Mm-hmm. Remember that?
Mine was red too. I had a red one. I had
red
a red
Bronco.
Yep.
The big body.
Yep. Mine was old school.
I remember stealing it and I remember John Paul Stewart puked in the back seat when we snuck it out one night. Puked in the floorboard of the back seat of the old Ford Bronco. I said, how am I going to pull this off? Floorboard.
How did you get out of it? There's no way you get out of that.
I think they knew we had it. We cleaned it up a while. We cleaned it up. Took us a while to clean it up.
They just let that go? Yeah. They just let that one go?
Yeah.
713.
There wasn't too much.
That's got to be sticker price.
Old Big Earn and Linda. There wasn't.
713-572-4610. Text in something you know you did that you know your parents know you did, and they just let you slide on it.
Yep. John Paul Stewart. Puking in the back seat of the
old JP
old
and some
Bronco.
puke.
Mine was the seventh grade. Kansas lost to Arizona, and I was downstairs in the basement. I was 7th grade, and I just yelled the F word.
That's hilarious. I was literally going to ask before you said that if that's where you went to cuss.
I yelled. I just yelled. It was. I was. These kids today don't know how to be kids. I knew how to be a kid. I did all my cussing and stuff. I did it away from her. Right, I cussed in the 7th grade. I know my son. I know they cuss. But hell, I catch them cussing. I can hear them cussing sometimes. I knew how to cuss away from my parents. But that one, it just got to me. And hell, I think she was as pissed as I was. So she just let it go. There's no way she didn't hear me. There is no way. I yelled it. No way. No way. It was a Christmas story. No way. And she just let me slide with that one. Probably didn't let me go for too much more of that. All right. Are you in a space where, because I do think the Texans have to have some serious conversations, because we CJ Gardner-Johnson. There was other news last night. Texans Jimmy Ward was arrested last night on bail violation. His lawyer says Texans safety Jimmy Ward was arrested Thursday evening for a second time in 2 months. According to the Montgomery County jail website, Ward was arrested on a warrant related to felony offense. No bail was listed, but Ward would be released. This was the previous thing he was arrested for 2 months ago with the domestic violence situation. This time, his lawyer, Steve Jackson, said that Ward was arrested because he tested positive for alcohol violation of his previous release, that as a result, he had to spend a night in jail. Jackson told KPRC television station that Ward was not facing any new allegations, that Ward was not aware he could not drink alcohol. So that was the latest, as he was arrested because of his blood alcohol level violated that bail, or violated that previous violation. And my question is, learning that arrested for a second time Thursday in 2 months, would you be done with Jimmy Ward? And he's become a lot more important when you look at what happened with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Obviously, it appears they've avoided a big thing, big timeout. It doesn't look like he's going to miss the year, but he's going to miss some time. But would you be done with Jimmy Ward?
Well, I don't know how they're not going to be done with Jimmy Ward, if I'm being honest with you. I was taken aback by DeMeco's response to what went on the first time with him. And the fact that it seems to have been kind of swept under the rug, just keep on as planned, as normal, with this kind of looming out there, and then all of a sudden, you've got this issue, which I don't. I mean, it's a complete disregard of your, whatever.
Your agreement there with that, what you.
Yeah, I mean, your parole, the details of your parole. I mean, how do you not know whether you can drink or not? I mean, how do you not know whether what I'm going to be drug tested, or I'm going to be tested? How am I not aware of what I'm being tested for and why I'm being tested, and why? Like it's obviously either a failure of him to understand the situation, the details of his parole, or his representation. But yeah, I just the 2 arrests in a matter of 3 months? Is that what it was?
2 months.
2 months. Yeah, man. I just don't know how DeMeco and Nick, given how they run the organization, I don't know how they keep just giving Jimmy Ward a pass.
By the way, the Texans declined to comment on this at this point. Is reported as well. I mean, he's like one of the big things that they talk about him on the team is like his leadership and all of the intangible things. And DeMeco has brought that up, and we agreed with that when he was brought here. And man, this is just not good judgment.
Look, I think here's the thing with this situation right here is, again, this is an organization that constantly talks about diet, taking care of your body, monitoring what you put in your body, making sure that you get rest. And they always talk about being a professional is this right here. What are you putting in your body? Are you getting enough sleep? Are you getting workouts? Are you and this in itself in training camp, when you've already got every reason under the sun to go to the facility and take your ass home and not drink nothing, not eat nothing, not smoke nothing. You got every reason under the sun to stay clean as you possibly can, and you can't accomplish it. They're asking everybody in that building to take care of their body. Don't drink, don't stay up late, don't smoke, don't do this, don't do that. Don't put yourself in harm's way as it pertains to being healthy, getting healthy, and playing at your peak performance.
And of all the people that should be laying low and not involved, it would be him.
Well, you've got the injury issue. You've got also his body's trying to heal from this injury. Was it a surgery?
Yeah, surgery to the foot.
Yeah, I mean there's just a million different reasons for him to make sure that he's taking care of his body and doing the right things.
And
instead,
the previous
he's out
cases,
here popping positive for alcohol on a test. That's a tough one to keep sweeping under the rug, given how they run this organization.
Yeah, and he's in and outs of the case that he was arrested for previously.
Well, I'm gonna guess that there was some level of intoxication associated with the original one. I mean, I'm not familiar with how they handle potential domestic abuse or whatever it is. I don't know how they handle that.
It's just
I got to believe that the reason that you put a stipulation on where you're testing somebody for alcohol is because alcohol was involved the first time. But I'm no lawyer. I have no idea. But this is a tough look for DeMeco.
Yeah, text line coming in, guys. Do you think he's the only player there drinking alcohol? Like, there are some things that I can explain to you. But if you can't figure out why Jimmy Ward drinking alcohol is different than C.J. Gardner-Johnson drinking alcohol, C.J. Gardner-Johnson just drinking a beer does not get him arrested.
Well,
it doesn't break his agreement.
But that's such a dumb statement. That's such a no. I don't think he's the only guy drinking alcohol on the team. He's the only guy on that team right now that can't afford to get caught with it in his system when he's not supposed to have it in his system. That's what it is.
Only one with a mugshot right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's the only guy. I think he's the only guy on the team that, according to his what was it? What is it? Parole, or according to what his
not parole,
probation,
whatever it is. According to his legal issues, he can't drink.
Bail agreement, yeah.
Like he's not supposed to be drinking. To give himself the charges or potential charges that he's had to get out of the legal issues that he's had is to stay his ass off the bottle. So no, it's not about him. Is he the only guy drinking? Nobody gives a damn if DeMeco Autry right now wants to take a sip of alcohol on a Saturday night, whatever he's doing. Nobody cares. He doesn't have legal issues that say that we're going to drug test you, and if you ain't clean, you're going to spend the night in jail. I mean, come on, man. Is he the only guy that – I mean, that's –
be better.
Probably the only one who can't go to Toronto right now, too.
Yeah.
Right, can't leave the country. Right, the only one right now. All right, coming up as we continue, we tell you all the time to stay tuned of Texans All Access after us. And I'm telling you, our guy John Harris gave us a great nugget for us to have a conversation to discuss. And when he says stuff as tied in as he is with the Texans, it makes you stop and listen. We'll discuss what he had to say and let you hear that coming up next.
I'm slinging 7.
In the loop.
I don't want CJ to play at all.
package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-386-7194 now to secure your $10 Gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-386-7194.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Big weekend here in Houston. The Texans are preparing to face the Minnesota in the first preseason game. And now that things have tightened up in the AL West, the Astros have a big series in New York against arguably their biggest rival. I don't even want to get that conversation started, so I'll just say arguably their biggest rival.
I got a message for those Yankee turds.
Those guys, Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, going the next 2 days. And when I say getting tight, the Mariners won in extras against Chicago, and now they're a game and a half back. They host the Tampa Bay Rays coming up this weekend while the Astros are in New York playing the Yankees. So a lot going on around here and a lot to talk about here in Houston, which we love it. We love it here. We love it, and are having a good time with it. Coming up later on in the hour, Tyler will give us his acceptance speech for the Marconi. And we are pushing, this is his interview, we're pushing that he be the one to accept it. Probably a long shot, but we are pushing.
What are your thoughts right now? Kind of what is your structure? How have you set this thing up? I mean, because you got to have a plan. You can't just.
Yeah. I mean, Clint just accepted one, so he had
accepted another one in September.
All right, this guy right here.
I mean, it's going to be.
I mean, it's big here.
Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up on your hardware, Clint.
I'm telling you, man.
Well, I mean, good luck with
private
that.
jet too.
This is one for all of us, so I wouldn't even catch up.
A good chunk of the year already gone. It's going to be hard to catch up, but you know.
No, I got some ideas. I got some plans. I mean, obviously, I'm thanking some folks, mainly everybody up here at this wonderful radio station, including you two dingoes.
Start by thinking. Okay.
Yeah, because it's a team
now, are
award.
You saying this? Okay, that's what. Is this coming from Tyler or is this coming from the station?
It's a station award. So.
Okay, got you.
I mean, I'm the face of it clearly, but it's a station award.
It was, folks.
Yeah.
So.
Yes. I like it. Okay, so you're on. I mean, it's a good start.
It's a good start.
So you're going to start by thanking, and then where are we going?
You'll have to see.
Oh, okay. I thought
yeah. Don't give it all away.
Or I'm not sure yet.
Don't give it all away.
Time to figure it out.
Don't give it all away.
Done some of my best work. Is just winging it, man. You got it, bub.
All about that impromptu.
Let's do it, man. This will be a big one here. But again, a great honor just to be nominated as one of the 5 finalists, Sports Station of the Year. We've had a hell of a year as well. All right, Clint. I was in the car and riding home and listening to Texans All Access.
Okay.
Like I think many of you should be doing after we get done every single day. John Harris, Mark Vandermeer, as well as they host that sucker every single night. They have interviews with coaches, players. I'm telling you, man, interviews I wish I could get. They have good interviews every single night. So I would say you should really take a listen to that, especially right up until 7 o'clock, and then move on to Area 45. It's really big, though. It's 7 out. Big for you to take a listen to. But John Harris had something really interesting to say. And, Clint, you know he is as Texans anybody, and he is as locked in understanding players as anybody. We know he's watched a lot of these guys since college. And when I say a lot of these guys, I'm talking the 6th, 7th rounders since college, and he watches the Texans and understands what they want to do. So when he says things in regards to the Texans, I think it is something that you honestly should always stop and listen to. But he started talking about the protection yesterday. Since Cam Robinson went out, we know they switched some things around where they kicked Titus back out to right tackle, and they've been going with Ed or Juice Scruggs at right tackle while Ursery has moved over to left tackle. He had something really interesting to say, as yesterday was the first full-day practice they had really since they did it. They did it the second half of the practice when Cam went out, but yesterday was the first full-day practice. But this is what he had to say about what it looked like now with Titus moving out.
Don't get comfortable with what you think the offensive line is going to be.
Yeah, and DeMeco said that after practice, too.
Yep, and not only are there different people, there are people in different spots. Like, we've been talking about Titus Howard as guard, and then all of a sudden he's over at right tackle. And the interesting part, in a sense, is, and I don't know the right way of saying it, but Will and Daniil have done a tremendous job this camp. They're so difficult to block. But I think what it probably did was it showed the staff, like, hey, we need to do something before it's too late. And one of the somethings to do was to move Titus out to right tackle, at least for today.
All right, that's him talking about Will, and Daniil didn't just wreck shop in practice yesterday the way they did, and he said the pass protection improved. The pass protection was better, and that was a big story coming out of yesterday, that the pass protection was better with Titus Howard at right tackle. And I think, and he said this too, and I think everybody thought, like, hey, it's going to be a good move with Titus Howard moving to guard, at least a good move for the offense. But now seeing him at right tackle because they were forced to do that, it's in a way has changed the pass protection and improved it, which has been a number one issue throughout camp. And I think it easily pushes you to a point, Clint, of like, ooh, is that something you really look at? At Titus Howard, now that he's been able to play right tackle and the protection seemed to improve, and Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter aren't just running and wrecking the practice like we've been seeing. Is that something that you entertain, Clint?
Well, I think it's a shame that they've got to entertain it. Yeah, right? I think this is a peek behind the curtain. We can talk about it like just it's no big deal and it's just you got to do something, and like John said, is it too late and all that kind of deal. But the reality of it is it's scrambling, right? The reality of it is you took who is the best tackle on this football team, and in order to fix your interior issues, you moved him to guard, and he was for all the offseason up until the Cam Robinson little injury that moved Ursary over there. And your tackle positions were a mess, if we're being completely honest. I've said it from jump. I wasn't as concerned with all the pressure problems that the offense has had in training camp, because it's the tackles that are struggling, and Nick Caley should be able to dedicate some chippers, if you will, to help those guys. And now you're in a position where you're taking that tackle that you dedicated to and he committed to playing guard, and you're moving him back out, and all of a sudden the protection from the outside in got better, right? Yeah. And so he's your best tackle, and he's your best guard, and now it's blatantly obvious you got a problem at guard and you got a problem at tackle, and you don't have but one Titus Howard.
And he can't play both.
And he can't play both at the same time. So that's the real issue here is not where should Titus play, or what are they going to do in a pinch if somebody gets hurt. The real issue here is, to me, is that it's blatantly obvious that the Houston Texans still have no clue in how they're going to fix their offensive line problems from a player perspective. As I've said before, I'm not majorly concerned about this, because I just think there's a million different ways that anybody that's competent on the offensive side of the football, from a play scheming and a play give you puncher's chance,
will improve. Yeah,
your quarterback playing a different brand and being completely aware that they've got O-line problems, which, boy, if you're not completely aware in this training camp going against this defense, then I don't know what you're watching. Your quarterback can help it significantly. So I don't think it's a problem that can't be overcame, but it is, if you look at the O-line, it is a telltale sign of, like, these cats are scrambling.
So do you agree with this, that they're in a situation where it feels like Titus Howard is clearly their best guard and clearly their best tackle right now? Is that?
Yes. Yep. I do believe that.
Because that's what it sounds like. John Harris saying, hey, and you've said it. Well, I'll tell you, and you just said it, like, where we're seeing the pressure come from is from the edge.
Yeah.
And do you just chalk that up and say Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson is just going to do that to everybody? Yeah. But, I mean, again, there are some really good outside linebackers, right? Or there's some really good defensive edge rushers, right? Yeah. Hell, they were 8-9 on the list that they made the top 10. So there are others that you have to run into.
Yeah.
But if that is the case, Clint, if he's your best guard and tackle, and now we have to get to that point. I hear you, right? If we look in the rear view, boy, you should have done something to where he only had to be the best of one of them. Right. And you didn't. Yeah. And it got to a position where you had two really good ones, and he wasn't the best of both. But
he's literally the best offensive lineman you got that's not a center. I think that he could move over and play left tackle at equal to or above Cam Robinson.
Absolutely. I do too. But if that is the case, Clint, if he's your best guard and your best tackle, and you've watched this O-line, where do you put him? Because John Harris watches the team, watches them every day. That outside pass rush stuff from the right side was cut off.
Yeah.
And then we also saw, as you said, wasn't coming from the interior while he was in there. All right, what is best? Because, right, it's either Ariante Ursery and Cam Robinson's are the tackles and he's inside, or he's a tackle and Juice or Ed are inside. Well, what's best?
It's to me, it's putting him inside, because I've said it a million times. There's nothing more detrimental to your quarterback. There's nothing more difficult for your quarterback to handle than interior A-gap pressures constantly. You can't have that. You got to have guards that can pass protect. And in today's game, you definitely have to have guards that can pass protect, because they're paying these cats in the middle of the defensive line that are absolute monsters. So I would play him inside, and as I said before, I would have an extensive package of chipping and help for my tackles on both sides. I would. That's where I think they're going to be best served doing it. You
would put him inside.
I would put him inside. I'd play Ariante, growing pains. You're not going to face Will and Danielle off both sides every game. I think Cam would be fine, but you're going to have to rely on scheme to help your tackles. You can't. There's no scheme that's going to help your guards when they get matched up against somebody that they can't handle. And Juice Scruggs has shown us time and time again that he gets matched up with guys that he can't handle. Right? I don't know about Laken Tomlinson. If you look at the advanced stats, he's very similar to Juice Scruggs. I think when you push Titus down there inside in a pass protecting situation, you can slide or you can help away from Titus, not slide, but help away from. You can put Titus on the defensive tackle that's on him. The center can help your left guard, and interior-wise, for the most part, you should be able to hold up. And then you got to be aware of your edges. To me, that gives C.J. Stroud the best chance to play at a high level. If this pocket is constantly collapsing from the inside and C.J. Stroud is doing that escape back and dragging to the sideline, we've seen him. Everybody gets infatuated with making plays that way. You don't want that. The more CJ's flushing and floating to the sideline, the less likely the Texans' offense is to move the football. And so I would play him inside, and then just understand I've got to help. I got to help a rookie a lot.
Yeah, a couple of comments here from the text line. Titus Howard being paid tackle money, but being put at guard was stupid in the beginning. It reads stupid in the middle. Nick Rocks coming in. Wouldn't that be the case on a lot of teams? You have one guy that could be the best at either position. Doesn't mean everyone else is ass. I'm not saying everyone else is ass. But clearly we're seeing like they were giving up a lot of pressures and struggling with pass protection when he was inside, especially off the edges. And then when he went to the outside, according to John Harris in West Virginia, who's down there, it improved in a major way.
Look. I would, to answer the text directly, I would say that it's extremely rare.
Yeah, yeah.
To have one guy on your offensive line on an NFL roster in August, hey, this guy's my best tackle, and that guy is this guy's my best guard. I would say that's rare. Do you have a guard that's an all-pro that, hey, in a pinch can bounce outside like Joe Tooney did?
Kick Rocks just brought that up. It wasn't he's not a good tackle, though.
Well, he played good. He's good enough to do it.
He got
but
by.
Going into the season, he was not their best tackle on their roster. Now, they found out that he could do it at a pretty high level, and they found out that he, statistically put up some pretty good numbers. By the way, the quarterback playing behind him has the best feel maybe the game's ever seen.
He helped a lot.
But yeah, I mean, and by the way, we're talking about Joe Tooney. We're talking about not arguably, but one of the best offensive linemen in the game right now. I would say it's rare.
But even with that, their run game took a major hit because they had to jump him outside and they had to put somebody lesser than inside. And point when Anderson or Hunter or anybody for the Eagles wanted to overpower him and him out of position as a guard, they did. And in the Super Bowl, they did it repeatedly.
Well, you come into this offseason with the Texans with the issues that they acknowledged. And you would think that the attempt to fix it would at least produce a guard that's as good or better than your right tackle. Yeah, and it doesn't appear that they've done that. They're in some trouble here. Now, again, C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley, I think, are the biggest factors in fixing this.
So where it doesn't look like it was last year,
where it may not even be an issue. It may be a non-factor, but. If you're talking personnel and their attempt from a personnel standpoint to fix this O-line issue, it's becoming more and more apparent that there's some problems.
Yeah, they need another Titus Howard.
That'd be nice.
They need another Titus Howard. All right, coming up, let's talk about the big story of tonight in the NFL. We got to take a look at this. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, if your home or your place of business, if you need a new coat of paint, a little freshening up, baby.
more inside information every weeknight on Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered all the way through the preseason on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I see on YouTube and Twitch, Cornbread, who is an avid listener and responds a lot on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate you every day. Had this to say, a route to go. Hell, if I can find it, that everybody wants this to be a quick fix and not look at patience to figure things out with the Texans offensive line. He says, I think the offense will be fine. I think we will grow to be a top 15 offense by the end of the year. Well, I hope so.
Hooray, mediocrity.
I mean, if their offense, I don't know about the offense, but if their offensive line is a 15, whew, they should be in good shape there.
Look, the reality of it is we're not living in a patience world. I mean, it is as result driven a world, immediate result driven a world that there is on this planet is the NFL. Bobby Slowick went out there and lit it up. Rookie of the year, head coach, should have got coach of the year. Within 17 ball games the next year, his ass is up out of here. Bobby Slowick's quarterback led the league in passing yards and fewest interceptions. I don't even know. Go look it up and see when the last time that happened.
Especially as a rookie.
A year later, his ass was up out of here. There's nothing. There's no patience about any of this. That's the point of, like, we hear guys out of their own getting sorry. You hear guys out of their own mouths talking about, hey man, well we're 20 reps better, we're 15 reps better, they are unbelievably important. To move at a snail's pace and to not take advantage of every opportunity that you get is a risk.
You ain't kidding me. How about that? Like, how fast? Because not even is he out of here. The turn on, he don't know what he's doing. How quickly that hit, right? Yeah. And that's coming off of game one. Remember, they ran all over the Colts and scored all those points, and we felt like the run game was fixed and the O-line was fixed. I mean, it felt like a month.
And my man wants to be patient. And by year's end, we'll be a top 15 offense.
I mean, I get his thought process, but we'll see. I get the thought process, but they've got expectations, and I mean, you know, if you're patient, what is that, 2 or 3 games, and that could be the difference in a lot of things when there's only 17 of them. I get the thought process, but yeah, I don't know. All right, the big story tonight in the NFL, Clint, is through a bunch of different reasons, that is rest or injury, even though he has not gotten very many first or second team reps, Clint, Shedeur Sanders will start tonight for the Cleveland Browns in their preseason opener against the Carolina Panthers. They played in a joint practice yesterday, and where he got some of his first snaps with the first team, and did all right. Him and Joe Flacco were with the first team. Joe Flacco, I believe it's a rest thing. Kenny Pickett's still injured. Dylan Gabriel is still injured. And so he is going to play, I believe the half is what Kevin Stefanski, the head coach, had talked about. Huntley may play the rest of it depending on how much he knows the system. They just brought him in this week. Clint, for you, in your eyes, in terms of this potentially becoming a developing quarterback controversy, do you think this is closer to something, of him starting and get an opportunity tonight to run the first 2 quarters for their first preseason game, or do you think this is more closer to nothing in regards to his chances to start?
It's up to him. I don't think the decision to start Shedeur Sanders tonight is anything more than, hey, man, the other guys
are injured
in the mix are injured and can't go or are dealing with some issues and can't go. And so, boom, here's the opportunity. Now, I do believe this is a huge opportunity for Shedeur Sanders. I don't know where this narrative of him being set up to fail is coming from. I hadn't entertained much of it, but I know it's becoming a thing. That's the silliest stuff I've ever heard. I mean, this is a huge opportunity for Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders should be thanking his lucky stars for this opportunity. Goes out there and plays well. And if he is a guy, Ron, that should have been drafted in the top 5, and if he is a guy that, which he has shown to be, not quite at the Cam Ward level, but he has shown to be a guy that when he goes somewhere, he leaves at a better place than when he took it over. If he is that guy, this is an opportunity for him to go out there, be in control of the offense, play lights out, have some big moments, make some big throws, manage the game well, protect the football, show that you know the offense, and maybe you're more advanced than other rookies are at this point in time. Show that at the pro level you can do the same thing that you did at the college level, which was under extreme pressure every game, getting your head knocked off. You stood in there and made throws. Do it at the NFL level. And this is an opportunity for him to really move the needle with the Cleveland Browns. I mean, really move the needle for Shedeur Sanders and for the Cleveland Browns. This scenario tonight, where you're going to get a half of football, he could take the locker room over tonight. He could take the locker room over tonight. He could go out there and handle it like a pro, make big boy throws, and start getting everyone in big boys up front, leaning into Shedeur Sanders is our guy.
And clearly people in the locker room have already Myles Garrett has talked positively about him, said he's a professional, and people, I think, in the locker room like him. Listen, I understand. I don't feel as strong as you do. I understand where people are coming from in the – I agree with them. I think it's much more of an opportunity than it is the setup to fail thing. The people are getting to the point of he's not been getting a lot of reps. You can live to this. As someone who's played in that range, he's getting – how many reps do you think he's getting a day?
Well, he's been getting a lot lately.
He's getting a lot
because they've all been hurt. Everybody around him's been hurt, so he's been getting a lot. Actually,
throughout, he hasn't been getting a ton. There have been times where he's been working more with the third and fourth teams, and so people are saying, and then you throw him in there on national TV, understanding what the. I get the thought of that, but I don't think that is the. I don't agree with it. I think this is much more of an opportunity to a space, Clint, where I think he could. With a really good performance tonight, and it doesn't have to be numbers, but I mean it is. Are you seeing everything right? Are you throwing it to the right place? Are you hitting your check downs? Are you doing the things that you need to do to play quarterback to give him a chance to win? I think he can seriously get himself into a position, and they say Dylan Gabriel could be another week too with his injury over the next 2 weeks where he plays a lot. I think he could get to a space where he's passing up potentially Gabriel and Kenny Pickett. Now, maybe he's not starting, but I think he can put himself in a position where he passes potentially those two guys up and gets himself out of the fourth spot.
Look, I think with just a solid performance like you're talking about, show that you can handle some things, I think he takes a huge step in becoming the guy. If he goes out half football, he's going to get 5 or 6 drives maybe. Yeah. If he lights this thing up, you got to remember who he's playing with. I mean, if he lights this thing up in Cleveland and has a well above expected performance tonight and gets that buzz going around, this is Cleveland, man. They've been yearning for a quarterback for years. You let this kid go out there and play well. Let him go out there and play well. And I'm talking about well above expectations. They're going to have a hard time taking it back from him.
Yeah.
I do think it is that big of a deal for him. Huge opportunity.
Yeah, I think he could at least put himself to entertain in the second spot
Absolutely.
over the next 2 weeks.
Oh, a good, solid performance, Ron. He's dead in the middle of who
he can pass Dylan Gabriel tonight because that'll be a hard sell. If he comes out here and he plays well and he's still getting behind Dylan Gabriel, who many people thought he was better than coming out to begin with, that'll be a hard sell. And then Kenny Pickett's injured, and how long are we going to do that with Kenny Pickett in his gloves? So I don't know. That was unnecessary, Ron. Coming up, Tyler is going to give us his at least his rough draft of his acceptance speech of the Marconi. We're pushing for him to get there, and this is a chance for him to get himself on the short list to accept that award. We're going to hear that, and man, I know Tyler has been very, very sarcastic with this fella, but I kind of feel bad. Most popular or at least known athletes in this area can't even speak for himself. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Not only do I stop by Sports Radio 610 in Houston, Tyler, shout out.
Will the Texans starters play in Saturday's
places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up here in just a bit, Tyler is going to throw his name in the hat. If you missed it, Sports Radio 610 was named a finalist for the Marconi Award, and it is the highest honor in all of radio.
Sports Station of the Year.
That's right. And I think Tyler should be the one. At least he should be on the short list to be one of the ones chosen to go accept it and give the speech.
I mean, they made me the face of Sports Radio 610,
is the face
so
of
it
it,
makes
right?
sense.
When they did the nominees, it was Tyler Milner who we saw.
That Tyler Milner says he's still real optimistic.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. If it comes to like our whole lineup of personalities, if there were a speech needed to be given, who would entertain, fascinate, make me nervous?
You want a little bit of that.
Who like
make you nervous?
Potentially, definitely rep in an H-Town way, but potentially blow the top off of it. I'll be honest with you, I'm not joking here. I'm being dead serious. Been thinking about it a lot the last hour. There's nobody even close to Tyler.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
I mean, I think there's several of us who do an okay job. You know, just get up there, hey, thank this, thank that, boom. We're stoked about it.
Safe job.
Like to get up there
and be remembered
from the outfit to the potential, maybe being a little too heavy in that sauce.
You got it as like Golden Globes. Like there may be a little drink.
He may get deep off in that.
I better
liquor.
get a happy hour cocktail before the awards.
Well,
yeah.
you've never had just one, but
let's
there's
just grab two.
That potential. So I mean, it would be an event. It would be like you would have to show up and be like, "Hey, is anybody keeping an eye on Tyler? He does have to speak."
Because I don't want him to just have one. One you may not get it, but if you get him two or three or more, we're pushing to maybe past the boundaries. But you get him two and a half, maybe 2 drinks and a shot.
Oh, I'm feeling right.
His drinks are a shot.
Well, yeah. I don't like them mixers. Some old mixers, I like them on the rocks.
Yeah, split. You're right. 2.
So I mean,
clean.
The outfit would be something you got to kind of you might get a little something a little nasty.
Take the hat off. Yeah, it'll be.
Oh yeah, award show I won't be wearing a hat. I'll make sure my wig's looking good.
I mean, and look, there's a chance that he'd be super confident because he practiced so much and he's so confident in what he's saying. There's also a chance that he could get up there and just fumble it and be completely overwhelmed and nervous. I mean, there's a lot of
zero chance.
No,
I don't think it's zero.
I don't think it's zero. I think it's
Bob Costas staring in your eyes.
Is it a fumble?
I don't know if Bob Costas will be there.
You were talking when I said the other part. I did lead that with the fact that there's a chance you could blow the top off the place.
No, you're right. You're right.
And anything in between like that, I just
now he's got what 2-3 minutes maybe.
Well,
shoot, they'll probably start playing music to get me off the stage at
you got
seconds.
you got to get him to play the music.
You win a Marconi, you get more than 2-3 minutes. But yeah, I mean you can take
They're
5.
all winning Marconis in here though.
Well, what it
They're all
sounds
winning Oscars.
Well, no, I get that, but you got me 2-3 minutes.
What it sounds like to me, Dirty Red, is you're saying, and I do appreciate you. That is a hell of a compliment that you think I could really bring it possibly for this speech.
Card. There's a red.
So wild card is what I'm speaking on. It sounds like to me what you're saying is I'm the most likely at this beautiful radio station to kind of have a go viral moment that would be all over social media, which kind of scares me.
I don't know.
I would say yes to that. I would say yes.
I'll take it.
I don't know that anybody else is bringing anything that's viral potential.
That heat?
I mean, but
make you feel something.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that. It's not whether you could or you could. I just don't think you would.
I feel you.
Yeah.
I think you would be very professional.
Yeah, That's me. Professional.
Fun professional.
Well, let's not take this too far. See, that's why it's good. It's Tyler. You can't even compliment you.
Professional. Yeah, professional.
I think you keep it. I think you keep on the clock. I think you keep it professional.
I have some jokes in there, but yeah.
I mean, it's got to be a real push the envelope or a real implosion for it to be viral.
Yeah.
Tyler's got
a chance to get in the middle of that.
Yeah.
First thing, acceptance speech for 6'10" at the Marconi Awards next year. Maybe hosting the ESPYs.
The fact that his mind's even goes there is part of what I'm talking about.
Yeah. All right. You got to have a good dismount.
He has practiced for 1 hour an acceptance speech for an award we haven't even won yet.
I haven't even really thought
and he's already picturing himself hosting the ESPYs.
God, I feel like he's about to wing this. Are you ready?
I have like one or two things I know I need to make winging it because and keep that in mind because when October gets here and all of us are at the awards show and we win this damn thing for Sports Station of the Year, I'm gonna have something written out and it'll be better.
I got a feeling we won't all be there, but you ready? You ready? Here it is. This is the first draft, right? You got time, but this is the first draft of this for Tyler. Here we go. I'm gonna introduce this for you. All right, here we go. And now,
so just to be clear, you're like the host of the awards right here.
You can't talking to you get on stage, Tyler.
No, I wanted to make sure, and I was anticipating this.
Now you got to give yourself a little time. I will talk through. I'm a professional awards show watcher. I will talk through as you are giving you your time to walk up to the stage to accept this award.
Gosh, you are good.
I am. Yes. All right. The Sports Station of the Year and winner of the 2025 Marconi Award is KILT AM Houston, Texas, Sports Radio 610. This is their first nomination and first win. They have had historic hosts and members of their station like John Lopez, who is still currently doing middays there. And John McClain has been a part of that station. Nick Wright has been a part of that station. Members there. And to accept this award, executive producer of the Afternoon Drive show, Tyler Milner.
Oh, my goodness. Can you believe this? Can you believe this? I'm looking at y'all out in the audience here whenever I'm saying that. I'm pointing at you. I'm saying, shout out, guys, shout out, shout out. All right, can y'all believe this? You heard him. First nomination. First nomination in our long, glorious history at Sports Radio 610 in the lovely grand city of Houston, Texas. As your Houston sports leader in our first nomination, we get a win. One nominee, one trophy, bringing it back to H-Town, and people, this could not have been possible. A lot of it was me, don't get me wrong. A lot of it was me.
That's good.
Worked my ass off, grinded every day, but it was easy to do it. And it wasn't just me. It was those fine folks you see out in the audience with me tonight. Shout out to all y'all. My guys, Clint and Ron. Every day, 4 hours, 2 to 6, killing the airwaves in Houston, easily and frequently becoming known as H-Town's #1 afternoon drive sports talk program. Wouldn't be possible without you guys. Thanks for bringing it every day. Sean, Seth in the morning getting our station started. Thank you. Our guests, our tremendous guests. I cannot forget them. We would not be here accepting this hardware if it wasn't for them. Because on the drive 2 to 6, we have guests like nobody.
Oh, I thought that was a person.
My girl, Paige Spiranak. You know her. Sexy golfer lady. You probably saw her in Happy Gilmore 2 recently. Yes, she was a guest of Sports Radio 610 The Drive, because that's what we do. And what'd she have to say? She was kind of like giving y'all a hint. She was giving you a warning, a clue as to what was going to happen here tonight for this Sports Station of the Year.
3.5 minutes.
All right, well, I gotta work on that.
Keep going. This is a test run.
Her sexy ass said, "I'm the best damn producer in the world," and here we are. talking with you fine folks. Thank you to the Academy or the National Association of Broadcasters.
We'll get that.
Thank you.
NAB. Yeah, there it is.
Not sure what all goes into this, but clearly y'all know badass radio when you see it. Sports Radio 610, we just got tired of being number one in H-Town because it became that easy. So now we're number one in the country, and we'll see y'all again next year. Shout out, boys. Let's go get drunk. Woo!
That's a good dismount. 713-572-4610. That was a rough draft.
Man, I did not realize I was at that time.
Yep, you got over 4.
So many to thank.
Yep. You missed few.
Paige got 45 seconds.
Hey, she deserves it now.
713-572-4610. Scale of 1 to 10. 10 amazing. 1. Woo! Need some work. A lot of work.
It needs work. Needs work.
Where do you rank that speech as he Coney Award for Sports Radio 610? 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch. Where do you rank that? Tyler, we had a real...
Oh, and Lee Sand. Thank you, Lee Sand.
Tyler, we had a real stumble here.
He's going...
At some point, man.
Going corn stars.
You got to thank the listeners, don't you?
Oh, I thanked them first in my tweet last night, and I meant to do that here. I should write some stuff. Hey, I need to write some stuff down.
You got to thank the listeners.
I always thank the Drive family.
You got to thank Sarah Fraser. You got to thank...
Yeah, Boss Lady's important.
You got to thank Parker Hillis.
See, I didn't have enough time to prepare.
But he got Paige in there.
Hey, this was
Paige and Lisa in there.
You got to thank the other members of the station. We appreciate you thanking us.
Y'all are all that matters.
We're trying to get you up there. You got to thank Seth, Sean.
They ain't deciding if I go up there.
You did give Seth Sean. You left off Reggie and John and Figgy.
Oh, man. I meant to say something about how Fig kind of, brought me up and trained me, and he's the best at what he do. There's
Santiago's rolling around in his car right now. Sean Bijani rolling around. The best part is we got our guest. We have amazing guests. Our guest like nobody.
I meant to say, I didn't realize I stopped there. I meant to say like nobody else.
I thought you meant nobody.
No, I was trying to say like we get the best damn guests, like nobody else. But no, plenty of work to be done there. That was, for finding out about an hour ago.
Did you forget Lopez? Hell, he helped you get the interview.
That's a good point.
True. Hey, this was first time through.
This is the first. Hey, they got to get some things to write in. I think the dismount has to be thanking the fans, right? Either that or right off the top.
Or right off the top.
Our listeners, not our fans. Our listeners. There's some fans.
The Drive family.
The guys that come out every single day when we have remotes. The guys that call in. The guys that helped us. The guys and gals, including Mel. The guys and gals who came and helped us raise over $30,000 to help the Houston Food Bank. You got to mix. You can't leave them out.
No, you're right.
And Sarah Fraser.
Yeah.
And Pat and Parker Hill. It's hard to leave those three out.
He did a really good job of.
You got to thank your wife too. This has got to get personal.
I got stuck on Paige Spiranak. I admit it.
I'd suggest that you mention the Texans, Cal and Hannah in there somewhere.
Well, let's not get too.
It's a good thought.
I mean, I'm just saying it would be a good idea.
I'm gonna work on it. That was pretty rough first run through, but it's gonna be awesome.
Maybe Cal.
No Hannah.
Well, I don't
know. She's got some work to do.
I mean, I like the way you got Paige and Lisa in there, though, Bob.
Yeah. I got her in there and then got stuck.
He got Lisa in late.
I thought he was going to say in Boss Lady. No, he says.
Hey, Tyler, that was a quick 4 minutes, wasn't it?
Yes.
What you got coming?
All right, we watched a little preseason football last night, and one team that is in the same tier, I believe, not damn close. They approached preseason game 1 in odd fashion. I think they had plenty of reason to do so. I hope the Houston Texans do exactly as the Cincinnati Bengals did last night. We'll tell you what that is. We'll cuss and discuss next, right here on Sports Radio 16.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner. Thank you so much.
Your favorite favorite Houston sports station is a Marconi finalist. For the first time, the National Association of Broadcasters selected Sports Radio 610 as one of 5 nominees for Sports Station of the Year. And we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston sports leaders.
736 to learn more or visit TrimFireRadio.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily. Presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, baby. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. If you're out there, if you or a loved one is ever injured in an accident, you know who to call. Some fine folks over at Mokaram Law. I like that right there, Ron. That sounded pretty good, didn't it?
There you go.
That sounded pretty good. Texans open preseason with Minnesota at Minnesota, Virginia. A little cooler weather out there leading up to the game this Saturday. First time we're going to see the Texans in uniform in this 2025-26 season. And not real sure yet who's all going to play. DeMeco Ryans is on record of kind of being a little bit vague about it. Some starters will play, some starters won't. Some starters will see limited time. Pretty vague about what's going to happen Saturday. And I know there's a lot of folks out there that like to minimize, poo-poo the old preseason. But I'm just not one of them, boys. And last night watching a little preseason action, I'll be honest with you, I didn't watch the Hall of Fame game last week.
You didn't have it in you?
I turned it on briefly, and I don't remember one snap. I'm sure I watched a couple, but I don't remember watching one snap. I remember it being on, but didn't get much out of it. So this was my I think the first time this year for me to sit down and watch a little bit of the game action. And what I saw in the Cincinnati-Philadelphia Eagles game, for me, got my wheels to spinning on these Texans. Right? I mean, the Eagles handled it the way you would expect a defending Super Bowl team to handle it. I mean, Jalen Hurts. They chose to sit most of their starters. You can't sit all of them, but they chose to sit most of their starters. And on the other side of the field, you got the Cincinnati Bengals, who I believe are legitimately, as long as they got Joe Burrow, they're going to be in that second tier of teams in the AFC. I believe that's where the Texans live. If you want to rank those, the Texans, I think, are probably a little higher given the defensive issues in Cincinnati, given that the Texans beat them last year. I would probably put the Texans slightly ahead of them, but they're tier 2 teams. I think dealing with some issues, trying to get better, trying to take the next step, trying to slay the giant that is Pat Mahomes, trying to survive and advance in an AFC that has Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Pat Mahomes. So similar approach here. Ron, I loved what the Bengals did last night.
Did you?
I don't know if you saw this, but last night.
I was surprised.
Last night, the Bengals, they played their starters. Not only did they play their starters, but they approached the game like it was a real game. Joe Burrow was 9 of 10 passes for 123 yards and 2 touchdowns. Tanner Hudson caught one of those, and Jamar Chase caught a 36-yard touchdown. Jamar Chase actually caught the first, the one on the before Tanner Hudson caught it. Jamar Chase caught it all back for a chop block, so he actually would have had 2. But Jamar Chase had, 4 or 5 catches, 70-some-odd yards. I did see where T. Higgins had a catch as well. The Tanner Hudson kid, I believe, is their go-to tight end. They played their starters, and they played Joe Burrow, and they approached it like it was a real game. Hell, they threw a damn screen to Jamar Chase. And he got tackled out there by three defenders at one point.
Third down, he got 6 yards on that screen. Yeah.
So, I love the approach. And here's why I love it for the Bengals. I think everybody's got to realize who they are. I think everybody's got to realize where you are as a team, whether it's offense or defense or both. The Cincinnati Bengals have had a few slow starts of late. Last year, they got off to an 0-3 start. I don't remember how it was bad pretty early for the Bengals. It was a slow start. They ended up winning 5 straight games to end the season and still miss the playoffs. That's how bad the starts were. Joe Burrow, Ron. Joe Burrow had taken 15 snaps in his 5 years in the NFL in preseason football. Last night he threw 10 balls. I think he took 15 snaps. You said 16 or 15 or 16?
Yeah, they ran 16 plays.
Right. Anyway, the slow start is such an issue in Cincinnati that they're going to change and tweak. They decided to change and tweak how they approach the preseason with their starting lineup. And this is something, Ron, I totally agree with. The method to the madness of, hey, man, we can't sit around and play Joe Burrow 2 or 3 snaps all of preseason and then get pissed off because we have a slow start. I love the approach. I don't know if it's going to work. We'll see. But I love the approach. I don't think that the NFL preseason should be approached the same by every team out there just because there's a risk of injury. I think the teams that use it wisely end up benefiting from it. I watched the Bengals last night, Ron, and I can't help but think that is exactly what I want the Texans to do. I want the Texans to go out there, and I want the Texans to play C.J. Stroud. I want them to throw the football to Christian Kirk and Nico Collins. I want them, which I think they will. The majority of their offensive line is going to be out there anyway. I want those guys to get run because if you look at what's going on in Houston, this is a huge opportunity to go out there and get 15 to 20 snaps against an opponent that you hadn't been playing against for the last 2 weeks. And look, I know who the defensive coordinator is over there. They're going to probably bring some pressures and such, but it's going to be vanilla. They're not going to have any exotic blitzes and pressures out there against the Texans this week.
And if they do, that's fine. Like
CJ's got to know how to handle it,
and their whole unit needs to.
Well, it just and the thought there is a lot like the Bengals. You've got every reason under the sun why your offensive starters should play. You are installing an offense. You have championship aspirations. You've got a new offensive coordinator, new terminology. Your quarterback has more command of the offense at the line of scrimmage. The communication between him and his center. You're only going to get real time, real action reps at that a handful of times between now and the regular season. When it comes to your quarterback hearing the play call and the game situation from Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, you're only going to get a handful of those reps before you have to do it in real time, and it really matters. The Texans have every much of a reason to play their offensive starters as Cincinnati did. In fact, I'll say they have more because Cincinnati offensively, those guys have had more success than the Texans' top guys have had. So I'd watch that game last night, Ron, and I'll be honest with you, I was surprised it happened. But when you listen to it and you understand the method to the madness, man, I like that approach to the game.
Yeah, they've had really, really slow starts every single year, even the years that they've been really good. Again, when they had the 11-play drive to kick off the game, I was absolutely floored that they walked back out.
Came back out.
I could not in any way believe it. But let me get your brain about this. Clint, is this specific to this team that you're saying this, or is this a deal of like, because for me last year, Bobby Slowick coming back year 2. We knew Nico. Diggs is a vet. They had a lot of time. Tank, we knew all that. I didn't need to see a lot of them.
Agreed.
Is that a this year thing because of the newness this year, or are you just like, no, I think they need to get out there and get work every year regardless?
No. Well, I'm definitely a guy that I would go get work.
Because there is a risk to this, right?
Sure, there's a risk. Yeah, there's a risk every time you step out on the field. No doubt about it. But no, this is the reason I think there needs to be a sense of urgency is because you're trying to. It starts with the quarterback, Ron, but it is the dynamic of you are trying to. You didn't go out and pay a bunch of offensive linemen, so you're trying to create and develop this level of physicality with that offensive line, and you're hoping like hell it's there. Your quarterback's communicating like he's never had to communicate before. You hope that works. Your play caller's calling plays for the first time. This is this particular unit. They tell you all the time. Nick and DeMeco tell you all the time. Every year is a new year. And is viewed different. Okay, well, this is one approach that I could see 100% justifying. We got to play comfortable with. We got to weigh the risk versus the reward. The reward here is are you ready to play football? Because reps matter now. I mean, it's like Joe Burrow said last night. We're 15 reps better than we were the day before, right? And those were quality reps for the Bengals. And so I think it's this unit. I think it's this offensive coordinator, and I think it's the reality of you got to play some real football games sooner rather than later. And if you move at a snail's pace and pass on opportunities and then have a slow start and then don't communicate the way that you want to, or then you got offensive line, it's hard. It's going to be hard to stomach.
And I know you shouldn't think like this, but it is very, very weird to think to yourself, see Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, even Brown on the offensive line.
Yep.
This is a crew that has played together multiple years, same coach, right? Same play caller, I think. Tomorrow, the plan is from Andy Reid that Patrick Mahomes is going to play a quarter. That whole offense is going to play a quarter. I know you shouldn't do that, but then to think, when you look at those two groups, that they've all played together. There's not a lot of new parts.
Yeah.
There's not new play callers. There's not those groups are up there talking about playing a quarter. Now, I think Andy's lying through his teeth. I think they play a drive. But to think that the thought is they're going to play a quarter, the Bengals played a quarter, they're announcing they're going to play a quarter, and it looks and sounds like CJ, Nico, a lot of the top guys on the offense aren't going to play whatsoever.
Yeah.
I know you shouldn't compare with those two, but those are teams that not just what they've done, that they've been to Super Bowls and in the Chiefs' case won them, but it's just those are established offenses that have had years in the system, and to think that you would sit out a chance of live bullets.
Yeah, there's just a method to the madness, and I don't. The slow starts are what is driving what went on in Cincinnati last night, and then I just think the fact that you are, because how many 10-win teams, second-round playoff teams, a second-tier AFC team is kind of chirping at the heels of the top teams. How many of those guys are installing a new offense?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's one of those circumstances where it just is what it is. You got a group that needs the reps. Nobody's going to be waiting on you. This team is only going to go as far as this offense will take them. It's going to be a defensive-driven team, no doubt about it. There's no doubt. I think DeMeco Ryans wants to run the football, don't turn it over, and play defense. But when it boils down to it, this is an offensive league. There's teams that are going to have success against our defense. And the Texans are going to have, odds are, the big games are going to come in the playoffs. And you got to be ready to rock and roll. And I just don't think waiting and missing opportunities is the best route for the Houston Texans. Now, the difference in the two guys that you mentioned, Zach Taylor and Andy Reid, those are both offensive-minded head coaches. Now you got DeMeco Ryans, defensive-minded head coach over here. So is he going to make? How's he going to handle that quarterback situation? Is somebody on? Is Gardner-Johnson or Nick Caley over here going to go? Hey, hang on, DeMeco. I know what just went down with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I know, but hey, man, we need these reps. Is somebody going to stand on the table and say, "No, we need to get this done. We need to adjust it. They need more time"? I doubt it very seriously, right? I doubt it very seriously. So I don't know. I just watched that Cincinnati game last night, and I thought, boy, I hope the Texans approach their first preseason game like this.
Yeah, they're not going to, Clint. I think you probably have a good idea of that. And I'm not saying anybody's right or wrong. It is. It's we got a couple of texts. Toby on YouTube says, "Preach it, Clint. We need work in real game situations." And then someone else texts in, "Clint, it's too risky. The first game is preseason. Game 2, yes. Would you rather risk losing a quarterback to injury or losing a regular season game?" You know, I mean, people have, different approaches, but I don't know. This team seems like it needs work in real bullets and live bullets. And
to answer the question, I would rather lose a player trying to take advantage of every opportunity and every rep I get than to show up and be behind schedule and not be ready to play as soon as I possibly can. The be patient thing, the hey, it's a long preseason thing, the hey, it's a long season thing. Like we're watching the Cincinnati Bengals, who have taken it unbelievably light in the preseason. Joe Burrow, 5 years, 15 snaps, not passes, 15 snaps. What happened to them? They became a notoriously slow starting team, so they're adjusting. Like I would rather, hey man, somebody got hurt in a preseason game than become a notoriously slow starting team. I personally would. I would take that risk.
Yeah. All right, coming up, the Astros lineup is out as they have a huge series with the Yankees. And an update on maybe some more help coming from a starting pitching perspective. We'll let you know the latest on that coming up next.
It's a panty dropper.
Ready? Texans football is back. The preseason kicks off in Minnesota tomorrow afternoon against the Vikings. Hear the action here with pregame coverage starting at noon. Kickoffs at 3 p.m. with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware.
see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Houston Sports Leader is your one-stop shop for all things Texans training camp. Don't miss live reaction to practice and exclusive conversations with players and coaches. Only on Texans Training Camp Live. Then even more inside information every weeknight on Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered all the way through the preseason on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
No one should give an F about Aaron Judge.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the Astros got themselves a big one that starts tonight, but this weekend is pretty big as Hunter Brown. He gets the ball tonight, still candidate for the Astros, 9-5 ERA, 2.47. He gets the ball tonight as they kick things off with the Yankees. Clint, Jeremy Pena, he is back in the leadoff spot after getting the last day off against the Marlins the other day. He leads off at shortstop. Jesus Sanchez, see if he can continue swinging a good bat. He's been really, really good since they made the trade. Jose Altuve, he's DHing again tonight, batting third. Carlos Correa back in that cleanup spot where Tyler wants him. Christian Walker, who's been swinging a better bat. He is batting fifth and playing first base. Yainer Diaz behind the plate. Here we go. He is catching and batting sixth. Taylor Trammell is in center field still. I guess that did work out, that Taylor Trammell. Who's going to be the one that stays up? Who is that? Taylor Trammell staying up in center field.
Staying power, man.
Right now, he's staying up. Jacob Melton did hit a bomb. Him and Bryce went back-to-back the other night in Sugar Land, so they are doing well. But Taylor Trammell is in center field. Mauricio Dubon is playing second base, and then Cam Smith is in right field. That is the lineup today. And I'll be honest, again, we talked about it last week. You know, for what the Astros have been putting out and the guys they have available, I mean, this looks like a real lineup. I mean, it looks like a solid lineup, and it doesn't look like completely hampered. I mean, right now, Clint, they got one Space Cowboy in it. Everybody else started in the majors this year.
Taylor
Trammell.
Felt like it was 8 at one point.
There would be 4 guys in the lineup at times there.
8 Space Cowboys and Altuve.
4 guys, and now it looks like a respectable group right here. And they're going to need it. As we said earlier, this lead is down to 1.5. The Mariners are 6-1 since the trade deadline. The Astros are 2-4 in that time frame, and they've closed the gap big time. They will be hosting the Rays. 47 games to go for the Astros. They've got to start going. They've been a bit of a funk since that Dodgers series, and that finished off that great run.
We'll get all this little funk.
They were in, and now they have been struggling, to be honest, since then. And they've got to really turn it on now. We've watched anytime the Mariners have gotten close. Now, I don't know if they've been under 2 games here lately, but anytime they've made the push to 3 games or 2 games, the Astros have been able to do something to push that lead out to 2 to 4 or 5 games. Yeah. They need to do that again.
Well, it's going to be tough to do because the Mariners have a 6-game stretch here against the bottom two teams in the AL East, and the Astros have back-to-back series against 2 of the top 3 teams in that same division, and so you're playing better opponent than the Mariners are. I don't know the baseball world, but the Astros definitely need to need to play better ball if they're not going to get ate up by the Mariners. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I agree with you with this lineup, though. This lineup is one that we said it, a couple times. This is a lineup that looks like it should have a chance to win some games and put up some crooked numbers and win some games offensively, and not put all the pressure on the pitching staff. So we'll see.
Yeah. Cam Smith is bat ninth, and many times you've needed him to be in the top 5 of the order, and
Cam,
it feels pretty good. The way Sanchez has played up top, the way Pena has been playing all season, it feels like you can score some runs here. By the way, Clint, we talked about it. We saw Spencer Arrighetti get his first start the other day against the Marlins, and now he's working himself back. Clint, they've got other guys down there in Sugar Land, including Christian Javier, including J.P. France down there as well, but also including Luis Garcia. And 077 had a line last night, Clint, Tyler, in Sugar Land. He went 4 innings, 0 runs,
like that,
3 hits, no walks, with 7 strikeouts.
Let's go. Chow your ass up to the big club, bro.
In AAA, and I'll be honest, he's the longest one removed from surgery. But he did have a setback that kind of shut him down a bit. But 4 innings where Spencer Arrighetti was before he got called up, and that is an impressive performance. Usually you don't look at as much what they're doing stat line, but I mean, you can't walk away from 4 innings, 7 strikeouts, no walks. That means he had control, no runs, and it seemed like a dominating 4 innings.
He always had a pretty compact delivery, but the video that I saw, boy, it looks like a completely different.
It's different. It almost looks like he's shot put.
Yeah, man, it's hard to think that he can shorten the stroke that much and still get the necessary power to pitch in the bigs, man. But it looks, again, the angle wasn't great. But it does look like it is a significantly different stroke, and so it'll be interesting to see when he gets to the big league what that thing looks like. I know it's going to look obviously the same as it is right now. I just haven't got a real good look at it. It was noticeable though in the video that I saw.
It was, but that's a really good thought. Someone texted in, "What about Yordan? What's he going to do in tonight's game?" Okay, I don't know. I think you know Yordan is not playing, and we'll see. Well, hopefully we get an update on him and the other injured guys. Jake Myers, another one. Wonder where his progress is. We've been hearing him in Houston, working through it. When we saw him go down, we knew that was probably going to be a long type of a longer situation, him being out. So it'd be nice to see an update from him when he gets to the rehab assignments in Corpus or in Sugar Land. So that'll be something we are keeping our eye on. But it'll be good to get all these guys back soon. Again, 47 games left, not a lot to get yourself ready to go as they enter this stretch run. By the way, people are texting in, Clint. Tyler, great energy in the speech. That was something that really stuck out. Great energy. We could start there.
That might have been the one positive to come out of that first draft.
Tyler Cayley.
What's that
Tyler
mean?
Cayley, yeah, fiery, baby.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, fiery.
Let's get some drinks, Nick.
Hey, they talk about Nick, man. Nick don't need no drinks, baby.
He don't need
no
nothing.
energy. He is an energy.
Hey, I don't need them either. It just enhances everything.
Yeah, I don't need it either, baby. Enhance it, baby. Text line or YouTube and Twitch. Our guy Joel Hernandez. Wear a tuxedo. What is the thought of the outfit?
I mean, I think it depends on. I mean, I'm sure we'll find out for the award show, like what the go-to attire is, and we'll do our best to coordinate.
I think you got an idea what the go-to attire is for the award show.
It might be a tux.
Are you going to step out?
Oh,
I mean, it is a tux.
I mean, you've seen what I've worn to the Houston Sports Awards in the past, right?
So this is one that you're going to go and get real clean for.
I'm going,
and not like I'm gonna wear a tux, but then I'm gonna wear something that represents the station or something.
Oh no, I can mix it all in, but I'm going Calvin on this thing.
Are you going to incorporate some of the H-Town blues, some of the all that kind of
Most
stuff?
likely.
That's a great
It is.
It looks great on you, huh?
I mean, not many colors don't look great on me, but yeah.
Confident fella, ain't he?
Hey, man. When you know, you know.
What's your go-to color, Ron? Peach?
Salmon.
Salmon, I'm sorry.
It's got to be salmon. I'm being dead serious. It looks good on you, dude.
No, I generally probably go to right now a little black.
Black?
That's probably the go-to. Yeah.
I'm wearing all black today.
I don't like to, but I generally tend to go to black and gray.
Are you sad today or what?
No, I'm just saying when you're saying go to, when I get in, I like to tell myself, let me get some color here. Let me get it. I like a little green, I do, but generally I seem to tail towards.
I don't think I own any green.
I seem to go towards black and grays, man. I make myself try to step out.
I can't do the grays because of the.
But I do like a little salmon. I do, but I don't know, man. I tend to go right to it.
You get that salmon in that tie, man.
Yeah, get that. Oh yeah, yeah. That's. I'm more likely to let it hit on the inside. I'm not taking a big shot. I'm not going big orange or a big salmon on the outside like some people might go get a peach jacket. That's just not me. Not me. I don't know that I have that level of confidence to pull that off all the time.
You don't have the level of confidence.
Pull that off. I don't. Yeah. I'm telling you, stop. I'm the guy that says
maybe there's a reason, but don't piss in my Cheerios and tell me it's milk.
I just don't. I mean, I guess when I get to that, I get to a point, I look at it and I say I'm allergic. The allergic portion of it comes up. You'll hear what DeMeco Ryans, the head coach, what he's looking for out of the first preseason game, and then we will tell you what we are looking for out of the first preseason game against the Vikings. We'll do that coming up.
Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back, folks. As I return here, I feel like we got some news, Tyler.
We got some news.
We got some news from Shams. Shams Charania,
yes.
who is now the what do we call it? A Shams bomb?
Yeah. I don't know. Shams bomb.
Trying to.
Sham bomb.
By the way, there's some more. We got to get into a conversation about him. I put it down, and maybe one day we'll have a conversation because in another interview, he was talking about work-life balance. It was him, Adam Schefter, and I can't remember another. And Jeff Passett. I mean, man said, "Yeah, walk out on countless dates. Just get up and leave dates to walk out." I said, "Damn,
committed, man."
Yeah, I guess so.
I bet you they call back. I bet you turned them on.
Yeah, he's you can tell for the ladies, he ain't a bad looker. Shams ain't. He's serious about that hair.
He got a shtick on TV every night.
Oh yes.
Hey, I gotta leave his date, baby. Sorry. Hey, put that bill right here. Boom, boom. Hey, I'll hit you up about. I'll be through about 11:30 midnight. I'll hit you up.
Yeah, he gets a little recoil action. What you got? What's the?
Yeah, perk them ears up, Rockets fans. We are right on the precipice of this NFL season and Texans full swing, but Rockets fans, big news from Shams, however you want to call him, Shambomb. Opening night of the 2025-2026 NBA season on NBC is going to be October 21st. By the way, fellas, that's the night of the award show in which we're going to win Sports Station of the Year. And opening night on NBC, you're going to see your Houston Rockets taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder at their place. So that's pretty neat.
Look, guys, many people were, you remember before they got Durant? We don't want to hear from that Durant. You know what else happens when you get Durant? Not this. Listen, I'm telling you right now, folks, I'm going to be honest with you. The Rockets are one of the best, last year, one of the best young, fun teams to watch, and they really took a big step getting to the 2 seed. But the reason that you get on television and you are selected to be on opening night because, Tyler, you know the other game that
Warriors
Lakers.
Yes. Warriors Lakers.
Yes. That it is. Why?
It's good company.
Kevin Durant. You bring in Kevin Durant.
We know
you
why
got
you're
a young
excited.
team. You've got the MVP, and then there is LeBron, Luka, Steph. They want to
skinny Luka.
This is on NBC, right? Yep,
yes, NBC, October 21st.
NBC, this is their first relaunch. This is them stepping back in as they've taken over from Turner. And who do they say? They got to pick the pick of the litter, right? Who do we want? They said we want the potential Western Conference final that has the star power of SGA and Kevin Durant.
I'm so high on the
Rockets.
Rockets.
Steph and LeBron with Luka and that crew. And you have got – I'm telling you right now, if you ain't make that trade, if Jalen Green was still running around here and you were still trying to get him to reach his potential, your ass be playing the Kings.
Be playing the Kings on that
either on Space Home or you be playing the Kings over there on Amazon, starting theirs.
Yeah, look, this is big, man.
There's going to expect a lot of this.
Yeah, I'm super excited about the Rockets season. As excited as I've been in a long, long time, man. This is on the heels of the Astros bringing back Correa. I don't know what the season's going to end with, but just the fun, the level of entertainment value that I pull out of watching the Astros right now, above and beyond just being a fan. Now the Rockets are getting this kind of treatment with Durant in town, and the Texans start right around the corner. Yeah, man, this is a good time to be in the city rooting for these teams. Just for Dan.
This Mike Tirico, I forgot who their team is. I know Mike Tirico is going to be the lead broadcaster for NBC, the top for basketball. I couldn't remember who. Oh, Reggie. I think it's going to be him and Reggie Miller. You probably won't get them. I bet you they're in L.A. or wherever that game is between L.A. and the Warriors. But still, it'll be a big signs. Big signs showing that the Rockets are going to be in a lot of primetime games. Yeah. Like right now, you can book it. When's the last time the Rockets have played a Christmas Day game? Probably James Harden years.
Yeah,
got to be James Harden years. You can book it. They're going to be on Christmas Day. They're going to be on Christmas Day. They're going to be on all of the major if MLK Day, all of the major days on the NBA schedule, let alone just prime time. A lot of the Sunday games on ABC or NBC, I think, is going to have some too. They're going to be on them.
Last Christmas Day game for the Houston Rockets was 2019.
Hell, I don't even know if I was here yet. At that point,
Astros only had one World Series trophy at that point.
Depending on that month. Yeah, man, that's great news to hear. They are going to be on opening night. By the way, they will have to watch those guys get those rings and that banner go up. By the way, that
good.
just says
Get you a little taste of what you're shooting for.
Just like the mother station's going to watch us win number 1 on October 21st as well.
There you go, right in their faces. Wonder what kind of reception when they're over that. Last time it was cupcakes. That first time he returned, that's him, cupcakes right there. So anyway, it'll be good to see that come up. All right, the Texans, they play their first preseason game. And it does look like we may not see a lot of the starters, but DeMeco Ryans, the head coach, said this in regards to what he wants to see coming out of the first preseason game from his team.
On Saturday, we play the Vikings. What I want to see is our guys just go out and see who can go play when the lights are on. Like, guys do it sometimes in practice and the lights come on. Sometimes you see guys show up even better in the game, and some guys don't show up as well. So I just want to see who shows up when it's game time. I've seen them practice now for several weeks, and I'm pretty sure I know what guys are capable of doing, but sometimes you always have those guys who surprise you in preseason game, and that's the exciting part about preseason, seeing those young guys shine bright when they get their moment. So I'm looking for guys to go out and have fun, execute, but most importantly, just play for each other and finish the game the right way.
Yeah, that sounds exactly what you would think DeMeco would say to the media about what he's looking for. I'm certain there are probably other more specific things that he's looking for that, of course, he would keep to himself. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I see you. Toby, Cornbread, Kick Rocks, Frank, Magic, all of you all. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, I see you, Joel, as well on Twitch. What DeMeco's looking for? What are you looking for out of the first preseason game?
Man, I mean, I tell you what, Ron, there's a lot. Even if the starters, the stars, let's call it that, not starters, the stars don't play. I think you got to start on the offensive side of the ball, and I think it starts up front with the offensive line. And I'll go with just the overall unit of like the ability to handle a TE twist. The ability to not get the pocket collapsed really from the inside more so than the outside. So I think it starts with the overall offensive line. And then when you move to individual players, I think Ariante Ursery and Blake Fisher, I think that tackle, that right tackle competition, and I know Ariante will probably play left and Blake will probably play right, but those two guys and how they work and how they look versus a Minnesota defense is pretty damn good off the edge. I think it's got to start there with the O-line and those two guys in particular.
How many O-linemen do you think won't play? Because that's to me. I've got that in my notes. Offensive line. That's the number one thing. But it may be pointless if they treat everybody like starters and they sit them. How many guys do you think up front will actually play in the game?
The only one that has a chance of not playing is Titus Howard for me.
Yeah. And then you also got to remember Cam and Titus still may run with Titus to get some reps just because, Cam is down.
Yeah, it depends on what they, like I said before, I would play the starters. I'd play all of them. But if they do decide to sit CJ and Nico and Chubb, and which Chubb's been injured for the last couple of days, so he'll sit any way it goes. But, then I think Titus sits as well.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think Titus does, but I will personally have a real issue if Ursery sits, if Tomlinson sits, if either of the centers, Patterson or Andrews, sits.
Yeah.
I'll have an issue with that. Those guys definitely need up front to get like for me. I'm pushing and hopeful that Titus does play, even without CJ. I think, as you said, they've got to go in there and be presented with potential blitz pickups, potential stunts, and just playing together. I understand the injury risk with some of those guys. You don't want to lose Titus, but for me, that is the number one with a bullet thing that I'm looking at.
Yeah, I tell you, I got a couple of guys that I think could really, I think, move the needle from a roster perspective that I think are going to get a lot of run. Like you remember correctly last year, Kalen Bullock, the way he played, he played in the Hall of Fame game, right? I think on that side of the football, for me, there's one guy. I mentioned him a minute. I think Jalen Smith, the third-round corner out of USC, he's got a chance to play a lot, and he's got a chance to, if he can play well and hold up and have like a Kalen Bullock type preseason, he could really help this team in a sense of how they make up for C.J. Gardner-Johnson being gone. How do you actually use Kamari Lassiter inside versus out? What does your overall cornerback room look like? Is it healthy or is it really thin beyond the starting two corners? So I think him on the defensive side of the football, Ron, and then offensively I got two guys, Jalen Noel and Woody Marks. I think those two guys right there, another third-round pick and a fourth-round pick. I think those two guys right there are going to get a lot of run, and I think if they play well, it'll go a long way towards what that position room looks like once this roster's cut down to 53.
Yeah. Because them dudes going to get a lot of run, Clint.
Yeah.
Because the top three backs aren't playing.
Yeah.
Right? You would think. For me also, any receiver not named Nico and Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
Those guys, and I know Davis Mills is going to be throwing the ball to him, but I still want to see. Because you remember that first year we were seeing Tank Dell in training camp look good, and then he walked out there with Davis Mills, and he showed it also in that first preseason game. I do because Xavier Hutchinson is coming on this week. But you want to see what Higgins does, Noel does.
Well, it's interesting, Ron, because offensively, this team has some lofty goals, right, and should have lofty goals given what the last two. Offensively, if you sit the stars, it's Nico and CJ and Dalton and Nick Chubb and Joe Mixon, obviously. Everybody else is going to play, and maybe Titus, but everybody else is going to play, and everybody that plays, it is – I mean, you're 10 or 11 guys deep that could impact this. Cade Stover could be huge for this team this year. And I'd imagine he's going to get quite a bit of run.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean, there's a lot of guys that are going to get a lot of run that could end up playing a significant amount of snaps this year offensively for this team. And it's going to be a big week. Big preseason, man, for the Texans. Much bigger than what you would think.
All right, coming up, we'll get you ready as the Astros have a huge series. How big is this series against the Yankees? I think it's really, really big, almost as much as or as close as you can get to a must-win regular season series. I think that's where the Astros are. We'll get you updated on two things happening in the secondary with C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Jimmy Ward for the Texans. Anthony Richardson, we talked about him at the end of the show yesterday. Well, he only lasted 4 snaps before he got injured, and there is more additional news to the news that Tyler broke about the Rockets. We'll let you know all of that coming up next.
All right, y'all, Orchard, look, if you're out there and you're trying to sell your home and you want to move into your dream home, and Orchard is the way to go. Here's what
Like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I'm all.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. And hell, it's the weekend, baby. Go ahead and get you something to drink, baby. This weekend has started. It is Friday, but hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. the face of Sports Radio 610, Tyler Milner, has the latest. And the latest is, I did want to get you ready for the Astros, but I want to start actually with the Texans because there is now recent news about 60 seconds ago. So I guess I could have said a minute. But about a minute ago, in real time, there's been an update on C.J. Gardner-Johnson, according to Aaron Wilson. Initially today, Texans, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, this according to reports from last night, Diana Rossini of The Athletic, C.J. Gardner-Johnson did not tear his ACL during today's practice. This was done last night, again, per source. Expected to miss some time, but the injury is not expected to be season-ending. Here is Aaron Wilson just about a minute and 25 seconds ago. Further testing revealed that the Texans safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson's knee injury isn't as serious as it could have been. And listen to this. It's not out of the question that he could be back as soon as the regular season opener versus the Rams.
Let's go!
That is correct.
Again, I want to read that.
That damn safety position is drunk for us. These reports these last couple of days, he's out for the season, it looks like, towards ACL. Jimmy Ward, okay, well, when's Jimmy Ward getting back? Hell, he gets arrested again.
They said it was so somber.
Oh, hell, what's going on? And then all of a sudden, boom, C.J. Gardner-Johnson may be ready for the opener.
And we'll get to Jimmy here in a bit, but Clint, again, if you just missed it, it was reports yesterday, as Clint just said, that it was not a tear in the ACL. That was what was feared. Hell, Clint, right? Is that what you – I don't know, whatever it was, I thought it was serious. Never in my wildest dreams did I think we were going to get a report that it's not out of the question that he could be back as soon as the regular season opener versus the Rams. The way that everyone was talking, reported how it looked.
Yeah.
This is great news for the Texans, but, I mean, really surprising news.
Surprising news, but great news. You are correct, man. This is big. I mean, look, this is a different team with C.J. Gardner-Johnson out there. You're deeper, you're more versatile, you're more experienced. There's a Super Bowl winning, standard, if you will, that comes with him. So yeah, I mean, he is a huge plus, a huge bonus, and changes the game for the Texans defensively on and off the field. So yeah, hell yeah, this is big news. If he potentially opener, if he's potentially back the first month of the season, you're in really good shape if you're Houston.
And I want to make a correction real quick. That was not Aaron Wilson. I'm sorry, that was Adam Schefter of ESPN with that report. That was Adam Schefter with ESPN with that report, not Aaron Wilson. So Adam Schefter reporting that it is not out of the question that he gets.
How did you mess that one up? How did you? What's Tyler laughing at?
I don't know. It was A's. It looked.
I got you.
It looked. I mean, it looked like his. I thought I was looking at Aaron Wilson, but I was looking at Adam Schefter.
I can't figure out what's going on in there. Tyler's about to lose it.
Well,
I'm thinking, what the hell, did he play a prank or something?
Yeah, there's been a lot of
reports. A lot of reports
on this.
Around.
Sorry, Aaron. I didn't mean to misreport you or you.
Aaron don't need no help.
Hold on, so
Adam Schefter. That was Adam Schefter with that story. Which hey, that's big. Nobody's more locked into the NFL than Adam Schefter. So again, he could be back against the Rams. For me, could he be back for the Rams? Fine. I don't know. I don't think there's a need to rush him. But what it at least tells me, Clint, is if he's not back for the Rams, then it does seem like he's back soon, right? It does seem like he'll be back for the first quarter of the season, right? Yeah. If it's not the Rams, maybe it's the Monday night game against the Bucs in Week 2 at home. He's going to miss half the season. This is not all right, maybe you get him back Week 8, Week 9. No, this seems like early in the season if he misses any time.
The good news here really is that it's obvious. Well, I was going to say obvious. I mean, it doesn't seem like there's going to be any surgeries. There doesn't seem like there needs to be anything repaired. So you're talking about get the swelling down, address whatever issues, whatever strains, whatever may be there. And you can continue to at some point, you can continue to stay in some level of shape, stay in the weight room. There's things that he's going to be able to do because he's not going to have to go under the knife that are going to keep him not from just missing the time that a surgery would have made him miss, but also the recovery aspect of it. So, yeah, man, this is big for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I'm happy for him, man. He's a dude that I'm looking forward to covering here, and hopefully we'll be able to do that from jump.
And then it was big too to hear that because off of what we heard yesterday with Jimmy Ward, immediately after the injury, when we thought it was going to be very, very serious, the thought was, where's Jimmy Ward from a legal and health perspective? Well, last night Jimmy Ward was arrested on a bail violation, his lawyer said. He was arrested Thursday evening for the second time in 2 months, according to the Montgomery County, Texas jail website. Ward was arrested on a warrant related to a felony offense. No bail was listed, but Ward will be released by court website. Ward's lawyer, Steve Jackson, said that Ward was arrested because he tested positive for alcohol in violation of his previous release, and that as a result, he had to spend a night in jail. Jackson told the television station that Ward was not facing any new allegations and that Ward was not aware he could not drink alcohol. Texans declined comment there. Clint, I think you look at that, especially now when you get this news that C.J. Gardner-Johnson's injury is not only season-ending, hell, according to Adam Schefter, not Aaron Wilson, which I made a mistake on. According to Adam Schefter, this could be back as soon as Week 1. Clint, to me, this is I believe inexcusable for Jimmy Ward to put himself in a situation where he was arrested, had to stay another night in jail. You have to know in this situation where you are right now, you have to know what it is you can and cannot do. And I think there has got to be a real conversation of, is this the end of the road for the Texans with Jimmy Ward? I think it's got to be a real conversation.
Yeah, look, I mean, you got to think that not knowing the stipulations of your probation or your legal issues
that get you arrested again.
Yeah, I mean, something that's as serious as could get you arrested again. It's hard to understand the situation that Jimmy Ward is in. It's hard to understand where he aren't fully aware of that and making sure that he's not caught, with any level of drug or alcohol in his system that could potentially make that could make this a reality. So, yeah, man, I think it was probably a real stretch for DeMeco Ryans to stay loyal and kind of move forward with Jimmy Ward as is, given the legal troubles that happened a couple of months ago. I got to imagine for an organization that constantly preaches about taking care of your body, what you put in is what you get out, and being a professional and all these different things, nothing that Jimmy Ward has done in the last 2 months that's been made public, nothing that he's done screams DeMeco Ryans, Nick Caserio, and what they've established here as the Texan way. I got to believe that he's on the verge of
I mean, he's making it tough.
Yeah.
He's making it really tough for them. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Would you be done with Jimmy Ward if you were making the decisions for the Texans? We'll see what happens after this. His initial issues still hasn't been resolved yet either, and that should be coming up soon.
I think it's next week.
Yeah, that should be coming up soon too. So, awful timing from Jimmy Ward.
I got a message for those Yankee turds.
5 o'clock fire.
Speaking of those guys, the Astros start off a series tonight against the New York Yankees. Hunter Brown gets the ball against this. Who's getting the start for the New York Yankees, Tyler? It's Cam.
Is it? I don't have it up, so I'm gonna guess, but it's some wild like Schlittler. Cam Schlittler gets to start. Schlittler's
He
list.
said it in my ear earlier. He goes, I can't get off of this guy's name for the Yankees.
It's so wild.
Cam Schlittler. Schlittler gets the ball tonight. And hang on to your hats. All of you guys out there, from Jeff Blum to Todd Callis to anybody who is going to be tasked with saying that name, you better slow down.
Ooh, yeah, don't get tongue-tied on that one.
Don't try to get confident and get cute and roll right through it, or you have yourself a problem. But Cam Schlittler, he gets the ball tonight against Hunter Brown. Framber pitches tomorrow, and then Colton Gordon is going to get the ball on Sunday. The lineup tonight: Pena back in the leadoff spot, Jesus Sanchez in left field, Altuve, Correa, Walker, Yainer Diaz is catching tonight. Taylor Trammell back in center field. Mauricio Dubon at second. Cam Smith gets the ball. Clint, to me, this is an enormous series. The Mariners have closed this down to 1.5. They are hosting the Tampa Bay Rays, who have been struggling as of late as well. They're in a bit of a tailspin. And, Clint, you have Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez going. You have to have them shut the door down, and you have to win.
Well, not only this series, Ron. I think as we see the Astros are the way they're set right now, there was no third starter acquired at the trade deadline, and so you're looking at Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez, and I think the spotlight is on those guys the rest of the way, not just this series. Those two guys have to be absolute nails moving forward, because there is no telling what's going to happen around them the other three starts, whether it's Spencer Arrighetti or Colton Gordon. Obviously is a crapshoot, but Spencer Arrighetti, hell, everybody's a crapshoot other than those two right now. So it's not just this series; it's really the rest of the way for the Astros as it pertains to Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown. But you're right. I mean, none's more important than this series right here, given the fact that lead in the division is dwindling, and the Mariners seem to be getting stronger when you seem to be cooling off a little bit relative to what you were able to do in the first half.
And I think this is a gut punch, right? Like, this is maybe an odd comparison, but you knew for you when you were playing at Arkansas and you were having maybe things wasn't right in the passing game, you felt like, all right, I can go to Anthony Lucas. Yeah. There's a play, there's something that I know that I can go to settle things down, and we feel good. If that's taken away from you, you're like, good God, man, where are the answers? Yeah. Right now, it hasn't been going well. It hasn't. But if you're the Astros, you feel like you can rely on and lean back on, all right, we've got Hunter and Framber to right the ship. And if they lose this one with 47 to go and they look up and, damn it, it's a half game, and the worst-case scenario, if they jump over you, I think that will be a real gut punch to this team if they can't turn to Framber and Hunter to slow this thing down.
No question. And whether they can't turn to them or I don't know, Ron, to be honest with you, that they can withstand either of those guys cooling off.
No, yeah,
You know what I mean?
got to
Like
pick it up.
we're right there with the pressure and every outing it matters. But boy, you look at this thing. I mean, if one of those guys cools off and aren't just nails, and you can't bank on them, which I would imagine that both of them will be fine. But they've got to pitch well moving forward.
Yep. We'll see it tonight. They get going on Apple tonight at 6, a little after 6 o'clock.
I got that Apple TV.
There you go. I know I do.
Who's your daddy now? Should I say the Astros?
5 o'clock fire.
Thanks, Pedro. Smoke, a great show on Apple. Comes out every Friday. Really good. Smoke,
what is that?
Smoke, it's what's her, Journey Smollett, and the star of the show, Etrigan. I can't remember his first name, but he's an arsonist inspector, and it's trying to solve a crime. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. They probably about 7-8 episodes out. I was on the plane, really running that thing in. Good show.
I'll have to lean in on that one.
Colts, Anthony Richardson last night played about 4 snaps, and he dislocated his pinky. It looked nasty as hell. Richardson was weird. Richardson said, he hit me. I was trying to make sure I had the ball, and I looked down. I saw my finger in a different direction. I'm like, maybe I'm tripping. And then I looked again. I said, no, it was definitely looking like that. He acknowledged that he didn't anticipate the blitzing linebacker and should have been more aware of it. Clint, I know yesterday that is probably, and it's unfortunate he got hurt. By the way, it looks like he's actually going to be all right. They're saying he could play in their next preseason game. But, Clint, I think that's exactly what you were looking at that just concerns you, that he puts himself in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, that play is in literally one snap of the football is Anthony Richardson in a nutshell. And it's just the reality of it. It is a basic blitz with everybody was crowded the line of scrimmage. And to not even – you got the offensive line sliding left and to not even peek to your right, where your hots are, where your trouble spots in the protection are, to just completely have no idea those guys are coming free is unacceptable. And then in the process, he gets hit and he gets injured. So now you throw the injury-prone aspect of Anthony Richardson in there. So, yeah, I mean, that play right there is indicative of what's going to make or break Anthony Richardson in this league. If he doesn't have the ability at this point in time, I don't care how much football he's played or not played because of injury in the NFL, if he doesn't have the ability right now to be in that scenario, sliding that protection left, and no, my danger's hot's built in, boom, let me just take a quick peek over there. If you want to work left to whoever was in the slot, that's fine. But let me at least peek at that backside to make sure I'm picked up, make sure that backer doesn't come. If they bring 2, I'm hot. They brought 2 from jump. There was never a hesitation. And he's got to – if you can't see that very, very base – I'll be disappointed at tonight with Shedeur Sanders playing. I'll be disappointed if he sees that blitz and doesn't see it. Like gets that blitz and doesn't see it. And we're talking about what is Anthony, third year? This is third year?
Same year as CJ.
Yeah, so third year, same system. I mean, this is just – it's unacceptable, man. It's unfortunate because I want to see the kid succeed and have some good times in the league because he is a special player. But damn, you just can't.
Special talent.
Talent. There you go. You can't play with those kind of things happening.
All right, coming up, as I said, we will give you the latest. There is more details to the Rockets and their upcoming season. We told you they are going to be on opening night. There's more, and if you missed what John Harris had to say about what he saw and what he's experienced when it comes to the offensive line in yesterday's practice, you don't want to miss what he had to say. We'll do that next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here, and I got to tell you a little bit about them old cold Coors Light. I do it every day.
through the preseason on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, at the end of the 4 o'clock hour, Tyler let us know as some info on primetime games is starting to get released for the NBA coming up. And we understand that, it's a kind of a new era in the NBA. There's no more TNT, but there is still inside the NBA because they're just moving to ESPN. But now NBC gets it back. And we'll hear that classic music that they used to play back in the day. But NBC gets it back. Amazon is now a part of it, along with ESPN. NBC is getting opening night. And as Tyler reported, if you missed it, the Rockets are a part of the doubleheader. There's 2 games. They will open up in Oklahoma City, as it will be banner and ring night for the Thunder. But OKC will host the Houston Rockets, and they will play the first game of the NBA season opening night. They're the first doubleheader. Second one is Warriors-Lakers. And then, Clint, also on Christmas Day, as I said in that segment, you can book it. They're going to get a Christmas Day game. That came out, too. They have the primetime game, the 5 o'clock game at Lakers. It will be Rockets at Lakers, 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock Central Standard Time. The middle game, that's the big one they will have, as they do every year, that middle one. Last year, usually that's like it's LeBron and somebody, right? and somebody, and the Rockets are in that game. And on Christmas Day, they put their stars and their big, important teams. And the Rockets have now become that. They have become that team, that level of team, and they will play Christmas Day on the road against the Lakers. Probably the highest rated game. And I got to, you know what? It'll be interesting to see what is the NFL schedule. I wonder that day what they're going up against. I wonder if they try to stagger these things so they don't run into. Anyway, Christmas Day, one of the biggest days in the regular season calendar for the NBA, and the Rockets are facing the Lakers on that. So that's the latest there. Opening night and Christmas Day, the Rockets are smack dab in the middle of it as they acquire Kevin Durant and played really, really well as the 2 seed in the West last year. Moving on to the Texans, our guy John Harris, who comes on behind us every single night, Texans All Access. He was speaking about what he saw between the switch with Cam Robinson going out and then moving Titus Howard back out to right tackle, his natural position, and what he saw and what it made him think when he saw that and saw the performance of Titus Howard.
Don't get comfortable with what you think the offensive line is going to be.
Yeah, and DeMeco said that after practice, too.
Yep, and not only are there different people, there are people in different spots. Like, we've been talking about Titus Howard as guard, and then all of a sudden he's over at right tackle. And the interesting part, in a sense, is, and I don't know the right way of saying it, but Will and Daniil have done a tremendous job this camp. They're so difficult to block. But I think what it probably did was it showed the staff, like, hey, we need to do something before it's too late. And one of the somethings to do was to move Titus out to right tackle, at least for today.
All right, that's John Harris. He also, again, check those guys out, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, every night after at 6 o'clock. But he also said, Clint, the pass protection really improved. And he said he thought that Titus Howard was this team's best guard, but the pass protection improved so much where they were getting a lot of pressure off the edges when Titus Howard moved to right tackle that it was hard to ignore. And I think the thought is, how much of a possibility do you think that should be something the Texans are exploring?
Well, I don't think they have a choice. Like, I think they put themselves in a position to where their best guard is also their best tackle, and that's Titus Howard. And he literally would be your best left tackle, best left guard, best right tackle. And so they're looking for their best five, and he cannot play obviously more than one position. And so, for me, this is I don't know what you expected. Like, for Nick and DeMeco to go out there with Cam Robinson, Blake Fisher, and Ariante Ursery at the tackle position, and then 2 weeks into training camp, look up and go, hey, man, we can't get anybody to protect the damn quarterback off the edges at all when you got Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter coming off the edge. Like, what did you expect was going to happen? There's no doubt. You shouldn't be surprised that you move Titus Howard out there and you get better tackle play. He's the best tackle that you have on the team right now. So, I don't know, man. I'm less concerned about where Titus plays and where he doesn't play and who plays and more concerned about, again, the organization's ability to fix the offensive line issues that were last year. I thought when we started camp and there wasn't a bunch of this rotation at every least level of, hey, Lakin Tomlinson is a guard that, man, he's our best guard. He's a guard through and through, and he's that dude, right? Cam Robinson is a left tackle through and through, and he's that dude. Titus Howard is the right guard through and through, and he's that dude. And it just looks like, there's very little truth to that and very little substance behind that becoming true. And it just, boy, my confidence level in their ability to fix this offensive line has really taken a hit with this Titus Howard move, with John Harris talking about him playing tackle. Like, this should be, I don't know how anybody looks at Titus Howard moving to tackle and the protection getting significantly better after you investing all the time and effort, and Titus investing all the time and effort of playing guard and fixing the interior offensive line problem like that. Like, to just go, oh yeah, man, it's better protection off the edge. No, I'm like, this is indicative of a bigger problem. Yeah, this is indicative of a bigger problem. One of the biggest issues this offseason in the NFL was the Texans, a 10-win team, a second-round playoff team for 2 straight years with a young quarterback that's got a chance to be one of the best in the game, fixing the protection in front of him and not getting him hurt. Give him a chance to play winning football at the quarterback position. And this Titus Howard stuff really, really, I mean, it hits my confidence level that they have done that they're going to be able to do it. Not going to really struggle from a personnel standpoint. Look, I think if Nick Caley can't fix some of the pass protection problems, then Nick Caley's not going to last long as an offensive coordinator. If C.J. Stroud can't be the main communicator and be more in control and protect himself and know where the heat's coming from and be better, then C.J. Stroud's not as good a quarterback as we thought C.J. Stroud was. But the reality of it is he should have pieces up front that he has confidence in. And right now we're looking at a makeshift offensive line that's more similar to 2024 minus Laramie Tunsil than we hoped it would be.
And listen, Tyler, you can mark the tape here. And, of course, if this does not come true, then just ignore it. But you can mark the tape here. I think this is going to happen. I get the feel, and I remember when they first brought him over, and I'm not feeling like Luke. Luke just was completely out on the move. I guess he was a real follower of the Vikings and was completely out on the Cam Robinson thing.
He grew up watching them, yeah.
I think Cam Robinson may potentially force their hands. I think there could be a situation where he struggles to a point where it's like we may need to make some moves, and I could see them. I could see them having to get out of that and potentially move Ursery over to the left side. And because they don't trust another tackle to come in right now, to move him out.
You want to talk about insult to injury?
I think it's going to happen.
Tackle you paid $14 million to doesn't pan out to be. That would be scary. Yeah, that would be scary. I don't want to overthink this, but the Titus Howard thing is. I mean, I don't think a guy commits to guard, plays guard, doesn't move to tackle for the first time in his career, committed to a position that it looks like he's going to play, and then all of a sudden he bumps out to tackle. I don't think that move is made lightly. I don't think that's just this is what the coaches thought was best for the team. Like that is a move that's indicative of guys not working out. Like Blake Fisher not working out. Ariante Ursary, he's a rookie. I mean, the expectations were probably unfair. Cam Robinson, is he working out or not? Is he healthy or not? Like it's indicative of a bigger problem than just one guy having to play a different position.
T-Mill been in the green all week, Clint, and I'll even take one of his misses yesterday. I was really bullish on the 2.5 for the Reds, and everything I said they wouldn't do, Paul Skeens and the Pirates did to them, and they did not score a single run as they lost 7-0. So I'll take a little bit of that, but he still finished in the green. He is looking to go 5 for 5 this week, finishing in the green. We'll get the best bets for you to make a little cash. He's rolling right now, and Clint believes that the Texans should absolutely steal exactly what the Bengals did last night as they prepare to play the Vikings tomorrow. We'll explain coming up next.
Not only do I stop by Sports Radio 610 in Houston, Tyler, shout out.
Houston Sports Station is a Marconi finalist. For the first time, the National Association of Broadcasters selected Sports Radio 610.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hopefully everybody's enjoying and getting ready to enjoy the weekend, as you should, and we intend to. Coming up behind us, though, if you're still rolling through and rolling around, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, they will have the Hall of Famer, Andre Johnson. He will be live with the fellas coming up at 6 o'clock. Andre Johnson will be live, so stay tuned for that as he joins the fellas. Also, Area 45, they are back in action. Sean Bijani, our guy Chris Pardee, is in the building along with Chris Santiago. So be ready for that. They will have the post-game show for you as a big series with Hunter Brown on the mound starting for the Astros against the Yankees. So stay tuned for that. And they will also get you prepped and ready for the first preseason game tomorrow against the Vikings and all the other fun, crazy things that they do. They're also a part of us, a major part of us being a finalist for a Marconi Award, as they have the best late-night sports show in all of Houston. So stay tuned for that coming up after Texans All Access. And then, of course, T-Mill's Best Bets, as we said earlier, he is trying to give you a 5-for-5 week in the green to make you some money, over 60%. And continue to do that. You did bring up something as we're talking about what John Harris said with Titus Howard. It is interesting. Titus Howard, who I would say is a good NFL offensive lineman. A good NFL offensive lineman. I think for him, and now that I think he has a full training camp, that's coming to be a better place. His versatility and ability to play, I'd say 4 different spots. He's played 4 different spots. Well, at least 3 different spots in the NFL. He'll play right guard at some point this year, you would think, and have played 4 different spots in the NFL. Kind of helps his status. But I don't think he's ever been to a Pro Bowl or really been looked at as that. And coming into the year, as you've said, one of the issues that had to be fixed and addressed in the NFL was up front. That he's probably your best right tackle, your best right guard, your best left guard, and maybe your best left tackle on the team. And it's coming from somebody whose accolades are not that huge when it comes to the NFL, which kind of lets you know where they are right now.
Yeah, look, we're not talking about Joe Tooney here. That's just the reality of it, and it's the thing is they're really banking on the exit of Laramie Tunsil, the turning over of the leadership in the O-line room, the bar set there, really making a drastic change, and I think it's a real gamble. And now all of a sudden, in the middle of 2 weeks into camp, you take who your immediate answer was to stop to fix the pass protection from the inside out, which is DeMeco Ryans' words, not mine. I mean, they said from jump they've got to fix this pass protection issue from the inside out, the inside out, the inside out. And the way you do that is Titus Howard bumps down, and now all of a sudden Titus is bumping out. Now, that was your answer to fix the inside problem. Now, all of a sudden, he's got to be the answer to fix your outside problem. I don't know that you're any closer to fixing your offensive line issues than you were the day that the season ended last year. In fact, you can argue you're further away from it because Laramie Tunsil's gone.
Yeah.
So, look, I like a lot of what they've done with the offensive line. I love them getting out of the Laramie Tunsil business. I wish they'd have went and spent more money in terms of bringing in surefire, proven interior offensive linemen. I wish they'd have left Titus at tackle from jump and brought in some of the key free agents at the interior offensive line position. But I'm willing to hear it out. I'm willing to see kind of where this thing goes. I don't think it's crazy, Ron, to say, we had a bad dynamic in that O-line room. Yes, Laramie Tunsil was extremely talented, but the dynamic in the room across the board was not good. And an overhaul of that room and a change at coach and a change, it's not crazy to think that really bears fruit sooner rather than later. But damn, man, this move with Titus Howard really, really hits my confidence in a way that I didn't expect.
Yeah, an interesting situation. By the way, as we talked about earlier, they do get going in their first preseason game. And we watched the Bengals last night, and I'm telling you, I was surprised that they had their ones, including their franchise quarterback, Joe Burrow, who has wrecked their chances when he's gotten hurt multiple times in his career. They went out there, and he had 16, if you count the penalty, 17 snaps that their ones ran. They played the whole first quarter, and he was 9 of 10, 2 touchdown passes. I know that is the approach you wish DeMeco Ryans would take, and I don't think he is.
Well, the approach that I'm talking about is to know who you are and view what tasks are laid at your feet as something that needs to be addressed aggressively, right? And with maybe taking a little risk along the way. Like I don't think that the Cincinnati Bengals, I don't think anybody in the organization was real happy about the organization being in a position where Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and Joe Burrow needed to play on August the 8th in a preseason game. I don't think that they were real excited about that. Joe Burrow had taken 15 total snaps in 5 years in the preseason. But the truth of the matter is they have really struggled of late, starting season slow, and address your starting slow problem, you get started sooner. You get started a little sooner. You treat game preseason 1, 2, and 3 like a real game, and then maybe opening week, which is going to be game 4 for them, maybe your team doesn't get off to an 0-3 start and dig a hole in the first 10 weeks of the season that you can't dig out of, even if you win 5 straight to end the season, right? They know who they are. They understand their problems, and they're attacking them in a certain way. Sure, there's a little risk associated with it, but I love that approach. I think with the Texans, I think – I'm not saying you have to do it, but I think it would make great sense. It would make a lot of sense to look at your offense as, hey, you're an offense that's, one, had a messy camp so far because your defense is so good. 2, you're installing a new offense, the new play caller where the quarterback's got more command with an overhauled offense and a bunch of new receivers in the building with the exception of Nico Collins, right? You need that time on task. You need those reps, the opportunities. They're few and far between this time of year. And so, I think it's an option the Texans could take. It's a direction they could take. And I would like to see them do it versus sit everybody, and then we'll just go back to the drawing board. We'll start week 1 with Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud having worked together in a game-like situation maybe once.
Yeah, their training camp that they've had offensively just and then when you combine that with all the new parts, including the system and players, in one preseason game in 2 scrimmages against the Panthers and the Lions in joint practices feels like they're not taking advantage of everything that this team may need. Now, they know more than we do, and they know the guys, but it just, when you just say it out loud with how they've performed, how they've struggled, when they talked about the learning process, that doesn't feel like a lot going into the game against the Rams. Yeah. And we'll see what happens.
It's never going to be enough. That's the key. And I think DeMeco and Nick and CJ and everybody would tell you it's never going to be enough. But I think DeMeco, the one thing where it seems like he may still be kind of feeling his way through is being a defensive-minded head coach and figuring out how to manage that offense. Just in general, stay on top of what they're doing so it doesn't bite you in the ass like it did last year. And also, what's the best way to prepare and install an offense under this situation, right? I think that's something that I don't know that DeMeco has ever done under this particular circumstance. And we know that Nick Caley hasn't ever done it as an offensive coordinator, and so we'll see how it all ends up working out. I know for me, I sure would like the approach of, hey man, we know there's some risk associated with it, but we got an offense to install and we need some run.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the face that produces the place.